No.
Lin Ran suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Her pale face was covered in cold sweat, and she trembled uncontrollably from the terrifying dream. Why did she dream about the past again? 5 years ago, the apocalypse arrived. Her younger brother, Xiaozhe, was lost to a simple cold, forever trapped in the cold wave 6 months after the end of the world. Their parents died in the zombie wave during the first year of the apocalypse. Surviving against the odds, she awakened her space and lightning abilities in the second year and, alongside her college crush, Yilan, established the second-largest base, the Purple Light Base. Naturally, she and Yilan became a couple. Just when she thought their struggles were over and they would be happy forever, she was betrayed during a mission by Yilan and another woman, sold to a terrifying laboratory. Those mad scientists drained her blood and cut her flesh. Now, she felt worse than a lab rat. I wish I could burn this place to the ground. With that thought, Lin Ran's eyes filled with hatred as she gritted her teeth. Hiss! Her thoughts were interrupted by a sound from the man across from her. Looking over, she noticed her cellmate was in bad shape. His handsome face was terrifyingly pale, and his eyes were red, as if they might bleed. His eyes had always been red, but never this frightening. He clearly wasn't well. Yet, Lin Ran thought that even in this ghastly state, his face was strikingly beautiful, as if kissed by God, with sharp features. Who would believe such a person was a zombie, let alone a rational zombie king? His name was Jiang Chen, once the leader of the top base's elite team, possessing abilities in all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Under his leadership, even she and Yilan could only look up to him. But he made one mistake. He trusted the wrong person. Perhaps it was trusting the wrong people that made humanity the most despicable and shameless beings in the world. Jiang Chen, a zombie king with humanity, loved and pitied humans. For years, he disguised himself as a human and led them to establish the largest survival base. But when that so-called friend revealed his identity as a zombie king, those he once protected turned against him. When she heard this news, she was still at the Purple Light Base, unable to believe that someone as talented as Jiang Chen could be the zombie king. But what if he is the zombie king? He has never harmed humans, yet he was killed by them. A year after arriving here, I discovered that Jiang Chen was not dead as the rumors suggested, but was locked up in this research facility like me. Fire? Lin Ran looked at the person across from her. Jiang Chen was staring at her with his bright red eyes, seriously trying to understand her words. Lin Ran smiled with interest. It was amusing that the zombie king could understand her again. Wasn't he just driven to madness by those crazy scientists and reverted to a lower zombie state? Do you want to burn this place down? The man's voice was slightly hoarse. Lin Ran was surprised. He could really speak again. She stared at him and then burst into laughter. Ha, yes. I want to burn this place down and take these people with me. What do you think? Sounds good. Let's set it on fire. Jiang Chen smiled, and a glimmer of light appeared in his beautiful eyes. As Lin Ran watched in fascination, a flame suddenly ignited in his palm, and soon, a great fire erupted around them, including the strong vines that bound Lin Ran. Let's go. Jiang Chen had somehow freed himself from his restraints and, with his slightly stiff limbs, helped Lin Ran toward the door.
Warning! Warning!
Experiment subjects 001 and 002 have escaped control. All units, be advised, these subjects are extremely dangerous. If spotted, shoot to kill. Leave no survivors. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, approaching them. As Jiang Chen opened the door, a burst of purple electricity surged toward the approaching people. Wherever it struck, they turned to ash. Lin Ran was impressed by such destructive power. This was the strength of the zombie king. How did your abilities return? Her powers had long been drained by those scientists, yet Jiang Chen could unleash such strong abilities. How was he doing it? I'm burning my core. Burning the core? So that was it. It was a self-destructive method. A zombie without a core is like a human without blood. They can't survive long. Jiang Chen probably didn't want to live anymore. That's fine. If he couldn't live well, then let him take these people down with him in a grand finale. Jiang Chen's magnetic voice came from above Lin Ran, filled with charm. Aren't you planning to set fire and perish with them? Let's destroy this place together. Destruction. What a beautiful word. Hearing his words, Lin Ran's lips curled into a sweet yet dark smile. All right, Jiang Chen, let's go to the main control room. Countless researchers and ability users blocked their path, trying to stop them, but Jiang Chen dealt with them all. Finally, before Jiang Chen was exhausted, they reached the control room. Lin Ran found the self-destruct device in the control room. As she pressed the button, she saw Yi Lan standing outside on the monitor, looking terrified and shouting something, trying to open the control room door to rush in. After years of working together, he surely knew what she intended to do. Unfortunately, Lin Ran's hand had already pressed the self-destruct button. How ridiculous. It turned out that this laboratory, which terrified countless ability users, was hidden in their Ziguang base.
Boom.
A loud explosion echoed from deep within the earth, triggering a massive blast. Bright flames danced in Lin Ran's eyes, making them look stunning. As you wished, is this fire beautiful? Jiang Chen's cold voice came to Lin Ran's ear, very pleasant to hear. Very beautiful. Thank you, Jiang Chen. In Lin Ran's eyes was a madness of impending destruction, which made Jiang Chen's heart tremble. Don't mention it, I wanted to burn this place clean for a long time. It's just a bit regrettable. You know my name is Jiang Chen, but I don't think I know yours yet. Lin Ran's face lit up with a bright smile. My name is Lin. Her response was drowned out by a loud explosion. Before she could repeat it, she could no longer speak. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, a huge explosion occurred at a research facility beneath the Ziguang base, leveling a large part of it. Moreover, the leader of the Ziguang base, Yi Lan, unfortunately perished in the explosion. This explosion caused significant losses to the Ziguang base. A week later, without a leader and most of its infrastructure, the Ziguang base was destroyed in a massive zombie wave. Woo woo woo. It seemed Lin Ran dreamed of something terrifying, with 2 crystal tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Sis, why are you crying like a dog? Sis, wake up. Clap, clap, clap. Sis, it's just a breakup. Why are you having such a sad nightmare? In her dream, Lin Ran felt a sharp pain on her pretty face. What reckless thing dared to hit her? Instinctively, she slapped the attacker.
Ah!
Lin Ran opened her sharp eyes and saw her brother, Lin Zhe, sitting on the floor, covering his face with a wronged expression. The right side of Lin Zhe's face was frighteningly red, and there were tears in his eyes. She looked at her hand in confusion. The sensation had felt so real. It was too real to be a dream.
Wait.
Could it really not be a dream? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Ran trembled with excitement and urgently wanted to confirm the truth. But how could she do that? She had an idea. People say that you don't feel pain in dreams, right? So, let's test it again. With that thought, Lin Ran looked at her brother on the floor, and her gaze made Lin Zhe shrink back a little. Sis, what are you going to do? You can't hit me again. I'll tell Mom. She won't.
Ah!
Before he could finish, Lin Zhe's left cheek turned red as well. Lin Zhe stared at his fierce sister with wide eyes, unable to believe what was happening. Sis, why are you treating me like this? Don't you know you'll lose me as your brother? I'm your brother, not some bad guy. Just because you had a breakup doesn't mean you can take it out on me.
What?
I'm going to tell Mom. Lin Zhe ran out, covering his face in distress. Lin Ran watched her brother leave and suddenly jumped up from the bed. It was real. The sensation and pain were real. Even though Lin Zhe was the one getting hit, her hand hurt too. She really had been reborn. Stupid sister. I'm going to tell Mom. I'll cut your allowance. Hearing Lin Zhe's cries from the living room, tears streamed down Lin Ran's face. Thank goodness she had been given a second chance. Her brother was still here, and her family was still together. It was wonderful.
Wait.
What time was it? Lin Ran quickly leaned over to search for her phone and finally found it under her pillow. May 21st, 2043. It was just the day after May 20th, and there were still 3 months until the apocalypse. She still had time. Thinking of this, Lin Ran's tears fell like a broken string. She stood up and rushed out of the bedroom. Lin Zhe was sitting in the living room, angrily applying 2 packaged mung bean ice creams to his swollen face, looking quite comical. "Sister, you are so strong. You must really think he's a bad guy. If you have the strength, go after the bad guy instead of taking it out on him. It's so frustrating. Humph. I'll never talk to her again." Suddenly, Lin Zhe saw Lin Ran rushing out of the bedroom with tears on her face, and his heart skipped a beat. Then, a wave of uncontrollable anger hit him. "Sister, what did that jerk Yining do to you? I'll go beat him up." "No, it's not his fault." "Then why are you crying?" Hearing this, Lin Zhe felt even more pain in his heart. Lin Ran wiped her tears and sniffed, saying, I dreamt that you died."
Linsha.
Why does it feel like his sister is scolding him again? He suddenly asked, "Sister, did you dream that I died, or did someone else die too? Is everyone at our school okay? Is our principal all right? Is our old teacher still there?" Lin Zhe, a 17-year-old second-year student who is not very good at studying but excels in sports, is most afraid of the homeroom teacher and the principal. Does she want to take them away too? Lin Ran blinked, wiped her tears away, rolled her eyes at her silly brother, and asked, "What about Mom and Dad?" "Mom and Dad? Sister, you're confused. They must be at the store. It's the weekend, and it's really busy there." Lin Ran suddenly remembered. Yes, it's the weekend, and her parents are busy at the store. Her dad, Lin Nan, is a manager at a finance company, and her mom runs a medium-sized supermarket. Although their business isn't as big as the large supermarkets, there are still a lot of customers on weekends. Even though her dad earns a good salary, he still helps her mom at the store on weekends. His classic saying is that he takes care of his wife. As long as he doesn't have to work overtime, he goes to help Lin Ran's mom, leaving the 2 kids to play at home. So, right now, it's just the 2 of them at home. "Sister, aren't you going to apologize for hitting me?" Lin Zhe said with his big, watery eyes. But Lin Ran didn't pay attention to his question because her gaze was fixed on the delicious breakfast on the table. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, tea eggs, and scallion pancakes. Slurp. She really craved these things. The soy milk was fragrant, the fried dough sticks were tasty, the soup dumplings and tea eggs were perfect one bite at a time, and the scallion pancakes were so delicious. After all those years in the apocalypse, she had forgotten how long it had been since she enjoyed such sweet and tasty food. While Lin Ran was enjoying her breakfast, she didn't forget about her main task. In her mind, she was reviewing her plans. There were only 3 months left until the apocalypse, and she needed to prepare for it. Without a doubt, the most important thing was to stock up on supplies. In her past life, she had suffered from a lack of food and clothing. If it weren't for the lack of warm clothing, Xiao Zhe wouldn't have died. At that time, the caring Xiao Zhe had given all his warm clothes to them, saying he was an athlete and could handle it, but it was minus 40 degrees. A small cold caused by the chill left him forever in that winter after the end of the world. Lin Zhe watched Lin Ran enjoy her breakfast and felt increasingly frustrated. Look at her carefree self, happily eating dumplings and fried dough sticks, completely forgetting to apologize to him. The worst part was that she had eaten all of his share.
Ugh.
Annoying sister. How infuriating. He decided to ignore her. He wanted her to feel the loss of having such a lovely brother like him. Lin Zhe angrily turned to go into his room, but didn't notice that the moment he turned, Lin Ran suddenly disappeared from her spot. Lin Ran swore she had just eaten too much and burped, then felt a surge of energy. Suddenly, a familiar energy shift occurred, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a different place. What she saw was a lush green meadow, with a small stream flowing nearby and a dense forest in the distance. Lin Ran felt a wave of excitement. Was this her space? Had her spatial abilities followed her into this new life? At the end of the first year after the apocalypse, a terrifying zombie virus emerged. Some ordinary people who were not infected awakened various abilities, and spatial abilities were among the rarest. Those with spatial powers were sought after by major bases and organizations because they could store large amounts of supplies. Of course, such a rare ability would also attract unwanted attention, like from those dangerous scientists. Thinking of this, Lin Ran felt a surge of anger, wishing she could take revenge on those who had harmed her in her past life. Then she noticed purple sparks starting to appear all over her body. Crackle. Lin Ran stared at the lightning sparking from her fingers, feeling an indescribable excitement. My lightning ability has come back with me. Lightning abilities are different from spatial abilities. They are offensive powers. With this powerful tool a year in advance, she would have no trouble during the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Lin Ran finally let out a deep breath. The coming apocalypse didn't seem so frightening anymore. Her spatial area was vast, covering 50 acres, and it even had a small stream and a forest. When she first awakened her level 1 space, it was only 10 square meters, which was quite limited and could hardly hold much. It was only after continuously upgrading with zombie and mutated beast cores that it transformed into its current form. Receiving a level 4 space right away, was it because the heavens felt she had suffered too much in her past life? Lin Ran felt grateful as she enjoyed the soft grass beneath her feet and slowly strolled to the stream. In the clear water, a few small fish swam around, adding a touch of life to the space. Next to the stream was a forest, and as Lin Ran walked in, she quickly noticed something was off. This forest was much larger than before. What used to take just a few steps to cross now took 2 minutes without seeing an end. The types of trees in the forest had become more diverse. It was no longer just the old larch but also included apple, pear, orange, and fig trees. On the dark soil beneath the pine trees, many colorful mushrooms were growing. Lin Ran didn't recognize these mushrooms and didn't dare to pick any. She had just been reborn and didn't want to end up in trouble right away. However, she was determined to download a comprehensive guide to edible mushrooms online when she had the chance. The things produced in her space were always high quality, and if these mushrooms were not poisonous, they would definitely be treasures. After walking for 5 minutes, Lin Ran finally reached the edge of the forest. Before her lay a thick white mist, obscuring what was beyond this barrier. When she tried to move forward, a force pushed her back. This is just like before. I didn't expect that after being reborn, the space would upgrade. Unlike other abilities, upgrading spatial abilities was very difficult. In her past life, she used so many cores and only managed to upgrade her spatial ability to level 4, but now it was already at level 5. And with a level 5 space, didn't that mean others could enter as well? A level 4 space only allowed one person in, and that person could only stay for 1 hour each day. Now, with a level 5 space, there must be more permissions. Lin Ran thought about this, closed her eyes, and silently said go out. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the dining room. There was still one last soup dumpling on the table, and Lin Ran quickly popped it into her mouth. After wiping her hands with a tissue, she knocked on Lin Zhe's door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, Xiao Zhe. Open the door. Who are you? I don't know you. I don't have a sister like you, and you won't have a brother as good as me. Lin Zhe replied angrily. He was still upset with her, and anyone would be angry after being hit unexpectedly. Besides, it seemed like Xiao Zhe wanted her to apologize, and she hadn't responded to him yet. It was indeed her fault. Lin Ran quickly softened her tone and said, Xiao Zhe, I was wrong just now. To show my apology, I've decided to buy you a phone, the latest model. Click. As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, Lin Zhe opened the door. With a big smile on his flushed face, Lin Zhe said, Sister, you really are my real sister. Did I just hear you say you would buy me a phone? How can I accept that? But since you really want to buy it, if I refuse, it would be ungrateful. Are you planning to get me the iPhone 250 Pro Max or the Huawei Mate 99? Lin Zhe asked curiously, blinking his eyes. At that moment, he no longer felt embarrassed. Instead, he felt it was worth it. 2 slaps for a new phone, whether it was Huawei or Apple, was a great deal. Ha ha ha. Lindsay's phone was an old Huawei model that his mom had discarded, and it was slower than 2G. However, since he was a high school student and just needed a phone to make calls, she hadn't replaced it. Getting a new phone had always been a concern for him. Lin Ran smiled slightly. Let's go to the phone store later and pick one out slowly. Xiao Zhe, I have something else to discuss with you. Sister, just tell me what it is. Lin Zhe exclaimed, suddenly full of energy, showing his loyalty to Lin Ran. Sister, if you want me to climb a mountain of knives, I won't back down. If you want me to dive into fire, I will definitely help you deal with any bad guys. What do you want to discuss? Lin Ran looked at her overly enthusiastic brother and couldn't help but smile. It's not that serious. Xiao Zhe, have you heard of the concept of the end of the world? The end of the world? Lin Zhe didn't understand why his sister had such strange thoughts. Instead of taking the chance to let him beat up the bad guy for her, she asked what he was doing. Was she more interested in the world than in the bad guy? However, he had a standard answer for this. Lin Zhe patted his chest and said, Sister, of course, I've heard of this. With my years of reading online stories, who knows when a third world war might break out, or when there could be extreme heat, floods, hail, extreme cold, or even zombies. The end of the world could come at any time. But don't worry, even if the end of the world comes, I will protect you. He said this lightly, but Lin Ran almost cried when she heard it. He really did act like this in his past life. Although this brother sometimes had silly thoughts, he was the most reliable at critical moments. But what kind of novels was he reading? He spoke as if it were all true. Were there really that many prophets? She had experienced the end of the world in a similar way. Lin Ran felt that her brother, who seemed to have some understanding of apocalypse stories, was handling it well. So she sat down next to Lin Zhe's desk and said, Xiao Zhe, you sit down too. I have something very important to tell you. At that moment, Lin Zhe felt a jolt. Why was his sister being so serious? Did something major happen? Remembering how she had cried in her sleep, his heart trembled, and his mind began to race with wild thoughts. Sister, tell me honestly, did someone bully you? Did he do something to you? Do you need me to secretly take care of him? Lin Zhe said, making a cutting gesture, which made Lin Ran's head throb with frustration. She knew her brother was a bit silly, but she didn't expect him to be this silly. Lin Ran slapped Lin Zhe on the head and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Men only affect my speed with a sword. I've long forgotten who Lightning is. What I need to tell you is that the end of the world is really coming, and it will be in 3 months. Lightning was Lin Ran's classmate in high school and college, and he was her childhood crush. He once made her lose her appetite and think about him so much that her whole family knew about him.
But now he was just a thing of the past.
After 6 years of surviving the apocalypse, she had completely forgotten about him. The only thing she remembered was that he was a cousin of Yilan. She was planning to take action, but it wasn't against Lightning. It was against Yilan. Hearing Lin Ran's response, Lin Zhe wanted to shout for help. It's over. Really over. His sister must have lost her mind from the shock. She was seriously talking about the end of the world, and 3 months from now? Sis, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, I didn't take care of you, boo-hoo. How am I supposed to explain this to Mom and Dad? They won't be able to rely on you. It'll all be on me, and that makes me so pitiful. Lin Zhe grabbed Lin Ran's hand and started crying loudly. This intense reaction made Lin Ran's mouth twitch. Her silly brother. Lin Ran shook her head helplessly, held Lin Zhe's hand back, and with a thought, they were suddenly in her special space. Lin Zhe blinked in disbelief as he found himself in a different place. He stared with wide eyes at the unfamiliar surroundings, grass, a stream, and a forest. Could this be? Lin Zhe suddenly got excited. Sis, could this be the personal space mentioned in the books? He released Lin Ran's hand and took several steps, feeling the soft grass under his feet. He glanced at the nearby stream and suddenly realized, Sis, I was wrong. This must be the space ability often described in apocalyptic stories. You're an ability user, right? Lin Ran smiled, thinking her silly brother's reading wasn't in vain. Yes, this is my space ability. Oh yeah, that's amazing. Thank goodness. I knew Lin, was not an ordinary person. Ha ha ha. With her confirmation, Lin Zhe laughed joyfully. If his sister had a space ability, that meant she was definitely the main character in a novel. As the brother of the main character, even if he was just a side character, that was still great.
Ha ha ha.
I, Lin, am going to be successful. I'm the brother of the destined main character. Lin Ran looked at her brother, who was bursting with ideas, feeling a bit speechless. She wondered if she should have told him about this at all. Was it really wise to discuss the coming apocalypse with someone so scatterbrained? Then, Lin Zhe did something that made Lin Rand deeply regret it. He jumped into the stream right in front of her. Then he took off his shirt and gave himself a bath. While washing, he even scooped water from the stream to drink, making Lin Ran think he had lost his mind from excitement. "What are you doing?" Lin Ran asked, unable to hold back any longer. Lin Zhe explained seriously, "Sister, didn't you see? I'm taking a bath. This is the legendary spring water mentioned in novels, which is said to cleanse and strengthen the body. I need to wash well. And just washing isn't enough. I need to drink it too. I have to drink a lot to improve from the inside out, cleansing and strengthening my body. As your brother, I can't let you down." Lin ran. She didn't expect him to know so much. After her space upgraded to level 3, this stream did have some effect on improving physical health. But whether it could truly cleanse and strengthen, she still needed to observe. When the space upgraded to level 4, the water could instantly boost an ordinary person's resistance enough to treat minor illnesses. Now that the space was at level 5, it might bring even more surprises. If it could really cleanse and strengthen, that would be amazing. When Mom and Dad come back, they should use it too, which would increase everyone's chances of surviving in the apocalypse. Let Lin Zhe be her little test subject. After all, he wouldn't lose anything by trying. After leaving the space, it had already been over half an hour. Lin Ran was really worried he might have overdone it, so she pulled him out. Lin Zhe changed into a fresh outfit before coming out, happily smelling himself with a satisfied look. "Sister, did you smell the awful odor on me? It was so bad that I almost threw up my leftover food." The novel didn't lie. The water really does have cleansing effects. "Now, take a whiff. After getting rid of those toxins, I smell great." Lin Ran pinched her nose and stepped back a few paces. She had developed a psychological aversion to Lin Zhe. He had stunk so much that even a few small fish in the stream had flipped over. What a disaster.
Don't come near me.
Okay, you're the main character, so you decide.
Hee hee.
Lin Zhe couldn't sit still for a minute and started excitedly practicing martial arts in the living room, feeling stronger than yesterday. After a while, he calmed down and asked, "Sister, how did you awaken this space, and how did you know the apocalypse was coming?" Lin Ran took a deep breath, looking at Lin Zhe's excited face, and said, "Little Zhe, because I was reborn." "Reborn? So, did you die?" "Yes, I did." Lin Zhe was suddenly shaken and asked with a bitter tone, "What about me? If you die, I won't come to save you?" "Xiao Zhe, you died even earlier." Lin Zhe felt a tightness in his chest. He actually died earlier. But he quickly felt relieved. "That's good. Then we can be reunited." "What about our parents?" "They died 6 months later, also during the zombie outbreak." Lin Zhe was stunned again, not expecting his whole family to die so neatly, not leaving anyone behind. After a moment, he said, "Sister, you must have suffered so much. We all left you alone in the apocalypse." Lin Ran stared ahead, realizing that those years were indeed very hard for her. But thankfully, it was all in the past, and the people she loved were still alive. Lin Ran briefly recounted some events from the apocalypse, and by the time she finished, Lin Zhe's palms were sweaty. Lin Zhe said in a dry voice, "Sister, I'm sorry for dying so early and making you suffer alone in the apocalypse." Tears streamed down Lin Ran's face. Her Xiao Zhe was so silly yet understanding, always unintentionally touching her softest spots, making her feel hurt and heartbroken. "I should be the one saying sorry. As your sister, I didn't protect you well in the last life. This time, I will make sure our family survives well in the apocalypse." "Okay, let's do it together." Lindsay quickly wiped away his tears. Sister, we can't be all emotional and cry. Time is running out. You said we have 3 months until the apocalypse, so we need to prepare quickly. With that, Lindsay ran into his bedroom, not revealing what he was going to do. Lin Ran watched his retreating figure, amused. She really wanted to laugh. He was the one crying first, yet he called her emotional. Before long, Lindsay came out of the room holding a small cloth bag, tightly wrapped in layers. Sister, this is for you. When Lin Ran opened it, she burst into laughter. The bag contained money, and quite a bit of it was in old bills. Lindsay said shyly, Sister, this is my pocket money saved over the years, a total of 3,216.8 yuan. I was planning to buy a good phone, but now a phone doesn't matter. Let's hurry and stock up on supplies to fill your space. Although it wasn't much, it was something he had saved little by little since he was young. He wants to buy a down jacket, an electric blanket, a heating pad, warm clothes, and a thick comforter. This time, he can't afford to freeze again. He also needs food and drinks as well as solar panels. He should stock up on these things. Thinking about this, Lindsay said worriedly, Sister, buying supplies will definitely cost a lot of money. My savings are not enough. How much do you have? Lin Ran nodded. I only have 500,000, which is not enough. Lindsay was stunned. What? How do you have so much money? Of course, it was pocket money from their parents. Their parents always believed in raising their daughter well, so she had plenty of allowance. Moreover, she is a senior in finance and has been using her knowledge to invest in stocks and funds, and she has been lucky, so she has saved a bit. Lin Ran didn't want to discourage her struggling brother, so she took out her phone and said, Don't worry about the details. Let me teach you how to become a millionaire right now.
Lindsay exclaimed.
Become a millionaire? That sounds great. Lindsay couldn't help but admire his sister. She truly is a business genius, being a finance major and quick-witted. Even capitalists would be impressed by her. She even thought of taking out loans to benefit from the system, which is really clever. Lin Ran downloaded several lending apps, exploring all the options available. After deducting fees, she found that her account balance suddenly increased by 680,000. With her original savings, she was now a true millionaire. Looking at her phone balance, Lin Ran handed it to him and said, Here, Xiaoze, you try it too. With just a few taps, becoming a millionaire is not a dream. Okay, I want to be the next millionaire too. Lindsay grabbed Lin Ran's phone and started the process, mainly because his own phone was too slow. Otherwise, he would have borrowed money with his sister earlier. While Lindsay was busy, Lin Ran took out a piece of paper and started jotting down notes. She needed to organize what she would buy with this money next. Staple foods: rice, white flour grains, soybeans, red beans, black beans, kidney beans, cornmeal, peanuts, millet, etc. Oils: canola oil, peanut oil, corn oil, soybean oil, olive oil, dried goods, dried mushrooms, vermicelli, dried cowpeas, dried seaweed, dried radish, etc. Meat: beef, pork, lamb, fish, duck, chicken. The space has a preservation function: condiment, salt, sauce, vinegar, sugar, star anise, bay leaves. Supplements: multivitamins, calcium tablets, protein powder, melatonin, etc. Fruits: apples, pears, bananas, durian, strawberries. Daily necessities: toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, laundry detergent, dish soap, tissues, toilet paper, sanitary pads. Lin Ran was writing enthusiastically, and Lindsay was also finished. Sis, I don't have as much as you borrowed. I only received 70,000. Lindsay shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect the fees to be so high. Lin Ran put away her notebook. Although there were still many things left to write, they could continue on the way. Now it was time for them to leave. That's how greedy capitalists are. Besides, you're just a high school student. Being able to borrow this much is already impressive.
Let us go, Xiaoze.
But this money is what I borrowed from over 30 platforms. Do you know how much I was eligible for after fees? Lin Ran asked. How much? 520,000. Those greedy capitalists took so much in fees, and I only got 70,000. Lin Ran was shocked too. She didn't expect student loans to be so harsh. But thinking about it, Lindsay was still a minor and legitimate platforms wouldn't lend him money. The ones that did were unregulated small platforms, which are traps. No wonder there were news reports about young people getting scammed with loans. It turns out they were digging their own graves. With such high fees, kids would end up losing everything. Lin Ran patted her silly brother's head and comforted him. Xiaoze, we won't lose. After 3 months, you won't have to pay it back. They are the ones losing. Hearing Lin Ran's analysis, Lindsay felt enlightened and became happy again. You're right. I'm not the one losing. Humph, they can't take my money. If they want to earn from my fees, I want their principal. Hee sis, let's go shopping. Lin Ran's family had 2 cars, both city SUVs, one for each of their parents, usually used for work. Today, they both went to the same place for work, so they only took one car, leaving the other at home. After graduating from high school, Lin Ran got her driver's license. She found the car keys in the place where they kept them on the porch, and the 2 siblings drove straight to Shaoshan District. Big sister, why are we here? Aren't we supposed to go shopping? We need to rent a warehouse. Otherwise, where will we put all the things we buy? Lindsay immediately looked at Lin Ran with admiration. His sister was indeed impressive and thoughtful. Renting a warehouse to store things and then moving them into their space when no one was around would avoid drawing attention. Shaoshan District had affordable housing prices and many warehouse areas. Lin Ran found the manager and rented a large warehouse. This warehouse was big enough to hold supplies from a large supermarket. Of course, it wasn't cheap. After some bargaining, she rented it for 30,000 a month for 3 months. Lin Ran also noticed several tall shelves at the back of the warehouse. After asking the manager, she learned that the previous owner had left them behind. She decided to call someone to pick them up. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. Manager Meng, you don't need to sell them to the scrap collector. Just give them to me. I can use them in my warehouse. Manager Meng was reasonable. A shelf would cost 200 to 300 in the market, but he sold one to Lin Ran for just 50 and even helped her carry it into the warehouse. After happily signing the contract, Lin Ran took the keys and went outside to meet Lindsay. Big sister, I checked. There are no cameras in the warehouse. It's safe. Lin Ran nodded in appreciation. Her brother's attention to detail was impressive. It was good that there were no cameras. If anyone discovered her space, it would be a big problem. The siblings had long agreed to keep the existence of the space a secret. Their next stop was the wholesale market. When Lin Ran took Lindsay to the wholesale market, it was just noon. Lindsay, who hadn't eaten anything in the morning, was very hungry and missed the little buns from breakfast. Big sister, can we eat something first? Sure, that fried chicken burger looks good. I'll go buy some. Lindsay wanted fried chicken too, but after watching too many short videos, he hesitated. Big sister, those are all high-tech foods. Lin Ran shook her head. Brother, you're still too young. In the apocalypse, we actually wish there were more technology in our food. If there were more preservatives in bread and snacks, I wouldn't have to chew on tree bark. Lindsay thought that made sense. The end of the world is coming, so why worry about these details? When there's food, make sure to eat it. After all, we can detox in the space with the spiritual spring water later. No matter how toxic the technology or harsh the situation, we won't be afraid. Lin Ran bought 3 big buckets of fried chicken, 3 giant burgers, and 2 cups of cola. When Lindsay, who was waiting in the car, saw this, he was shocked and hurried to help Lin Ran. Sis, why did you buy so much? I can't eat it all. Lin Ran calmly replied, Don't worry, if you can't finish it, I'll help. 17-year-old Lindsay is already 1.8 meters tall and has the biggest appetite in the family due to his regular sports activities. But seeing Lin Ran happily enjoying a whole bucket of fried chicken made him feel like his own appetite was nothing. So this is the power of a supernatural being. Lin Ran was unaware of what her brother was thinking as she indulged in the joy of food. So satisfying. Where else can you find such delicious fried chicken in the apocalypse? Even though they established the purple light base, everyone is mainly focused on just filling their stomachs, with no time to make snacks. After finishing her cola and tossing away the last chicken bone, Lin Ran wiped her hands and said, Let's go spend some money. Entering the wholesale market, Lin ran headed straight for the largest grain and oil store. A woman in her 40s stood at the door, busy introducing products to customers. Lin ran approached with a smile and greeted, "Aunt Zhang, I'm here to help my mom stock up." "Oh, isn't this Ran? What brings you here today? Aren't you busy with school?" Aunt Zhang was happy to see Lin Ran. Lin Ran used to accompany her mom to this market to stock their supermarket, so she was familiar with the people here. Plus, she was sweet-tongued, and the market owners liked her. Lin Ran smiled sweetly, "Aunt Zhang, it's the weekend, and I have no schoolwork. I saw my mom was busy, so I came with my brother to help her." "What a thoughtful child. What do you need?" Before Lin Ran could speak, Lin Zhe, holding their prepared list, started reading their order. "We need 1,000 bags of 25 kilograms Wuchang rice, 1,000 bags of 25 kilograms Northeast long grain rice, 1,000 bags of 25 kilograms pearl rice, 1,000 bags of 25 kilograms all-purpose flour, 1,000 bags of 10 kilograms high-gluten flour, and 1,000 bags of 10 kilograms low-gluten flour. Let's get some more grains. We need 100 bags of 20 kilograms millet, 100 bags of 20 kilograms yellow beans, 100 bags of 20 kilograms black beans, 100 bags of 20 kilograms green beans, 50 bags of 20 kilograms red beans, 100 bags of 20 kilograms kidney beans, 100 bags of 10 kilograms sesame seeds, 100 bags of 10 kilograms brown rice, 100 bags of 20 kilograms black rice, and 100 bags of 20 kilograms Jobs tears. Beans are great because they are rich in protein and nutrients, so they made sure to include a lot of them on the list. Moreover, in a world without vegetables, yellow beans and green beans can sprout and be eaten as vegetables. Lin Zhe continued, "We also need 100 bags of 20 kilograms millet, 100 bags of 20 kilograms corn kernels, 100 bags of 20 kilograms yellow bean flour, 100 bags of 20 kilograms corn flour, 100 bags of 20 kilograms buckwheat flour, 100 bags of 20 kilograms green bean flour, and 100 bags of 20 kilograms sweet potato flour. Also, please bring me 1,000 barrels of 5L canola oil, 500 barrels of 5L peanut oil, 500 barrels of 5L soybean oil, 500 barrels of 5L olive oil, and 500 barrels of 5L corn oil. Oh, and let's get 100 bottles of 2L sesame oil. That should be all for now." After finishing, Lin Zhe looked up and smiled at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, surprised, said, "Ranyan, are you getting so much stock this time because you're expanding your store?" With such a large order, Aunt Zhang knew that it was more than a small supermarket could handle. Lin Ranyan had already thought of an answer. "Yes, my mom's planning to open a big supermarket." "That's great. Please congratulate your mom for me," Aunt Zhang said happily. "By the way, will this shipment still go to your original warehouse?" Lin Ranyan shook her head. "The old warehouse is too small. Aunt Zhang, we rented a warehouse in Shaoshan district. I'll leave the address with you, and you can let us know when you can deliver it. For big clients like them, wholesale markets usually offer delivery services." Aunt Zhang said, "You have quite a lot of items. Today is too tight, so I'll deliver them to you tomorrow." "All right, Aunt Zhang, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you my phone number and the warehouse address. Once you have everything ready, we can coordinate, and I'll wait for you at the warehouse."
"Okay, please scan me."
After saying goodbye to Aunt Zhang, Lin Ran took Lin Zhe to the next place. To Lin Ran's surprise, buying so many grains and oils only cost 620,000 at wholesale prices. She couldn't help but admire the benefits of a stable country. With essential items like rice and oil being affordable, it meant people wouldn't go hungry. However, in a few months, the unstable situation would make these items more valuable than gold. Lin Zhe glanced at the balance on Lin Ran's phone and worriedly said, "Sis, we can't spend this money so easily. We still have so much more to buy. What are we going to do?" Lin Ran replied dismissively, "What are you worried about? We still have our parents, right? Are you really going to tell Mom and Dad? Do you think they'll believe us? What if they send us to a mental hospital? I don't want to go there." Smack. Lin Ran couldn't hold back and lightly slapped Lin Zhe's head. "What are you thinking? Our parents aren't like that. She remembered her mom's temper and her dad's easygoing nature, and shook her head. They probably wouldn't send them to a mental hospital. After all, they were her parents. She couldn't just avoid telling them out of fear. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "Tonight, we should do this." Lindsay nodded vigorously. "Okay, let's do it that way." Their second stop was a wholesale spice store. The owner was an old acquaintance, and Lin Ran handed over the order list. 100 cases of 500 milliliters soy sauce, 100 cases of 500 milliliters vinegar, and the same amount for other sauces like cooking wine, rice vinegar, and white vinegar. They also ordered 100 cases of Pixian debanjiang and 20 cases of yellow soybean paste. Lin Ran picked out other sauces she liked, such as lao ganma, mushroom sauce, and beef sauce, and bought 20 cases of each. Although she didn't usually like chicken essence or MSG, she knew they could enhance the flavor of dishes. Since MSG is sodium glutamate, which breaks down into essential amino acids, she decided to get 20 cases of each. Salt was the most important item. People can't live without salt, and in a crisis, it could be traded for many things, even for crystals. They needed to stock up on it. Lin Ran ordered 1,000 cases of salt, each containing 100 bags. She also ordered 100 cases each of 5 spice powder, 13 spice, cumin powder, pepper, Sichuan pepper, and chili powder. Then they bought a lot of spices: bay leaves, grass fruit, star anise, patchouli, dried tangerine peel, fennel. They got 50 pounds of each. Next were hot pot ingredients: spices for green pepper fish, water-boiled fish, dry pot dishes, and soup ingredients, with 100 boxes of each type. Lin Ran used the same excuse as Aunt Chen, saying they needed to expand their business, so no one suspected anything. With so many items, the boss scheduled the delivery for tomorrow. Lin Ran added the boss on WeChat and sent the payment. Spices are much more expensive than grains. These items were not as numerous as the grains, but still cost Lin Ran 480,000. After paying, they both had little money left. "Sis, we only have 150,320 left together. We're really poor," Lindsay said. "That's okay, it's almost time. Let's just browse the wholesale market, and we can head home today," Lin Ran replied. Lindsay agreed. "Right, let's go home. We can rely on our parents tonight." Their parents were quite wealthy. As Lin Ran walked through the wholesale market, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and glanced at the blazing sun. It was already past 4 p.m., and the sun was still intense, making the ground feel hot. Lin Ran spotted a wholesale ice cream shop and took Lindsay there to buy a large batch of ice cream. In this extreme heat, having some cold ice cream was the best way to cool off. After leaving the ice cream shop, they each enjoyed a complimentary ice cream and wandered over to a vegetable seed stall, where they bought some seeds and farming tools. Lin Ran planned to plant some things in her space that evening. By the time they left the seed shop, the siblings had only 5,000 yuan left. Lin Ran sighed again about how quickly money could be spent. However, 5,000 yuan could still do some things. Checking the time, she drove Lindsay to the largest Jinlong mall in Yundu. As they entered the mall, Lindsay looked around and asked, "Sis, what are we doing here?" It didn't seem like a place they could afford anything right now. Lin Ran blinked and smiled. "I'm buying you a phone." Lindsay was thrilled and grabbed Lin Ran's hand, feeling very touched. "Sister, you really are my true sister. I knew you wouldn't forget me." While the siblings were playfully teasing each other, they didn't notice a very handsome young man nearby, curiously watching them. Jiang Chen stared intently at Lin Ran's back, his attractive eyebrows slightly furrowed. Who was this girl? Why did she seem so familiar? "Jiang Chen, what are you doing?" Lu Yu asked curiously as he approached Jiang Chen, who was standing still. "What are you looking at? Is it a beautiful girl?" Lu Yu teased when Jiang Chen didn't respond. Jiang Chen himself didn't know what he was looking at. It wasn't until the figure disappeared from view that he said, "No, I thought I saw someone I knew, but I must have been mistaken. Let's go. Everyone is still waiting for us." "Okay." Jiang Chen turned and got on the elevator, unaware of Lu Yu's curious gaze behind him. Who could this familiar person be that mattered so much to Jiang Chen? This guy seemed cold and unfeeling, with no apparent weaknesses. Perhaps the person he had been watching closely was actually his weakness. It seemed he would need to check the surveillance footage later. Lin Ran had no idea what she had just missed. She took Lin Zhe into a mobile phone store, and soon they both walked out. "Sis, just buy me this one." Lin Ran replied, "What's wrong with this?" The Dammy brand 256GB phone is the latest model and much better than your old phone. Lin Zhe pouted, "But I thought you were going to buy me an Apple or Huawei." Apple? That's an American brand. Even if we buy one, we can only get a domestic pineapple brand. Little Zhe, even though we are just ordinary citizens, we should always remember to support local products. Pineapple? Was it the pineapple phone from China, while America had Apple? Lin Zhe shivered at the thought. The Dammy phone seemed better after all. Plus, it worked quite well, aside from getting a bit hot sometimes. It was much faster than his old phone. And they really didn't have much money. Why spend on an Apple when they could buy more rice to store? After convincing himself, the determined boy happily started playing with his new phone. "Sis, where are we going now?" Lin Ran checked the time. It was almost 6 p.m. "Let's go home and have dinner with Mom and Dad." Before heading home, Lin Ran sat in the car and called her parents, asking them to come home early so they could eat together. Lin Dad hesitated when he answered, saying, Ran, you and Xiao Zhe can eat first. The supermarket is busy right now, and your mom and I can't leave just yet." Lin Ran heard her father's familiar voice and almost burst into tears. She took a moment to calm down and said sweetly, "But I have something very important to tell you today. Can you come home early just this once?" Okay. If our Ran has something to say, we will definitely come home early. Mom will finish work early today too, so we can have a weekend family reunion. Before Lin Dad could respond, Lin Mom's loving voice came through the phone. Lin Mom always fulfilled her daughter's requests. Hearing her mother's voice made Lin Ran's tears finally flow. Worried about her parents, she forced a cheerful tone and said then, "Mom, come back early. Xiao Zhe and I will wait for you at home." "All right, we're on our way back." After hanging up, Lin Ran's tears flowed freely. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Zhe looked at his sister, who was crying, unsure of how to comfort her. In the end, he decided not to say anything. His sister had it tough alone in this world, and he couldn't imagine what she went through during those 6 years. Maybe letting her cry a little would help. Fortunately, Lin Ran quickly regained her composure. Tears were a sign of weakness, and she wouldn't cry anymore. Taking a deep breath, she sent Lin Zhe 500 yuan and said, "Xiao Zhe, order some delicious takeout with your new phone. Let's eat at home." "Okay." Lin Zhe replied cheerfully, turning his sadness into appetite, which he understood well. Lin Ran drove while Lin Zhe ordered food online. "Sis, should we get a serving of crayfish?" "Yes, a large one." "Sis, how about some spicy hot pot?" "Sure, add extra tripe." "All right, do we want barbecue?" "Of course. Get lots of lamb skewers, chicken wings, and oysters."
Got it.
Lin Zhe skillfully placed the order. At 6 p.m., during the rush hour, the two siblings returned home just as the delivery arrived. Once home, Lin Ran and Lin Zhe collapsed onto the sofa. It had been a long, tiring day. Lin Zhe glanced at Lin Ran and thought, "What should I do? I'm so tired. I really want to soak in my sister's special bath. Sis, can I take a bath?" Lin Ran lifted her eyelids at his request. It wasn't impossible, but could they eat first? The thought of the food was too tempting. She was afraid it would ruin her appetite for dinner. Lin Ran said, "Let's eat first and then hang out. We can invite Mom and Dad too. If you're thirsty, I can get you some spring water. It helps with fatigue." Lin Zhe nodded eagerly. "Sis, you really understand me. I'm so thirsty right now. I just want to drink water." Lin Ran picked up her cup, and with a thought, stream water appeared inside.
Sis.
Is this the power of thought? The novels weren't lying. This space ability is amazing. I wish I had powers too. Lin Ran smiled lightly. When the world ends, you might have them too. But if not, don't worry. I'll take care of you. Okay. Lin Zhe was straightforward and didn't dwell on the future. He quickly drank the water in his cup. By the way, sis, do you have other powers? Of course. Lin Ran extended her right hand's ring finger, and a burst of purple lightning shot from her fingertip.
Cut.
Is this the legendary lightning power? Lin Zhe was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Is this electricity? Sis, can you generate power? Lin Ran nodded. Of course. When Dad and Mom entered, they sensed something strange in the house. Why was there a burnt smell? What trouble had they gotten into? Xiaozhe, what happened to your hair? Mom looked up and saw Lin Zhe's wild, messy hair, gasping in surprise. Her well-maintained face looked like she was wearing a mask of shock. Lin Zhe forced a smile. Mom, the outlet broke, and when I tried to fix it, I accidentally got shocked, so my hair ended up like this. In reality, he had been curious and touched the lightning on Lin Ran's finger. He didn't expect it to be so powerful that it nearly shocked him. What? You got shocked? Dad was alarmed and hurried over to Lin Ran, asking, Did you get scared, Ran? In the future, if there's any danger, let your brother handle it. Don't get too close. Be careful not to get hurt by your silly brother. Mom agreed. Yes, Ran. Don't get involved with Xiaozhe. Boys are tougher and can handle it. Let him take the risks. Lin Zhe thought, that's unfair. They didn't know that when there was no danger, his sister was the real source of trouble. Knowing the truth, Lin Ran felt a bit sorry for Lin Zhe, but she didn't have the energy to sympathize with him right now. Seeing her living parents again was a huge shock for her. She reached out and hugged Dad Lin, then turned to embrace Mom Lin. Mom and Dad, I missed you so much. Dad Lin and Mom Lin were surprised by their daughter's emotional reaction and worried about what she had mentioned earlier. What could be so serious? Ranyan, no matter what happens, just tell us. We will always be your strongest support, Dad Lin said, patting Ranyan's head. Right, talk to Mom. Even if the sky falls, we will protect you, Mom Lin added. Ranyan wiped her eyes and said, I know, Mom and Dad. It's not a big deal, just that the apocalypse is coming. The apocalypse is coming, Dad Lin repeated. What's the big deal about the apocalypse? Mom Lin instinctively tried to comfort her. Suddenly, the couple realized and looked at each other in shock. Ranyan, did you just say apocalypse? Yeah, in 3 months, the high temperatures will take away some vulnerable people, especially the elderly. Look, it's only May, and it's already so hot. By the end of July, outdoor temperatures could reach 70 degrees. Plants will die, reservoirs will dry up, and everyone will lose power and won't be able to use air conditioning. People will struggle to survive in indoor temperatures of 50 or 60 degrees. Then there will be heavy rain and floods, with massive floods drowning countless buildings and taking many lives. Even our apartment will be submerged to the 10th floor. After the floods recede, there will be terrible plagues. As Ranyan spoke more seriously, Dad Lin turned to ask Lin Zhe, do you know your sister is saying all this? Lin Zhe, with his messy hair, replied innocently, yeah, my sister told me this morning that the apocalypse is coming. So we borrowed over $1 million online and bought a lot of supplies together. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. My sister and I have a plan to make sure our family can survive the apocalypse. The most important thing now is for you to hand over all the money. We should sell our supermarket quickly, and it's best to sell the house too. That hurts. Dad, why are you pulling my ear? You little rascal. You should have stopped your sister. Instead, you're going along with her craziness. What kind of brother are you? Dad Lin was getting really upset. Watch me not beat you, you little rascal. Dad Lin was furious and increasingly felt that his son was leading his daughter astray. Otherwise, why would she suddenly talk about the end of the world? Mom Lin added, yes, deal with him. You little brat, your sister is acting strange today, and you didn't even call us to let us know. You just followed her nonsense. What if something happens to our Dandan? Lin Zhe was feeling wronged and shouted at Lin Ran, sis, help. Your good brother is about to be wronged. It's like June snow. I'm more wronged than Do-e. Stop yelling and close your mouth. Dad Lin, who was 1.85 meters tall, swung his large hand toward Lin Zhe. Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. Her parents really thought she was crazy. It seemed she had to use her special skill again. Lin Ran took her mom's hand and walked toward Lin Zhe and Dad Lin, then silently thought, enter. Suddenly, everyone felt a flash in their eyes, and the scene in front of them changed. Dandan, where? Where are we? Honey, am I seeing things? Mom Lin rubbed her eyes and said. Dad Lin grabbed Mom Lin's hand, a bit scared, and said, Dear, I think I'm seeing things too. How else could I see grass, trees, and a stream? Dandan, Xiaozhe, come here quickly. It seems we've hit a wall of ghosts. Dad Lin trembled as he walked over, stretching out his arms to hug Lin Ran and the others as tightly as he could. Lin Zhe, amused, said, Calm down, you guys are just not used to this. This is the result of not being well-read. If you had read more online literature, you wouldn't be so confused now. Dad Lin didn't understand. What does online literature have to do with this? Would reading it stop us from hitting a wall of ghosts? Lin Zhe proudly said, Tsk Piske, if you had read even one apocalypse novel, you would know this is a space, my sister's space. Dad and Mom Lin said in unison, Space? What's that? Lin Ran explained, This is my space. I can store things here, and anything inside will never spoil. This land can also be used to grow things, and what we grow can improve our health. Mom Lin was delighted to hear this. I know this. Isn't it like those storage bags in fantasy dramas? I can't believe such things really exist. This would be perfect for my supermarket. I wouldn't have to worry about vegetables and meat going bad overnight anymore. But Dandan, how do you have this? Mom and Dad, the apocalypse is really coming. A year after the apocalypse, many people have awakened special abilities to adapt to this troubled world, like this space ability or my lightning ability. Purple lightning appeared again on Lin Ran's ring finger. The flickering purple light startled Lin Dad and Lin Mom. The couple exchanged a glance, and this time they truly believed their daughter was not speaking nonsense. Lin Zhe, covering his red ears, said sadly, I told you we weren't lying. Lin Dad ignored Lin Zhe and asked Lin Ran, but Ran, how do you know the apocalypse is coming? Lin Ran sighed softly, because I was reborn. I struggled to survive for 6 years during the apocalypse, but unfortunately, I couldn't escape the disasters. Just when I thought I was dead, I opened my eyes and found myself back here. There are 3 months left until the apocalypse arrives. Mom and Dad, we must hurry to stock up on supplies and plan for the future. Lin Mom had never read any rebirth novels, but she understood the meaning of rebirth. Did that mean her daughter had died once? Lin Mom felt a pang in her heart and hugged Lin Ran's shoulders, saying, Ran, my daughter, you have suffered. How did you die? What about us? Didn't your dad and I protect you? Lin Ran's eyes turned red as she looked deeply at her mom and reassured her, because you all died too. Lin Mom suddenly felt a heavy weight in her heart, realizing the cruelty of the impending apocalypse. Lin Ran slowly recounted what she had told Lin Zhe, and when she mentioned Lin Zhe dying in the extreme cold, Lin Dad and Lin Mom were nearly brought to tears. Son, you've grown up. I underestimated you, Lin Dad said, patting Lin Zhe's shoulder with a sigh. Lin Mom lovingly ruffled Lin Zhe's hair. Son, you are my pride. Lin Zhe sniffled and forced a smile. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. This time I definitely won't freeze to death. Let's go buy electric blankets, warm packs, down jackets, and thermal clothes tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow I'll sell what I can from the supermarket and use the money to buy winter clothes for you, Xiaozhe, Lin Dad said. On Monday, I'll sell my stocks for cash. We have 3 months. We need to prepare quickly. Ran, please continue. We need to hear everything to plan. Lin Ran nodded and continued discussing the apocalypse, and by the end, the family's mood was very heavy. Although Lin Ran left out some details when talking about surviving alone in the apocalypse, her family couldn't help but feel emotional when she mentioned that she ultimately perished with the bad guys. Lin's mom hugged Lin Ran and said, Good child, it's all in the past now. Lin Ran wiped her tears and straightened up from her mom's embrace, saying, Yes, it's all in the past. So, let's focus on the present. I don't expect to achieve great things in the apocalypse. I just want to live well with everyone. Lin Ran turned to her brother and said, "Let's talk about something happy." Xiao Zhe, come and explain to mom and dad what spiritual spring water is. Hearing this, Lin Zhe's gloom lifted, and he jumped up excitedly. As he took off his clothes, he said, "Mom and Dad, let me show you what it means to cleanse and rejuvenate."
Bang.
With that, Lin Zhe took off his shirt and jumped into the creek. "Lin Dad, what is my big son doing? This is so silly." Lin Mom swallowed hard. "Xiao Zhe, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly taking off your clothes?" While scrubbing himself in the creek, Lin Zhe said, "Mom and Dad, you should jump in too. This creek water is a treasure. It has amazing effects for cleansing and rejuvenating. If you soak in it a few times, you'll feel like you're reborn, and your health will be better than when you were 18. Lin Mom only heard the words cleansing and rejuvenating. If it can really cleanse and rejuvenate, then I want to try it too. I just need to change into a swimsuit. Lin Dad nodded. I want to change too. He understood Lin Zhe's words and wanted to feel better than when he was a young man of 18. Hearing this, Lin Ran led them out of the space. After they changed into swimsuits, she brought them back inside. Lin Ran thought her health could use some improvement too, so she changed into a swimsuit as well. When she entered, she saw the delicious food on the table and brought it into the space with her. The family of 4 enjoyed the food while soaking in the spiritual spring water, feeling very relaxed. However, as they soaked, they noticed something strange. "What is that smell?" "Xiao Zhe, did you fart?" Lin Zhe felt wronged. "Mom, don't blame me. That's your own smell."
How could that be?
"As a refined lady, I would never fart. If it's not Xiao Zhe, then it must be you." Lin Dad got scratched by Lin Mom and cried out in surprise. "No, it's not me." Lin Ran laughed and said, "No, it's just you. But your mom has it too. Washing away impurities means getting rid of the toxins in your body. The bad smell you notice is actually coming from you. I suggest you hurry and scrub it off, or you'll feel sick. It really stinks." After Lin Ran explained, no one blamed each other anymore. They realized that the bad smell was indeed coming from themselves. Lin Ran scrubbed the mud off her body vigorously. Luckily, she had eaten quickly, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy any food right now. The smell was overwhelming. At this point, the family didn't care about appearances anymore. They all smelled and looked the same, so no one could judge anyone else. They instinctively moved apart and started scrubbing the mud off each other. After Lin Ran finished scrubbing off a chunk of mud that was as thick as noodles, she finally felt a bit cleaner. Then she stepped out of the stream. "That's enough for today. We can soak every day from now on," Lin Ran said. She noticed a few poor little fish floating in the water and immediately felt guilty. "Tomorrow, let's buy a few large foldable bathtubs so we can each soak in our own. Otherwise, it's too harmful to the environment." Everyone agreed with this decision. After soaking in the spring water, Lin Ran led everyone out of the space. Once they changed clothes, they returned to the living room. Lin Mom was very pleased with the results of her soak. She had just spent a while looking in the mirror and noticed that her skin was indeed glowing and youthful, much better than any treatment at a beauty salon. "From now on, we should soak in this spring water every day," Lin Dad agreed. "I feel so relaxed. This must be what Xiao Zhe meant by improving health." He suddenly realized that his son knew more than he did and picked up his phone. "Xiao Zhe, send me some of those post-apocalyptic stories you like, so I can learn too." "Sure, I'll send them to you now. First, you need to download the Tomato Novel app." "Okay," Lin Dad replied. Seeing Lin Dad so eager to learn, Lin Mom quickly asked Lin Zhe to send her a few stories too. She didn't want to fall behind. After chatting for a bit, the family got back to the main topic. Ran, what did you all buy today?"
Tell me about it.
"Okay. We first rented a warehouse in Shaoshan district today, then went to the wholesale market to buy rice, flour, and cooking oil from Aunt Zhang, which we could never finish in our lifetime. We also got some spices from a nearby stall, along with many seeds and farming tools and even ice cream." After Lin Ran finished speaking, Lin Zhe kindly showed the purchase list to his parents. To prepare for the apocalypse, these supplies are still not enough. But unfortunately, after buying all this, we have no money left, Lin Ran said. Lin's mom looked at the list and said, "It's not enough. You mentioned that the apocalypse starts with extreme heat, so we need to buy heat-resistant air conditioners and insulation boards." Lin's dad added, "And the heat will likely cause power outages. We need to buy a generator and prepare more solar panels. In such hot weather, I'm worried the solar panels might get damaged, so it's best to have extra." "Actually, Dad, shouldn't we consider going to a cooler place to escape the heat? Cities have a heat island effect and are much hotter than the suburbs. When the high temperatures hit, it will be even worse here. How about we stay at the old house in your hometown?" Lin's mom suggested. The place she mentioned was the farm left to them by Lin Ran's grandfather, which consisted of a few orchards, some land, and an old house. Since Lin Ran's grandfather passed away, they had only visited to pay respects during the new year and hadn't stayed there. The farm had become somewhat neglected. However, their village was indeed cooler, being located on a mountain at a high altitude. In the past, when Lin Ran's grandfather was alive, Lin's parents often took Lin Ran and Lin Zhe back to escape the summer heat. Lin Ran fell into deep thought. The place his mom suggested didn't seem like a bad idea. He quietly picked up his phone. Lin Zhe felt a little excited seeing his family. He loved that countryside, as it was a paradise from his childhood. He wanted to go back. But Lin's dad frowned and said, "That makes sense. We could go back in 3 months to renovate the old house. In the apocalypse, the countryside is definitely safer than the city. But don't forget that after extreme heat comes heavy rain and floods." Lin Ran said the floods could submerge everything below the 10th floor of our building. "Our farm is at a high elevation, but who knows if the flood will reach us?" After hearing Lin's dad's thoughts, Lin's mom instantly felt that the idea of returning to the countryside was indeed not a good one. "I was thinking that if we could go back, we could sell our house and exchange it for supplies. It seems we can only stay here now. At least it's safe when the flood comes." Lin Zhe's face fell in disappointment. It was over. They couldn't go back. His big orchard, his childhood. "I actually think going home is a good idea." Lin Ran offered a different opinion. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's face lit up. "Sis, do you think we can go back to the village?" "Yes, I just checked the latitude, longitude, and elevation of our hometown. Based on what I learned last time, our place should be safe from the flood." "Really, Ran?" Lin Mom asked in surprise. "Yes, the real reason for the flood last time was the melting icebergs caused by high temperatures. The polar bears all drowned because they couldn't find land. And our farm is located on the Longji Mountains, which are least affected by the melting ice." "Mom, your idea is great. We should go back to Grandpa's farm." Lin Mom blushed at Lin Ran's compliment, and Lin Dad, who was nearby, felt a flutter in his heart. Why does my wife suddenly seem so youthful? Lin Mom smiled. "Well, I'm your mother. Ran, you've always been smart like me." Lin Zhe leaned in and asked, "Then who do I take after?" Lin Mom patted Lin Zhe's slightly curly hair. "Silly son, you definitely take after your dad." "Lin Dad. Why do I feel like my wife just scolded me?" Lin Ran secretly smiled and cleared her throat to steer the conversation back on track. "Since we've decided to go back home, we can sell this house. It would be best to split into 2 groups. 2 people can stay here to gather supplies, while the other 2 go back home to renovate and reinforce the house. After all, in a year, this world will be filled with zombies and mutated animals." "Okay, let's do that," Lin Dad said, clenching his fist. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll get up and find an agent to list this house. Yes, I'll also transfer our supermarket. It's a good location with 3 storefronts, so it should sell for around 10 million. Mom, I'll go with you and store the supermarket items in our space." "All right, we'll work together tomorrow." Lin Zhe scratched his head and asked, "What about me?" Lin's dad extended his hand and said, "Of course, you will follow me tomorrow. Give me the list you and your sister made today and your mom, and I will see what else we need." Lin Zhe lowered his head, took out his phone, and quickly sent a long text message to the family group chat. "I just typed all these items on my phone. If you think we need anything else, just send it in the group and I will add it." Lin Ran didn't expect Lin Zay to be so thoughtful and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Lin Dad and Lin Mom quickly picked up their phones to look. Yes, you noted down food, clothing, and supplies. Lin Dad nodded in approval. But you forgot the common medicine. We can't run out of it during tough times. Lin Zay raised his chin slightly. I noted the medicine. Just look further down. Okay, I see it now. By the way, energy is also a big issue. We need to stock up on more coal and oil. Every time we drive past a gas station, we should fill up the tank and store it in Ran's space.
Got it.
We also need to stock up on candles, lanterns, and flashlights. Ran said that after the extreme cold, it will be eternal night. Without electricity and no sunlight, how will we manage? And we need to buy a boat. We should also stock up on gas canisters, warm clothing and quick-dry clothes, multivitamins, and weapons. Lin Dad was seriously adding to the list while Lin Zay tapped on the screen, helping him check for missing items. Lin Mom sat beside them, occasionally sharing her thoughts, and the family worked hard to complete the shopping list. Suddenly, Lin Mom had a bright idea. Ran, can't we just stay in your space all the time? If it's so dangerous outside, wouldn't it be better to live in your space forever? Hearing this, Lin Ran smiled wryly and shook her head. She wished her family could stay in her safe space forever, but there was a time limit. Right now, my space is level 5 and everyone can only stay inside for a maximum of 2 hours a day. Any longer isn't allowed unless I upgrade it. Lin Zay said, I knew it would be like this. Such amazing skills usually have time limits. Lin Mom shot Lin Zay a look. What kind of random things do you read all day that you know everything? I seriously doubt you study properly. So, Ran, how can you upgrade? Using the cores of zombies or mutated creatures, but these things only appeared a year after the apocalypse, so we can't upgrade for now. Mom Lin nodded, indicating she understood. Ran, it's okay that we can't upgrade for the time being. Our situation is already better than most people. 2 hours may not seem like much, but it's our biggest advantage. After saying this, Mom Lin's expression suddenly became very serious. Everyone, you must remember what I'm about to say. The fact that Ran has a space ability must remain a secret. Keep your mouth shut. No one can tell anyone, not even in a dream. This secret must stay with us forever. People's hearts are hard to read, and everyone knew how serious it would be if this information got out. Everyone nodded heavily. Lin Zay raised both hands in assurance. Sister, don't worry. Even if I marry in the future, I won't tell my wife about the secret. Because in his past life, his sister had died because of this ability. The family chatted for a while, repeatedly modifying the supply list, and finally, realizing it was getting late, they each went back to their rooms to rest. However, that night everyone stayed up late. Dad and Mom Lin lay in bed and coincidentally opened a novel on their phones, reading the apocalyptic story recommended by Lin Zay. Lin Zay practiced a set of martial arts in his room. Although he didn't have any special abilities, he wanted to be in the best shape to protect his family when the apocalypse came. Lin Ran lay down for a bit, but just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly remembered there were a few bags of free seeds from the store owner in her space. She had planned to call her family to plant them tonight, but she accidentally forgot. Since she couldn't sleep, she decided to go in and plant a little, just to test the growth speed of her level 5 space. The space was generous. At level 5, she could stay inside for 5 hours each day. That night, besides her family, Louis was also staying up late. He was repeatedly watching the surveillance footage from Jinlon Mall on his computer, trying to find the familiar person that Jiang Chun had been staring at for a long time. Who exactly are you looking at, Jiang Chun? Is it this young girl in a white dress? Or this curvy woman in a red dress? Could it be this young, sunny boy? Or perhaps this elderly man with white hair? Which one is it? Jiang Chun, the man who is almost cold to the point of being strange, is the top heir of the Jiang group. He lost his parents at a young age, but possesses great abilities, excelling in both academics and martial arts, with no apparent flaws. When he returned from studying in America at the age of 20, he amazed everyone, including the elder of the Jiang family. This made him the primary heir of this massive business empire. Such an important position for a young man like him has made many people envious, especially his ambitious relatives. Despite their efforts, they couldn't find a single weakness in him. Over the years, Jiang Chen's position as the primary heir has remained solid as a rock. Thinking of this, Lu Yu smirked coldly. His gaze was fixed on the computer screen, and after a moment he exhaled, "Jiang Chen, do you really have no weaknesses? I don't believe that. I will investigate everyone mentioned here." Ding ding ding. Lu Yu's phone on the table suddenly broke the silence in the room. He glanced at the name flashing on the screen, Yilan. The Yi family was getting impatient and wanted to gather information from him. As one of the few people who could be close to Jiang Chen, Lu Yu was quite sought after in the business world of Yendu. Even the Yi family needed to build a good relationship with him to get closer to Jiang Chen, using him as a stepping stone. But how could he be content just being Jiang Chen's stepping stone? What was he lacking besides his background? After the phone rang twice, Lu Yu slowly pressed the answer button. "Hello? Lu Yu, do you no longer need our Yi family?" Yilan's deep voice came through the receiver, carrying a sense of pressure. Lu Yu chuckled, "Yilan, young Master Yi, how could I dare? I was just in the shower. You know I was exhausted after negotiating with you and Jiang Chen all day. If you're tired, we don't mind switching to someone else." The other party's tone was surprisingly firm, and Lu Yu didn't expect the young Yilan to have such a strong presence. He put away his testing tone and began a serious conversation with the young master of the Yi family. "It's better not to trouble you with switching people. I have a small suggestion regarding your collaboration with Jiang Chen. Your suggestion better be useful. Jiang Chen is not easy to deal with. Of course, if we can successfully collaborate and secure the Jiang family's project, the reward for your Lu family will definitely satisfy you." Hearing the answer he wanted, Lu Yu knew that Jiang Chen was hard to understand and difficult to talk to, but to achieve the glory of the Lu family, he had to take some risks. He needed to make the cooperation between the Jiang and Yi families happen, but how could he do it? Jiang Chen looked down on the Yi family, and no one understood his attitude better than Lu Yu. However, sometimes you have to try the impossible to achieve great things. Perhaps the key to solving this problem lay with someone in the video. Lu Yu re-examined the video and picked up the phone again. Jiang Chen gazed intently at the monitor, watching the charming girl walking beside the sunny boy. As time passed, his frown deepened. How strange. This girl seemed so familiar to him, as if he had seen her just yesterday. He felt that she was someone very important in his life, important enough that it felt like they had gone through life and death together. Yet, he searched every corner of his memory and found no trace of her ever being there. "Who are you?" he wondered. "And who is the boy next to you?" Jiang Chen suddenly crushed the mouse in his hand, a small electric shock jolting him back to reality. He took a deep breath and forced a determined smile. "No matter who you are, I will find out." Meanwhile, Lin Ran was unaware that her unintentional appearance had disturbed the calm of a former friend. She was working hard to loosen the soil in a small plot, just experimenting and not planning to plant much. After preparing the soil, she planted some bok choy seeds and watered them with a few buckets of special water. By the time she finished everything, 2 hours had passed. Lin Ran looked at the vast, unharvested grassland and sighed deeply. "Looks like I need to add a plow, a seeder, a harvester, and a pump to the supply list. Otherwise, who can handle farming all this land?" After finishing everything, Lin Ran took a shower. When she exited her space again, it was already 3 a.m. Remembering that she needed to go to the supermarket with her mom in the morning, she hurried to bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Ran was awakened by her mom's knocking. When she checked the time, it was already 10 a.m. "Mom, why did you wake me up so late?" Lin's mom smiled sheepishly. "I couldn't sleep last night." It's not that she couldn't sleep. She stayed up reading novels. Lin's dad chimed in. "You too, laughing out loud in the middle of the night, scared me to death." "I was learning survival skills for the apocalypse." Who isn't? Watching her parents bicker, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. She walked over and patted Lindsay on the shoulder, saying, "My dear brother, were you up late reading novels too?" Lindsay yawned and smiled shyly. "No, I practiced my punches all night. I want to protect you both in the apocalypse, so I need to start training now." Lin ran.
All right.
It seems everyone is preparing for the coming apocalypse in their own way. That's great. Life is becoming more hopeful. Dad Lin said, "Come get breakfast. 1 bread and 1 box of milk for each of you. Let's eat on the way. We need to leave soon. Right? We have a lot to do today. Let's go." Today, Dad Lin and Lindsay's task is to put their house up for sale and then head to the warehouse to receive deliveries of items they bought yesterday. Lin Rand and Mom Lin will handle matters at the supermarket. The supermarket is not far from Lin Rand's home. The mother and daughter arrived in 20 minutes. Anjia Supermarket was founded by Lin Rand's mother, Ms. Anshin. Lin Rand vaguely remembers that this supermarket used to be a small convenience store when she was a child, but now it has expanded into 3 large storefronts. All the storefronts belong to her mother. Mom Lin showed Lin Rand her bold and decisive business skills, immediately giving generous severance pay to several long-time employees. Although the employees were reluctant and didn't understand why Mom Lin was closing the store, they accepted her decision when they saw the generous severance pay. Business has been tough lately. Look at the past 2 years. There have been so many disasters. Remember to stock up on supplies and stay home. Nothing is more important than being safe together as a family. Mom Lin kindly reminded everyone, knowing there was little more she could do. Her daughter said the scariest thing about the apocalypse is people's hearts. After years of navigating society, she understood these truths. So, she could only offer this advice. After sending everyone off, Mom Lin unplugged the store's cameras and said to Lin Ran, please put these items into storage, and also store these shelves for better organization. Lin Ran smiled sweetly. Sure thing. Lin waved her small hand, and everything around her was gathered into her space, including items from the warehouse behind. The total value of these supplies was several million. After finishing this, Lin's mom called a few real estate agents to come over and list the store for sale. The agents looked at the location and size of the shop and estimated the market price to be around 13 million. Lin's mom said, "We have some urgent matters and need cash flow. If you can sell it quickly, we can accept a price that is 1 million lower than the market value. But one thing is important. It must be a cash transaction. We do not accept bank loans." The agents were quick to agree when they heard the price was lowered so much. A popular shop at a lower price would definitely sell well. By the time the agents left, it was already noon. Lin's mom pulled down the supermarket's roller shutter and put up an A4 advertisement for the shop's sale on the door before taking Lin to eat. Next to Anjia Supermarket, there was a food street. Lin's mom took Lin in and let her choose whatever she wanted to eat. She felt sorry for Lin, who had suffered so much during the apocalypse, so she wanted her to enjoy anything she desired now. Lin's mom had part of the family's savings and the supermarket's working capital, totaling 5 million. The larger amount was in Lin's dad's stock account. As a manager at a financial company, Lin's dad had some skills and connections and had not faced many setbacks in the A-share market over the years. So, their family had a bit of money. At noon, the sun was blazing. However, since it was the weekend, the food street was still crowded with people. Lin's mom sighed. "The weather is getting hotter." "Yes, it will be even hotter later, Mom. Let's go get milk tea." "Okay, I want extra ice." The mother and daughter each bought a cup of cold milk tea and packed a portion of icy dessert. Then they bought duck necks, duck intestines, duck gizzards, chicken feet, and duck feet from a snack shop. They also got grilled squid, grilled gluten, takoyaki, and spicy grilled squid. Finally, they sat in a Yunnan crossed bridge rice noodle shop and ordered a large portion of fatty beef rice noodles with extra noodles, tofu skin, and bean sprouts, plus more fatty beef. These snacks smelled delicious. Lin enjoyed her meal, while Lin's mom watched her with a bittersweet feeling, remembering how much her daughter had suffered before. Suddenly, she thought of a good idea. Should we stock up on some of these snacks?" Lin Rand swallowed the rocket squid in her mouth and said, "Sure. Let's first stock up on the essentials. With the remaining money, we can buy all the delicious food from Yeondu. When the apocalypse comes, we can enjoy our meals at home while watching TV. Hearing her daughter worry about money, Lin's mom quickly leaned in and whispered, Ran, don't worry about the money. Your dad's stocks are worth at least 50 million. Once the market opens tomorrow, we can sell them and have plenty of money. Lin Ran's eyes lit up at this. Mom, I didn't know you and Dad were so low-key. She thought her family was just middle class, not realizing they were so wealthy. Her parents had hidden it well. They drove a joint venture SUV worth only $300,000 to $400,000. She was surprised by their financial strength. Considering their real estate, once they sold their house and storefront, their disposable assets would be at least 70 to 80 million, allowing them to stock up even more supplies. With that, she could indeed buy a lot of food. Next to the rice noodle shop was a highly rated baozi shop, and Lin Ran tried one that tasted really good. So, she ordered 2,000 meat buns, 1,000 cabbage and vermicelli buns, 1,000 shrimp and 3 flavor buns, and 500 chive and egg buns. She ordered fewer chive and egg buns mainly because she didn't like chives, but her dad did. She ordered more meat buns since both men and her family loved them. Then, she went to the next door braised food shop and ordered 1,000 pounds each of braised chicken feet, braised pig ears, braised pork intestines, couples lung slices, braised chicken, braised pig trotters, braised duck intestines, braised chicken gizzards, braised chicken wings, braised duck wings, braised chicken feet, and braised duck feet. She also bought 1,000 servings of cold noodles and 500 meat sandwiches with a mix of fat and lean meat, along with 500 pure lean meat sandwiches. Next, she found a highly rated barbecue shop, asked the owner for various meat skewers and vegetables, and even bought a few grills. Noticing the silver silk charcoal at the barbecue shop, which produced no smoke, Lin Ran asked the owner for the supplier's contact information to order a batch. Lin Ran wanted to order a lot of food, but there were only a few highly rated shops on this street. She planned to find more highly rated shops online to place additional orders. The large orders from Lin Ran and her mom made the shop owners very happy. Lin Ran knew they would need time to prepare everything, so she told them to have it all ready and delivered to the warehouse address within 3 days. After finishing these tasks, Lin Ran packed some marinated snacks and rice with marinated meat with her mom and went to the warehouse to meet her dad and the others. By the time they arrived, the warehouse was already packed full. When Lin Dad saw them coming, he happily said, Ran, everything you and Xiaozhe bought yesterday has been unloaded into the warehouse. I rented a truck, and I'll drive around a bit to create a distraction. You just quietly move the things from the warehouse into the space. Lin Ran gave her dad a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Her dad really thought of everything. Lin Zhe, munching on a marinated chicken foot, chimed in, of course. Dad is the backbone of our family. He even found the professional unloading team. Not many people would think of that. I was thinking we should unload it ourselves for secrecy. But with just the two of us, it would take forever to unload all this. Dad is really smart. He has more experience than we do. He quickly found a solution. And our house has been sold too. A 4-room, 160 square meter apartment worth 16 million. When Dad heard the estimate, he immediately lowered it by 1 million to get the agent to sell it quickly. The agent agreed right away and decided to take it at that price. They're going to gather the money, and the deal can be finalized tomorrow. Just look at Dad's ability to get things done. It's impressive. Mizzen, no wonder you chose such a great husband like Lin.
Haha, not at all.
Lin Dad blushed with pride from his children's compliments. This thoughtful little girl and the leather jacket were both great. Suddenly, ouch. While Lin Zhe was enjoying himself, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mouth. Where did you buy these chicken feet? Did the dishonest seller not clean them properly? I bit into something hard. Ouch. It hurts. Lin Zhe complained, holding his mouth and taking the chicken foot out. Lin Ran looked at Lin Zhe's hand in confusion.
It couldn't be.
She bought them from the highest-rated chain store. If they were dirty, she would need to return them since she ordered thousands of pounds from them. But when her gaze met what was in Lin Zhe's hand, her pupils shrank in shock. How could this be? Could it be? Why is this chicken foot made of metal? Lin Mom exclaimed. These greedy merchants. They gave us fake chicken feet instead of real ones. We bought so many things from them. What's the phone number for the business bureau? I want to report them. Lin Zhe was very frustrated. How could he end up with fake chicken feet? What bad luck. Xiao Zhe, let me see the chicken feet, Lin Ran said. Lin Zhe, trying to ignore the pain, handed the chicken feet to her. After taking a look, Lin Ran confirmed her suspicion. Xiao Zhe, grab another chicken foot. Lin Zhe pouted. No way. I don't want to eat this anymore. Come on, just one more. This time, you don't have to eat it. Not understanding why, Lin Zhe obediently picked up another chicken foot. Then, in front of everyone, it suddenly turned into a fake chicken foot. No, this wasn't pure metal. The surface of this chicken foot still had a golden shine. What's happening to me? Lin Zhe said excitedly, stumbling over his words. He picked up a pig's trotter, and it instantly transformed into a fake pig's trotter with an even brighter yellow surface. He wanted to keep testing, but a loud voice stopped him.
Stop it.
Lin Ran said, distressed. Xiao Zhe, we only bought 2 pig trotters. You need to leave one for Dad. Lin Zhe awkwardly pulled his hand back. Hee, I was just curious. Lin Mom stared in disbelief. Ran, what is happening to Xiao Zhe? Lin Dad shook his head, feeling a bit frustrated. I knew you didn't study well last night. Didn't you read about this in novels? This ability to turn objects into metal is called a metal ability. Lin Mom suddenly understood and rolled her eyes at Lin Dad. So this is what a metal ability is. It's not that I didn't know, I was just worried. When I saw Xiao Zhe suddenly change like this, I panicked. Okay. Dear, I was wrong, Lin Dad quickly admitted. Humph. At least you know, Lin Mom said, forgiving him. Then she asked with concern, Ran, will Xiao Zhe not be able to eat anything with this ability? Lin Zhe was shocked. Does that mean I will starve? Lin Ran laughed. No. Xiao Zhe just awakened his ability, so he can't control it yet. Once he gets used to it, he should be able to sense the metal particles around him and control them freely. Are the metal particles, you mentioned things like iron particles, aluminum particles, and copper ions? Lin Ran nodded. Yes, the metal objects you just created have different surface colors, which means you use different metal particles. Lin Zhe exclaimed excitedly. So I can use iron, aluminum, and copper particles to create all kinds of weapons? I can even reinforce our room. Haha, I really am the brother of the destined heroine. I'm truly unique. Lin Ran laughed at her silly brother. What destined heroine? She was just an ordinary person who had lived a second life and didn't want to repeat her past mistakes. Lin Ran said, Be bold, young man. The metal particles you can control are not just these, there are also gold particles in the air. If you can manipulate them and build a mountain of gold, we could become billionaires. Lin Zhe was stunned. Sister, are you serious? Absolutely. In the apocalypse, there was a very powerful gold ability user who built his own base using gold particles. I even visited it. Lin Zhe never thought that this gold ability could lead to wealth. Excitedly looking at his hands, he said, Mom, Dad, sister, just watch. I will definitely create a mountain of gold and make you all rich. After saying that, he stopped eating and closed his eyes to focus on his abilities. Everyone thought he was just being silly and didn't pay him much attention. Lin Ran smiled and didn't take it seriously. It wasn't easy for a beginner ability user to master particle manipulation. She looked at the warehouse full of items and began to collect them one by one into her space. It was as if she was performing magic. Everything she touched disappeared. This was the first time Lin Dad saw Lin Ran do this, and he was quite amazed. Lin Mom, concerned that Lin Dad hadn't eaten, suggested he eat something in the warehouse while she drove around a bit. By the time Lin Mom returned, everything in the warehouse had been collected into Lin Ran's space. As Lin Dad, Lin Mom, and Lin Ran gathered to discuss their next steps, Lin Zhe suddenly approached with something mysterious in his hands. Sister, is this a gold brick? Lin Ran turned her head and saw Lin Zhe holding a shiny yellow brick. With its shape and color, it certainly looked like a gold brick. Wow, did Xiao Zhe succeed so quickly? Are you asking me if it's a gold brick? I'm familiar with this. I can tell right away. The moment Dad Lin took out the gold bar from Lindsay, his heart raced with excitement. He quickly reached out his trembling hand before Lin ran and, under everyone's eager gaze, took a bite out of it. 2 bite marks were left on the gold bar. Dad Lin looked at the marks and exclaimed, "I've tried it, this. This is really a gold bar." As he spoke, everyone turned their eyes to Lindsay, their gazes shining as if they were looking at a magical chicken that lays golden eggs. No, it was a chicken that could produce mountains of gold. Lin Ran rubbed her hands together and excitedly said, "My dear brother, how did you get so amazing? Come on, make another gold bar for your sister." Mom Lin chuckled, "My wonderful son, I don't want just a gold bar, I want a mountain of gold, okay?" Dad Lin hugged Lindsay and gave him a kiss. "My precious little one, I also want a mountain of gold. Hurry, use your special ability. Our family's fortune depends on you." Lindsay, under the bright gazes of everyone, nervously swallowed. "I'll try my best, but when I made that gold bar earlier, I noticed there aren't many gold particles in the air anymore. The speed of synthesis is getting slower, so getting a mountain of gold might be a bit difficult." Lin Ran had a sudden idea. "I know where there are more gold particles. I'll take you there." Half an hour later, the family drove to a small alley near the largest private bank in Yeondu. "Xiaozhe, try now. Are there more gold particles in the air than before? If you want to find gold particles, the bank is the place, as they have vaults." Lin Ran checked and saw that there were no cameras in the alley. Lindsay tried it and nodded vigorously. "Yes, this is it. The gold particles in the air are incredibly rich. Mom and Dad having a mountain of gold is not just a dream." Lin Ran glanced at the bank and noticed the sign on the roof, "Night Private Development Bank." She smiled. "Xiaozhe, I heard this night bank is known for being shady. They've taken a lot of money from depositors over the years. Don't feel guilty, just take what you can from them." Hearing Lin Ran's explanation, Lindsay felt even more energized. "In that case, today I, Lindsay, will help the poor by taking from the rich. Night Bank, you're done for." Sitting in the back seat, Lindsay started to act, and soon a gold bar appeared in his hand. Indeed, becoming wealthy through Xiaozhe was not just a dream. Seeing this scene, everyone felt more confident. With Lindsay's amazing ability, they no longer had to worry about money. They could buy whatever they wanted. Everyone got to work again. Linma had countless contacts for suppliers and manufacturers on her phone. She shared a few numbers with Lin Ba and Lin Ran, and they continued shopping. They bought 100 sets each of refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, solar water heaters, solar panels, solar generators, gasoline generators, and gas stoves, as well as 100 sets of wastewater treatment systems. For small appliances, they bought 100 each of rice cookers, microwaves, pressure cookers, stewing pots, frying pans, woks, kettles, humidifiers, temperature-controlled kettles, health pots, air fryers, and ovens. They purchased 2,000 gas cylinders and 10 tons each of smokeless coal and silver silk carbon. They also bought 5,000 pounds each of brown sugar, rock sugar, milk candy, and white sugar, and added 10,000 pounds of salt. They increased their stock of rice, flour, and cooking oil by 100,000 pounds each. These items were valuable and could be traded in the future. They bought 10,000 pounds each of fresh pork, beef, lamb, fish, chicken, and duck, along with 5,000 pounds of various seafood like shrimp, lobsters, crabs, and scallops. They also purchased 5,000 pounds each of fresh chicken, goose, duck, pigeon, and quail eggs. For vegetables and fruits, they only bought 1,000 pounds each, as Lin Ran could grow her own in her space, so she bought a little just to be safe. They stocked up on instant foods like noodles, spicy rice noodles, rice vermicelli, self-heating meals, and various snacks, buying 5,000 portions of each. They also got 1,000 pounds each of their favorite snacks like rice crackers, potato chips, shrimp chips, jelly, spicy strips, and cookies. For dried goods, they bought 5,000 pounds each of dried mushrooms, dried flowers, dried radishes, dried beans, squid, and fish. They ordered 5,000 boxes each of tissues, toilet paper, kitchen paper, wet wipes, sanitary pads, night pants, diapers, and pull-ups. They also bought 5,000 boxes each of red wine, white wine, and grape wine, along with 1,000 cans each of senior milk powder, pregnant women's milk powder, protein powder, honey, and infant formula. They purchased 200 items each of baby bottles, children's clothes, swaddles, and bath towels. Lin-Ma ordered these because she was unsure about the future. She wanted to be prepared in case her children got married, and she could one day hold her grandchild. They also ordered 10,000 packs of any available cigarettes. These items are much more useful than gold in the apocalypse. Lin Ran once saw someone trade a pack of cigarettes for a crystal core. Of course, the more of these items, the better. They should stock up on drinks too, as these are the joyful comfort drinks that will bring happiness while staying at home. As someone who aspires to be a cozy homebody, how could she not have these drinks by her side in the apocalypse? Coke, orange juice, coconut juice, Fanta milk tea. 5,000 boxes each. They also bought 1,000 pounds of the newly available green tea, black tea, and jasmine tea. Coffee was ordered in 1,000 cans. Even in the end times, they shouldn't give up on enjoying life. Lin Ran thought for a moment and decided to buy 1,000 large 50L barrels. In the apocalypse, they don't need to stock up on water, but gasoline and diesel are scarce. The fuel taken from the car can be stored in these large barrels. However, 3 months is too short. She wasn't sure if they could fill all the barrels. They would just have to try their best. Then, she ordered a batch of shelves to organize the supplies neatly in their space. Besides food and drinks, the most important thing is medicine. Lin's dad happens to know an old client from a pharmaceutical company. With a quick phone call, he arranged for a batch of common medicines. Considering the potential outbreak of plagues in the apocalypse, he also asked for a supply of medicines for treatment and prevention. Lin's dad paid promptly, and the other party agreed without hesitation, promising to deliver everything to their warehouse within 3 days. After making a round of calls, Lin's mom glanced at everyone's order list and shook her head. It's still not comprehensive enough. She continued to make calls for daily necessities like shampoo, conditioner, laundry detergent, soap, cleanser, lotion, essence, eye cream, day and night cream, and face masks. 1,000 boxes each. Towels, bath towels, and dish towels were ordered at 1,000 each. Mosquito repellent, incense, and floral water. 1,000 boxes each. For other small items like hangers, basins, and paper, their supermarket already had plenty in stock, which Lin Ran had stored in their space. Since these items were not used often, they decided not to order more. Lin Zhe had died from the cold in his previous life, so Lin's mom ordered 10,000 boxes of heating pads. They also got 100 sets of hot water bags and electric blankets. Additionally, they bought 1,000 sets of 8-pound down comforters, 10-pound Xinjiang cotton comforters, wool blankets, and silk comforters. They ordered 100 units each of heating fans, oil heaters, and electric stoves. The things we bought are quite valuable, but luckily we only need to pay a 10% deposit for now, so they still have enough cash on hand. As for the remaining payment, besides Dad turning the stocks and house into cash tomorrow, Lindsay has already earned them a lot. After a moment of not looking, Lindsay had already placed a large pile of gold bars in the back seat. Xiao Zhe, keep it up. Mom wants to sleep on a mountain of gold tonight, Lin Mom said with bright eyes. Encouraged by his mom, Lindsay wiped the sweat from his face and felt energized. Okay, I'll do my best. Lin Ran looked around. This alley had few cars and people, and there were no cameras. Still worried about any surprises, she stored the gold bars safely away. With the gold bars in storage, they would be completely safe, and even the most powerful person couldn't find them. It wasn't until the streetlights turned on that Dad drove Lindsay home, who was reluctant to leave. Dad, let's stay out a bit longer. I can still go, Lindsay said, having just figured out how to use his abilities and not wanting to leave. The feeling of having gold bars appear in his hands was so rewarding. Dad sighed and advised, Xiao Zhe, we've done enough for today. Let's come back tomorrow. If you take everything at once, they might notice and call the police. Lindsay disagreed. Not a chance. They have plenty of money. I can still feel the air filled with rich gold particles. Lin Ran looked back at the Knight family bank, surprised at how wealthy they were. The gold she stored that afternoon must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, and the gold particles here were still so rich. No wonder the Knight family could live so comfortably even after the apocalypse. Their wealth was substantial. She decided to come back tomorrow to take advantage of the situation and weaken the enemy's strength. Lin Ran patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Zhe, you've worked hard today. When we get home, take a nice soak in the spring water and see if you can level up. I'll bring you back tomorrow." Hearing this, Lin Zhe felt happy again. Right, resting and leveling up sounds good. Mom, I guess you'll have to wait until tomorrow to sleep on the mountain of gold. Lin Mom, holding 2 gold bars and admiring them, smiled broadly at Lin Zhe's words. "It's okay, my precious child. I can wait." When they got home, Dad and Lin Zhe went to the delivery station to pick up a folding bathtub they ordered online. Lin Ran and her mom packed barbecue and braised chicken from a shop outside their neighborhood. When they got home, everyone quickly finished dinner and hurriedly changed into swimsuits to follow Lin Ran into the space to soak in the spirit spring water. Lin Dad and Lin Mom had discussed earlier why Lin Zhe also had special abilities. They believed it was likely due to soaking in the spirit spring water. They wanted special powers too, preferably gold abilities, but diamond abilities would be nice as well. It sounded like a great way to become wealthy. So, the whole family eagerly went in to cleanse themselves. With the folding bathtub for bathing, the fish in the stream were no longer in danger. To avoid bothering each other, they all chose distant spots to bathe. After Lin Ran finished her bath, she noticed that the seeds she planted yesterday had sprouted into cute green shoots. The shoots were 5 centimeters long, and at this growth rate, they would be ready to eat in no time. Thinking about tomorrow's meal made Lin Ran happy. While scolding herself for forgetting to buy a farming machine, she picked up and continued to tend to the land. Farming was something that took time and was quite addictive. Watching her hard work grow gave her a great sense of accomplishment. After Lin Dad and Lin Mom finished bathing, they saw Lin Ran working and joined in. Ran, your dad needs to help with the farming. He used to help your grandpa a lot when he was young, Lin Dad said, using the with great skill and speed. Dad, can you teach me too? Lin Zhe chimed in, wanting to join. Go on, you don't need to worry about this. Focus on your own abilities. Your mom is counting on you to help her sleep on a pile of gold, Lin Dad replied. Lin Zhe thought about it and went back to soak in the spirit spring water. With Lin Mom and Lin Dad's help, they quickly prepared another row of land. Suddenly, Lin Ran remembered something. Mom and Dad, are we really selling the house tomorrow? Yes, we'll receive 15 million cash tomorrow. I'll go to the company in the morning and handle it in the afternoon, Lin Dad replied. What will we do after selling the house? Lin Ran asked. Lin Dad smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, I actually rented us a place today. It's in the Half Mountain Cloud Villa. Half Mountain Cloud Villa? Isn't that the biggest and most luxurious villa area in the city? Lin Mom exclaimed, Honey, why did you rent there? Isn't it very expensive? Lin Dad chuckled, It's good, 50,000 a month. I'm just thinking the end of the world is coming, right? Let's enjoy the life of the super rich in these last few months. Honey, my dream was to become wealthy and one day let you live in a beautiful villa on the mountain. Unfortunately, half my life has passed, and I haven't fulfilled that wish. So, how about we go crazy for a bit and enjoy a few days in that villa? Lin Mom felt a bit emotional hearing this. I'm not someone who values money that much. As long as I'm with you, I'd be happy living anywhere. But spending a few days at the villa with the kids in these last months sounds like a great idea. Lin Ran also thought it was a good plan. Let's enjoy the remaining time together. After finishing the farming, the family weighed today's harvest using a scale in their space, and just as Lin Ran thought, it was 1,200 pounds. Calculating with the current gold price of 390 per gram, this 1,200 pounds of gold was worth 234 million. Looking at the amount on the calculator, Lin Ran rubbed her excited hands and said, Xiao Zhe, let's go help our parents move the gold tomorrow. Lin Zhe replied, Sure, let's help the rich and honor our parents. But How can we turn all this gold into cash? Lin Mom worried about the conversion. I have a solution, Lin Dad said. I have a client who deals in gold. He will definitely have a way. I'll go see him tomorrow. With the cash conversion problem solved, Lin Mom felt relieved. Looking at the neatly arranged gold bars, she took off her shoes and lay down on them. Xiaoze, this bed seems a bit small. Lin Zhe replied, Mom, I just discovered my ability has upgraded. Don't worry, I'll get you a big bed tomorrow.
Oh,
What a wonderful son I have. Wife, let me enjoy some of our son's fortune too. This golden bed looks really nice. Lying down is even better, Lin Mom chuckled and made space for Lin Dad. Meanwhile, Lin Ran looked intently at Lin Zhe, surprised that his ability had upgraded again. The vault at the Yi family might be in trouble. Time was of the essence. Should she go take advantage of the situation tonight? She couldn't wait to bring misfortune to the Yi family. At 10 p.m., after Lin Dad and Lin Mom went to bed, a black SUV drove out of the Lin family community garage. It returned at 4 a.m. Lin Ran was lying in bed, drifting into a sweet dream with a smile on her face. That night, with Lin Zhe's second-level gold ability, they nearly emptied the Knight family's vault. Now, her space held 100,000 pounds of gold. It would take the Knight family a long time to realize their vault had been emptied. After all, according to Lin Zhe, his method of clearing the vault was quite clever. The next day, when the family got up and Lin's parents gathered the property documents and IDs for their afternoon deal with the agency, Lin Ran stored everything in her space. They were moving to the hillside villa today. Before leaving, Lin Ran took the family into the space again. Looking at the piles of gold, Lin's parents fell silent. Lin's mom said, Can gold make more gold? How did we get so much? Am I seeing things? Honey, the gold is blinding me. Husband, how much is this? We're rich. My mountain of gold, mua mua. After a while, Lin's parents finally calmed down.
what?
There are 102,000 pounds? They went wild again, hugging each other tightly. Honey, we're rich. Husband, we're going to be billionaires. Lin Ran smiled and said, Mom, be bold. Billionaires are nothing. We're going to be 100 billionaires. Lin's mom. Lin's dad. As a senior manager at a financial company, Lin's dad had always been punctual and never late for work. No matter the weather, he would arrive at the office by 9 a.m. before the stock market opened. However, today his secretary noticed that the usually punctual Mr. Lin was late and unusually asked him to sell all the stocks in his account. But those stocks were adjusting, and selling now would mean a loss. After some thought, Xiao Zhang knocked on the door and kindly suggested, Mr. Lin, I don't think it's a good time to sell these stocks. If we sell now, we could lose at least 2 million. Should we wait a month? Lin's dad waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Zhang, that's just small change. Let's sell now. By the way, how's the meeting with Mr. Wu going? Hearing Mr. Lin say that 2 million was small change, Xiao Zhang silently wiped away a tear of frustration. Mr. Wu has already been contacted. He should be here soon. Okay, when Mr. Wu arrives, just let him come in directly. The Mr. Wu that Lin's dad mentioned is not actually the president of any company or group. Calling him Mr. Wu is just a polite title. In reality, he is the leader of a gang in Yundu. They met years ago through some fortunate circumstances. After he became successful, he entrusted Lin's dad with managing the money from his organization. Lin's dad is quite capable in business and has never caused him a loss. In fact, he has helped grow his money, so their partnership has remained unchanged. Wu Dahai has always considered Lin's dad a good friend. When he heard Lin's dad needed something, he didn't hesitate and came right over. Once he sat in Lin's dad's office and took a sip of tea, Lin's dad opened his briefcase. Old Wu, is there a way to convert this gold into cash? Wu Dahai laughed heartily. I thought it was something serious. This gold is no problem. I can turn it into cash for you right now. Lin's dad smiled. I knew you had connections. However, I have more goods. Can you help me handle those too? Whatever amount you have is fine. Just trust me and bring it over. This stuff is solid currency. I can help you process it in a few days. By the way, how much do you have? Lin's dad swallowed. It's from a very close client of mine, and there's quite a bit. Wu Dahai crossed his legs. How much is quite a bit? Lin's dad held up one finger. Wu Dahai responded, only 100 pounds? That's nothing, easy. Lin's dad shook his head. Wu Dahai frowned. 1,000 pounds? That's impressive, old Lin. You have such a strong client now. Lin's dad continued to shake his head. Wu Dahai asked, not 1,000 pounds? Then, is it 10,000 pounds? Seeing Lin's dad still not nodding, Wu Dahai was shocked. What
Could it be?
100,000 pounds? With Lin's dad's confirming gaze, Wu Dahai's expression became serious. Wow, really 100,000 pounds? That's an incredible order. Where did you find such a big client? Lin's dad couldn't reveal that the big client was himself, so he asked with some concern, Old Wu, is 100,000 pounds too much for you? Too much? Wu Dahai replied, slightly annoyed. Are you underestimating me? In Yundu, there's nothing I, Wu Dahai, can't handle. Put your heart into it, and I, Old Wu, will handle it without any problem. 100,000 pounds? 100,000 pounds? Is your client in a hurry?
Lin's dad. Yes.
If they're in a hurry, then the price of gold won't be that high. It's impossible to sell at market price. Do you think your client can accept that? He is prepared and can accept it. Haha, since your client is straightforward, I'll help you with this. I'll get back to you in the afternoon. Lin's dad finally felt relieved. Great, I knew Old Wu was the most reliable. My client said if this works out, he'll give you $1 billion as a reward. Wu Dahai didn't hesitate and laughed. Good. I enjoy dealing with you, Old Lin. You're straightforward. After sending off Wu Dahai, Lin's dad withdrew money from his stock account and transferred it to Lin Ran. His daughter was shopping at the mall and needed money. Then, he skipped work and contacted a real estate agency to handle a property transaction. When Lin Ran and Lin Zhe received the money, they were at a clothing wholesale market, buying 1,000 sets of clothes for all ages and seasons. They especially ordered 1,000 thick winter clothes and down jackets. They paid a deposit first, with the rest to be paid when the items arrived at the warehouse. Then, the siblings bought a large quantity of ice blocks from an ice storage facility. They also purchased 10 ice-making machines and various farming tools. In the afternoon, they took some time to visit several restaurants in Yundu City, booking 1,000 tables for a famous Chinese banquet. They also reserved 1,000 tables at the best Chongqing hot pot restaurant. Then they ordered 1,000 servings of barbecue, roast duck, hot pot skewers, spicy hot pot, crayfish, cakes, snacks, burgers, fried chicken. All the delicious food they wanted. Finally, the busy siblings went to the warehouse to collect 2 batches of goods. By the time they finished, it was already midnight. At that moment, they realized they had no idea where their new home was. Fortunately, Lin's dad was reliable and drove over to pick them up. Otherwise, they would have truly been lost. On the way home, Lin's dad mysteriously took them to the outskirts. I found an acquaintance who got us a truckload of gasoline. I just drove it to a remote place where there are no cameras. Let's unload it. Gasoline? That's a valuable item. The 3 of them spent over half an hour filling a 50L barrel with gasoline and then stored it away. After finishing this task, Lin's dad drove the fuel truck back to the other party. Lin Ran picked up Lin's dad and returned home. It was already midnight. This day had been very busy, truly a day of hard work. Lin's dad and mom not only sold their house but also sold the supermarket store. With the stocks Lin's dad sold, they received a total of 75 million. The best part was that they found someone to help sell a batch of gold, although it was much cheaper than the market price, at 300 yuan per gram. However, the buyer was reliable and the funds would come back quickly, so Lin's dad agreed without hesitation. When they returned to the hillside villa, Lin's mom, who was tidying up the house, had already fallen asleep. Hearing Lin Ran and the others come back, she fought off her sleepiness and got up to greet them. The kids were even more tired than they were. Lin's dad had splurged a bit this time. The rented villa was quite nice, fully furnished with high-quality items. Lin Ran took out their usual bedding from storage and quickly set it up, and everyone fell asleep. At 5 a.m., Lin's dad came to wake Lin Ran. They needed to deliver goods to Woo Dahai that morning, so Lin Ran had to put the items in the warehouse ahead of time. Lin's dad rented a smaller warehouse next to their large one. When Lin Ran and Lin's dad entered the warehouse, they saw 100,000 pounds of gold piled in the center. There were also 2,000 pounds that Lin Ran and Lin's dad had decided to keep as a backup for now. If things went wrong, they would still have this safety net. Soon, Woo Dahai arrived with his crew. The moment Lin Ran saw him, she was surprised. She never expected that the familiar business associate of her dad would be him. He was no ordinary person. After the apocalypse, he quickly established himself thanks to his original influence and was among the first to set up a base. However, she heard that he did not meet a good end, possibly betrayed by his own men, but she wasn't clear on the details. At that time, she was too focused on surviving to pay attention to such gossip. Since Lin's dad was doing business with him, it should be reliable. She had never heard any bad rumors about him during the apocalypse. Everyone said he was loyal and worth following. Woo Dahai was meeting Lin dad's family for the first time. He found Lin Ran to be very friendly, and they greeted each other warmly. Lin Ran was happy to make a good connection. She always appreciated kind people. By the time Woo Dahai left, it was already bright outside. Lin Ran and Lin dad picked up a batch of goods from the warehouse and then bought some hot breakfast to take home. When they got home, Lin mom was looking at her phone with a worried expression. Lin dad kindly asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" Hearing her husband's voice, Lin mom happily handed over the phone. "You take this. It's a call from Xiao Zhe's homeroom teacher. I forgot to ask for his leave. They called twice yesterday, but I was too busy to answer.
Please explain to them."
Lin Ran found this amusing. Her mom was just as nervous about the teacher as Lin Zhe. Luckily, Lin dad was reliable and quickly found an excuse to request a 3-month leave for Lin Zhe. Lin Ran was in her senior year, and according to the timeline, she had only 1 month left until her graduation defense. However, she didn't plan to go to school for it. With the world ending soon, what was the point of a doctorate? Once Lin Ran made her decision, both Lin dad and Lin mom fully supported her. As long as their daughter was happy, that was what mattered. After the family finished breakfast, Lin dad received a transfer of 15 billion in his account. They counted the zeros on the screen multiple times to confirm it was indeed 15 billion. They were surprised by Woo Dahai's speed. Lin dad didn't hesitate and immediately transferred 1 billion as a reward for Woo Dahai's hard work. He also subtly inquired about ordering a batch of weapons and more oil. Woo Dahai instinctively felt something was off with Lin dad, but after years in this business, he knew what questions to ask and what not to pry into. As long as the payment was made, he didn't need to worry about anything else. Seeing that Lin dad was generous, he was happy to cooperate. With such a substantial amount of assets, the family's current task was to continue spending money on supplies. They increased their previous purchases by an additional 100,000 units and rented 10 more warehouses in the original storage area for their supplies. Lin Ran also ordered 2 large ships, scheduled for delivery in a month. Soon, the residents of the half-mountain villa noticed that a particularly wealthy neighbor had moved into their community. This family drives different luxury cars every day, including top-notch vehicles and highly modified off-roaders. It's hard to tell where these super-rich people come from. Lin Ran and her family's extravagant behavior at the half-mountain cloud villa has attracted a lot of curiosity, including from Jiang Chen. After several days of investigation, he finally learned the girl's name, Lin Ran. Lin Ran is a beautiful name. However, when he found her address, he discovered she had sold her house and moved. He then checked her university and found out she hadn't been there for a long time. After much effort, he finally tracked down her new address, only to realize she lived right next door. It turned out she also lived in the half-mountain cloud villa and had just moved in next door a few days ago. Excited, he went to visit her with a carefully prepared gift, hoping to introduce himself as a neighbor, but she was not home. Jiang Chen stood at Lin Ran's empty doorstep, feeling disappointed. Not long after Jiang Chen left, Lu Yu followed the clues and found his way there. He was now sure that the siblings Jiang Chen was interested in were indeed Lin Rand and her brother, as it was too coincidental that they were neighbors. He had checked, and that family could only be considered moderately wealthy. There was no way they could afford such an upscale house without Jiang Chen's help. It was surprising that Jiang Chen was so devoted, willing to spend so much for the girl he liked. As Lu Yu looked at the Lin family's villa next to Jiang Chen's, a brilliant plan formed in his mind. Unfortunately, no one could knock on the Lin family's villa door today. At that moment, Lin Ran was driving with her family back to their hometown. They had gathered most of the supplies and were now heading back to build their doomsday fortress. Their hometown was in the Longji mountain range, not far from Yundu. After an hour and a half of winding mountain roads in their off-road vehicle, they arrived at their hometown. It was much more desolate than Lin Ran remembered. Most young people had gone to work elsewhere, leaving only some elderly residents. When Lin Ran's father returned, everyone greeted him warmly. "Hey, nephew. What brings you back? It's not a holiday or anything." Lin Ran's father smiled and said, "Uncle Wang, our daughter graduated from university this year and wants to come back to start a business. She wants to revive my father's old farm. It's great that she has ideas, and as parents, we can only support her, right?" "Oh, so she wants to come back to start a business. This idea is great. That farm your family had was really nice back in the day. It's a shame it's been left unused." "Exactly. So when my sister came up with this idea, our whole family decided to support her." "That's wonderful. If you need any help, just let me know." Lin's dad thanked everyone and then took his family to the farm. The farm is quite large, surrounded by a wire fence. It has vast orchards, vegetable greenhouses, a small house for beekeeping, and areas for raising chickens, ducks, and geese. However, aside from a few fruits still hanging on the trees in the orchard, everything else has become overgrown. In the center of the farm is a big courtyard with 5 large houses, which is Lin Rant's grandfather's home. Lin's dad opened the main gate to check the courtyard and said to Lin Rand and the others, "The inside is a bit dusty, but otherwise it's fine. Let's stay here for a while." "Okay." Lin Zhe really likes this courtyard. It holds many happy childhood memories for him. Lin Ran also enjoys the layout and thinks returning here is a fantastic idea. Soon, the construction team they had arranged arrived. "Are you really going to build such a big house? A 12-story building here?" "Yes, 12 stories, with each floor about 4 meters high. We plan to develop this into a unique farm stay, so go ahead with the construction." Hearing this, the construction team leader stopped questioning. It made sense now why they were taking on such a big project. They were going to develop a farm stay. Usually, they only took on large building projects. If it weren't for the generous payment, they wouldn't have accepted this smaller job, but it seemed this one was significant. In addition to the 12 stories above ground, Lin Ran also planned to build a 3-story basement. To withstand high temperatures, they needed to dig a deep pit under the house. Building 12 stories was also a precaution. If the information from Lin Rant's past life was wrong and a flood did come, they would have a safe place to hide. This construction team has a great reputation in the industry, known for their efficiency and quality. After Lin Ran set the construction requirements, they brought in 10 excavators to dig a 10-meter deep pit and built a large 3-story basement, also drilling 2 wells. Throughout the construction process, all the materials Lin Ran requested were the best available. They used the most advanced materials for waterproofing and insulation. They also installed thick soundproofing material on all the outer walls of the houses, claiming it was for a future KTV. Since this is a pure ecological farmhouse, solar energy is used everywhere. The walls are built with the best and thickest steel bars, making them twice as thick as regular walls, and the windows are blackout windows of bulletproof quality. The surrounding walls consist of an inner and outer wall, both standing 6 meters high, and each wall is covered with electric fencing. All the doors are explosion-proof, made from the same materials as bank vaults. In addition to this house, Lin Ran had workers build several greenhouses. They might not be needed initially, but they will be useful later. Additionally, the fish pond and chicken and duck shelters were renovated. The orchard was also redesigned, and a batch of tall fruit trees was brought in from various places. When the construction team officially started, there were just over 2 months left until the end of the world. They were given a deadline of 2 months to complete the work. However, the project was quite large, so Lin's father hired the biggest construction team in Yeondu. Later, feeling uncertain, he brought in 2 more teams to assist. With such top-notch resources, the main structure of the entire farm was finally built after a month. Lin Ran returned to Yeondu a month later. During this month, she and Lin Zhe traveled across the country, gathering various local delicacies and supplies. They stocked up on delicious food, drinks, and fun items. Initially worried about space, she found that her spatial ability had upgraded by 1 level 2 weeks ago, expanding her space by double, allowing her to store everything. This time, she came to pick up weapons from Wu Dahai. Lin Ran and her father went to Wu Dahai to collect the weapons and gasoline before returning to their home at the hillside villa. It was the weekend, and Jiang Chun had rare free time to stay at home. Just as he picked up the freshly brewed coffee, he heard the sound of brakes from next door. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the house, not even noticing the hot coffee spilling onto his hand. The parking lot of Lin Ran's villa was at the entrance. After parking, she jumped out of the driver's seat of the SUV. The afternoon sun shone on her hair, highlighting her youthful energy. As an ability user, she could keenly sense her surroundings and immediately felt a burning gaze seemingly fixed on her. She turned her head to see where the gaze was coming from, curious about who this bold person was. However, the sunlight was too bright, and in her first glance, she couldn't clearly see the person's face. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Chen clearly saw Lin Ran's face and her inquisitive look. Usually calm, he felt as if he had been pricked by her gaze, feeling awkward like a nervous child. Lin Ran blinked in the sunlight and quickly adjusted to the bright light. She finally saw the person's face, which was stunning, as if kissed by God, a beauty that showed the creator's favor. She recognized him. He was with her in the last moments of her life. Jiang Chen felt a rush of panic. He didn't know how to face her. They had never met before, and there was no connection between them. He shouldn't be reacting this way. Why was he so flustered? Hadn't he already thought about how to get along with his neighbor? How should he break the ice now? What should he say first? In Lin Ran's mind, memories of her past life replayed. He had set a fire at the research institute with his bloodthirsty eyes, saying he wanted to destroy it with her. He had taken her to seek revenge. He asked her, "What is your name?" It seemed she hadn't had the chance to tell him in her past life, so she would make up for that regret in this life. Lin Ran smiled softly and took a couple of steps forward, saying, "Hello, my name is Lin Ran and I am your neighbor." Lin Ran, that's her name? Jiang Chen thought. The girl's voice was like the strongest liquor, instantly captivating his heart. Hearing her words felt like a missing part of him had been completed. "Hello, Miss Lin, my name is Jiang Chen. I hope we can get along well," he said, managing to suppress the storm of feelings inside him and speaking politely. Jiang Chen's voice was as pleasant as ever, just like when he was the zombie king. Lin Ran was unaware of Jiang Chen's true identity and was a bit surprised by his appearance. However, since they had met, it was nothing. It seemed he wasn't as lucky as her, as he didn't have the memories of their past life. When Lin's father got out of the passenger seat, he saw a remarkably outstanding young man standing at the entrance of the neighboring villa. The young man staring at his daughter made the father feel a sudden sense of unease. "Turns out our neighbor is you. Haha, I'm Lininan, and this is my daughter Lin Ran. Let's chat when you have time. We just got back from out of town, so we'll go rest now." Jiang Chen, no longer flustered about Lin Ran, smiled appropriately and said, "Okay, Uncle Lin.
I'm Jiang Chen.
I'll visit you once you've rested." "Sure, no need to be polite." Lininan laughed and took Lin Ran inside. Ran, that young man is Jiang Chen. You know him?" Lin Ran had never heard her father mention Jiang Chen before. Lin Yinan sighed. Who in the business world of Yeondu doesn't know him? He's the most talented young businessman, the leader of the Jiang family. A young man like him has limitless potential. In fact, even in the apocalypse, his future was still bright. Lin Ran silently added this thought in her mind. She recalled hearing about him in her past life. He emerged in the third year of the apocalypse, mastering 5 elemental powers. Everyone admired him. Countless ability users and survivors sought to follow him, and he successfully led them to establish a safe base. His base was the safest of all because, with him around, zombies and mutated beasts seemed to avoid them. People lived happily there for years. But later, when his identity as the Zombie King was revealed by a petty person, people treated him poorly. Humans truly are unworthy. Now that they had met earlier in this life, what could she do? Should she do something? Before she could figure it out, her father called her to the warehouse, and Jiang Chun missed the chance to visit Lin Ran. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that the father and daughter returned to the villa. At that moment, Jiang Chun could only hide by the window, watching her enter the house.
Sigh.
Another day, without speaking to her. He wanted to ask if they knew each other, if they had met before, but it seemed he missed the opportunity again. That night, Jiang Chun had a strange dream. He dreamed of lying in a cold, pale room with Lin Ran. The girl's eyes were filled with deep hatred as she gritted her teeth, saying she wanted to set the place on fire. In that moment, he felt a shared sentiment with her. His eyes blazed with fire as he said, "Then let's burn this place down." In that moment, as the flames roared, the girl's beautiful eyes reflected the burning fire, filled with overwhelming hatred. At that instant, he thought her eyes were incredibly beautiful. He couldn't bear to see such beautiful eyes disappear in the flames. He wanted to know her name, and then she said, "My name is Lin Ran." Lin Ran woke up naturally, having slept exceptionally well last night. When she got up, her father was still asleep, and there was no one in the living room. She took a steamer of dumplings and 2 cups of soy milk from the kitchen to have for breakfast. After finishing her meal, she stood in the garden, enjoying the view of the clouds in the sky. The environment in this upscale neighborhood was indeed nice. What Lin Ran didn't notice was that while she was admiring the scenery, someone was watching her. Jiang Chun stood on his bedroom balcony, gazing at the girl below, who looked like a beautiful fairy. How could he have such a strange dream? In the dream, they lived and died together, and he and she made those who had wronged them perish in the flames. Did we know each other before? Lin Ran, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee, suddenly heard this question. She turned around and saw Jiang Chun, who looked incredibly distinguished even in a simple white shirt and pants. He had just asked her if they knew each other before. Why would he ask that? Lin Ran gently shook her head. With someone as outstanding as Mr. Jiang, if I knew you, I would definitely remember. So, unfortunately, we haven't met before. Yes, in this lifetime, they did not know each other yet. Hearing this answer, Jiang Chun felt a bit disappointed inside. So, they really had never met. Well, now we know each other. It's nice to meet you, Jiang Chun said, surprised that he could speak like this. It felt a bit awkward. Lin Ran smiled, not expecting Jiang Chun to be like this as a human. I'm also very happy to meet you. Jiang Chun cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment and said, I haven't seen anyone from your side in a long time. Have you been away? Yes, we had some matters back in our hometown, so we returned for a while. What could be so important that your parents would quit their jobs? Jiang Chun had actually looked into Lin Ran's family privately, but their way of doing things was quite unconventional. Who would quit their jobs in middle age and sell a well-running supermarket, then move into such an expensive neighborhood? What is this family really doing? Are they planning to open a large supermarket? He checked and found that the Lin family had bought countless goods recently, but they haven't looked for a new store to open a supermarket. Jiang Chun had a million questions in his mind, feeling that Lin Ran was full of mysteries that he wanted to uncover. Lin Ran, unaware of Jiang Chun's thoughts, simply smiled softly. She still felt a fondness for him from their past life and didn't mind helping him out when it mattered. Where is your hometown? Maybe I've been there before, she asked. It's not far from Yendu, called Qingshui Town, with beautiful mountains and rivers. Qingshui Town. What a lovely name. I'd like to visit if I get the chance. The more they talked, the more they clicked, making Jiang Chen forget that it was Monday and he had to work. Lin Ran had skipped classes for so long that she had almost forgotten about her university, while her classmates were not so forgiving. Yining stared at the black profile pictures in the class group chat, feeling extremely frustrated. This annoying Lin Ran had rejected her confession, and now she wasn't even coming to school or submitting her graduation thesis. She never replied to messages in the group. Did she want to get expelled? It was truly a hopeless case of love. When Lin Ran's phone rang, she was discussing extreme weather with Jiang Chen. She subtly hinted that this future big shot should stock up on supplies. Hello, who is this? Lin Ran, stop pretending. It's Yi Ning. Why aren't you coming to school? You know you have to submit your graduation thesis, right? Don't you want to graduate? Lin Ran replied, No, I don't. She said it clearly and hung up the phone. Yi Ning stared at the black screen in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Is she crazy? She must be out of her mind to hang up on me. If he weren't the class monitor, she wouldn't even bother calling to remind her. Lin Ran felt nothing special towards Yi Ning now. She seemed like a familiar stranger. In her youth, she had indeed had a crush on this handsome boy. After the apocalypse, she was too busy surviving to even remember what he looked like. Later, when she heard from Yi Lan that he had died tragically, she could only sigh, feeling nothing more. Hearing his voice again was her only reaction. She truly didn't care about getting expelled. After the apocalypse, that diploma was worth less than a roll of toilet paper. Lu Yu came to find Jiang Chen, only to be surprised by such an intense scene. Cold and distant like Jiang Chen, he surprisingly spoke to a girl with such gentle care. If he weren't so familiar with her face, he wouldn't have dared to approach her. Yes, this girl is the special person he has been watching, Lin Ran. Is Jiang Chen's weakness? He will find out. Lu Yu sat in the car, quietly observing for a moment before getting out. Jiang Chen, why aren't you at work today? Lu Yu teased in his usual carefree tone as he approached. So, you have a lovely companion here. Jiang Chen was surprised by Lu Yu's unexpected arrival and felt a bit annoyed. Hello, I'm Jiang Chen's friend, Lu Yu. Lin Ran's pupils suddenly contracted when she saw Lu Yu. She recognized him as the leader of the base after Jiang Chen, the traitor. So he had been around Jiang Chen for a while. What a coincidence. Perhaps she could help Jiang Chen deal with this little man as a way to repay him for helping her in her past life. Thinking this, Lin Ran smiled brightly at Lu Yu. Hello, I'm Lin Ran. Lu Yu was momentarily dazzled by Lin Ran's smile. He had seen many beautiful women over the years, but Lin Ran's purity was unlike anything he had encountered. Her skin was nearly flawless, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, like a fairy untouched by the world, making one want to protect her. He began to understand why Jiang Chen felt so special about her. Lu Yu's fascination was clear to Jiang Chen, who felt a surge of annoyance. Lu Yu, did you come to see me for something? Jiang Chen's voice pulled Lu Yu back to reality. He quickly masked his expression and said, Everyone is waiting for you in the conference room. You haven't forgotten your meeting with the Yi family today, have you? The Yi family? Lin Ran frowned slightly. This couldn't be the same Yi family she was thinking of. What an interesting twist of fate. It seems to always lead back to these people. Jiang Chen, hearing the mention of the Yi family, replied impatiently, You can send them away. I'm not interested in working with them right now. Lu Yu was taken aback. Why was Jiang Chen so rude? He hadn't been this impatient yesterday. Although the Yi family wasn't the best choice for this collaboration, Jiang Chen had been relatively tolerant of them due to Lu Yu's efforts. What had changed? But Yi Lan said he brought 100% sincerity today. I don't need the sincerity of the Yi family. They don't have the standing to negotiate with me. Just send them away. Lu Yu wanted to say something nice about the Yi family, but seeing Jiang Chen's cold attitude, he didn't dare to say more and just laughed. All right, I'll send them away. But aren't you going to work today? Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling annoyed with Lu Yu for the first time. Didn't he know how to read the room? Lin Ran, who had been listening, smiled and said, Since you both are busy, I'll head home. I need to go out later.
Goodbye.
After saying goodbye, Lin Ran confidently opened the door and walked inside, leaving the two men in the yard. Jiang Chun felt his headache worsen as soon as she left. I'm not feeling well today, so I won't go in the morning. After saying this, Jiang Chun ignored Lu Yu and walked to his room. Lu Yu felt overwhelmed, realizing he might have offended Jiang Chun. Was it his timing that was wrong? Thinking this, a curious smile appeared on his face. It seemed this girl had a special connection with Jiang Chun, so he was on the right track. Today wasn't a wasted trip. Satisfied, Lu Yu left. Lin Ran watched Lu Yu's car slowly disappear from view, silently noting down his license plate number. This person couldn't be kept around for long. And then there was Yi Lan. She didn't expect to hear that name so soon in this life. In her last life, they met in the second year of the apocalypse. At that time, she had gained space abilities and various factions were vying for her. She chose to join Yi Lan's team because she already knew him. He was Yi Ning's cousin, 2 levels above them. He was a legendary figure throughout their middle school, high school, and even university years, the idol of all the girls. Because of this admiration and their prior connection, she joined Yi Lan's team. After she joined, with her powerful space abilities, Yi Lan's team expanded rapidly. Later, when she awakened strong lightning abilities, she became a formidable asset to Yi Lan's team, and her status within the group rose significantly. Eventually, they established the Ziguang base, where she became the second in command and Yi Lan's fiancé. But when did everything change? Perhaps it was because of that woman's appearance, or maybe in the apocalypse, people's hearts are inherently unpredictable. As she thought about this, she couldn't help but grip the white brick on the windowsill tightly, and she broke it off. Ran, what are you doing? Dad Lin rubbed his eyes and stood in the living room, looking confused at Lin Ran. Did he sleep in a bed, and now she was preparing a $1 million renovation plan for him? I just accidentally used too much strength, haha. Dad, are you hungry? I'll get you some milk and dumplings. Lin Ran awkwardly escaped to the kitchen. Oh no, it's all that scoundrel Yi Lan's fault. Thinking of him never brings anything good. She had to get rid of him. The original plan was for Dad Lin and Lin Ran to go back together after receiving the goods today, but now Lin Ran had changed her plan. Dad, I still have some things to handle here. You go back and let Xiao Zhe come over. I need his help. Okay, just come back early when you're done. Dad Lin now trusted Lin Ran a lot. His daughter had grown to the point where he could rely on her. He always instinctively listened to Lin Ran's opinions, so he had no doubts about her and agreed to her request. After Dad Lin left, Lin Ran stayed in the villa for a while to check some things. When she went out to receive the goods, she deliberately glanced at Jiang Chen's balcony. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and she wondered if he had gone to work. Her curiosity about this neighbor was explained to herself as a gossip interest in the private life of a future big shot in the apocalypse, but it ended there. What Lin Ran didn't know was that Jiang Chen dreamed of her again. Jiang Chen was full of energy, unlike most people. He was the type who never needed a nap. Perhaps because he had dreamed all night, he rarely took a nap during the day. In his dream, he heard that sigh again, the woman as radiant as summer flowers, slowly wilting in the laboratory. With a tone of utter despair, she said, I really want to set this place on fire. Her words pierced his heart and summoned his reason. So, just as she wished, they could burn the place together. Fire, such beautiful fire. But the most beautiful thing was the fire reflected in her eyes. She smiled like an enchanting mandala, telling him, My name is Lin Ran. Lin Ran, what a lovely name. He finally learned her name. Jiang Chen woke up from the heat. He had turned off the air conditioning while sleeping, not realizing it had gotten so hot. He was drenched in sweat, with beads of sweat running down his fair chin, flowing over his strong abs, and then disappearing below. He quickly turned on the air conditioning and rushed into the shower to cool off, feeling much better afterward. Wrapped in a towel, he looked out at the blazing sun and felt that the weather was really unusual. This could really be the end of the world. In this dream, he experienced extreme heat, drought, and the melting temperature of billboards. Then came heavy rain, floods, plagues, extreme cold, and endless nights. Such extreme weather, and in the end he was bitten by a zombie. The dream was a terrifying apocalypse, filled with blood and dying people. He wanted to save humanity, but realized he was not the hero. Jiang Chen recalled the scenes from his dream, feeling goosebumps all over. What a scary apocalypse. The only comfort in the dream was being with Lin Ran. Jiang Chen thought it was strange that he wanted to be with a girl and ended up dreaming about the end of the world. Did he have to wait for the apocalypse just to be with the girl he liked? Of course not. He was Jiang Chen. Besides, he had no bad intentions toward Lin Ran. He was just curious about her. Yes, curious. That's definitely it. Jiang Chen glanced at the time and decided to go to work to distract himself. His behavior was quite obsessive. If he stayed home and overthought things, he was afraid he might do something inappropriate. Meanwhile, Lin Ran was driving her SUV, watching a car not far away. Yun A658888.
Lu Yu's car.
Who would have thought these two troublemakers would team up so early? Lu Yu was called over by Yi Lan, who was seriously doubting Lu Yu's abilities. He couldn't understand how he could mess up even the simplest tasks. Today, the Yi family had prepared everything so well, yet they were still turned away by Jiang Chen in the end. This useless guy, I should have known better than to ask him to be the middleman. Yi Lan took a big gulp of ice water, but it couldn't cool his anger. As soon as Lu Yu entered, he saw Yi Lan's dark expression and felt a chill. He knew he had upset this young master by not doing his job well, but he had his own ways. Lu Yu approached with an innocent smile, and half an hour later, Yi Lan found that all his anger had vanished. He looked at Lu Yu, who was chatting and laughing in front of him, and felt a sense of unease. This person seemed intimidating, with a tough exterior and a sweet tongue. Having such a cunning person around Jiang Chen made him worry for Jiang Chen's safety. This was a wolf that could bite. He hoped he would never become his enemy. Yi Lan was having a great conversation with Lu Yu, and he was determined to secure that big project in Jiang Chen's hands. This project could elevate the Yi family to new heights. By the time they came out again, it was already 10 p.m. Men are strange. After a few drinks, relationships became much closer. Lu Yu called a ride service and, while sitting in the car, he couldn't help but chuckle at what had just happened. He knew Yi Lan looked down on him, but he highly valued his own abilities. His skills were indeed impressive. Otherwise, no one could get close to Jiang Chen. Why was he the only one who could? He believed that with his abilities, he would one day reach the same heights as Jiang Chen, or even surpass him. He wanted those who looked down on him to see that he, Lu Yu, was the most capable. "Hello, sir, we've arrived at your community. Would you like me to take you to the basement?" the driver asked. Sitting in the back seat, Lu Yu realized that the driver was a woman, and her voice was very pleasant. "Yes, please take me to the basement." When they reached the basement, Lu Yu gave the driver 300 yuan and generously said, "No need for change." He wanted to get a good look at the driver's face, but her hat was pulled low, and she was wearing a mask. He could only see her beautiful eyes, which seemed oddly familiar. Before he could figure out where he had seen those eyes before, he noticed the driver walking away without a word. He smiled helplessly, shrugged, and stumbled in the direction of home. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered where he had seen those eyes. Wasn't that? Why was she here? He quickly turned around and saw that she had been following him. "What do you want?" Lin Ran smiled softly. "I want your life." Lu Yu first found it amusing, but when he saw the coldness in Lin Ran's eyes, he suddenly felt as if he were locked in by death itself.
Who are you?"
he asked, trembling. Unfortunately, Lin Ran would not reveal the answer. A flash of purple lightning passed by, and a charred body appeared on the ground. Lin Ran looked at Lu Yu lying on the ground, glanced at the several surveillance cameras she had destroyed with electricity, and clapped her hands, saying, "Besides you, the troublemaker, I've settled my debts with Jiang Chen from my past life. Remember to be a good person in your next life." Jiang Chen was restless at home tonight, his cold eyes fixed on the window, filled with unusual urgency. He felt something was off. Why did he keep dreaming about that girl? Lin ran. What connection did she have to him? He was sure they had never met, so why did she appear in his dreams? In those dreams, they faced natural disasters and terrifying apocalyptic scenes, relying on each other in a dreadful place that smelled of disinfectant, facing death together. Could it be that people really have past lives? Was she someone very important to him in a previous life, someone he still thought about? His dark eyes searched the window again. Why hadn't she returned yet? This uncertainty caused Jiang Chun great pain. Lin Ran went to the warehouse to pick up a shipment and didn't get home until after midnight. The sound of the off-road vehicle's engine rumbled, making Lin Ran feel a bit sorry for the neighbors next door. She had accidentally disturbed their sleep again. But Jiang Chun found that sound incredibly pleasant. She was finally back. He walked from his bedroom to the balcony and saw Lin Ran jump out of the car like a sprite. She always seemed so energetic, completely different from her weary self in his dreams. Yes, in his dreams, she was tormented and looked terrible. In reality, she was beautiful and vibrant. He hoped she could always stay this youthful and lively. But what was she doing coming home so late? Wasn't their supermarket project still on hold? Jiang Chun watched Lin Ran's back, feeling he couldn't understand her or her family at all. Their actions were so unusual. Unless a sudden, wild guess crossed his mind, but it was too absurd, and he quickly dismissed it. Yet, how could he explain the odd behavior of Lin Ran and her family? They were all so different, with some actions that could even be considered shocking. He needed to analyze what they had been doing lately. Perhaps that would provide some answers. When Lin Ran returned home, she took a refreshing bath. After this period of self-care, her body had become stronger. Her skin was so soft it seemed to glisten, truly beautiful and delicate. She left enough bath water and drinking water for her family before she left home. She was worried that her parents might get sick due to the extreme weather after the apocalypse, so improving their health was very important. Lin Ran shook off her distracting thoughts and submerged herself in the water. After her bath, she wrapped herself in a towel and comfortably lay on her bed, holding a glass of red wine. Suddenly, she raised her glass towards Jiang Chun's house and made a toast. Jiang Chun, I hope that without Lu Yu, your life will be smoother. I've settled my debts with you. Next, it was time to deal with the Yi family. She slept soundly through the night. Lin Ran was awakened by Lin Zai's loud voice. Sister, I missed you so much. His boisterous shout startled her, causing her to jump out of bed. Lin Zai, do you know how important beauty sleep is for women? Lin Ran rubbed her sleepy eyes and glanced at her phone, shouting in frustration. It's only 5:40 a.m. Lin Zai smiled apologetically. I just missed you. Sister, why did you ask Dad to call me back? To get revenge. Lin Ran replied weakly. Lin Zai became excited at her words, his eyes sparkling. What? I love revenge. Sister, let's not sleep anymore. Let's go get our revenge. Jiang Chun still didn't sleep well that night. The first half was filled with strange nightmares, and the second half was interrupted by sharp phone calls. He sat on a hospital bench, staring at the emergency room door, unable to calm his racing heart after witnessing what had just happened. Lu Yu had been electrocuted in the basement, and his body was burned. It was a pitiful and terrifying sight. Lu Yu probably wouldn't survive. When the security found him, they said he was already unresponsive. The Lu family was crying nearby, which made Jiang Chun feel uneasy. He rubbed his aching forehead and approached the doctor coming out of the emergency room. I'm sorry. We did our best. Lin Ran managed to get some more sleep before getting up to discuss her plans with Lin Zai. When he heard they were going to confront Lin Ran's old enemy, Yilan, a golden dagger appeared in his hand. The golden dagger gleamed coldly, just like the determination in Lin Zai's eyes. Sister, I'm going to take him down right now. There was no hiding the killing intent in Lin Zai's voice. He was ready to make the one who harmed his sister understand the consequences. Lin Ran smiled lightly, but her eyes lacked warmth. There's no rush. I want to slowly torment him. He made me suffer for so long in my past life. Just taking his life isn't enough. Right? We can't let that guy die too easily. Sister, what do you think we should do? I'm listening to you. After finishing breakfast, Lin drove out with Lin Zhe. Coincidentally, the Yi family also lived in the half-mountain villa, but in a different area. The villa is divided into 3 sections, 1, 2, and 3. They were in Section 1, while the Yi family was in Section 3. Lin parked the car in a hidden spot and took out binoculars. She waited until she saw the Yi family's housekeeper leave to buy groceries before she put down the binoculars and rolled up the car window. Let's go. Their house is empty now. We can go in. This was the result of her investigation over the past 2 days. Usually, the Yi family only had a housekeeper who bought groceries and 2 drivers. The drivers took the family to work early in the morning, leaving just 1 housekeeper at home. This housekeeper went out to buy groceries every day at 10 a.m. and usually took over an hour. This was enough time for her to do what she needed to do. Lin first circled to the back of the villa, found the electrical wires on the wall, and gently touched them. A purple electric light attached to the wires, and instantly, the Yi family's circuit breaker tripped. This meant that all their security and surveillance systems were down. In less than 2 minutes, she and Lin Zhe stood in the Yi family's living room. Xiao Zhe, can you check where their small safe is? Today, we are the dynamic duo of thieves. Sure, leave it to me. Lin Zhe rubbed his hands excitedly. He was very familiar with being a thief. If he didn't clear this place out today, it would be a waste of his abilities. Before long, Lin Zhe discovered several safes upstairs and happily ran up. Lin, however, didn't rush. She calmly surveyed the room and quickly found her target. All 3 bedrooms upstairs had safes. Lin Zhe felt the abundant golden particles inside one of them and focused his mind to manipulate the metal particles in the safe. Soon, something amazing happened. The safe opened as if controlled by an invisible hand. Lin Zhe quickly saw what was inside the safe. The Yi family is really wealthy. But all of this is now mine and my sister's. Lin Zhe wiped his dazzled eyes, put on gloves, and ruthlessly filled a bag he had brought with all the colorful treasures from the safe. This night is just a loss for my sister's mental distress. Lin Zhe quickly searched through the 3 safes and carefully closed them, making sure there were no traces left behind. He then carried 2 large bags downstairs. Wow, this is really heavy. The items in the safes were all valuable and quite heavy. Luckily, his physical condition had improved recently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry them. It seems that being a thief is not something just anyone can do. At that moment, he envied his sister's spatial abilities. If only he had some too. Being able to store treasures in a space would be amazing. As Lin Zhe struggled to carry the bags downstairs, he saw his sister lying on the roof like a bat. Sis, why have you turned into Batman? Lin finished installing the last mini camera and jumped down gracefully. All right, the Yi family is now right under my watch, Lin said with a light laugh. She glanced at the contents of the bags Lin Zhe had brought down and confirmed they were indeed valuable. Well done. Lin patted Lin Zhe on the head, praising him. Then, without hesitation, she stored the bags in her space. Feeling proud from his sister's praise, Lin Zhe beamed like a happy puppy. Once Lin Zhe, make a move, the Yi family has nothing left. Sis. When Yilan realizes their treasures are missing, they'll probably cry. Should we leave now? Lin checked the time on her phone. It had only been less than 20 minutes, and she still had plenty of time to finish what she wanted to do. She looked around the villa and suddenly noticed a plain glass door. Behind the glass door was usually the kitchen. Yes, that's what she was looking for. Lin smiled lightly and said, "No rush, let's take a look around." She walked toward the door, and Lin Zhe obediently followed. He knew that whatever his sister was doing, she had her reasons, and he just needed to stand by her side and protect her. Lin pushed open the glass door, and it was indeed the kitchen. Lin Zhe didn't understand why his sister wanted to come to the kitchen since there didn't seem to be anything valuable here. The kitchen of a wealthy family was large. Lin took a look around and stopped by a shelf in the corner. The shelf held various expensive ingredients. Lindsay thought Lin Ran was interested in these items and said, "Sis, if you like them, take them and put them in our space." Lin Ran shook her head and said, "You come over and move the shelf." Move the shelf? Lindsay's eyes lit up. He knew his sister had a different reason for this. She wasn't a foodie like him. He easily moved the shelf filled with items, and once it was out of the way, he noticed something strange. The wall behind the shelf looked uneven. Lin Ran reached out and pressed on the raised part, and with a creak, a hidden door appeared before them. "What is this?" Lindsay stretched his neck to look inside, but it was dark and he couldn't see anything. He took out his phone to turn on the flashlight, but Lin Ran had already stepped inside and found the switch on the wall. Suddenly, Lindsay could see the layout inside. It was a corridor. The Yi family had a secret room. Seeing Lin Ran go down, he quickly put his phone back in his pocket and followed her. After passing through a long staircase, they arrived at a huge basement. The basement was filled with countless shelves neatly stacked with rice, flour, oil, and various supplies. Wow, the Yi family has stocked up on so many supplies: food, canned meat, energy bars, toilet paper, military tents. This is more than a supermarket. Did the Yi family know something in advance? Why else would they stockpile so much? Lindsay exclaimed, while Lin Ran seemed unfazed. In her past life, Yilan had told her that their family's rise was not due to their wealth or how much gold was in their vault. When the apocalypse came, those things would just become useless. What truly allowed them to accumulate wealth and reputation in the post-apocalyptic world were the supplies piled up in this secret room. Just having a bottle of clean water during the apocalypse could make some people do anything for them. Their reason for stockpiling supplies wasn't because they knew some secret in advance, but because Yilan's grandfather was very cautious. He was keen on building underground bunkers and had stored enough supplies for them to last 10 years. Moreover, this underground bunker was waterproof, heat-resistant, and insulated, an excellent place for survival in an apocalypse. Lin Ran's main purpose for coming here today was to find this place. She wanted to cut off all of Yilan's chances. She wanted to see how the once proud young master of the Yi family would manage to rise again after losing everything in the apocalypse. In the basement, she moved swiftly, and wherever she went, everything disappeared, leaving only empty shelves behind. Lindsay watched in amazement, then felt a genuine joy. It was satisfying, truly satisfying. Clearing out all the trash would surely make his expression interesting when he saw the empty shelves. She wanted him to experience the feeling of losing everything. Thinking of this made Lindsay extremely happy as he leaned lazily against the wall. Creaking sounds came from the wall, and then a hidden door appeared. Lin Ran looked at the door in surprise and affectionately patted Lindsay's head, saying, "Xiaoze, you're lucky. You found the Yi family's secret hideout." Passing through the door, Lin Ran found a light switch on the wall, revealing a staircase leading down. The two of them descended the stairs, and when they reached the bottom, she finally saw all the secrets hidden by the old master of the Yi family. If the first basement was a storage warehouse, this place was their paradise in the apocalypse. It was a super luxurious underground castle, furnished in a lavish and modern style. "Wow, the Yi family really knows how to enjoy life," Lindsay exclaimed. The first thing they saw was a grand hall decorated in classical European style, with high-quality leather sofas in the center and an expensive wool carpet beneath. There was also a fireplace nearby. A huge crystal chandelier hung above, filling the room with a luxurious glow. Indeed, this family knew how to indulge themselves. Lin Ran also noticed a kitchen with a large refrigerator and freezer, both filled to the brim. With a wave of her hand, she took everything without hesitation, leaving nothing for Yilan. The second basement seemed to be a leisure area designed by the old master of the Yi family. It had several beautifully decorated bedrooms and a game room. Inside, there was a pool table along with many gaming consoles and cartridges. Lin Ran thought these items would be useful for her family, so she packed them all into her space, determined not to leave anything for Yilan. Lindsay sat on the leather sofa for a moment, quickly captivated by its comfort. It was far better than any sofa he had sat on before. Why is this leather so comfortable? Why does it feel so refreshing? No way, I can't leave such a good thing behind for that jerk Elon. Lindsay thought this, and then happily hopped over to Lin Ran, who was looking around as if searching for something. What is she looking for? Could there be another hidden door here? But they already found 2 hidden doors. The Yi family is so clever. Could they really have installed another hidden door in this basement? Lindsay was usually carefree in front of Lin Ran, so he spoke whatever came to mind. Hearing this, Lin Ran paused her search and glanced at Lindsay, saying, "Not necessarily. Aren't you curious, Xiaozhe? When we came in, we disrupted their power system, yet the lights in this room are still on. Do you know why?" That's true. When they entered, his sister had cut the power. How could there still be electricity here? Yeah, how did I forget such an important detail? This basement must have some kind of mechanism. I'll help you look for it. With that realization, Lindsay forgot about taking the comfortable sofa and eagerly joined the search for the mechanism. Lin Ran smiled gently at Lindsay's enthusiasm and continued, "It's not just the electricity that's strange. The air here is odd too. This is a second-level basement with no windows and no ventilation system, yet it feels perfectly comfortable without any stuffiness or musty smell. There must be another layer." Lindsay nodded seriously at her words. He was really careless to have missed such an obvious flaw. His sister was impressive.
Don't worry, sis.
I may not be good at analyzing clues, but I'm great at searching. Just watch me thoroughly search this place. I'll definitely find that hidden mechanism. Lindsay, full of energy, immediately got down on the floor to start his search. But Lin Ran quickly brought him back to reality. It's already been half an hour, and we have another half hour before the nanny returns. We don't have time for a thorough search. Lindsay felt a chill run through him. That's right. Time doesn't allow for a detailed search. What should he do now? Lindsay's mind went blank, and his attractive brows furrowed deeply. Lin Ran searched several places, but found no obvious flaws. Seeing her brother looking downcast, she gently asked, "Did you come to find me for something?" Lindsay then remembered the sofa. "It's nothing much. I just think that leather sofa is comfortable. Why not take it home for our dear mother? It's better than letting it go to Elon." Lindsay blinked his big eyes and said this without a hint of embarrassment. Using it for their mother was really just for himself, right? A sofa that big would surely be in the living room. It couldn't be kept in the bedroom for her alone. Besides, there wasn't even a bedroom that big. Lin Ran, hearing Lindsay, decided not to call him out on it. Since her brother wanted it, she would just take it back. She walked over and stored the entire sofa in her space. The hall suddenly felt much more spacious, and Lin Ran noticed something under the sofa. Still lost in the excitement of enjoying the leather sofa, Lindsay was caught off guard when his fierce sister hugged him and gave him a big kiss. "My silly brother, you are truly my lucky star. You are Lin Koizhe. Look what I found." Just as Lindsay recovered from the shock of his sister's kiss, he smiled. He really was lucky. Under the sofa was a metal hidden door. Opening that door revealed a long staircase. Lin Ran boldly went down first and found a switch at the end of the stairs. Then, all the secrets of the basement were revealed to the siblings. This place had a completely different style from the underground second floor. It was filled with large shelves. On the shelves were not grains or oils, but various kinds of weapons. The Yi family really knows how to gather talent.
Lin exclaimed.
"Look at all these treasures, sis. We're going to get rich." There were handguns, rifles, machine guns, bullets, grenades, and gunpowder, everything one could imagine. The Yi family's elder had really prepared thoroughly. It was clear he not only had foresight but also the means to acquire such things. These weren't easy to come by, especially in such quantities. No wonder the Yi family thrived in the apocalypse. They were standing on the shoulders of giants. Lin Ran clenched her fists, feeling a rush of satisfaction. "Yilan, your good days are over. Without these things, how long can you hold on? I'm really curious." Countless weapons filled her space, and soon, the entire underground third floor was completely empty. Lindsay glanced at his phone. There were still a few minutes left until an hour. Sis, we should go. Yes, just a moment, I need to do one more thing. Lindsay couldn't understand why his sister still had something to do. They had already found the precious item. Was there something else hidden here? Lin went to a room deep inside the house. Inside, there was a garbage processor, a huge generator, and a fresh air system. These were the circulation systems for the entire basement. Without them, the basement would be useless. She wanted to leave Yi-Lan with no escape. A strong purple light burst from her left palm, and after a dazzling flash, all three devices shut down. Xiaozhe, turn on your phone's flashlight. Let's go. In the darkness, Lindsay heard Lin Rant's voice and responded cheerfully. Okay, turning it on now. When it comes to being careful, his sister was the best. Great job. When dealing with enemies, you have to be ruthless and leave them with nothing. Now they could profit. Jiang Chen received the private detective's report in the evening. The events of the morning with Lu Yu left him exhausted. He couldn't understand how a living person could just disappear. He still remembered their first meeting when the sunny Lu Yu had approached him. Back then, he had been very reserved, and having someone like him around had helped him through tough times. Although he had changed a bit later, he considered Lu Yu a friend and didn't want him to die. However, the Lu family was truly excessive. He treated Lu Yu as a friend, but that didn't mean the Lu family saw him the same way. When they saw Lu Yu had stopped breathing, they didn't care about him. Instead, they pulled him into the hospital and made him promise to continue taking care of the Lu family. What a ridiculous situation. The Lu family was large and prosperous. Why should he, an outsider, take care of them? The Lu family was one thing, and Lu Yu was another. He didn't want to pave the way for those profit-driven Lu family members. Maybe when Lu Yu was alive, he would have given the Lu family some consideration, but now he wanted nothing to do with such cold-hearted and snobbish people. What was the difference between such a family and the Jiang family? Lu Yu was taken away from the hospital by them, and it was already noon. Back at the office, his assistant told him that Yi-Lan had come again. Without thinking, Jiang Chen refused. He truly had no interest in the Yi family, and cooperating with them was out of the question. He then contacted the detective he had found earlier. This top detective agency charged quite a bit, but their efficiency was excellent. By evening, he had received the report from the private investigator. Opening his email, he found the report was a hefty 100 pages long. Most of it was photos, but the information conveyed was incredibly strange, filled with countless contradictions. This wasn't his first time investigating the Lin family. During his first attempt, he hadn't been thorough and had quickly brushed aside his doubts. But this time, he discovered too many inconsistencies and details. It turned out that if you paid attention, you could see countless hidden things. Had Lin Ran already started to capture his attention? Her smiling face appeared in his mind, and that smile suddenly calmed his tired heart. He remembered her saying, "The fire you set was beautiful." He actually wanted to say that the blaze paled in comparison to her beauty. Jiang Chen shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, and looked back at the documents. The things the Lin family was doing were very strange. If the earlier activities could be explained as setting up a large supermarket, what about the later actions? The supermarket still showed no signs of activity, yet the warehouses they rented seemed never to fill up. It was odd, very odd. What were they buying all these things for? And there were so many types: food, drinks, supplies, clothing, and toys, everything one could think of. Where did all those items go? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Suddenly, a game advertisement popped up in the bottom right corner of his computer. He instinctively wanted to close it, but just before he did, he read the words, "Survival in the Apocalypse." Do you want to play a round of the Survival in the Apocalypse game? Here, you will face natural disasters, zombies, and biohazards, bringing you endless excitement and an ultimate doomsday experience. This was the advertisement for the survival game, and the words were deeply etched in Jiang Chen's mind. He had always looked down on these online games, but now, for some reason, he clicked on the web page. The dark game theme and eerie music, things he usually disliked, unconsciously drew him in. It turned out that the first step to survival was gathering supplies. Following the character's tasks, Jiang Chen obediently collected food, water, medicine, clothing, and weapons, and then prepared for various disasters of the apocalypse. The night market at Yeondu University Town. This night market is quite famous in Yeondu, located near several universities, attracting many students and a large crowd. The small vendors love to do business here. Grilled skewers, stinky tofu, grilled squid, spicy hot pot, sweet rice cakes, cold dishes, crayfish, barbecued food, fried snails, and fried rice noodles. There's a wide variety of delicious food that makes your mouth water, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Ran and her brother Lindsay stroll through the market, their hands and mouths full of tasty treats. Lin Ran loves the vibrant atmosphere here, where she can walk freely and enjoy so much delicious food. Unfortunately, this wonderful scene is about to come to an end. Big sister, I haven't had enough food yet. Are we really going back home tomorrow? Lindsay asked, taking a bite of grilled squid. Yes, it's time to go back. I'm worried that staying here too long will attract attention. Besides, we've gathered enough supplies. It's better to return early and meet up with Mom and Dad. It makes me feel more secure, Lin Ran replied. After finishing a squid, Lindsay picked up a piece of stinky tofu and said, "Whose attention? We've been careful. Lindsay, remember that there's no secret that lasts forever," Lin Ran said with a clear gaze. Always leave yourself a way out. This world is survival of the fittest. Lindsay paused while eating the stinky tofu, feeling a sudden pang in his heart. Remembering his sister's past experiences, he felt a rush of concern. Got it, big sister. I'll listen to you. We'll go back tomorrow. He handed his stinky tofu to Lin Ran and said, "Here, have some stinky tofu to cheer up. It's really tasty." Lin Ran smiled happily as she accepted the treat from her caring brother. Suddenly, a teasing female voice broke the warm moment. "Lindsay, what are you doing here?" A bright-looking girl approached, but her expression was unkind. With her chin held high, she glanced at Lin Ran and said, "Look at you, Lindsay. I thought you were sick since you haven't been to school for so long. I didn't expect to find you here on a date. Just wait until I tell our homeroom teacher." "Lo Xingxing, stop talking nonsense. Whether I go to school or go on dates has nothing to do with you, Big Mouth. And telling the homeroom teacher? That's all you can do, Lo Big Mouth." Lindsay clearly didn't like the girl and responded sharply. "You're the Big Mouth. You are the Big Mouth." Lo Xingxing's pretty face turned red with anger. Unable to argue back, she wanted to hit Lindsay with her small fists. Just as she raised her little fists to strike Lindsay, Lin Ran's expression darkened, ready to stop this unreasonable girl, when she heard a voice that sent chills down her spine. "Xingxing, what are you doing here? What happened?" The voice was soft and sweet, like cotton. Each word ended with a slight upward tone, unintentionally stirring up a sense of flirtation. Lin Ran unconsciously clenched her fists and turned to see who had arrived. It was a delicate face, pure and untainted by the world's dirt. This was how Yilan had described her in a past life. Lo Xiangxi was synonymous with all things beautiful, the cleanest existence in a dirty world. Just by standing there shyly, men would offer her their best. She was so innocent and pure, a stark contrast to Lin Ran, who was domineering and tough, and thus deserved to be deceived and betrayed by men. But they never considered that a woman, especially one who knew nothing, could survive in such a harsh world just by being pure and clean. Only Lin Ran knew how dirty and vicious she was. Unfortunately, in her past life, she looked down on her and was outsmarted by her and Yilan. This time, she wouldn't make the same mistake. Seeing her sister approaching, Lo Xingxing quickly complained, "Sister, this mean Lindsay is bullying me. You have to help me." Lindsay, exasperated, replied, "You are the one who started it, Lo Big Mouth." Lo Xiangxi smiled gently and said to Lindsay, "I'm sorry, my sister can be a bit mischievous. If she did something wrong, I apologize on her behalf. But you are a boy. Is it really fair to argue with a girl like this?" Lin Ran scoffed inwardly. Lo Xiangxi was really good at putting people in their place. Ordinary men often fall for her tricks. When she says something, They usually become very masculine and feel embarrassed, even if they are right or wrong. I just wonder if my foolish brother will also be fooled by this girl. Lindsay frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean? Are you saying that if she attacks me without reason, I can't defend myself? You're quite the good sister." Ren almost laughed out loud. No wonder he is her brother, he's doing great. Luo Xiangxi had never seen such a straightforward guy and didn't know how to respond. Luo Xingxing was furious. "Who are you calling a dog? I'm talking about whoever is speaking. You jerk." Just as another scene was about to unfold, someone else arrived. "Xiangxi, Xingxing, what's going on?" "Brother Yining, you're finally here." "He's bullying me," Luo Xingxing pouted when she saw him. "Yining? Why is he here?" "Oh right, Yining is Luo Xiangxi's devoted admirer, always following her like a puppy." Ran sneered inwardly. Tonight is really interesting with so many people around. She turned to look at Yining, only to find that he was also looking at her. His gaze was deep and unreadable in the dim light of the night market, leaving her wondering what he was thinking. Ran thought it was strange and turned her head away to avoid looking at him. "What's going on?" "Xingxing, don't be upset. Tell brother Yining who bullied you." Yining looked gently at Luo Xingxing, clearly ready to stand up for her. "It's him. That bad guy. He called me a dog." Luo Xingxing pointed at Lindsay, refusing to back down. Lindsay, hearing his name, casually ate stinky tofu and said, "I didn't call you that. You claimed it yourself." "Brother Yining, look at him." Yining patted Luo Xingxing's arm and turned to Lindsay, saying, "Lindsay, you're a grown man. Bullying a little girl is not what a real man does. You should apologize to Xingxing right now." Because of Ran, Lindsay already knew Yining, and Yining knew him too. Lindsay wasn't going to let him have his way. He didn't think much of the Yi family. In the past, he had tried to get close to Yining because of his infatuated sister, but now he wasn't going to indulge him. "Why don't you just be quiet? Who are you to her? Why are you here, acting like a big shot?"
Ugh.
Lindsay's blunt words made Yining's face turn red with anger. He pointed at Lindsay, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't understand why Lindsay, who usually tried to please him, suddenly became so difficult. Suddenly, he had a realization and looked at Ran. Of course, it must be her instigating things. He knew she was pretending not to care about him. She was just waiting for this moment, such a hypocritical woman. He turned to Ran and said, "Ran, you should manage your brother better. If he doesn't learn properly, it's mostly your fault. What kind of person bullies a girl? Bullying the weak like this, if he continues down this path, he might end up in jail." Yining looked at him with open disdain, and his words were harsh. He was sure that Ran couldn't do anything to him.
Lindsay was furious.
He clenched his fist and said, "Who do you think you are to say that? Do you want me to hit you? You say our Xiao Zhe is bullying the weak?" Ran's cold voice came through. "You say he's bullying girls? Isn't he?"
Yining instinci ve ver replied.
"Which eye of yours saw that?" Ran stared directly at Yining. "Even though I didn't see it, the stars said so, and they wouldn't lie," Yining said. "Oh, so your eyes didn't see anything, but I did. I saw Xiao Zhe doing nothing while you all ganged up on him." "What? Just because he's a man, he deserves to be scolded by women. Did you see him bully your sister?" Ran asked, staring at Luo Xiangxi. Luo Xiangxi shook her head, then nodded. She didn't understand why Yining's followers suddenly had some backbone today. After considering her words, she said, "The stars never lie." Of course, she had to defend her sister. Although she knew her sister was spoiled and often unreasonable, what did it matter if they were both unreasonable? Could they not stand up to them? "Then tell me, stars, how did my brother bully you? He's just standing here, eating stinky tofu. Did he ask you to come over and scold him? Did he ask you to insult him? How can you say that?" Luo Xingxing raised her delicate eyebrows, about to cry. "You're talking nonsense. It was Lindsay who bullied me first." Seeing Luo Xingxing's expression, Yining reached out and pulled her behind him, taking on a protective stance as he scolded, "Ran, you can't say you're not bullying the weak and being unreasonable." You're just doing this because you know I dislike you.
Slap.
Yining's words were interrupted by 2 slaps from Lin Ran. Lin Ran, what are you doing? Luo Xiangxi screamed, forgetting to use her usual soft tone this time. Lin Ran brushed her hands and said, "What am I doing? Let me tell you, Yining, this is what bullying looks like. We, the Lin family, handle things directly. If we want to bully you, we'll do it right away, no waiting. What, do you want to challenge me one-on-one?" Yining felt his face go numb from the pain. He looked at Lin Ran in disbelief and asked, "Do you really want to make this ugly? Isn't that what you said about me? I can't let this reputation go unchallenged. I want you to see what real bullying is. Why aren't you happy?" "Haha, sister, well done." "Yining, see clearly, this is how we Lin family do things," Lin Zhe said excitedly, almost dropping his snack. Yining was speechless, feeling both humiliated and incredulous. How could Lin Ran treat him like this? The girl who always had him in her eyes had changed so much. Her eyes were completely cold. He momentarily forgot to react, while Lin Ran had already brushed past him towards Luo Xingxing. Luo Xiangxi stepped in front of Lin Ran, blocking Luo Xingxing. "What are you going to do?" Lin Ran smiled gently and said to Luo Xingxing, "See this? This is what bullying looks like. My brother didn't bully you earlier. If you keep insisting he did, I won't mind making that accusation stick. My fists are still strong, you know? Don't come any closer. He didn't bully me. I was wrong about him." Luo Xingxing was someone who feared the strong. Seeing Lin Ran being so domineering and even daring to hit Yining, she didn't want to provoke her anymore. "That's good. Our Xiao Zhe is a good kid who won't tolerate slander. If I find out who's been speaking ill of him, I'm a regular at your school." "No, I won't say anything bad," Luo Xingxing quickly promised. With such a scary sister, she didn't dare to provoke Lin Zhe. Lin Ran smiled brightly. "That's great. It seems we have no misunderstandings. Let's go." Lin Ran pulled Lin Zhe away confidently, leaving Yining, who was stunned in place, and Luo Xiangxi, who was thoughtfully watching her back. She gazed at her deeply, lost in thought. This Lin Ran was so different from the rumors. She was so cold towards Yining. The arrival of these people did not dampen the spirits of the 2 siblings. They still bought a lot of delicious food and reluctantly returned to the villa at dawn. They had to head back to the countryside tomorrow, so they needed to make the most of their last day to stock up. When they got back to the villa, before Lin Ran's car even parked in the garage, she saw someone standing in front of the headlights. The person was tall and elegant, his white shirt fluttering in the night breeze, giving him an air of carefree charm. The white headlights shone on him like a high-end spotlight, making him look like a top model, so handsome. If it weren't too rude, Lin Ran would have wanted to whistle at Jiang Chen. In the night, Jiang Chen looked like a striking figure, his sharp features particularly captivating. Lin Ran parked the car, unsure of how to react. "Sis, there's someone in front." Lin Zhe didn't recognize Jiang Chen and felt a bit nervous seeing such a stunning man appear in front of their house in the middle of the night. "Yeah, I see him. Could he be a ghost? How can he be so handsome?" He's not a ghost, he's a person. How can someone be this handsome?" Lin Ran was almost defeated by Lin Zhe's ridiculous comments from the passenger seat. "He's a ghost, definitely a striking ghost. Why else would he be here in the middle of the night? Sis, hurry and confront him." Lin Zhe kept chattering, but Lin Ran noticed Jiang Chen was already walking over. Lin Ran's face turned red, and she tugged at Lin Zhe's shirt, saying, "Be quiet, stop talking. Lower your voice." Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Chen, with his long legs, approached before Lin Zhe could stop. "Ghost? What ghost?" Jiang Chen's face appeared at Lin Ran's car window, and she felt that the saying distance creates beauty didn't apply to him. He looked good from any angle. No wonder even when he became a pale zombie king later, he was still so stunning. And no, there's no ghost. He's just talking nonsense. Lin Ran smiled awkwardly. It was her first time feeling so flustered since her rebirth. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Waiting for you." With those 2 words, The atmosphere became charged with tension. Lin Zhe's eyes widened in surprise, shining like a spotlight as he looked back and forth between the two faces. "What are you doing here looking for my sister in the middle of the night?" At this moment, Lin Zhe wasn't afraid of anything supernatural. He was acting like a protective older brother. Jiang Chen suddenly found Lin Zhe's behavior amusing. The bond between these siblings was something the Jiang family and the cold Lu family lacked. "I have something important. I need your sister's help to understand. Couldn't you come during the day? Do you know how scary it is to show up here at night? You just startled my sister." Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed. She wasn't scared, but rather captivated. "But my questions are too deep. I had to come find you, Lin Ran." Jiang Chen's gaze was determined, and Lin Ran understood in an instant that he truly needed her help. "Xiao Zhe, you can go back now, Mr. Jiang, and I need to talk."
But sis. Fine.
Seeing Lin Ran's calm expression, Lin Zhe relented, got out of the car, and walked over to Jiang Chen, saying, "Hey, just a few words at this hour, okay? My sister needs her beauty sleep." "Of course. I won't take up too much of Miss Lin's time." After Lin Zhe went inside, Lin Ran parked the car in the garage, and the two of them sat back down in the garden. Unlike the daytime scenery, the garden under the moonlight was quiet and mysterious, a different kind of beauty. The weather had already turned warm. Even at night, there was no breeze in the garden. Unable to bear the heat, Lin Ran spoke first. "Mr. Jiang, is there something important that brought you here so late?" She couldn't understand why Jiang Chen was here at this hour. With Liu gone, shouldn't he be busy with that situation? "Miss Lin, do you remember when we first met?" Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen curiously, unsure why he was asking this question. His dark eyes held an unreadable expression, making it hard for her to see his intentions. "The first meeting was just a couple of days ago, right?" "Of course I remember. It was just a few days ago, right here." "What if I said it wasn't?"
Not.
"Have we met somewhere else before?" Lin Ran searched her memory, but unfortunately, she couldn't recall any image of Jiang Chen, except for their dramatic encounter in the apocalypse. But how could Jiang Chen possibly know that? "I don't think I've seen you before." "If I had, I wouldn't forget someone as stunning as Mr. Jiang," Lin Ran said with a light laugh. Jiang Chen had been closely observing Lin Ran's expression when he suddenly laughed out loud. "But I've seen you before. You might not believe it, but I saw you in a dream." "In a dream?" "Yes, in a dream." Jiang Chen chuckled at himself. "You might think I'm strange, but I really have seen you in my dreams many times. I don't believe in fate or past lives, but since I met you, I truly believe there is such a thing as a past life. In my dream, we were trapped in a pure white room, and you told me you wanted to set it on fire. Then we really did burn that place down. Now, I want to know, Miss Lin, do you think my past life in the dream really existed?" Jiang Chen gazed deeply at Lin Ran, not wanting to miss any expression on her face. This girl was very strange. Her recent actions with her family seemed like tasks from a game. They were stockpiling supplies and building a shelter back home. If she claimed to know nothing, Jiang Chen wouldn't believe it. In his dreams without her, there were scenes of various disasters, natural calamities, and even zombies. It was just like the game he played today. Lin Ran was also observing Jiang Chen. She secretly believed in him. Their bond in a world of chaos made it hard for Lin Ran to harbor any ill feelings toward him. She wanted to share some information with him, even hoping he could prepare in advance to avoid becoming a zombie again. Someone as talented as him might have a brighter future than being a zombie king. She didn't expect that. Although he didn't have the same rebirth experience as her, he dreamed of such scenes. Past lives? What a good excuse. Lin Ran smiled faintly, picked a pink rose nearby, and its gentle fragrance calmed her restless heart. "I believe you, Mr. Jiang. Perhaps what you dreamed of is indeed our past life. I also dream sometimes, and in my dreams, the world changes: extreme heat, extreme cold, droughts, floods, and strange zombies. Isn't that funny?" "Not funny at all, not even a little," Jiang Chen said seriously. "Maybe this dream isn't just an ordinary dream, but a sign from above for us? I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be such a romantic person, but I believe it. After all, it's better to believe in something than to doubt it, right?" Lin Ran finally shifted her gaze from the roses and looked at Jiang Chen.
Yes.
Everything was understood, without words. The two exchanged smiles, as if they had said everything without saying anything. Lin Zhe hid behind the curtain, watching the people in the yard. What were they talking about so enthusiastically? His sister really should pay attention to the time. It was late, and she was still chatting outside. Is this how a sister should behave? But this man is really handsome. Much better looking than Yi Ning, and he has a nice presence. No wonder his sister's taste has improved. It's no surprise she doesn't like Yi Ning anymore. Next to this handsome guy, Yi Ning looks ordinary. Click. Lin Zhe picked up his phone and started taking pictures. Not bad. He looked good on the phone, too. Unfortunately, the low light made the pictures a bit blurry. Otherwise, they would have been perfect. Lin Zhe opened WeChat and added his parents to create a small group. With a few quick taps, he sent the photos of the two.
Hee.
It's late, so mom and dad must be asleep. When they wake up in the morning, they'll be surprised. His sister has really found someone special. Dad, who is this man? Mom, who is this handsome guy? Dad, what's going on? Your sister is still outside at this hour? Lin Zhe, what are you doing? Don't you know to keep an eye on your sister? What good are you if you can't take care of her? Mom, where did this handsome guy come from? He's really good looking. Lin Zhe, respond quickly. Lin Zhe, what's going on? Why aren't they asleep? What time is it? Seeing his father's barrage of questions, Lin Zhe regretted sending the photos. Why did he have to send them? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? It felt like he hadn't protected his sister well. But he didn't even know who this handsome guy was, so how could he respond? At that moment, in Qingshui town, Lin Dad was frowning so much with worry for his children that he could have squished a fly. This little Zhe, with no experience, was supposed to help his sister. But how did it turn out like this? His good daughter seemed like she might be tricked by a wolf. Old Lin, this young man is really handsome. How did our Ran develop such good taste? She really takes after me in this regard. Mom Lin enlarged one of the photos and carefully looked at the person's face. The quality wasn't great, so she could only see a rough idea. But she could still tell that this person was very good-looking. Much better than that guy from the Yi family. Not bad, not bad. Ranyan has improved. Mom Lin felt very pleased, but Dad Lin thought differently. Dad Lin frowned and stared at Mom Lin's phone, saying, "Can looks put food on the table? A man needs to be reliable, and girls should be modest. You must check the other person's character carefully. Hey, this young man looks..." Mom Lin's eyes lit up as she zoomed in a bit more on the face. "Isn't he good-looking? Even better than you were when you were young." Dad Lin huffed, not agreeing. "You women only care about looks. What's the use of being good-looking? It's just skin deep. I was better looking than Wu Yanzu when I was young. Don't be jealous. My daughter has good taste." Yes, she does. After Dad Lin took a closer look at the person in the photo, he came to this conclusion. Mom Lin was surprised. "Hey, why did your tone change so quickly? You weren't saying this before. Are you admitting that he looks better than you did when you were young?" Cough, cough. Dad Lin awkwardly cleared his throat. "I'm not just about looks. This young man is really impressive." "What, do you know him?" "Yes, if I'm not mistaken. This person is Jiang Chen, the youngest business tycoon in Yundu. He's quite accomplished. Ranyan has good taste. She gets that from me."
What?
"She clearly gets it from me." Okay, from you. The next generation will have their own blessings. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Xiao Zhe is probably hiding and too scared to respond. Anyway, they will be back tomorrow, and we can ask them then. That's true. Ranyan and Xiao Zhe will be surprised to see us like this. Of course, we are different now. Hehe. Lin Zhe held his phone, sweating and thinking about how to respond, completely unaware that his parents had already figured things out without needing his explanation. Creak. "Xiao Zhe, what are you hiding behind the window for?"
I
wasn't doing anything. Why are you so nervous holding your phone?" I'm not nervous. Sis, I'm going to sleep." Lin Zhe, unable to look at Lin Ranyan, tightly gripped his phone and fled to his room. Lin Ranyan laughed as she watched Lin Zhe run away. He looks so guilty. He must be up to no good. The younger brother was probably hiding behind the curtain, watching her and Jiang Chen. When she caught him, he ran away, embarrassed. She walked to the spot where Lin Zhe had just been, looking at Jiang Chen's back and recalling their conversation from earlier that evening. It felt like they had said nothing, yet everything at the same time. She wasn't sure how much Jiang Chen knew about her. His visit tonight surely meant he had many guesses in his mind. Although their family was discreet, their actions were still too unusual. Anyone curious enough could uncover the truth. So when Jiang Chen asked her questions today, she subtly admitted to some things. Talking with someone smart like him was refreshing. He understood her meaning. With a month left, she believed he could prepare for what was to come. If her rebirth could help others change their fate, Jiang Chen would be the first person she wanted to assist, aside from her family. His appearance today was a wake-up call for her. They needed to leave this place. Staying longer could lead to trouble. If Jiang Chen could find out about their family's strange behavior, others could too. Wu Dahai was one such person. Although he didn't seem to mean them any harm for now, who could say for sure? Human nature is the hardest to predict. Anyway, they had gathered enough supplies. It was best to return home, build a proper house, and stay together as a family. Lin Zhe was awakened from his sleep by Lin Ran. "Sis, it's late at night. Don't hit me. I really haven't done anything wrong. I'm your good little brother." Lin Zhe thought she had discovered his secret about sending photos and instinctively begged for mercy. Lin Ran frowned. "We'll talk about what you've done later. We need to leave now." "Leave? Where are we going at this hour?" Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was at his computer, calculating his assets when he suddenly noticed the lights across from him flicker on and off. Then, that familiar SUV drove out of the garage and sped away. Did she leave? Did he scare her off? Jiang Chen stood up, staring blankly for a moment before sitting back down. It was probably for the best. This place was not safe to stay in for long. Once he finished his tasks, he would also leave. Jiang Chen was calculating his assets, needing to liquidate everything he could in a short time. These items would soon become useless. But who could take over such a large amount of assets? Suddenly, he noticed an email in his inbox. It was a collaboration proposal from Yilan. Knight family. This family is not honest in business, and he really dislikes their way of doing things. This is also why he has never wanted to cooperate with them, but they do have a lot of money. Now, having this family take over seems like a good choice. When dawn broke, Lin Ran and Lin Zhe finally returned to Qingshui town. In the early morning, there was finally a hint of cool breeze in the air. Lin Ran rolled down the car window to let the outside wind in. She couldn't stand the air conditioning any longer. When they arrived at the farm, Lin Ran didn't disturb Lin Zhe's sleep. She jumped out of the car and walked around. The place had changed a lot. The once dilapidated scene was now full of life again. The orchard had been replanted with trees, and because of the upcoming heat, most of the fruit trees they planted were tropical ones like mangoes, coconuts, durians, and jackfruits. The flower house was also built, but unfortunately, there were no flowers planted inside. The extreme heat of the apocalypse is not suitable for flowers and plants. Fortunately, Lin Ran had stored enough seeds, and once the extreme heat passed, they would make good use of this place again. A 12-story building had also been constructed, showcasing the power of money. Several large construction teams worked day and night to complete this building with quality. Now, it was time for the interior decoration. Since it was their fortress for the end times, it needed to be comfortable, at least up to the standard of the basement built by the Knight family elder. The renovation team had been working inside for a few days, and Lin Ran was eager to see the progress. Thinking of this, she walked to the car, opened the door, and gently patted Lin Zhe's rosy little face. Is it dawn?" "Yes, it's dawn and we're home. Let's go inside and see our new home." Lin Zhe rubbed his dry eyes and finally understood what Lin Ran meant. A new home? He liked that idea. Lin Zhe had clearly grown taller during this time. He jumped out of the car and stretched his long arms and legs, yawning widely. "Sis, what time is it? Why is it so quiet?" Where's the construction team? Lindsay thought the farm was unusually quiet today. It's only 5 o'clock. Everyone is still sleeping.
Keep your voice down. What?
Only 5 o'clock? Why is the sun already up? Yes, the sun had already jumped out from behind the mountains. The earlier cool breeze was gone, replaced by a dry heat. This was something that had never happened in Qingshui town. The high altitude here usually meant a big temperature difference between day and night. In previous years, they would need to wear a jacket at this time. But now, it's too hot and unusual. The end of the world is getting closer. Let's go in and take a look inside. Lin Ran didn't want to discuss this heavy topic any longer and called Lindsay to follow her into the farm. Mom and Dad are still sleeping, and the workers are resting. Fortunately, the main door has a recognition system, so Lin Ran was able to enter easily. The elevator is inside the room, and on the first floor, there are only a few simple lights installed. According to their plan, the first 3 floors don't need much decoration. Of course, the basement is an exception. To prepare for the extreme heat, they have to make the basement well-equipped. Entering the elevator, the siblings first arrived at the basement. The fresh air system and waste recycling system were already running, and there was no unpleasant smell here. Although the furniture hasn't been moved in yet, the layout of the room, the lighting, and the air conditioning are all set up. Lin Ran looked at the empty hall and thought that the sofa from the Yi family would fit perfectly here. The basement has 3 floors, each designed uniquely. Besides the spacious living area, there's a game room and a movie room to enrich the family's life during the end times. As for the decoration of the other floors, the luxurious design starts from the 6th floor. Lin Ran calculated this carefully, fearing that memories from her past life might be inaccurate. If a flood reaches here, at least the upper floors will be safe. So starting the decoration from the 6th floor is the safest option. The other floors are simply painted white. Hey, this renovation team is pretty good. They work fast. I think it won't take long to finish. Once they come to remove the formaldehyde twice, we can move in. Yeah, the hot weather helps with the formaldehyde evaporation, and the materials we bought are the most advanced in the world. There's hardly any smell. Lindsay sniffed a few times and indeed didn't smell anything unpleasant. Exactly. Our house in Yeondu had a smell for over 6 months, and I could still smell it when I moved in. Having money really makes a difference. Lin Ran ignored Lindsay's little bragging and went to check the top floor. She had requested it to be a fully enclosed rooftop with small windows made of the best bulletproof glass. When the construction team leader saw the blueprints, he joked that the rooftop looked like a watchtower. In reality, it indeed resembles a watchtower. In Lin Ran's plan, if someone with bad intentions discovers this place later, the rooftop would be their best spot for a counterattack. This construction team is indeed the best in the industry. The quality of the building is excellent, and everything meets their requirements. Lin Ran is very satisfied. Sis, come look. This is our hard-earned achievement, haha. Lindsay stood on the balcony of the rooftop, laughing freely, enjoying the view below. This place truly feels like a paradise, and he is very pleased with this fortress in the end times. However, Lindsay's happiness didn't last long. Just as he was admiring his achievement, Lin Ma's call came in. Ran, what's going on? I saw your car. Are you back? Yes, Mom. I finished things with Xiao Zhe and rushed back overnight. Traveling at night is dangerous. Why were you in such a hurry? Xiao Zhe should have stopped you. Lin Ran, fearing her mother's nagging, quickly said, Mom, I missed you all, so I came back right away. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma's tone softened. All right. You must be tired. Where have you been? Come back quickly. I'll have your dad make breakfast for you. Lin Ma and Lin Ba went to bed late last night, but they're used to waking up early. They were surprised to see the SUV parked outside when they got up. Their daughter and son had returned. Honey, quickly make breakfast for Ran. She loves pancakes. Let's make pancakes and cook some porridge.
Sure thing.
Lin Ba used the old wood stove, and the rice cooked in the iron pot tasted especially good. Honey, start the fire and make some millet porridge for Ran. She loves that. Okay, dear. Lin Ba is skilled at starting fires. He helped Lin Rant's grandfather with it since he was young, and now it's even easier for him. When Lin Zhe and Lin Ran entered the courtyard, they saw Lin Ba in the kitchen starting the fire. However, the fire looked a bit frightening today. It was so strong that it seemed to be burning too close to him. Lin Zhe even saw his dad spitting sparks, and the sight almost scared him out of his wits. Why is the fire going into his dad's mouth?
Ah,
So scary. Dad, Dad. You're on fire. Let me help put it out. Lin Ba felt a strong wind rush in, and suddenly, he was met with a flurry of slaps to his mouth. Lin Zhe's large hand struck Lin Dad's mouth hard, trying to put out the flames, but only made Lin Dad roll his eyes. After some time, the spirit spring water had greatly improved Lin Zhe's physical condition. He was no longer an ordinary person. The strength behind that slap was extraordinary. Lin Dad was left dazed, struggling to pry his son's hand away for quite a while. Seeing that he might be seriously hurt by his own son, Lin Dad decided to use his ultimate move. Ah, it hurts. Dad, how can you breathe fire? Lin Zhe's hand was enveloped in flames, but he quickly turned metallic to avoid injury. Sis, Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Lin Zhe looked at Lin Dad's smoking mouth in fear, becoming a bit tongue-tied. Lin Ran walked over, looking at her dad's swollen mouth, and said helplessly, Aren't you the one who claims to have read all those apocalyptic novels? You didn't even realize Dad awakened a fire ability?
exactly.
Those novels were recommended by you, and yet at a critical moment, your brain isn't working. Lin Mom shook her head in frustration, giving Lin Zhe a glare. Look at what you've done to Dad's mouth. It's all swollen. Hurry and get some ice to put on it. Lin Zhe felt he had acted foolishly.
I didn't think of that.
Worrying makes you confused. Hee, Dad, don't be mad. I'll go get you some ice. Under Lin Dad's resentful gaze, Lin Zhe immediately wanted to slip away. Lin Mom reached out to stop him, saying, No need, I have some here. Where do you have it? Where is it? Lin Zhe looked around, unable to find the ice since the fridge wasn't nearby. Standing beside them, Lin Ran had a faint suspicion. Could it be, had her mom awakened an ability too? Lin Mom extended her right hand, and soon a piece of ice the size of a thumb formed at her fingertip. The ice emitted a chilly aura, and she placed it on Lin Dad's lips, providing him some comfort from the burning sensation. Dad, Mom, both of you awaken abilities? Lin Zhe asked in surprise. While applying the ice to his mouth, Lin Dad replied, Yes, I wanted to surprise you, but little Zhe, you are the surprise for me. Having you is my blessing.
Linsha.
I was just concerned about you, not wanting you to get hurt. Lin Dad said, Guess why I didn't breathe fire at you again? It's because I knew you would react like this. Xiao Zhe, you are too strong. My mouth hurts. Can you please stay calm and think before acting? You only have one dad, and you wouldn't want to lose me, right? Lin Zhe realized that Dad wasn't angry anymore and felt braver. He quickly said, Dad, I understand. I won't do that again.
Let me help you with some ice.
Dad was happy to have someone to take care of him and handed him the ice, enjoying the moment of family love. Lin Ran walked over to help Mom with dinner. Mom, when did you and Dad discover your powers? Mom smiled and said, Just the day before yesterday. Your dad and I were chatting when suddenly he started breathing fire. I was so scared I wanted to put it out, and in my panic, I ended up creating ice for my hands. We were both shocked at first. We had dreamed about having powers, especially seeing you and Xiaoze with yours. We felt both proud and envious, and who knew it would really happen? We are truly happy. Now our family is unbeatable, right? Lin Zhe quickly replied, Unbeatable. Definitely unbeatable. Our family is the best. Dad, once your mouth feels better, can you show me that fire trick again? I think it's really interesting. Dad said, You are such a good son. All right, I'll show you later. Mom added, But you can't say we are unbeatable until your sister agrees. She knows a lot and has the most say. Lin Ran smiled brightly. Mom, of course we are unbeatable. I never expected everyone to have powers. This is amazing. It seems that my special water really works. We have 1 month left, so let's keep using it to upgrade our powers. Okay, let's do what Ran said. Mom immediately agreed. By the way, when are you going to bring that handsome boyfriend home for me to meet? Handsome? Boyfriend? Lin Ran was confused. Where did that come from? Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was about to hand the ice to Dad and quietly tried to sneak out the door. Oh no, his first attempt to warn someone was going to get him caught. But Dad had already seen through Lin Zhe's plan. He didn't want to apply the ice himself. It was Xiao Zhe who said you were out on late-night dates. Lin Zhe protested, I didn't. I was just sharing. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. You were sharing? Well, I have my own news. What rumors have you been spreading about me? I didn't spread rumors. I just mentioned your recent activities to Mom and Dad. Dad. Xiao Zhe is right. We saw the photos he shared, and they look great. The guy in the pictures is handsome, but the date was too late. Lin Ran narrowed her eyes dangerously. You sent photos? Mom. Yes, in our group chat with the three of us. Ran, you have good taste, just like me. Lin Ran. You three have a group chat? Dad. Yes, it was set up by Xiao Zhe. Lin Zhe. No, that's not how it is. Lin Zhe, you're done for. Purple sparks appeared at Lin Ran's fingertips, crackling loudly. Lin Zhe forgot about putting ice on his dad's injury and jumped high in surprise. Even so, the lightning struck his new sneakers. In less than a minute, Lin Zhe was crying out in distress. Sis, my dearest sister, I was wrong. I won't betray you again. Hey everyone, we will update regularly every day, so don't worry and keep following us. Love you all. With the help of financial resources, the house is progressing very quickly. The renovation is almost complete, and now the team is going room by room to remove formaldehyde. This process will only take 2 days. In just half a month since Lin Ran returned, the entire farm has become nearly perfect. The farm is surrounded by sturdy walls that are taller than 2 people, and Lin Ran even had electric fencing installed on top. These walls would keep out even the ability users from a post-apocalyptic world. The environment inside the walls is also beautifully designed, with a tropical vibe, especially the orchard, which Lin Ran loves dearly. The fruit trees planted there are all her favorites, and she has already enjoyed some mangoes. At Lin Ran's request, 2 deep wells were also dug in the orchard. She hopes this orchard can survive in the post-apocalyptic world because she truly loves this place now. When she has time, Lin Ran enjoys leisurely walking around here, thinking that living here for a lifetime wouldn't be bad. Isn't the goal of working hard in life to live comfortably? Qingshui town is still about 20 minutes away. Today, Lin Zhe and Mom and Dad went to the town to buy some free-range chickens and ducks. These chickens and ducks, raised on pure grain, are much tastier than what she stocked up in the city. Since she has plenty of space, she has no problem raising these little creatures. During this time, she did go out a bit. She even took the time to visit the city, where she picked up some goods she had ordered earlier. Among all her supplies, these were the most significant items. They included a helicopter and a boat. With these 2 things, they would be safer in the apocalypse. No matter what disaster came, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. However, the people from Yindu were still a bit annoying, but it was nothing serious. She just considered it entertainment. First, the school called her and Lin Zhe, saying someone reported them for skipping classes and making up excuses for absences, which seriously affected school rules. They were ordered to return to school quickly to explain and reflect on their actions. Lin Ran immediately knew it was the Luo sisters causing trouble, reporting her. They really didn't know when to stop. She hadn't even started dealing with them yet, and here they were, looking for trouble. If it weren't for the fact that they still lived in a lawful society, she would have made them regret meeting her. But Lin Ran didn't want to deal with Luo Xiangxi so roughly. The apocalypse was so interesting and terrifying. How could she not let her have some fun? She decided to let them play around in their own, just like in her past life. The school's call was quite annoying, but thankfully, Lin's mom was strong. When she answered the school's call, she said, "Our child is indeed unwell and cannot come to school. If you don't believe it, there's nothing we can do. Handle it however you wish. A diploma is not worth more than a child's health. After hanging up, the school was left speechless. They couldn't visit the house since it was empty, and with the parents being so firm, they could only let it go. However, the most interesting part was the Yi family. One of Lin Ran's biggest entertainments now was watching the Yi family struggle through the monitoring software on her tablet. At first, the Yi family didn't notice anything unusual at home. When the housekeeper returned and found the power out, she didn't think much of it and just called maintenance to fix it. They realized something was wrong on the third day after Lin Ran and the others returned. For some unknown reason, they seemed to need a large sum of money, and the first bad news they discovered was that the gold in the vault was missing. The second piece of bad news was that the items in the home safe had also vanished. The Yi family was worried all day, especially Yilan, who looked as though he had lost his mother. They had no idea how bad things would get when they discovered that the basement was completely empty. What puzzled Lin Ran was that, for some reason, the Yi family hadn't called the police. Lin Ran and the others did not report it to the police, perhaps because that money was ill-gotten, so they were afraid. If the police got involved and looked into the large amounts of gold circulating in Yeondu recently, it would easily lead them to this situation, and she wanted to keep a low profile. No matter the reason, it was good for Lin Ran that the Yi family kept this matter secret. Recently, Yilan's life was a mix of joy and worry. The good news was that Jiang Chun unexpectedly agreed to cooperate with them. Perhaps it was because of the mysterious death of Liu Yu. Yilan didn't expect Jiang Chun to be such a loyal person, willing to work with them for Liu Yu's sake. Aside from that, Yilan couldn't think of any other reason. Unfortunately, Liu Yu had passed away too soon, and the benefits promised to him could no longer be given. However, she would burn extra paper money for him every Qingming festival. Thinking of this, Yilan couldn't help but smile, realizing that Jiang Chun was so righteous and that the main benefits of the project were given to the Yi family. Yilan could imagine how bright the future would be for the Yi family after completing this project, not only with huge profits, but also with the reputation gained from cooperating with the Jiang family. This would wipe away the Yi family's bad reputation in Yeondu, allowing them to rise. However, there was a troubling issue. Something strange was happening at home. It was bad enough that things were disappearing, but how could the gold from the bank vault also be missing? Yilan felt that someone was targeting them, and the person who could stealthily steal gold bricks from their vault was definitely an insider. Yilan wished she could catch that traitor immediately and make them return the stolen money. But her father wouldn't allow her to do that, nor would he permit her to call the police. Yilan knew this was not the right approach. Now was a crucial time for cooperation with Jiang Chun. If the scandal broke, Jiang Chun would have every reason to end their partnership. There were too many people eyeing the Jiang family's wealth, so Yilan had no choice but to swallow her anger. Jiang Chun's condition for their participation in the project was to provide 5 billion, but where would that money come from now? Jiang Chun didn't give the Yi family much time. Yilan and her father discussed it for a long time. 5 billion was not a small amount. If it weren't for the theft from the vault, this amount wouldn't be a problem for them. But now it was not easy to come up with that money quickly. They had lost too much gold from the vault. Knight's father had no choice but to swallow his pride and borrow money from acquaintances, even turning to a private lending company, just to gather 5 billion for Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was quick to sign the contract once the money arrived, and just like that, the management rights of this major project fell into the hands of the Yi family. Yilan couldn't believe it when he held the contract. Jiang Chun had really handed over a project that the Jiang family had been planning for 3 years. However, he would soon realize that these assets would be worthless in the near future. In fact, Jiang Chun was not only selling the project that the Jiang family had been working on for 3 years, but he was also hurriedly liquidating other assets. He wanted to extract as much money as possible to stock up on goods, just like in that game, just like Lin Ran did. However, his unusual actions were quickly noticed by others in the family. They jumped in to oppose him, but their objections meant nothing to Jiang Chun. The Jiang family members were heartless monsters, except for the old man. Unfortunately, the grandfather's health was declining, and Jiang Chun worried if he could adapt to the harsh conditions of the coming apocalypse. At the Jiang family home, have you thought this through? The old man asked, lying in bed and looking kindly at Jiang Chen. Did those guys come to complain to you again? It's infuriating. They know your health can't handle this, yet they still come to bother you. Jiang Chen felt sorry for his grandfather's health and had stopped discussing many matters with him. Even when he did share, it was only good news. Who knew those gossipy people would keep coming to disturb the old man? A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he planned to warn those people. He had never been lenient with them. The old man smiled kindly. I know you're a thoughtful child. You don't want to burden me with family troubles. If they have time to come and talk to me, I can still learn a bit about your situation. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment and finally said, I was wrong, Grandpa. From now on, I'll tell you about these matters, and you should meet with them to avoid getting upset. Hearing this, the old man's face broke into a big smile. Good, I knew our little Chen is the best child. Jiang Chen then realized he had once again fallen into his grandfather's clever trap. How did he always get outsmarted like this? Xiao Chen, just do what you want. Grandpa says that giving the Jiang family to you is a decision he fully supports, without any doubts. So go ahead and be bold. Grandpa Jiang has complete trust in Jiang Chen, and this trust makes Jiang Chen's heart tighten. He lost his parents at a young age and is a very lonely person. Thankfully, he has a grandfather who shows him what love is. I understand, Grandpa.
I will do my best.
I'm doing these things now because I anticipate some unrest in the future, but I can't say exactly what it will be yet. Grandpa, once I handle everything, I'll take you to a beautiful place with mountains and water to enjoy your retirement. Hearing this, Grandpa Jiang perked up and even tried to get out of bed. That sounds great. I'm tired of the city. I just want to find a place with mountains and water to relax. The grandfather and grandson happily chatted for a while, but Jiang Chen eventually had to say goodbye as he remembered he had things to take care of. Before parting, Grandpa Jiang handed Jiang Chen a string of prayer beads from his wrist. I've had these beads for many years. They've always protected me. Xiao Chen, since you say the future may not be peaceful, and I can't help you much, take these beads with you. Jiang Chen looked at the old prayer beads and shook his head. Grandpa, I'm young, and I can take care of myself. You should keep these beads to ensure your health and safety. Xiao Chen, please listen to Grandpa and take them, Grandpa Jiang insisted. Only when you are well can I be at ease. In the end, Jiang Chen put on the beads due to his grandfather's insistence. Even after leaving the villa, he felt his grandfather's warmth on them, bringing him comfort. Once in the car, Jiang Chen headed to the Jiang family's warehouse, where he had stockpiled many supplies. However, he was uneasy about leaving them there. But where else could he put them? Where had Lin Ran hidden all those supplies? She couldn't really have a space like in the games, could she? Jiang Chen found himself thinking about Lin Ran, the mysterious and beautiful girl. He figured she must have started working on her end too. Once everything here was settled, he would take his grandfather to enjoy retirement together. Having such a neighbor would surely make Grandpa happy. Lin Zhe and the others returned in the afternoon. Lin Ran had just taken a nap when Lin Zhe burst in. Sis, something big has happened. What is it? Come on, wipe the sweat off your face. Is it hot outside? Yes, it's really hot. It's over 40 degrees out there, sis. Here, have some ice-cold cola. Wow, ice-cold cola. You're the best, sis. But wait, don't interrupt. I still need to talk about something important. Okay, go ahead. By the way, where are Mom and Dad? They're back there packing things. I came in first to talk to you. Please don't interrupt.
Do you want to hear this or not?
Lin Ran looked at the impatient Lin Zhe and couldn't help but smile. Yes, yes, yes. I promise not to interrupt.
Go on.
Today, Mom and Dad and I went to the market. Besides bringing back a bunch of local products, we also found out something significant. I think the other party is very suspicious.
What is it?
Lin Ran was intrigued by Lin Zhe's mysterious tone. Villagers nearby said that besides us building a large farm stay in Qingshui town, another construction team has come to build a large farm stay not far from us. Someone is coming to build a farm stay? That is indeed suspicious. Qingshui town has no tourist attractions or cultural sites. It's just an ordinary rural town. Why would anyone come here to build? This made Lin Ran question their intentions. Could it be aimed at them? Do you think they followed us here? It's hard to say. Do you know where they are working? I have a rough idea. Okay, lead the way. Let's go take a look. The weather outside was really hot. If it weren't for this situation, Lin Rand definitely wouldn't want to go out. The siblings greeted their parents and drove out. The location chosen by the other party was indeed not far from their home. It took about 10 minutes by car and less than 20 minutes on foot. The construction team was quite large, almost as big as the one they hired before.
Who could they be?
The villagers also said that maybe this place is going to be developed. Otherwise, why would so many people come to build farm stays? This used to be a deserted area. Sis, from my experience, their presence here definitely has some hidden motives. Lin Ran touched the steering wheel and said, I think so too. Let's observe carefully. The truth will eventually come out. From then on, Lin Ran added a new routine. After sunset, she would take Lindsay for a walk around this area. No matter who the owner of the property was, she believed that person would show up eventually. A month passed quickly. Lin's parents were thoughtful, especially when they saw familiar villagers. They gently reminded everyone that the weather was getting hotter and advised them to prepare some cool items at home, suggesting it was best to stay indoors. During this time, many rumors about the apocalypse spread online. People believed Lin's parents' words, and many families not only dug wells at home but also created underground spaces to stay cool. Lin Ran did not interfere much with her parents' actions. She knew they had good judgment, and their gentle reminders were the only things they could do. Although Lin Ran had many reservations, August 21st still arrived. Sis, it's too hot. Let's go back, Lindsay said, looking at the blazing sun and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Lin Ran glanced at a plastic bucket in the yard, which had become soft due to the heat. All right, let's go back. It's too hot. It's 50 degrees. This must be the power of the apocalypse, Lindsay exclaimed. Lin Ran closed the door tightly and sealed the gaps with weather stripping. 50 degrees is nothing. Haven't you seen the news? What news? Lindsay asked, as he had been busy with other things these past few days. The news reported that at 1 p.m., there will be the longest total solar eclipse in 500 years. When the eclipse happens, that will be the real end of the world. Xiaozhe, we need to start the countdown. Lindsay felt a shiver. 1 p.m. was only 5 minutes away. Come on, let's go find Mom and Dad. We can count down together to welcome the end. Lin's parents were on the 11th floor, which was chosen as the lounge. As they took the elevator up, a cool breeze greeted them, easing the discomfort from the heat. To save energy, only one air conditioner was running downstairs, and some floors didn't have any air conditioning at all. However, on their floor, 5 large air conditioners were running. Hurry and have some fruit slush. Mom just made it. I'm getting faster at making ice. If you get hot, just come to Mom. I have plenty of ice. Why would you go outside when it's so hot? Lin's mom chatted as she handed the fruit slush and freshly squeezed watermelon juice to her children. Lin Ran took a sip of the watermelon juice and then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The temperature by the window is much higher than inside. Even through the thick glass, the outdoor heat seeps in. Ranyan, it's too hot by the window. Why are you standing there? Come sit on the sofa, said Lin's dad. Lin Ranyan shook her head. Mom, Dad, Xiaoza, come and watch the solar eclipse. Lindsay hurried over with a snow cone. He was finally going to witness this moment, a sign of civilization's decline and humanity's downfall. Lin Dad and Lin Mom seemed to think of something and followed their children to the window. Lin Ranyan counted the seconds in her mind. At 1 o'clock, the fiery sun was slowly covered by the moon, and soon the entire sky turned completely dark. Why did it get dark? Lin Mom nervously held Lin Dad's hand. It's okay, it's a solar eclipse. The news reported it. It will be over soon, Lin Dad reassured her. Mom, I'll light it up for you, Lindsay said, turning on his phone's flashlight. Suddenly, he noticed there was no internet connection. Why is there no internet? The solar eclipse affects the Earth's magnetic field, so it's normal to lose the internet temporarily, Lin Ranyan replied, agreeing with her dad. But the internet might be down longer than everyone expected. Night is temporary. After enduring a difficult darkness, the sun emerged from the shadows, appearing larger than Lin Zhe had ever seen before. Lin Ranyan felt a sinking feeling. Why did this sun seem even bigger than the last one she saw? Big sister, why does the sun look so much bigger? Yeah, honey, why is the sun so much larger? Panic spread among them. Before the sun fully emerged, Lin Ranyan quickly pulled down the blackout curtains and urged everyone to step back from the window. Mom, Dad, Xiaoza, the end of the world is really here. Soon, these curtains will be hot enough to burn. If the curtains could burn, how hot must it be? Is this the end of the world? Is extreme heat this terrifying? The end really has come. Lin Dad felt a moment of disbelief. Even though they had prepared for this, he still felt lost at this moment. Don't be afraid. With Mom and Dad here, if the end comes, it comes. Ranyan, Xiaoza, keep eating your fruit snow cones, he said. Right. As long as we are together, we have nothing to fear, Lin Zhe said with a smile. Lin's dad nodded. Yes, as long as our family is together, we have nothing to fear. Lin Ran looked at everyone, feeling a sweetness in her heart, suddenly feeling at ease. The apocalypse was unavoidable, but what did it matter? As long as her beloved family was together, she could fully control her future. The enemies from her past life had become toys in her hands. In this life, she just wanted to live freely and comfortably with her family. Fortunately, the electricity was still working, and the solar power equipment at home was not needed yet. The family lay on the sofa, eating refreshing fruits, drinking cool juice, and watching movies that Lin Ran had downloaded in advance. Life was incredibly comfortable. The only downside was that there was no internet, so Lin Zhe couldn't check the news or use his phone, leaving him to quietly lie in bed and watch movies. In the yard, a thermometer was installed. Lin Zhe, risking a burn, wrapped himself in the ice protection suit made by Lin's mom and peeked out the window.
Wow.
60 degrees. No wonder his sister said that 50 degrees was nothing. This was the real apocalypse. By night, the temperature finally dropped a bit, but it was still above 40 degrees outside, which was the daytime temperature of a typical summer. Lin Ran waited until the early morning to take a walk outside. She wanted to see how the environment here differed from the city. When Lin Ran stepped out, Lin Zhe sleepily followed her. Sis, where are you going? I'll come with you.
Okay.
Lin Ran appreciated her brother's kindness and took him along. She didn't want to make too much noise, so they walked instead of driving. They first went to the Clearwater River, which flowed through the entire Clearwater town. Even in summer, it would be a meter wide, but today, when they reached the riverbank, the once wide riverbed had narrowed by half. Lin Zhe gasped, Sis, the river water has evaporated. Yes, not just the river water. Even the shallow underground water will evaporate. Lin Zhe felt a pang of discomfort. Such harsh conditions were truly unsuitable for people to live in. The moon was large tonight, allowing them to see their surroundings clearly. Except for a few trees near the riverbank that still had sturdy leaves, all the other trees had drooping leaves, looking weak and lifeless. Sis, what will happen next? Will many people die from the 60-degree heat? Lin Ran said softly. Actually, in many places on Earth, daytime temperatures can reach 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. For example, the Lut Desert in Iran is the hottest place in the world, with temperatures soaring to 70 degrees Celsius. However, such high temperatures are temporary and localized. Once the network is restored tomorrow, you'll see that in most parts of the world, temperatures have exceeded 60 degrees today. This heat wave will last for months, and many plants, animals, and even humans will perish. Lin Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling the discomfort of the heat. The scenes from apocalyptic novels felt heavy when they truly arrived in everyone's lives. Lin Ran made a special trip to check on a nearby farmhouse. The family had built a 6-story villa surrounded by tall walls, which was completed just a week ago, but the mysterious owner had yet to appear. The family initially built the walls to block the curious eyes of nearby villagers. However, Lin Ran had sneaked in before and saw that, like their own place, it had solar panels and even a basement. This made Lin Ran even more curious about who the owner was. Regardless of who it was, with such a well-built summer retreat, the owner would surely show up eventually. Taking advantage of the lack of internet today, which rendered the family's cameras useless, Lin Ran sneaked inside again. The house's walls had tiny cameras installed in every corner, and then she casually led Lin Zhe back home. "Big sister, this family is impressive," Lin Zhe remarked. "They are indeed impressive," Lin Ran replied. "Do you think they are friends or foes?"
Lin Zhe asked.
Lin Ran said, "It would be best if they're friends. If they are foes, that's even better. In this apocalypse, with our family strength, are you worried we can't handle them?" Lin Zhe thought about it and felt relieved, walking with a newfound confidence. However, no matter the situation, one should always remember not to be overly proud. Suddenly, he found himself in a dark pit.
Ah!
"Big sister, what happened? Why is it so dark?" Lin Ran's voice came after a moment. "Xiao Zhe, don't move around. Turn on your phone's flashlight. The moon has gone behind the clouds." The bright moon had vanished, leaving the world so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Lin Ran fumbled to turn on her phone's flashlight and saw a pit about 5 steps away from her. She hurried over and called out, "Xiao Zhe, are you still in there?" The pit was deeper than she imagined, and the flashlight wasn't bright enough to see inside. Lin Ran only saw a pair of bright objects and instinctively thought they were Lin Zhe's eyes. "Xiao Zhe, why aren't you speaking?" She reached out to pull Lin Zhe out, but suddenly felt something was off. It was her instinct, a skill honed from surviving in a harsh world. She sensed a strange energy wave and then shot a purple bolt of energy toward the glowing spot. "Focus!" A sharp cat's cry broke the quiet night. Through the purple light, Lin Ran realized the glowing objects were actually a pair of dark green cat eyes. Those eyes seemed to have a magical effect, making her dizzy. Lin Ran quickly turned her head away and shot another purple bolt in its direction. But the little creature was very fast and vanished into the darkness. Feeling the danger pass, Lin Ran noticed another glowing object nearby. As she got closer, she saw it was Lin Zhe's phone flashlight. And Lin Zhe had fainted. "Xiao Zhe, wake up." Lin Ran hurriedly took out a bottle of ice water from her bag and splashed it on Lin Zhe's face. The cold water jolted Lin Zhe awake. "Sis, there's a monster."
A monster?
"Yes, after I came down, I followed your advice and turned on the flashlight. As soon as I did, I saw a pair of green eyes. I wanted to hit it, but then I felt dizzy and fainted."
What kind of monster was that?
"Did you see anything when you came down?" "I did, it was a cat."
A cat?
"How can a cat be so strange?" "Yeah, how can a cat be so strange?"
Unless
"Unless it has awakened special abilities."
what?
"A cat can awaken special abilities." "How is that possible?" "Sis, didn't you say that special abilities only appeared after the zombies came?" "Yes, but things seem different now." "Xiao Zhe, I think some things have changed since our last life. We need to be more careful. Look up at the sky." "Look at the sky?" Lin Zhe looked up, finally realizing why the moon had disappeared earlier. "Sis, how is that possible? It was a solar eclipse during the day, and now there's a lunar eclipse at night?" "Yes, everything is mixed up. It's not the same anymore." Lin Ran finally understood what felt off during the day. The solar eclipse lasted longer, and now there was a lunar eclipse that had never happened before. Mutated animals have appeared now, and it's possible that humans and plants are also mutated. Everything has changed. However, Lin Ran quickly felt at ease. If she could be reborn, then it's not surprising that things have changed a bit. They are better off than in their past life. "Xiao Zhe, are you hurt?"
Let's go home, she said.
"Okay, I'm not hurt," he replied. Lin Ran took out 2 flashlights from her space, giving one to Lin Zhe. With this professional lighting, they quickly climbed out of the pit. The siblings walked towards home, unaware that a pair of dark green eyes was watching them closely after they left. That night, Lin Ran didn't sleep well. After finally falling asleep, she woke up again at 5 a.m. Checking her phone, she found that the network was indeed back on. The hardworking staff must have stayed up late to fix it while it was cool outside. The news was flooded with reports about the extreme heat. Temperatures had reached 60 degrees in many places yesterday. Many outdoor workers were hospitalized due to heat stroke, and water levels in riverbeds had dropped significantly. As Lin Ran sat up scrolling through the news, she suddenly heard a creaking sound from her glass window, like someone was scratching it with their nails. Creak, 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 creak. The sound was extremely grating. The thick blackout curtains made it impossible for Lin Ran to see outside. Her nerves tightened. The sound was too familiar, like zombies scratching a window in an apocalypse. But they were on the 11th floor. Could zombies really evolve to climb walls that quickly? With cold light in her dark eyes, she stared intently in the direction of the sound, stood up, and yanked open the heavy curtains. There was nothing behind them, just a black shadow. "Playing tricks, are you? I'll catch you," Lin Ran said as she opened the locked window, letting the hot air in. Even though it was just past 5 a.m., the outdoor temperature felt over 40 degrees. Lin Ran grabbed the window ledge and jumped onto the air conditioning unit, then chased after the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Lindsay also woke up early that day. When he got up for water in the middle of the night, he glanced at his phone and found the network was back on. After opening Weibo, he couldn't stop scrolling. It turns out that the extreme heat is a global phenomenon, and experts describe the unusual climate as a weather event, advising everyone not to panic. However, there are rumors urging people to stock up on water, supplies, and medicine, claiming this is a sign of the end of the world. Many people online seem to believe this, and since it's too hot to go out during the day, most choose to shop at night. Large supermarkets like Walmart even stay open until 3 a.m. to meet customer demand. Besides supermarkets, hospitals are also very busy. Many outdoor workers have gone to the hospital due to heat-related illnesses, and some have been affected by power overloads from nearby power plants. Sadly, even in the hospital, many have lost their lives due to severe heat-related conditions, with temperatures reaching 70 degrees Celsius. Countless pet lovers have shared images and videos of stray cats and dogs suffering in the heat, which deeply worries Lindsay. This is just the first day of this extreme heat. According to his sister, this high temperature may last for 1 or 2 months. How will people survive? Lindsay feels increasingly anxious and can't sleep, so he thinks about getting up to do something. As he considers practicing some military-style exercises, he hears a sound from the next room, which seems to be his sister's. Didn't she say it was too hot outside and that it was best not to open the windows or even the blackout curtains? Why is she opening the window? Curious, Lindsay pulls back the curtains but sees nothing unusual. He tentatively opens the window. The outside air is dry and hot like summer, but it's not unbearable. The distant dawn has covered half the sky in red, indicating another sunny day. Thinking of the photos he saw online, he feels a chill for those outdoors, including animals. Since becoming an enhanced individual, his body feels stronger, and his senses have improved, especially his eyesight, allowing him to see much farther than before. Suddenly, he notices something yellow in the bushes. When he looks closely, it disappears. After observing for a while, he realizes it was just hiding. It's a yellow dog, and he wonders how it survived the extreme heat yesterday. Lindsay hesitates, unsure whether to help the little creature. But her sister said that after the apocalypse, no one can go out freely and they definitely can't bring back random people. However, the dog is so pitiful. And the dog isn't even a person. Her sister shouldn't mind, right? Lin ran chased after the black shadow, gracefully jumping on the air conditioning unit until she finally spotted it in the corner on the 3rd floor. It was a plump black cat with a crescent-shaped scar on its forehead. "I caught you, little one. You're so fat but can climb so high. You must want to go home with me, right?" When Lin Ran called it fat, the cat's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Meow, the sharp meow pierced Lin Ran's eardrum. This creature could actually use sound waves as an attack. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with interest. This little one was quite a treasure. "Little kitty, come home with me. I have endless fish treats." Lin Ran reached out to catch the black cat, but just as she did, The cat vanished in an instant. Meow, meow, meow. The frantic meows sounded like it was running for its life, as if it had encountered a kidnapper. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. Was she really that scary? Little kitty, I'm telling the truth. Not only do I have fish treats, but also various flavors of cat food. If you change your mind, you can find me anytime. It was only when the black cat disappeared from her sight that she reluctantly pulled her gaze away. She didn't expect this little creature to be so powerful, already having sound wave attacks, teleportation, and the dizzying attack from last night. If it had these abilities in her past life, it would definitely have been a big boss among mutated animals. Or perhaps it is the future big boss. She vaguely remembered that the Huanglong base, with tens of thousands of people, was destroyed by a big boss among mutated animals in her past life. It seemed that they had eaten too many mutated animals, leading to their revenge. That big boss was as large as a small black mountain, with the most notable feature being a crescent-shaped scar on its forehead. However, at that time, the Huanglong base was far from their Ziguang base, so she thought of this story as just a tale. Now, thinking back, this little creature could very well be that future big boss. If she could tame it, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? She wouldn't have to hide here. With the little kitty, she could roam freely in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, taming such a mutated animal definitely couldn't be done by force. The moment they gained their powers, they had already awakened their intelligence. If you try to force them to submit, not only will they not recognize you as their master, but it will also make them hold a grudge against you. In the apocalypse, there is a rule. It is better to provoke zombies than to mess with mutated animals, as they have a strong desire for revenge. If you don't kill them the first time, as long as you leave them with a breath, they will remember you and chase you to the ends of the earth. Lin Ran sighed, "Little one, I hope you come to visit again. I will definitely bribe you with delicious little fish snacks. Oh no, I mean keep you here." Lin Ran jumped into the yard, relieved that she had stocked up on supplies and cleared out several pet stores. She wasn't sure why she did it back then. Perhaps she thought life in the apocalypse would be boring and wanted some animals to play with. Now it seemed just right. Lin Ran glanced at the time, 5:30. The sun should rise soon, so she headed towards the orchard. The heat-resistant tropical fruits in the orchard were all wilted, and several mango trees had even died. We were so close to having fruit. Maybe I should bring you into my space. It would be a shame for you to wither away. Even though her space already had many trees, Lin Ran still decided to bring them in. After all, she had a kind heart, and since her parents and Xiao Zhe seemed to have nothing to do, it was better to give them something to do, like helping her plant trees. Lin Ran noticed a few trees that looked especially vibrant. One was a jackfruit tree, another an orange tree, and there were several apple trees. Despite the high temperatures yesterday, their leaves were still green. She observed them carefully for a moment and decided to call them strong trees. After thinking for a bit, she took out a bucket filled with spring water from her space and watered these resilient trees. "I hope you do well. I won't treat you like greenhouse flowers. If you perform well, I will come to check on you." Once she got busy, time seemed to fly. By the time Lin Ran finished, she was drenched in sweat. When she looked up, the sun had indeed broken through the clouds, casting its scorching rays on the earth. It was still not even 7 o'clock. Lin Ran quickly summoned a Harley motorcycle from her space, put on her helmet, and sped back. The sun was just coming up, which was fine, but based on her experience from her past life, the outdoor temperature would soon rise to 70 degrees. Even for her, being exposed to such high heat for a long time would be very dangerous. Luckily, Harley was fast enough. The wind rushed past her ears, bringing a bit of coolness to Lin Ran. This thrill of speeding was truly exhilarating. She finally understood that feeling. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. Just as Lin Ran was enjoying the rush, a shadow suddenly appeared beside her, nearly scaring her to death. Screech! The loud sound of brakes echoed as Lin Ran slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid hitting the person in front of her. "Lindsay, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you know that what you did could have caused someone to die? If I hadn't stopped in time, would you have been okay with that?" Lin Ran shouted angrily as she got off the motorcycle to confront Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Ran's furious expression, Lin Zhe shrank back and said, "Sister, I can metalize. You can't kill me." Lin Ran took off her helmet and glared at him. "Do you want to test that? Let's see if your metal form is really as strong as a wall." "I'm sorry, sister." Lin Zhe quickly admitted his mistake, realizing he had acted in haste. The sun was out, and if he didn't call his sister down, not only would he not be able to save the little one, but he could also end up in trouble himself. He had to take a chance. Seeing Lin Zhe, who was sweating and looking guilty, Lin Ran couldn't bear to scold him any longer. "Why are you out here instead of staying at home? Let's go back. If we don't, we'll both roast out here," Lin Ran said irritably. Lin Zhe quickly replied, "Sister, wait. Wait for what? The sun is out and I don't want to get overheated. No, if we go back, De Huang will be in trouble."
The Huang.
Lin Ran followed Lin Zhe's pointing finger and saw a hole. She bent down to look inside and found a small yellow dog covered in blood. It looked at Lin Ran and whimpered, unable to move as it seemed stuck inside. "Didn't it dig this hole? Why is it stuck? It shouldn't have dug it. I saw it upstairs and wanted to bring it back, but it got scared and ran into this hole. I didn't know there were wires inside, and it got caught. The injuries are from struggling against the wires. Sister, what should we do? If we don't save it, it will die. The hole is small and deep, with several sticks at the entrance, but they can't help the little animal trapped inside because it is tangled in wire and has been hurt by it. This is why Lin Zhe has been unable to rescue it." Lin Ran suddenly smiled at Lin Zhe, making him shiver. "Sis, why are you smiling? It's giving me the creeps. I'm laughing at how silly you are. You can't get the wire off. Why not think a little?" Lin Zhe scratched his head. "How can I think? I tried using the sticks, but the hole is too small for me to do anything." "What is your special ability?" "Metal." "Then can't you control metal?" "You're such a fool. I'm about to lose it." Lin Zhe suddenly realized how silly he had been. How did he not think to use his metal ability? His sister was right. He was being a big fool. He felt like crying from his own foolishness. "Come on, it's so hot. If we don't act soon, we'll be stuck here." Okay, I'm on it." Lin Zhe quickly summoned his ability, and the wire around the puppy instantly vanished, appearing in his hands. The puppy inside the hole was finally free, but it stayed still, afraid of the two strangers outside. Lin Ran wiped the sweat from her face. The heat outside was unbearable. She looked at the puppy and said, "Little one, do you want to come back with us? We won't hurt you." The puppy stared at her with big eyes, as if considering her words. Lin Zhe squatted down and said, "Come on, buddy, come home with us. You'll be too hot here. We have dog food and meat at home." The puppy still didn't move. Lin Ran glanced at Lin Zhe and said, "If you don't come out, we're leaving. It's too hot. We have to go." Lin Zhe knew they had to leave. He anxiously said, "Buddy, we're good people. I chased you to bring you home. Please come with us, or we really have to go." After he spoke, the puppy suddenly let out a soft whine, as if responding to Lin Zhe. Then, under Lin Ran and Lin Zhe's gaze, it crawled out of the hole. Once the puppy was out, Lin Zhe quickly picked it up. "Good boy, I'm taking you home." Lin Ran hurriedly got on the motorcycle, but as she did, the heat almost burned her. The temperature was incredibly high, so Lin Ran quickly stored the motorcycle and took out another one from her space. Then she sped home with Lin Zhe. "Ah, sis, why didn't you say you were going to speed up? Stop complaining and hold on tight, I'm accelerating again." In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ran arrived at home. However, the extreme heat outside made her feel very uncomfortable. When she opened the door and returned to the living room, she quickly pulled the dizzy Lin Zhe and De Huang into her space, then jumped into the creek with them. The cool creek water wrapped around her body, refreshing Lin Ran's mind, which had been muddled by the heat. She summoned a bottle of spring water she had filled earlier and drank until it was empty, which helped cool her down. As for Lin Zhe, he had already jumped into the water with De Huang and taken several sips. Lin Ran shook her head. Her brother was really careless. But no one said you couldn't drink your own bathwater, and luckily, they were fine. It had been too dangerous. If they had returned even a little later, they would have been in serious trouble with the heat. This crazy weather means we need to set an alarm next time we go out. It's too risky otherwise.
You're right, sis.
We have to go early and come back early. I almost overheated.
Hey, where's De Huang?
Lindsay finally came to his senses and looked around for De Huang. Lin ran pointed beside him. What do you think that dog paddling next to you is? It was no surprise that De Huang could swim. Farm dogs seemed to be natural swimmers. Lindsay happily swam over to De Huang and joined him. De Huang, let's swim together. This water is great. It can heal your injuries and strengthen you.
Come on, drink some more.
De Huang seemed to understand Lindsay and lowered his head to drink several more sips. They emerged from the water half an hour later. Fortunately, their parents had stayed up late the night before and were still asleep when they returned, or they would have been scolded. The living room on the 11th floor was comfortable with the air conditioning running, and the cool air made them want to sigh in relief. However, Lindsay and Lin Rant's rooms were not so lucky. Lindsay had opened the curtains and forgotten to close them, so even with the air conditioning on, the bedroom was still hot. The scariest thing was Lin Ran. One window was left open, and the house felt like a big oven. Lin Ran had no choice but to ask Mom Lin for help. She called her respected mother from bed to give her a layer of ice all over before she dared to close the window. When Lin Ran came out again, she was completely soaked. Mom Lin looked at her disapprovingly at the door, her gaze filled with both concern and disappointment. How could she be so careless the next day? Ran. Lin Ran quickly replied, Mom, ask Xiaozhe. It's all his fault. I was so hot. I had to go to the space to take a bath. It was really Xiaozhe's fault, and she almost bumped into him. So, it wasn't her fault for leaving first. Lindsay, holding the big yellow dog, felt a chill on his back and smiled sweetly. Mom. My dear mother, let me explain. Mom Lin's palm turned icy as she said coldly to Lindsay, You better have a good explanation, or I'll deal with you, you little rascal. Lindsay and the dog tensed up.
Got it, Mom.
When Lin Ran came out again, she noticed Lindsay sitting oddly on the sofa, as if someone had hit him. The living room was much livelier now. Dadlin was up and playing with the big yellow dog. The dog wasn't actually big. It was small for a rural dog and looked a bit undernourished from being a stray. When they bathed it, they could see its bony body, nothing like the fat black cat. Thinking about the hot weather today, Lin Ran wondered how the dog managed to survive. Would it come looking for her again?
Come here, big yellow. Bark for Grandpa.
As soon as she said that, the dog looked at Dad Lin and barked. Wow, this little thing is really obedient. Dad Lin was delighted and immediately gave it a piece of jerky. Xiaozhe, where did you find it? It's really smart. Of course. Even though people like foreign dogs now, our Chinese rural dogs are the most understanding, loyal, and well-behaved. Lindsay said, Come here, big yellow, shake hands. The dog sat down and offered its paw to Lindsay.
Ah, look.
I taught it just once, and it got it right away. I told you Big Yellow is smart. Smart indeed. What a good dog. The two of them were happily gathered around the big yellow dog, and the atmosphere in the living room became much more cheerful. Lin Ran thought, if the big fat cat comes, everyone will definitely love it too. I hope you come soon. Come here, Big Yellow. Let me see your injury, Lin Ran said while squatting down. Big Yellow had accepted his name and happily ran over when he heard Lin Ran call him. Lin Ran patted the little guy's head and carefully checked his fur. Sis, it's almost healed. I think if we soak it 1 or 2 more times, Big Yellow's injury will be fine, Lin Dad said as he walked over. Xiaozhe told me that Big Yellow's injury was quite serious at first. Ran, your space water is really amazing, just like a magical remedy. After dinner, how about your mom and I also soak in your space? We haven't been there for days. Lin Ran remembered the fruit trees in her space and smiled mischievously. Sure, I'll invite you and Mom and Xiaozhe to play in the space. But it won't be for soaking, it will be for work. Today was too rushed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone in with Lindsay to soak. Even after soaking so many times, they still smelled terrible, including Big Yellow. So, to protect the environment, it's better to take water out to soak. For breakfast, there was soy milk, eggs, and buns, while Big Yellow had dog food and chicken. Lindsay was drinking soy milk while scrolling on his phone when he suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha, sis, that bad woman Luo Xingxing is finally having bad luck." Isn't Luo Xingxing's bad luck the same as Luo Xiangxi's? Lin Ran was very interested. What happened to her? Lindsay, holding his phone, was as happy as could be. Luo Xingxing is currently complaining in our class group chat, saying that in this hot weather, their neighborhood has lost power. Isn't that unlucky? Truly, karma is real. Who can escape it? Haha. It's about time she faced some misfortune. Lin Dad frowned at this and disapproved, saying, "You little rascal, it's one thing not to sympathize with your classmate in trouble, but why are you so happy about it?" Before Lindsay could respond, Lin Mom swallowed a bite of bun and said softly, "Isn't this Luo Xingxing the one who reported you to the school?" "Yes, that's her," Lindsay replied indignantly. Lin Dad paused, then immediately wore the same indignant expression as Lindsay. "Good. People like her deserve bad luck for trying to frame my precious daughter and Xiao Zhe. I hope she's not roasting like fish jerky at home in this heat." Lindsay was taken aback by Lin Dad's sudden change of mood. No, her family said they went to hide in the underground parking lot, but even there, it's still hot. Lin Ran also picked up her phone and opened the major group for their school. Although she was in a different class from Luo Xiangxi, they were in the same major and the school hadn't expelled her yet, so she was still part of various groups at school. There were already over 999 messages in the group. Lin Ran scrolled up and quickly found a help message from Luo Xiangxi. As the school goddess, Luo Xiangxi's request for help naturally attracted many eager supporters offering advice, like suggesting she put some water in the basement to cool down or prepare some herbal medicine to avoid heat stroke. Luo Xiangxi mentioned that her family didn't have the herbal medicine, and 2 supporters were eager to deliver it to her, but unfortunately, it was too hot outside for them to go out. However, the most notable supporter was Yining. He directly offered for Luo Xiangxi and her family to stay at his house, and said he would come to pick them up if they agreed. Lin Ran found this amusing. This supporter was so infatuated that he seemed to have lost his mind. With such high temperatures, even the asphalt could melt. How could his car make it out to pick up his crush? He might end up with flat tires on the way. The chat records showed Luo Xiangxi shyly agreeing, and Yining immediately replied, "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." This overly romantic statement sparked strong teasing from everyone, asking if he planned to drive a tank in this heat to pick her up. Would he really risk overheating and making the goddess feel guilty for the rest of her life? Yining's feelings for Luo Xiangxi weren't a secret. He loved to show off, and everyone enjoyed teasing him about it. It was clear that this group of students was quite talented, as they made Yining so frustrated that he didn't dare to speak in the group anymore. So, don't pretend to be something you're not. It might backfire. Wow, the situation outside is really serious. Even the 2 pigs raised by Aunt Wang have died from the heat. They smelled terrible when I checked on them at night. Exactly. Even the chickens and ducks at Grandpa Lu's place all died from the heat. They didn't dare to go outside to bring the poultry in yesterday under the blazing sun. The fish pond at Hongmei's place is dried up, and the fish have turned into dried fish. When they went to check at night, wild cats were having a feast. Lin Ran's parents also started scrolling through their phones. They had joined the local group for gossiping about the news in Qingshui town. Lindsay leaned over curiously and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Lin Dad sighed, "Most are fine, but many older people couldn't withstand the heat and sadly passed away. The altitude here is high, so it's usually cool in the summer. In the past, the village didn't have air conditioning. Luckily, many people listened to us and built cellars. Otherwise, even more people would have suffered from the heat yesterday." Lin Ma patted Lin Ba's hand. "We've done our best. Ran said this is the end of the world, with no laws or order. Our house already stands out enough. If we say too much, we might expose ourselves and end up unable to protect ourselves, let alone others."
Lin Ba noted that.
He understood this well. He just felt a bit wistful. The couple browsed their group chat for a while, but no one spoke up. 3 days before the end, they had announced in the group that they would be going back to the city for a while. When they left, they deliberately drove Lin Rant's flashy off-road vehicle around the town, bought a bunch of local specialties, and loudly shared their plans to return to the city with everyone they met. Then they parked the car in a secluded spot and stored it away, quietly returning home along the mountain roads. During their stay here, they kept the blackout curtains drawn at night, letting no light escape. Even if someone came to check, they wouldn't realize that there were people living here.
So now they felt very safe.
Even if someone wanted to target them, the tall walls and the electric fence that was always on would deter anyone. Lin Ran ate quickly and finished her breakfast. She glanced at the well-behaved big yellow dog sitting quietly on the floor and nudged Lindsay, who was still on his phone. Since you have the big yellow dog, you need to take responsibility. Let's go learn how to deworm him. The siblings took the big yellow dog into the bathroom. Lin Ran found a deworming medicine from their supplies, while Lindsay opened his iPad to learn how to deworm dogs, trim their nails, and pluck ear hair. Once they learned, they began to practice on the big yellow dog. The little guy sensed their kindness and didn't make a sound as Lindsay handled him, making Lin Ran unable to resist petting his little head. As Lin Ran petted the adorable big yellow dog, she couldn't help but think of the black cat. Oh, little black, I wonder where you're feeling hot right now. If you were with me, I would take care of you just like I do with the big yellow dog. After taking care of the big yellow dog, the siblings came out of the bathroom, and Lin Ba eagerly expressed to Lin Rand that he wanted to enter their storage space. Hey, can we check out your space? Asked Lin's parents. I want to go too, and so does Big Huang, Lindsay added, holding Big Huang. Lin Ran nodded. Sure, staying at home is boring. Let's all go in and stretch our legs. In an instant, they entered Lin Rant's space. Compared to 3 months ago, it was now more than twice as big. The level 6 space allowed them to stay for 3 hours. Lin's dad saw a small stream and wanted to pull Lin's mom toward it, but Lin Ran quickly stopped him and handed him a shovel. Why do you want me to have this? Lin's dad asked. To stretch our muscles. I bought a lot of trees for the orchard, but didn't have time to plant them. Now that we have some free time, it's time to start working. Lin's dad looked at the mountain of seedlings in shock. But this is too much. Dad, do you really want to waste such a vast and fertile land? Lin's dad looked at the spacious land and suddenly felt a strong connection to his heritage. With such good land, it would be a waste not to grow something. He took the shovel and said, Of course we can't waste it. Xiao Zhe, grab. Hey, we need to fill this place with fruit trees. Lindsay had planned to enjoy the spirit spring water and level up, but instead, he ended up doing hard work. However, farming turned out to be quite interesting. As a special ability user, he felt stronger and found the work not tiring but rather a form of exercise. Thinking about the variety of fruits that would grow in time made him excited for the harvest. The batch of seedlings Lin Ran bought included mangoes, pineapples, dragon fruits, bananas, durians, jackfruits, apples, grapes, pears, plums, cherries, navel oranges, bayberries, starfruits, and many more. Each family member selected 10 to 20 plants based on their preferences. After a quick division of tasks, the families started working enthusiastically. Lindsay dug holes while his dad planted trees, and they worked together seamlessly. Lin Ran and her mom were also busy. Both were capable and strong, and Lin Ran's mom was used to hard work. She picked up without hesitation, and together with Lin Ran, they worked just as quickly as Lindsay and Lin Dad. Even Da Huang was helping. It found a small bucket and went to the stream to fetch water for them. The family grew fonder of this clever little guy. Unfortunately, their time inside was short. Lin Ran and Lindsay had gone in half an hour early, and when the time was up, they had to come out, leaving Lin Dad and Lin Mom to continue working. The siblings didn't rest either. Knowing their parents would be hungry after working so hard, they decided to prepare lunch outside. Lin Ran took out a pack of hot pot broth from a famous Chongqing restaurant and many ingredients for their family hot pot meal. By the time Lin Dad and Lin Mom came out, the delicious hot pot was already on the table. Mom and Dad, what ingredients do you want? I'll help you mix them, Lin Ran asked through the steam. Lin Dad replied, I want what you have. Sichuan oil dip, garlic, green onions, cilantro, and some small chili peppers with sesame oil. Lin Mom said, I'll have sesame sauce like Xiaozhe. Okay. When Lin Dad and Lin Mom entered the bathroom, they saw the spring water Lin Ran had prepared for them. The aroma of the hot pot filled the air, and they had no time for a bath. They quickly washed up with cool water and rushed out to the table. Lin Ran handed them their bowls of ingredients. Mom, this is yours. Thank you, dear Ran Ran. Lindsay said, Dad, this is yours. Thanks, good son. Lin Ran placed a bowl of dog food mixed with beef on the floor. Here you go, De Huang. Woof woof. The hot pot was bubbling away, and since the whole family loved spicy food, Lin Ran brought out a fully red pot. I want to cook tripe. Sure, we have plenty of tripe, Lin Ran said. She had stocked up on countless delicious foods in her space, which had a preservation feature. Lindsay picked up a big piece of steaming tripe and put it in the pot, while Lin Ran added a large portion of duck intestines. Big sister, are you going to eat duck intestines like noodles? Yes, I'll show you how to eat duck intestines like noodles later. Lin Mom and Lin Dad also added their favorite ingredients to the pot. Lin's dad loves meat, so he quickly put a plate of spicy beef and cilantro beef into the pot. Lin's mom enjoys squid, so she added a plate of that as well. Before long, Lindsay's tripe and Lin Ran's duck intestines were cooked. Dipping them in a fragrant sauce, they tasted amazing. The tripe was crispy and tender, and Lindsay couldn't help but exclaim, who would have thought that in this 70-degree heat outside, our family can enjoy a cool breeze at home while eating hot pot? This life is better than being a god. The family laughed at his words. Indeed, in such harsh weather, many people struggled to survive, while they could still enjoy themselves. They were truly grateful to fate for giving Lin Ran a second chance at life. Lin Ran suddenly remembered her past life, where they were unprepared for the extreme heat. At first, they had air conditioning, but later, when the rivers dried up and the power system failed, the city experienced blackouts. To escape the heat, they, like Luo Xiangxi's family, had to hide in the basement. In the basement, she witnessed the worst of humanity, as people would go to great lengths for resources and survival space. Now, they no longer had to suffer there, while Luo Xiangxi's family, following the path of her previous life, would likely be stuck there until the heat ended. With the apocalypse just beginning, it was time for them to enjoy life. In the quiet of the night, she thought of Luo Xiangxi, Luo Xingxing, and all those who had wronged her. She couldn't bear for them to die too soon. They had to live and fully experience the end times before facing their tragic end. Lin Ran's duck intestines had cooled down and she didn't even notice. Lindsay couldn't help but remind her, Sister, aren't you going to show me how to eat duck intestines? Lin Ran came back to her senses and smiled. Of course. Lindsay took out his phone and said, Wait, I want to record a little video. Lin Ran was surprised. Why? Lindsay grinned mischievously. Hee, it's to tease some people. Luo Xingxing and the others are stuck in a dark, humid basement, not even sure if they can fill their stomachs. If they see us enjoying hot pot and drinking soda in the air conditioning, it would drive them crazy. Haha, just thinking about it is exciting. Lin Ran agreed. If she were hot and hungry, seeing others so carefree would indeed be frustrating. Definitely exciting. Wait, let me grab some more beef and squid to show off our wonderful life. Okay, let's record. Lin Dad and Lin Mom watched their children play around, finding it amusing. As long as they were happy, that was all that mattered. They really didn't know what their daughter had gone through in the past, and it made them sad. People like them, who had no memories, were the happiest. But their daughter carried too much weight. They hoped she could always be as happy as Xiaozhe. That was their biggest wish. Luo Xingxing sat on the floor of the smelly basement, bored, scrolling through her phone with a power bank in hand. This situation was too hard to bear. She didn't want to stay there for another minute. When the power went out suddenly, their family rushed down from the 17th floor without any preparation, not even a bottle of water. She hadn't eaten much in the morning, and by noon, she was thirsty, hungry, and hot. The basement was stuffy and crowded. She felt like she was going to suffocate. "Sis, I feel so uncomfortable," Luo Xingxing said, holding her stomach. Luo Xiangxi glanced at her sister's pitiful expression and gently replied, "Just hang in there. The power will come back soon." "But when will it come? Is Brother Yining coming soon?" Luo Xiangxi's expression darkened. "He will come. We just have to wait a little longer." She looked around at the tightly packed crowd, wrinkling her nose at the unpleasant smell. The odors of sweat and feet mixed together, making her expensive perfume smell bad. The entire neighborhood was without power, and almost everyone had gathered in the basement. They were lucky to have arrived early. If they had come later, there wouldn't have been anywhere to sit. Useless Yining said he would come to get her. But where was he? The temperature outside was high, but couldn't he think of another way? Wasn't the Yi family wealthy? In the end, he seemed useless. No wonder. He wasn't the head of the family. The real leader was that mature and charming man. If only she could connect with him, he surely wouldn't let her suffer here. Maybe he would have found a way to take her away by now. When would she be able to leave this dirty, smelly basement? Luo Xiangxi tightened her grip on her phone, and suddenly, she received numerous WeChat notifications. At the same time, Luo Xingxing's phone chimed with the same sounds. The two sisters opened their phones together and almost broke down. Was there no justice? While they were suffering from heat and hunger, these people were posting about their food. It was infuriating. Luo Xingxing's hands were shaking as she saw the group chat filled with 9 photos and a short video. Linza was happily eating hot pot, and even through the screen, she could hear the crunchy sound of the food. There were close-ups of various ingredients: squid, duck intestines, spicy beef, shrimp filled with shrimp meat, beef soaked in broth, crispy tripe, large abalone, and luncheon meat packed with meat. The worst part was that they were drinking ice-cold Sprite.
Why? Ah.
Linza, how could he eat hot pot on such a hot day? Is there no justice? She could have tolerated it, but now she felt like she was going to starve and die of thirst. To her surprise, that wasn't all. Linza even tagged her in the group chat, saying, "Luo Xingxing, it's a pity your house lost power. If we were neighbors, I could invite you over to enjoy the air conditioning and hot pot. Look how delicious it looks. How are you doing in the basement? Have you eaten enough? Do you have water? Hope the power comes back soon. You and your family, hang in there." Ah, how shameless. Luo Xingxing was going crazy. This was revenge. Definitely revenge. Linza must have known she reported him to the school, so he was deliberately making things worse for her. Below his message, her classmates responded with envy and confusing emojis, and Luo Xingxing felt like she had lost all her dignity in that moment. "Wah, sis, that jerk Linza is bullying me." Luo Xingxi ignored her. In fact, her own expression wasn't great either. Who hadn't been bullied? She had been bullied too. Linran posted a series of pictures and videos in their group chat, showing all kinds of tempting hot pot ingredients, enhanced by filters. The worst part was that there were Sprite and Coke on the table. Eating this in such weather, she really didn't know if she was being foolish or just showing off. The classmates below were going crazy over the photos. "Lin, you're living the life. Are you really eating? Please send that duck intestine my way." "Wah, where do you live? I want to come over for a meal. Seeing this is making me so hungry." "Forget it. I'll just eat my own hot pot." "Our power is out too. I envy your air conditioning. Must be so nice in this 26-degree summer." Linran didn't say anything, but Luo Xingxi knew that those pictures were meant for her. Knowing she was in trouble, does she dare to jump on her head and act wild? Is it because she stole Yining from her? Haha, you like Yining, but she doesn't like him and won't let go. Lin ran, just wait. Suddenly, Luo Xiangxi smiled. She saw Yining come out to defend her. Haha, Lin ran. What does it matter if you can afford a hot pot? Yining will always be mine. Yining. Lin ran. Why are you sending these messy pictures? Don't you know some classmates are suffering from the heat and hunger? This behavior is really heartless. Please withdraw your message immediately. Luo Xiangxi was pleased to see Ning standing up for her. Hearing such words from her crush Must be infuriating for Lin Ran. Yining's words resonated with many, and the mood quickly shifted. People began to criticize Lin Ran again. The group chat turned into discussions about how Lin Ran was showing off, being arrogant and lacking empathy. Even her admirers came out to support Luo Xiangxi, expressing concern for their goddess and whether she was okay in the underground parking lot. Seeing the chat, Luo Xiangxi felt it was time to make her appearance. Of course, Lin Ran noticed the change in the group's tone. She could even guess Luo Xiangxi's expression and reaction. She knew this woman too well. In the past, she wouldn't bother with her, but now that she had some free time, she didn't mind poking at her a bit. For someone like her, the best way to deal with it was to fight fire with fire. With a smile in her eyes, Lin Ran opened her phone keyboard. "Oh, I'm so sorry, everyone. I accidentally sent the wrong message. I meant to send it to my brother, but it ended up here. I'm really sorry, especially to Luo Xiangxi. If it weren't for Yining tagging me, I wouldn't have realized I made such a big mistake. I truly didn't expect you couldn't get food, and were starving in the underground parking lot. Doesn't your family live in a nice neighborhood? Is there really no power there? The property management is so irresponsible. Wow, you're so unfortunate. I can't believe you had to see me eating hot pot. I'm really sorry, Luo Xiangxi. I had no idea you were so sensitive. I didn't think seeing me eat hot pot would upset you. But you're so kind. You wouldn't hold it against me, right?" Yining explained, "I wasn't talking about Luo Xiangxi. Don't take it personally. I meant all the hungry students." Lin Ran replied, "Oh, so you weren't talking about Luo Xiangxi? Then she shouldn't blame me." Yining blames you. A grown man can't express himself clearly, and he wants to be class leader. 0 points for communication skills. Lin Ran's sarcastic comments twisted Luo Xiangxi's pretty face in anger. Lin Ran, what did she mean by that? How should she respond? It's all Yining's fault for provoking Lin Ran and making her feel so embarrassed. Seeing that Luo Xiangxi hadn't spoken for a while, Lin Ran guessed that either her phone was dead or she was too upset by her words. Each of Lin Ran's comments hit her where it hurt. Others might not know her background, but she knew it all too well. Years ago, Luo Xiangxi had used her family situation to gain sympathy from Elon. Luo Xiangxi wasn't at all like the image she created of being a rich girl living in a fancy neighborhood. Her father was a drunk and a gambler, and after her mother died, he found a stepmother who was just like him. Together, they wasted the family fortune, and now they lived in an old neighborhood. If it weren't for the power outage the day after the apocalypse, how could their home have lost power when most places didn't? It was because the old neighborhood's electrical system was poorly maintained, making it the first to go dark. The residents there were a mix of people, and it was the first place to fall into chaos. Luo Xiangxi was really frustrated with Yining. Her fighting spirit was so low. She needed to do something to turn the situation around. But just as she was about to type again, a large, hairy hand suddenly reached out and interrupted her. Startled, Luo Xiangxi gasped, "What do you want?" She looked up to see a man grinning at her with a pig-like face, showing his yellow teeth. "Hey, beautiful, don't be shy. Let's add each other on WeChat." Luo Xiangxi fought back her disgust and glanced around, thinking this place was truly awful. What kind of people were these? In the past, such trash wouldn't have dared to talk to her. She was the school beauty. "Sorry, my phone is dead," she said, turning off her phone and hiding in her arms, clearly rejecting him. The man, however, just smiled at her with interest. "Hey there, let's be friends. Don't be so stingy. I'll get you some water." The man held out a half-full bottle of water to Luo Xiangxi. Seeing the water, Luo Xiangxi's gaze was fixed on it. The temperature in the underground parking lot was over 40 degrees, and she hadn't eaten anything that morning. Now she was both hungry and thirsty, and she really couldn't take it anymore. But being friends with someone like him was disgusting. Luo Xiangxi proudly turned her head away. "No thanks, I'm not thirsty." "Come on, don't be so cold. It's just friendship. Being with Brother Huang has many benefits." The man named Brother Huang didn't back down and moved even closer to Luo Xiangxi. The strong smell of sweat from him almost made Luo Xiangxi want to gag. What are you doing? Who do you think you are, bothering my sister? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Luo Xingxing, who had been holding her phone and cursing, finally noticed something was wrong. How could such a person dare to flirt with her sister? It was outrageous. What did you say? You think I'm a pest? The man's face darkened, glaring at Luo Xingxing as if he wanted to devour her. Luo Xingxing had never encountered someone like this before. She realized she couldn't provoke him directly and felt a bit intimidated. She scanned the crowd, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Her dad had arrived. Yes, I called you a pest. Who told you to bother my sister? You better stay away. My sister is not someone you can think about. Knowing she had support, Luo Xingxing felt empowered and confidently challenged the man's pride. The man slowly stood up, his face dark as iron. But then he suddenly smiled. Little beauty, you're quite feisty. Ha, why be so prickly? I just wanted to add your sister on WeChat and be friends. You both must be thirsty, right? Just give me your WeChat, and this half bottle of water is yours. Luo Xingxing swallowed hard, moistening her dry throat, and retorted, Who wants your used water? That's disgusting. Suddenly, the water bottle in the man's hand was snatched away by someone. He turned to see who had the nerve to take his stuff. But before he could get angry, the person stood in front of him, smiling as they opened the bottle and said, Thanks for the water, buddy. It's just friendship, right? Let's get Xiangxi's WeChat. Lo Xiangxi's face turned pale, and she said sharply, Dad. How can you? Lo Xingxing was anxious. Dad, give him back the water. Lo father frowned and said harshly, What do you mean, give it back? Your mother and I are dying of thirst. Luckily, Xiangxi's friend brought this life-saving water. Are you trying to harm us? You ungrateful daughter. I'll teach you a lesson. Lo Xingxing covered her face in panic. She was truly afraid of being hit again. It hurt too much. Honey, how can you be so rough? Xingxing is just being disobedient, but Xiangxi is respectful. She will definitely be friends with this handsome guy, so don't worry. A woman with a curvy figure approached, wrapping her arms around Lo father and raising an eyebrow at Lo Xiangxi. Lo Xiangxi bit her pale lips and finally picked up her phone. My phone still has a little battery. I'll add you as a friend. The man laughed. Haha, your parents really know how to raise a daughter. I'm Huangda, but everyone calls me Brother Huang. If you need anything, just come to me. Definitely, come visit us often. The couple showed no shame, sharing the water bottle without concern for cleanliness, and drank it all in no time. Ding! Lo Xiangxi's WeChat was taken by the man, who smiled as he left, saying, Beautiful girl, don't block me, okay? I'll come find you later. His eyes held a threatening glint, and after saying that, he walked over to Lo father and the others, chatting about who knows what. The people around noticed the commotion. Some were initially willing to intervene, but seeing that even her own father didn't care, they decided to stay out of it, just watching the scene unfold. Lo Xiangxi felt utterly abandoned in this place. Any feelings she had for her father vanished. He was as disgusting, shameless, and unforgivable as that woman. Sis, this basement is too awful. I want to leave, Lo Xingxing said with red eyes. Lo Xiangxi patted her hand. Don't worry, we'll leave tonight. Good, just the two of us. That woman and dad are not good people. They almost sold you today, and that man is still watching you. She had no doubt that if they stayed here any longer, her shameless father and stepmother would sell her for supplies. Sure, I know, Xingxing. It's just us now. I wish night would come quickly. It will. But what Lo Xiangxi didn't know was that the night she imagined would never come. Lin Ran looked at her phone for a while and found it boring. She wondered how Jiangchen was doing. They hadn't even added each other on WeChat. But if he really asked for it, would she give it to him? Lin Ran couldn't figure out the answer. They probably wouldn't meet again, but there would surely be stories about him in the world. She opened her tablet and checked the monitoring app. The Yi family was as lively as ever. A sudden plan had caused their major project to come to a halt, and Yilan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. From their conversation, she learned that if there were any issues with the project, the Yi family would face more than just financial loss. It could lead to total ruin. They deserved it for making reckless investments. However, she didn't recall him mentioning this in her past life. Before the zombie outbreak, everything seemed to be going smoothly for their family. What had gone wrong? No matter the problem, Lin Ran saw it as a good challenge. It was better to make him uncomfortable. Without any support, what would Yi Lan be like in the apocalypse? Let the Yi family and Yi Lan slowly fade away. The 11th floor of the building was used for living, while Lin Ran turned the 10th floor into a training room. The spiritual water no longer had any effect on her spatial abilities, and it was the same for Lin Zhe. She believed it would soon lose its effect on her parents as well. To better adapt to the apocalypse, she needed to find other ways to improve everyone's physical fitness. What worried her was the emergence of mutated animals. In her past life, they appeared 6 months later, but now they had come early, forcing her to change her plans and strengthen everyone's combat abilities sooner. In the apocalypse, human threats included not only zombies, but also terrifying mutated animals and even plants. The enhancement of abilities relied on the cores of zombies, mutated animals, and even other ability users. Since they hadn't appeared yet, they had to focus on improving their physical fitness as much as possible. On the first day of training, Lin Ran had everyone do an hour of aerobic exercise followed by 30 minutes of anaerobic exercise to build endurance. Her mom followed a training video Lin Ran had prepared, jogging in rhythm, while Lin Zhe lifted weights nearby, and her dad started with a set of push-ups. Lin Ran was working on her muscles on the elliptical machine. The family's energetic spirit even inspired De Huang, who ran over to imitate Lin Ran's mom on the treadmill, bringing joy to everyone. This countryside dog is so intelligent. Could it be a mutated animal? But compared to that cat, it still seems too ordinary. Lin Ran shook her head, dismissing this idea. Whether it's an ordinary animal or a mutated one, it's still the beloved pet of their family. In the unbearable heat, Luo Xiangxi finally waited for nightfall. However, by 8 p.m., the outside temperature was still high, and no one in the basement dared to go upstairs to go home. Luo Xiangxi felt anxious. She had asked Yining to come pick her up in the evening, as she couldn't take it anymore, and he had agreed. But now that it was dark, why hadn't he arrived yet? She opened her phone and clicked on Yining's profile, seeing a series of messages from him.
I'm sorry, Xiangxi.
The temperature outside is too high. My mom won't let me go out. Don't worry, Xiangxi. Wait for me. I'm thinking of a way. I secretly drove out. Not good, Xiangxi. The temperature is too high. The tires melted, and the car won't move. Useless. Luo Xiangxi bit her cracked, pale lips, feeling hopeless. She noticed that the man's gaze on her was becoming more and more intrusive. She hugged herself tightly and squeezed into the smelly crowd, as if that would give her some sense of safety. Just wait. It will definitely cool down by midnight. Whether Yining comes or not, she would run away from there herself. At midnight, in the Lin family orchard, Lin Zhe and Dad Lin were digging holes in the yard with hose, while Mom Lin occasionally sprinkled ice on them to cool them down. Sis, this temperature is too high. It's life-threatening. How did we survive in our past life? Lin Ran suddenly felt a cool breeze and smiled at Mom Lin. Thank you, Mom. If it weren't for Mom Lin's ice abilities, even they wouldn't dare to come out into the yard. Lin Ran lifted her shovel and said, the temperatures weren't this high in our past life. Lin Zhe, what? It wasn't this high? At least there was a temperature difference. On a night without the sun, it could drop to 40 degrees, giving everyone a little time to breathe. This weather is too abnormal. This is true extreme heat. If this continues, the river will dry up quickly. Lin Zhe's heart tightened. What will happen then? If there's no water in the river, the power system will collapse first, leading to widespread blackouts, and more people will die. So we need to dig traps quickly. Even the nearby villagers with cellars won't last long. The weather without temperature differences is hard to bear, even in the basement. When the time comes, our luxurious house filled with air conditioning will become the most sought-after place, so we need to set this trap up quickly. Lindsay scratched his head, but don't we have an electric fence on the wall? Dad gave Lindsay a light slap on the back of his head. My silly son, the electric fence can only stop some people, but not everyone, especially those who are desperate. Just keep quiet and listen to your sister. Focus on digging the pit. Lindsay felt wronged. Got it, Dad.
Sigh.
Lindsay thought he was a person with a tough fate. He dug pits during the day and at night in his own yard, but for the safety of his family, he was willing to dig out the yard. After all, he was the pillar of the family. Compared to Lin Ran and the others who were afraid of the heat, De Huang seemed to adapt better. It was very clingy. It refused to stay home in the air conditioning and insisted on following them. Lin Ran brought it along, thinking it would eventually retreat, but to her surprise, it wasn't afraid of the heat at all and was happily running around in the yard. From time to time, it would come over to help them dig, proving to be a great little helper. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt a strange energy wave. She turned her head and only saw a shaking tree. Was that the cat just now? The coolness brought by the ice quickly faded, and Lin Ran's hair was wet again. She shifted her focus back to the pit and continued digging. If that strange mutated animal came, it would surely return. If it didn't come, there was nothing they could do. If not, it wouldn't be a good connection, but a grudge. In the apocalypse, many had thought about taming mutated animals, but those who did paid the price for their naive ideas. They all died. So, no one could tame mutated animals, except for Jiang Chun. Lin Ran always felt that Jiang Chun was a remarkable person, a zombie king with all kinds of powers who could also tame mutated animals. Someone like him would surely shine brightly in the future. She even looked forward to hearing news about him again. De Huang was diligently helping its owners dig, and although it was small, it was still useful. It wanted to eat more so it could help its owners with more tasks in the future. However, while digging, De Huang felt like someone was watching it from the shadows. It stopped and looked around but saw nothing unusual. Its owners were all focused on their work. Who could be staring at it? It was really strange. It's just an ordinary little dog that loves its owner. Who could hate it so much? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. After all, it's just a dog. A black cat hiding in the shadows licked its sharp claws, thinking, "You better not be alone, or I'll tear you apart." That woman isn't good either. She said in the morning she would take care of it, but by night, she was taking care of another dog. What a fickle woman. It won't let her off easily. Until late at night, the temperature stayed above 50 degrees and didn't drop. The yard is large, and Lin Ran had everyone digging traps around the walls. Although the main gate is explosion-proof, there's no need to worry about anyone rushing in from there. But their walls aren't unbreakable. If someone really attacks, they could get through. Lin Ran placed sharp iron spikes in the big pit to ensure that anyone foolish enough to step in would get hurt. Here you go, sister. Lindsay's work is always top-notch. Lindsay proudly handed the iron spikes to Lin Ran, looking like a proud peacock.
Yes.
As a metal ability user, all the traps were made by him. Good job, Xiaozhe, well done. Keep it up. Lin Ran encouraged Lindsay with a smile. They needed many iron spikes for all these traps. Luo Xingxing struggled to climb the stairs, feeling like she had just come out of water. As soon as she left the basement, she couldn't stand it. Outside felt like a big steamer. Too hot. Sister, I can't take it anymore. I really can't move. Luo Xingxing said with a sad face, on the verge of tears. She was hungry, thirsty, and tired, feeling like she was about to break down. Luo Xiangxi wasn't doing much better, leaning against the stairs and gasping for breath. Hearing her sister, she turned and glared fiercely at Luo Xingxing. If you dare to stop, just wait to be toyed with by that disgusting man. Just thinking about Brother Huang's greasy face made Luo Xingxing shudder. Yes, if they didn't go back for food and water, their crazy father and stepmother would definitely send them to that disgusting man in exchange for food. She had no doubt they would do anything. When they said they were going up for food and water, she could tell from her stepmother's threatening tone that returning empty-handed would have serious consequences. The thought of Brother Huang's eyes on them made her feel sick. Most importantly, They needed to get her sister's power bank because both their phones were dead. They couldn't even find someone to help them, and they couldn't reach Brother Yining either. The weather is so strange. When will it end? Luok Xingxing is really more afraid of falling into Huang Jiyi's hands. Gritting her teeth, she continues to climb up. In the hallway, besides the two of them, there are many neighbors also heading up. Some are lucky with lower floors and will be home soon. Others, like Luok Xiangxi, are on the 17th floor, and in this heat, it feels like torture. Luok Xiangxi grits her teeth, telling herself that if she can't get back, she might as well die. She doesn't want to die in such a helpless way. She wants to live. Her life shouldn't be like this. She wants to walk out alive. Once she reaches the 8th floor, she sees people who have fainted from the heat in the hallway. Luok Xiangxi steps around them and keeps climbing. She licks her cracked lips, reminding herself not to faint, but the dehydration and dizziness from the heat make her head spin. Even her stomach starts to cramp. She realizes she is suffering from heat stroke. Xingxing, keep going. We're almost there. Luok Xiangxi doesn't know if anyone answered her. She doesn't have the strength to look back. Just when she thinks she's about to succeed, she suddenly feels darkness closing in and then falls heavily to the ground. Is this it? Am I really going to die here? Luok Xiangxi feels a surge of unwillingness. Just before she completely loses consciousness, she seems to see a greasy face with a big yellow grin, saying, "Beautiful girl, why haven't you replied to my WeChat?" In the Lin family courtyard, the family worked energetically until 3:30 a.m., until Lin Ma's powers could no longer support them, and they finally stopped. Lin Ma sits in the yard, watching frost form on her fingertips, feeling empty as if she has been drained. She slumps in her chair, so this is what it feels like to have exhausted powers. It's too uncomfortable. Let's go home. I could really eat 2 bowls of rice right now. Lin Ran quickly takes out a piece of chocolate, a bag of chips, and a bottle of soda from her space. Mom, eat some of this to regain your energy. Okay, my dear Ran Ran, you're so thoughtful. Lin Ran knows all too well the feeling of exhausted powers. At this time, a person feels very weak and needs to quickly replenish energy and crystals. While she doesn't have crystals, she has plenty of energy-boosting snacks. After burying the traps they made, Lin Ran hurriedly helps everyone support Lin Ma inside. Da Huang happily followed everyone back, and Lin Ran took another look at the tree that had felt strange earlier, then walked over. Little kitty, are you here? Would you like to go home with me? I have air conditioning at my place. Lin Ran waited for a while, but there was no sound at all. Even the air was very quiet. It felt as if her earlier feeling was just an illusion. Lin Ran took out a bag of fish treats from her space and a white cat bowl, pouring the treats inside. Little kitty, these are the fish treats I promised you. Remember to come eat them. It's too hot outside, so I'm going back now. Still no response. Lin Ran didn't want to stay any longer, so she turned around and went back inside. Once the door was completely closed, a chubby black cat had quietly appeared from the tree. If one looked closely, they would see a crescent-shaped scar on its head. Meow, the black cat softly called out, looking curiously in the direction Lin Ran had disappeared. What was up with this woman? Why was she bothering it when she already had a dog? And she left such a big bowl of delicious fish treats for it. How could it possibly act? Just moments ago, it wanted to tear this woman apart, but she didn't seem so bad after all. However, that dog. Just a dog. How could it compare to its noble cat status? Of course, it was more important in this woman's heart. It decided to observe a bit longer. If this woman continued to be so friendly, it wouldn't mind going home with her to enjoy the air conditioning. On the 11th floor, Lin Ran used binoculars to watch the black cat jump down from the tree, then start eating the treats from the bowl. What a proud little kitty. But she knew how to handle proud things very well. Luo Xiangxi was awakened by a splash of cool liquid. Blinking her confused eyes, she realized she was in her own home. Wait, hadn't she fainted in the hallway? How did she end up here? Then she was horrified to discover she was completely. Hee hee, beautiful lady. What are you looking for? I'm right here. Luo Xiangxi then noticed that Huang Ge was squatting beside her, holding a bottle of mineral water. It seemed he was the one who had splashed her awake. How did he end up here? Feeling something was off, Luo Xiangxi instinctively wanted to escape. But after a day without food or water and just waking up, how could she compete with a man? A pair of rough, greasy hands reached out, and the man's large body pressed down on her like a mountain. "Hey, beautiful, where are you running? I just saved you. If I hadn't shown up in time, you would have overheated in the hallway. You should hurry and repay me." "No, no, you can't do this." Luo Xiangxi felt desperate as the man toyed with her. This man was serious. "Please save my sister first. She hasn't come up yet. If you save her, I will agree to your terms." Luo Xiangxi thought this might buy her some time to escape. To her surprise, the man's eyes lit up, and he leaned down to kiss her roughly. "What a considerate sister you are. Don't worry, I've already saved her. She's next door. Now, can we get back to our business?" "No, that's not possible." "What do you mean it's not possible? Stop talking nonsense." "I'm saying it is. You can't escape today, my little beauty." The man grinned widely. Luo Xiangxi felt helpless for the first time. How did she end up in this situation? It was over. In this hot, stuffy, and foul-smelling room, her life seemed to be ending. It shouldn't be like this. Her other half should be someone like Yilan, or at least Yining. How could it be this kind of man? She wanted to give up, but for some reason, she didn't faint. Suddenly, she had an idea and shuddered. She looked up at the man, whose blissful expression made her feel sick. The stifling heat in the room made her wish she could just pass out, but the man seemed unaffected. He was in surprisingly good shape. What kind of monster was he? In the following days, the temperature didn't drop at all. The media urged people to find cool shelters like basements, bomb shelters, cold storage, or caves. They also advised everyone to stock up on water, as many rivers had dried up and city water shortages were just a matter of time. Everyone was responsible for their own health and safety, so they should take care of themselves. Additionally, they informed the public that the military was actively building heat relief bases, and once completed, arrangements would be made for everyone. They urged everyone to keep communication lines open, as information would be shared as soon as the bases were ready. Lin Ran watched for a while before turning off the television. Most people won't be able to wait for the base to be completed. The weather is too harsh. Let's do something else instead. The tree planting work has wrapped up for now, and they have started growing vegetables again. They have divided the space into a storage area, an orchard, and a farm. Lin Ran wonders if they can raise chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep here in the future. If so, they could create a breeding area. The little fish in the streams swim happily, but Lin Ran can't bear to eat them. They are the most lively creatures in this space, and she doesn't want to disturb them. Lin Ma made chicken stew with mushrooms from the woods. She checked and confirmed that the mushrooms here are edible, and the whole family enjoyed a big pot of it. Lin Ba said it was more delicious than any mushrooms he had ever eaten. Lin Ran also thought it was tasty. It seems that the products from her space are of high quality. Now they have another activity. When they get tired from farming, they go mushroom picking in the woods. Today, while picking mushrooms, Lin Ran noticed that the pine trees in the woods had cones. Large pine cones fell from above, almost hitting Da Huang on the head, which made him bark at them. Da Huang has truly become a big dog. Perhaps it's because of their good diet or the nourishing spring water, but his once sparse and dull fur has become thick and shiny. His small frame has turned into a strong and healthy one. Now, when he sits, he is about 1 meter tall, and even taller than Lin Ma when he stands up. However, Lin Ran thinks he still has room to grow. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhe, feeling kind-hearted, brought back a big treasure. Da Huang might just be a mutated animal. Da Huang, stop barking. Woof. Da Huang obediently sat down and stopped barking. This is a pine cone. It's edible. Go find some more in the woods and bring them back. Woof woof. Upon hearing the command, Da Huang ran deep into the woods and soon returned with several pine cones in his mouth. Great job, Da Huang. Go find more. Lin Ran put the pine cones into a basket. They could enjoy pine nuts for dinner. She wonders if the pine nuts from this space taste different. She has noticed that the food produced here helps increase their abilities. Without crystal cores, they need to eat as much food from the space as possible to enhance their powers. These items are truly treasures. Since the renovation of the trap in the yard was completed, they rarely went out at night because it was too hot outside. The worst situation had arrived: power and water outages, and the internet was down. This world had become an isolated island, and civilization was declining. One day, the family was lying on the sofa watching a movie when Lin Dad sighed. "I wonder how the people in the village are doing?" Lin Mom casually replied, "Who cares about them? We don't even know what they're secretly discussing. They kicked us out of the group not long ago. I bet they're up to no good behind our backs. They might be hiding together, planning how to come here." Lin Dad looked worried. "Who knows? There have been people wandering outside our yard these past few days, and some even got electrocuted on the power lines. I think they really can't hold back anymore." Lin Ran laughed. "It's fine. As long as they dare to come. We dare to let out Da Huang, right?"
Da Huang barked, "Ufi ufi."
Yes, it would protect this home. When the time came, it would bark at any intruder, acting like a fierce guard dog. Lin Mom was amused by Da Huang's cute appearance and hugged it, petting its fur. "Good job, Da Huang. But I wonder what they want. They didn't come to steal the air conditioning when we had power, and now that we don't, why are they still trying so hard to come here?" Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "Maybe they have run out of food." Indeed. In the high temperatures, food spoils easily, and they might be out of water too. Although some had dug wells at home, they were shallow and not deep enough. The heat had dried up the underground water, so their wells probably had little water left. And it wasn't that they didn't want to come before. The temperature difference day and night wasn't significant, so they didn't dare to come out unless they were desperate. In the middle of the night, Lin Ran suddenly woke up. She felt a special energy wave, one that belonged to a person with abilities, and it didn't belong to anyone in the room. She opened the surveillance app on her phone and saw that someone was outside their house. Through the infrared monitor, Lin Ran clearly saw one person's face. It was him, Wang Xian. No wonder the villagers were eyeing their house. Wang Xian was one of the team leaders from the construction crew. They had hired an out-of-town construction team to avoid trouble. Who would have thought that after all this time, Wang Xian was still here? No one knows the structure and value of this house better than they do, so it's no wonder the villagers are taking such risks. Lin Ran changed her clothes and called her family one by one. "Hey, what time is it?" "Sure, they're here. Let's go to the top floor. Mom and Dad are awake too." "Okay." The top floor has a lookout point with a telescope, making it easy to observe any threats. Lin Ran took out guns from her space and handed one to each person. When Lin Dad received the gun, he trembled, and Lin Mom and Lin Zhe were not much better. Are we really going to kill someone? This is their first time facing life and death. Lin Ran said, "I thought in the apocalypse we would first fight mutated beasts and zombies, but I didn't expect to face humans so soon. It's hard, but this is the path we must take to survive. In the apocalypse, it's survival of the fittest. It's either you die or I die. If we want to live well, we can't be too kind. I hope everyone can get used to this. If they can't get in, that's fine. But if they do, I hope those with abilities will use them, and if not, use the guns." Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Ran sighed deeply. "Anyway, Mom, Dad, and Xiaozhe, you must remember, we cannot let them into this building. Otherwise, we will be the ones who die. Yes, it's either you die or I die." Lin Mom took a deep breath and said cheerfully, "Got it, Ran. Mom and Dad won't let you worry. If they dare to rush in, I'll use ice arrows." Lin Dad tightened his grip on the gun. Ran, I won't let you down. I'm the fire god of our family. They won't survive." Lin Zhe examined the gun. "Don't worry, sis. Anyone who dares to come in is no longer human to me. They're enemies, and I'll take care of them." Da Huang also quietly barked at Lin Ran. "Woof woof. Me too. Seeing everyone like this, Lin Ran smiled with relief. "That's good. We need to protect our home together." After that, Lin Ran stood at the lookout, observing the situation below. Wang Xian was clearly the leader, directing others to set up a ladder outside the wall. Looking at the number of people outside, there were about 20. Half were villagers, and the other half were strangers. She didn't know if they were Wang Xian's people. Did they really think they could climb in using a ladder? Aren't they afraid of the electric fence? Also, what was that strange energy movement just now? Could it be one of these people? Soon Lin Ran found out the answer. Wang Xian climbed up the ladder first, and just when Lin Ran thought he couldn't make it, a green vine suddenly appeared in his palm. This vine became incredibly thick and wrapped around a section of the electric fence. He is actually an ability user. Sis, is he a wood-type ability user? Lin Ran nodded. Yes, a wood-type ability user. But why did the wood-type ability appear now? In her past life, people only gained abilities after a year. No, she couldn't rely on her past experiences. Now is now. The past is just a reference, not a limitation. Sis, what should we do now? They're coming in. Wang Xian stepped back to let others enter first. Lin Ran's expression darkened. This person was clever and not simple. The newcomers were unfamiliar to Lin Ran, and they rushed towards the house one by one. Lin Ran looked at the yard full of traps and said softly, "Let's see if they can avoid the pits we've dug." Lin Dad and Lin Mom were watching a video on how to use a gun, switching the safety on and off, making Lin Zhe feel anxious with the clicking sounds. "Mom and Dad, be careful. My sister and I are still here." We know. Don't worry, Mom and Dad won't misfire."
Wow, they fell in.
That's great. The first two people fell into the trap, and the others froze in fear. When Wang Xian arrived, they gathered around him like he was their leader, discussing something. Lin Ran watched Wang Xian's movements through the binoculars, as he was the biggest variable among them. As more people entered, a few more fell into nearby traps, crying out in pain. Wang Xian urged everyone not to move. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had been following Wang Xian suddenly moved. The soil in the yard rose like a tornado, revealing all the hidden traps. This powerful display even drew Lin Dad and Lin Mom away from their gun practice. Lin Dad gasped, "Wow, is this person a wind god?" Lin Mom shot him a glare. "What wind god?" "This is a wind-type ability from a novel." "Yes, this is a wind-type ability. I can't believe there are two ability users among them." "Mom and Dad, Xiaoze, get ready. They're about to rush in." Wang Xian directed everyone to carefully avoid the traps. "Everyone be careful. There are many traps here. There must be valuable things inside that house. If we go in, we'll get rich. This family is very wealthy, with countless supplies and money. Our future depends on this opportunity. Got it, big brother?" Lin Zhe stood behind the lookout, clearly observing the actions of the people below, and he was getting very frustrated. He knew Wang Xian, who usually tried to get close to him, but he never paid him much attention. He didn't expect Wang Xian to have bad intentions. Lin Zhe angrily said, "Don't worry, sister. I've been preparing for this." His hand moved slightly, ready to set off the iron spikes in the traps to scare these guys. But before he could act, he saw a shadow swiftly fly by, and the first few people fell to the ground, motionless. Who is it? Is that person attacking us?" Wang Xian felt a powerful energy suppressing him, causing the hair on his back to stand up in fear. The newcomer didn't seem friendly, and the scariest part was he couldn't see who had attacked. Didn't the villagers say this family had gone back to the city? Why was someone attacking now? Especially someone with such strong abilities. It was too dangerous. Wang Xian, suppressing his fear, shouted, "Who are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one." But all he could hear was their own breathing, nothing else. Lin Zhe was stunned as well. "Sister, Mom and Dad, did you see that? Just now there was a shadow." "What was that?" Lin Dad replied, "I saw it. No matter what it is, if it helps us, it's a good thing. Today is a day for more updates, so please keep following along." Lin Mom nodded vigorously while holding the big yellow dog. "Yes, anything that helps us is a good thing." The big yellow dog also nodded its head. It liked this good thing too. Lin Ran looked at the big tree with the cat bowl and smiled lightly. Little cat, all those fish treats weren't for nothing. You really came through at a crucial moment. The black cat hidden in the shade of the tree lazily licked its paw. These humans were so foolish to come and cause trouble in its territory. Didn't they know this family was under its protection? They really didn't know what was good for them. It was time for the noble cat to teach them a lesson, one that could be fatal. Wango, what should we do now? Asked the wind ability user cautiously. I feel like the opponent is not simple. Should we leave? Wang Xian glanced at the nearby building, feeling a surge of reluctance. Do we really have to leave? There were countless resources here that could help them survive. This family's basement had 3 full levels, which was much more comfortable and cooler than a cellar. No, fortune favors the bold. I can't just walk away like this. Going back would mean dying from heat or thirst, and he didn't want to die in such a pathetic way. A fierce look appeared in Wang Xian's eyes as he ordered one of his followers to push forward. You go open the door. I want to see who's causing trouble here. Boss, I'm scared. As soon as the follower expressed his fear, Wang Xian pushed him forward with a vine. As the follower moved ahead, a shadow appeared again. This time, Wang Xian saw clearly that it wasn't a person. It was a cat. No, it was too big and too fat to be just a cat. It looked like a small leopard. So it's just a fat cat. Someone nearby suddenly laughed, thinking it was something serious. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he made that joke, his throat was instantly slashed by sharp claws. Ah, a monster. The remaining 7 or 8 people dared not stay any longer. They had come here to find a way to survive, not to die. Seeing everyone running outside, Wang Xian gritted his teeth and wanted to escape with them. But the black cat wouldn't let the leader go. It jumped high and clawed at Wang Xian's back, and when it landed, a chunk of flesh was gone. This cat was coming for him. Wang Xian couldn't avoid it anymore and used his wood-based powers to fight back, quickly creating a net of vines aimed at the black cat to catch it. The black cat didn't move and simply let out a sound. Meow, the eerie cat sound under the cold moonlight was particularly unsettling. Wang Xian suddenly felt a splitting headache, and the vines he controlled turned toward him uncontrollably. He quickly rolled on the ground, barely dodging it. But the next second, when the black cat's green eyes locked onto him, he froze in place, losing all his fighting spirit. Then, the shadow swept past, leaving no sign of life.
Lynch was stunned.
How can it be so fat yet so agile? Lin Ran laughed and said, "Sho, it doesn't like being called fat." Lin Zhe quickly fell silent, realizing that when he mentioned its weight, the fat cat glanced his way. And there was a murderous look in its eyes. Oh no, this is bad. I offended it. Dad Lin was upstairs, feeling excited. Ran, do you think we can keep it? Having it around would make us feel so safe. Big Yellow, do you think I don't exist? I can protect you too, master. Lin Ran was also thrilled, not expecting the little kitten to be so amazing. All those fish treats were worth it. A level 1 wood element ability user is nothing compared to it. I really want to take it home. Mom Lin felt a bit of pain in her heart. Ran, what should we do now? There are still so many people lying in our yard, and they've ruined our traps. How long will it take us to clean up? It's so hot outside. Dad Lin was also feeling the heat. Yes, with so many people lying around in this weather, if we don't clean up, it will start to smell. What else can we do? Let's go out. Mom Lin hesitated, but the cat is still in the yard. If we go out, will it really be okay? It just cut through those people like slicing watermelon. Is it really safe to go out? Lin Ran looked at the little kitten licking its paws with eager eyes. Don't worry, it's fine. It's a stray cat from the neighborhood. Let's take it home. Lin Zhe clapped his hands excitedly. Yay! Let's bring the kitten home to keep Big Yellow company. Big Yellow, I'm not too keen. It doesn't seem to like me very much. Dad and Mom Lin, can we really take it home? The black cat sat calmly on the ground, accepting the humans' admiring gazes.
See, I'm the best.
Big Yellow, sitting next to Mom Lin, suddenly tensed up. It was confirmed. This cat really didn't like it. It had just given it a glare. Now it understood where the stares came from every time it went out to play. Master, we can't keep it. This cat might harm dogs. Unfortunately, Lin Ran couldn't understand its thoughts and said to the black cat, "You're so amazing, little kitten. Would you come home with me?" The black cat turned its head away proudly and didn't respond. Lin Zhe rubbed his hands together. "Little kitten, I have a ball of yarn for you. Would you like it?" The black cat noticed the yarn and finally turned its proud head around. This human is nice. They know how to give me toys." Seeing the black cat interested, Lin Ran pulled out a bunch of yarn from her space. "These are all yours if you come home with me." The black cat's green eyes finally looked at Lin Ran, then glanced at the cat bowl. Lin understood right away that this little guy was a foodie. Look at how plump it is, and it still wants dried fish. Compared to when they first met, it has grown a lot. Now it looks like a chubby leopard from a cough syrup commercial. Lin took out a bag of dried fish from her space and poured it into the cat's bowl. "Eat up. If you come back with me, I'll give you an extra portion." The cat remained unfazed, so Lin added, "There's also beef, big chicken steaks, and all sorts of tasty fish." Meow the cat's meow was especially loud, and Lin knew it had agreed. "Cat. Humans, I'll let you take care of me. For food, I'll reluctantly accept you as my owner. Don't worry, I will protect you from now on. I'll show you that I'm much more useful than that silly dog." Lin successfully tamed the black cat, but cleaning up the mess was much more troublesome than she expected. Lin's dad dug a big hole outside to bury all the bodies. By the time they finished, the whole family was dirty. When they got home, it was a chaotic scene of cleaning, with the black cat perched on the sofa, looking down at the big yellow dog. "Meow, stinky dog, I'm the boss here now."
Woof.
"I'm the big brother. I was here first. Meow, do you want to fight?"
Woof.
"My owner won't let me cause trouble, or I'll show you my teeth." "Meow, my claws aren't just for scratching." In an instant, their eyes met, and a showdown was about to begin. "Little kitty, come on, it's time for a bath." The standoff between the two little ones was interrupted by Lin. "Meow, I don't want a bath, meow." The black cat was unwilling but couldn't escape Lin's grasp. It soon realized the bath water was very comfortable, soothing its old wounds. "All right, if I have to, I'll take a bath. Cats can actually enjoy baths too. From now on, I'll call you Moonshadow, little kitty." The black cat blinked its big green eyes. Moonshadow was a nice name. Much better than Big Yellow. It really is the boss. After giving the cat a bath and deworming it, when they finally stepped out of the bathroom, the sun was already up. After feeding the two little ones and reminding them not to fight, Lin couldn't hold on any longer and went to the bedroom for a nap. But lying in bed, Lin couldn't sleep at all. 2 ability users had appeared among the group today, and the changes outside were just too significant. She had just discovered a crystal core in Wang Xian's mind. Take out the crystal core and crush it. Lin Ran absorbed the energy inside. She needed to become stronger to better protect the ones she loved. I wonder how Jiang Chen is doing. Is he adjusting well? Yundu Warehouse District. Jiang Chen lay on the ground, his handsome face covered in blood. The apocalypse is indeed cruel. Thankfully, she has left. Woof, 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 Jiang Chen isn't here. Let's check over there. Outside the warehouse, the sounds of barking dogs and people running echoed. Jiang Chen hid in the shadows, deep among the goods. These guys wanted his supplies. He heard the sound of someone prying open the warehouse door. He knew it was only a matter of time before they found him. It was frustrating. He didn't want these things to be taken away. This was his warehouse. Before the extreme heat arrived, he had spent all his money stockpiling supplies. Since the extreme heat began, the prices of food and water had skyrocketed, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to gather supplies. Although the authorities had cracked down on some people with society in such chaos, it was hard to control everything. Many had made a fortune by hoarding. This was his secret base. No one knew it contained these supplies. He had disguised it as a cosmetics warehouse for his company. In an apocalypse, no one would be interested in cosmetics. However, news of the supplies had reached the wrong ears. The Jiang family wanted him gone. They not only wanted his supplies, but also his life. They had found a group of people who not only had guns but also strange abilities. Some were incredibly strong, and others could breathe fire. But in his dreams, these things shouldn't have appeared at this time.
Cough.
Jiang Chen coughed up blood, struggling to wipe his mouth. He had been injured by someone who could create spikes. He never expected his life would end here today. How unpredictable life is. He had planned to handle everything here and take his grandfather to a beautiful place to live. He had prepared everything there, and she would be there too. He believed his grandfather would like her. She was such a vibrant and lovely girl. But now, he would never see her again. What a pity. Jiang Chen gently touched the Buddha beads on his wrist with his blood-stained hand and said, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, but I have to break my promise this time." He lay in the dark warehouse, a desperate smile on his face. But before that smile could last a second, his expression changed to one of shock. The Buddha beads, which his grandfather had forced him to wear, suddenly emitted a blinding light, and then he vanished from the spot. When Jiang Chen reappeared in the warehouse, it was already an hour later. If someone had seen him, they would have noticed that his injuries had mysteriously disappeared. A look of surprise crossed Jiang Chen's face as he quickly moved around the warehouse. Everywhere he touched, everything vanished from sight. Huang Yu greedily ate the cookies in the warehouse. He used to think they were unimportant, but now, with his inconsistent meals and 2 women to support, he found them to be the most delicious treats. Not only was he eating, but he was also stuffing his pockets with whatever he could carry. He thought that if he brought these goodies back, the lovely girl would surely be happy. He planned to give them only to her and not to her ungrateful parents. Ever since he claimed Luo Xiangxi, Huang Yu couldn't let her go. The little beauty was just too charming. As a power-type ability user, he had crushed all of Luo Xiangxi's communication devices. He knew what she was thinking. The girl was clever and always looking for a way out. But he was tough, and he wouldn't let her escape. He destroyed all her means of communication with her sister to make sure she would follow him wholeheartedly. As for her selfish parents, he would allow them a little bit of help out of consideration for her, but nothing more. He could see how much she disliked them. Keeping them around was a way to control her. Otherwise, he would have dealt with them long ago. However, with the ongoing heat wave, even he was struggling to find food, as he had already drained the people around him. Fortunately, as a power-type ability user, he was recruited into this organization, which included both other ability users and armed ordinary people. Their role was to act as enforcers for certain individuals. They were told who to kill, and they did it. They were told who to fight, and they fought. In this era, human life was cheaper than grass. As long as they completed their tasks, they would receive rewards. Huang Yu's frantic hiding of items suddenly paused when he heard a dog barking urgently nearby. Bark, 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 bark. These dogs, like military dogs, are excellent at tracking. Their barking means the target has appeared, and today their mission is to eliminate that person without mercy. Huang Yu picked up a large machete from the ground and joined the crowd. The sooner they deal with the target, the sooner he can go home to see the beauty. Gongzi was holding a large black dog that was barking fiercely in one direction. A fierce smile appeared on Gongzi's face as he called out, "Haha, you can't hide now. Brothers, follow me. I've found the person." A group of people rushed in the direction led by the black dog. "This is the warehouse. Pry the door open." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people with chainsaws approached. But before they could start the chainsaws, the warehouse door opened on its own. Creak! The large door of the warehouse slowly opened, revealing a dark interior where nothing could be seen. Gongzi, walking at the front, felt a shiver, and the black dog barked even louder. Bark, bark, bark. Something feels strange. But it doesn't matter. With so many people, should they be afraid? Gongzi steadied himself and said, "Let's go in and take a look." As they entered, they took only 2 steps before realizing something was off. Why is this warehouse empty? They had opened most of the warehouse area, which was usually filled with supplies, but now it was completely bare.
No.
There was nothing here, but someone was present. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, They suddenly spotted their target standing in the center of the empty warehouse, as if waiting for them. Have you finally arrived? Gongzi was stunned. What? Jiang Chen smiled and said, here to die. Gongzi was furious. You're the one who will die. Hey Z, go tear him apart. Hearing its master, the large black dog lunged at Jiang Chen with its massive jaws. Jiang Chen raised his index finger and softly said, freeze. At his command, the black dog's attack stopped in midair, and everyone else in the warehouse also froze. Jiang Chen walked over to a person holding a tang knife and took it from his hands. I'll be taking your weapon. 2 minutes later, the entire warehouse was covered in blood. Hiding outside the warehouse, Huang Yu trembled in fear. A monster. He can stop time. Even the powerful Gongzi was cut down by him in one.
Terrifying.
Extremely terrifying. He couldn't stay here any longer. Huang Yu crouched low and quickly made his way out of the warehouse area. Jiang Chen was fascinated as he looked at the beads on his wrist.
It was amazing to realize that he could control time.
This could be seen as a blessing in disguise. The beads his grandfather gave him turned out to be a treasure, containing a strange space. Not only could he store supplies in this space, but more remarkably, it awakened a power that allowed him to stop time. Time manipulation. Although his current ability could only stop time for a short duration of 2 minutes, it was already enough to take the lives of everyone here. He had been worried about how to carry all the items from the warehouse, but now he could store everything inside. Thinking of her, with so many items stored, she likely had something like this too. The strong smell of blood in the warehouse made Jiang Chen uncomfortable, and he lifted his foot to step outside. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. It sounded like teeth grinding. He looked in the direction of the sound but saw nothing. Something felt off. He pulled out a flashlight from the supplies and turned it on, finally realizing what was wrong. The people who had been lying on the ground were now missing half of their bodies. They weren't dead? No, he had dealt with them himself. They couldn't still be alive. So where did they go? Who was playing tricks? Jiang Chen shone the flashlight around the warehouse, searching for clues, when suddenly he saw a face that terrified him to his core. No, it couldn't even be called a face anymore. The flesh had decayed, leaving only hollow eye sockets. It was gaping its mouth, tearing at the flesh of a corpse. The word zombie suddenly flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. How could they appear now? In his dream, these monsters didn't show up until the end. More grinding sounds surrounded the warehouse. Were these monsters drawn by the smell of blood? Jiang Chen didn't dare to linger and hurried out of the warehouse. The situation was unclear, and he didn't want to fight. His priority was to take the items and find his grandfather. Things were getting more complicated, and he needed to change his plan to take his grandfather to a safe place soon. At the Jiang family's old house, old Mr. Jiang lay in bed, struggling to breathe. In the entire estate, only this floor had air conditioning. It was now the 28th day of complete power and water outage, and it was scorching outside. Luckily, Jiang Chen had managed to find a good amount of diesel to power the generator. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Outside, there were intermittent voices. He knew it was his ungrateful children chatting. This old man was so thirsty, and they didn't even come in to pour him some water. At least Xiao Chen was good. When he was around, he always took good care of him. Since the power and water were cut off, the servants had all been sent away by them, saying that there wasn't enough food and drink for family, let alone for outsiders. He was old and couldn't speak well anymore, and even the butler who had been with him for so long was sent away. It was so hot outside. How could he survive if he was forced out? By the time Jiang Chen returned and found out, it would be too late. Thinking of this, old Master Jiang shed a tear. Sigh. Why hasn't Xiao Chen come back yet? Now that there was no internet and his phone was useless, old Master Jiang felt anxious. He worried about Jiang Chen and mustered his weak body to get out of bed. He wanted to ask his ungrateful descendants where Xiao Chen had gone. I wonder if they've killed that brat yet? Jiang Hu said. Jiang Yu laughed. Big brother, why are you in such a hurry? The people we're looking for are among the best in the business. Killing Jiang Chun is just a small task. Second sister, killing him is easy, but the problem is finding where he hid the stuff. That brat is very clever. I know he has hidden quite a lot of good things, Jiang Dasa said. Jiang Hai said, big brother, second sister, don't underestimate that brat. How did he know the world was about to change? If he had just told us to stock up together, we wouldn't need to kill him now. Jiang Yu angrily replied, exactly. That brat never thought of us. He deserves it. Jiang Dasa rolled her eyes at her husband. Jiang Chun deserves it, and he's doomed. You should care about your son instead. He's been running a fever all day, and the medicine isn't helping. Jiang Yu was surprised. Xiaoting has a fever? Our Shaolin has a fever too. Jiang Dasa gasped, could it be some contagious disease? I heard from those who came to kill Jiang Chun that many people have been mysteriously getting fevers lately. Bang! A loud noise startled everyone sitting in the living room. They looked over and saw old Master Jiang trembling at the bedroom door. They couldn't believe that such a loud sound came from his frail body. How could he stand up? How much of what was said about harming Jiang Chun did he hear? Jiang Hu forced a smile and said, Dad, why are you up? Do you want some water? Unfilial child. Are you all trying to harm my little Chun?
How could that be?
You must have misheard. No, I don't mishear. Stop it. No one is allowed to harm my little Chun. Jiang Hu suddenly laughed and said, Dad, I'm not little Chun. I don't listen to you like he does. I'm not afraid to tell you. We're going to kill that brat. Old Master Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood from anger. You ungrateful child. Jiang Hu laughed. It's not your time anymore. The world has changed. Do you think you are still the head of the Jiang family?
Ha!
You're just an old man. My siblings, and I will no longer listen to you. That brat must die. If you can't accept it, you can go with him.
Bang!
The bedroom door was locked from the outside. Then, the power to the air conditioner in his room was cut off.
Dad, diesel is a rare resource now.
It's a waste to use the air conditioner for you at your age. Let the young ones have it. Ungrateful. Disgraceful. His little Chun. Old Master Jiang felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart as he fell to the ground. The temperature in the room kept rising, but he told himself not to fall asleep. He needed to know little Chun's whereabouts. He couldn't believe he could just die like that. His outstanding grandson couldn't be easily harmed by these ungrateful children. His little Chun would definitely return to take revenge on them. This time, he would not stop him. All the supplies in the warehouse area had been collected by Jiang Chun into the space of his prayer beads. Now, he and his grandfather could live comfortably without doing anything for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chun glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was 2:30 a.m. If he moved quickly, he could take his grandfather home to Qingshui town tonight. However, there was one last problem to solve. Jiang Chun looked into the dark area behind him, his handsome face cold and stern. You've been following me for so long, come out. The warehouse area was silent. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. Jiang Chun waited for a moment, and the surroundings remained completely quiet. It was as if there was truly nothing in the darkness. Jiang Chun sneered coldly, since you don't want to come out, I'll just leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of cracking sounds came from the darkness. Jiang Chun sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped back a few paces. It turned out that the creature wasn't trying to avoid him, it was waiting for the others to come closer. A large group of well-fed zombies surrounded him, and Jiang Chun tightened his grip on his tang knife. You're just in time. Today, I will uphold justice. Stop. His time ability activated, freezing the zombies in their tracks. With a swift motion, he struck down the first few zombies, severing their heads. Jiang Chun noticed that the heads on the ground contained the crystal cores mentioned in the game. These were valuable items he planned to collect. As he continued to take down the zombies like chopping vegetables, a creature emerged from the darkness. It was a red-eyed zombie, different from the mindless ones around him. Jiang Chun felt it had some intelligence. Was it a legendary advanced zombie? Suddenly, the advanced zombie shouted at him, and the strange sound pierced his eardrums. Jiang Chun had to cover his ears to withstand the painful attack. Just then, the advanced zombie unleashed a burst of flames from its palm and hurled it at him. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen nearly got burned. After dodging the attack, he noticed the advanced zombie smirking at him. "You're impressive and strong. I'll take your crystal core today." "Stop." Jiang Chen's time ability activated again, but the advanced zombie tried to retreat to a safe distance. However, Jiang Chen's speed was too great, and he pursued the advanced zombie as it attempted to escape. He managed to control the advanced zombie. Just as he did, it let out a howl towards the sky. With a swift strike, Jiang Chen severed its head. Disgusted, he extracted the crystal core from the zombie. He noticed that the cores from lower-level zombies were white, while the advanced zombie's core was red. They looked quite nice. He collected all the cores into his space, planning to give them as gifts to a young girl who would likely be interested in them. He couldn't delay any longer. Jiang Chen sheathed his tang knife and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound coming from the darkness. What approached was even stranger than he had imagined, a zombie with even redder eyes, holding a blue-eyed kitten. The kitten was meowing frantically, clearly terrified. It seemed this poor little creature was the zombie's snack. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. "It looks like I'm not getting away today." "Zombie. Grr." It let out an unpleasant roar at Jiang Chen, as if defending its minions. Jiang Chen took out his tang knife and prepared to attack. Seeing this, the little kitten was carelessly thrown to the ground by the zombie, letting out a pitiful cry. Suddenly, countless clumps of dirt appeared in its hands and were thrown at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Earth powers, another tough opponent. "Stop." Time passed slowly as old Master Jiang lay on the hot ground, trying hard not to faint. He had to see Jiang Chen return. The Jiang family sat on the sofa, feeling pleased with themselves. They finally had a moment to stand tall in front of their father and would no longer have to worry about his disapproval. "Big brother, you were great today. So decisive." Jiang Yu praised. "Jiang," he added, "Big brother, you are the backbone of our family." "What is Jiang Chen?" Our father is really confused, always favoring that heartless, cold-blooded person. Now he has to rely on his son. We should be this way. We won't even let the old man use the air conditioning. Jiang Hu laughed heartily. Haha, so satisfying. All the frustrations of these years have been released today. From now on, we siblings will share the wealth together.
Good.
The Jiang family was cheerful, dreaming of a bright future after Jiang Chen and old Master Jiang were gone, when suddenly the doors of two other bedrooms swung open. Bang! Everyone's attention was drawn to the loud noise, and they realized it was the two children who had just said they were sick. Sister Jiang exclaimed, "Oh, Xiaoteng, you're better. Xiaolin is out too." Jiang Yu quickly stood up and walked towards her son. But after just a few steps, she noticed something was wrong. Her son's face was pale, and his eyes had more white than black, looking almost lifeless. Xiaolin. Jiang Yu called out tremulously, but her son's expression showed no change. Sister Jiang sensed something was off and asked, "Second sister, what's wrong? Why don't you help Xiaolin sit down?" Sister Jiang gasped in horror as she just saw Wu Lin bite through his mother's neck. Instinctively, she stood up and grabbed her son nearby to run outside, but suddenly felt a sharp pain. When she turned around, she realized her hand was in her son's mouth. When she pulled it out, 5 fingers were already gone. Monster. Others also realized what was happening. They wanted to escape from the living room, but 2 zombies blocked their way. Jiang Hu opened the old man's room at the last moment and hid inside. Knock, knock, knock. The monster smelled the presence of people in the room and kept on the door. The old man looked at Jiang Hu, who whispered, "Dad, there are monsters outside. Xiao Teng and Xiaolin have started attacking people. Please don't make any noise." Monsters? Attacking people? How did it come to this? The old man anxiously looked outside, unsure if they could wait for Xiao Chen any longer. Bang, bang, bang. The thin door was being pounded repeatedly, visibly shaking. Jiang Chen watched where the advanced zombie had disappeared and let out a long sigh. This one should be a level 3 zombie. It was surprisingly strong and smart enough to escape. Jiang Chun wiped the blood from his face, which he had gotten from being hit by a rock thrown by that zombie. How did these creatures evolve so quickly, and when did they even appear? It didn't matter. He had to return immediately. Meow, a small, gray and white kitten, cried pitifully at Jiang Chen's feet. It looked thin and small, hardly enough to satisfy a zombie. He wondered what the zombie wanted with it. He decided to take it with him. It was still a life. Plus, it could keep his grandfather company in Qing Shui town. Little one, do you want to come with me? Jiang Chen gently asked as he crouched down. Sensing his kindness, the kitten nuzzled against his leg. He picked it up, saying, then let's go home. You'll have to help me catch mice in the village. Meow, the kitten meowed, as if agreeing with Jiang Chen. What he didn't know was that in the darkness, a pair of red eyes was watching him closely. The level 3 zombie looked at Jiang Chen, who was taking the kitten away, with intense hatred. This human must die. That cat was hard to find. It was a very rare mutated creature, and he could sense the powerful crystal core in its brain. He believed that if he ate it, he could level up immediately, maybe even by 2 levels. And now, that rare mutated creature was being taken away just like that. Despicable human. Unforgivable. Caw, 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 the level 3 zombie began to summon again. At 3 in the morning, Jiang Chen finally returned from the warehouse area. On the way, he saw many people wandering the streets like zombies. The situation was too dangerous. He had to take his grandfather away immediately. Little kitty, stay in the car, and don't move. I'll go get someone and be right back. Meow, the little cat, responded obediently. Jiang Chen noticed the cat seemed particularly smart. Once he entered the hall, he sensed something was wrong. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Had someone come in before him to confront his family? Bang! A loud noise came from upstairs. Grandpa! Jiang Chen's expression changed, and he quickly ran towards his grandfather's room. On the 2nd floor, he found a terrible scene. 2 zombies were wandering in the living room, and to his shock, he recognized them as his second aunt and uncle.
Freeze.
He stopped them from attacking and hurried to his grandfather's room. The door to Grandpa Jiang's bedroom had been broken down by 3 zombies. Jiang, who pushed Grandpa Jiang outside, trying to use him as a shield.
Monster.
Grandpa Jiang closed his eyes, waiting for death, when suddenly he heard his beloved grandson's voice.
Freeze.
Grandpa Jiang opened his eyes to see his cherished grandson standing in front of him.
Xiao Chun. Grandpa.
Grandpa Jiang almost cried with joy. Xiao Chun, I knew you would come back. Without time to deal with the controlled zombies, Jiang Chun helped his grandfather up. I'm here to take you away. How did they become like this? Grandpa Jiang replied angrily, I don't know. Don't worry about them. They want to harm you. Jiang Chun nodded and prepared to carry his grandfather away. At that moment, Jiang Hu, who had been hiding and watching, crawled out. This brat had somehow survived. He must have done something to make the monster stop moving. He was definitely powerful. He couldn't let him leave. He had to follow them. Xiao Chun, where are you going? Take Uncle along too. Jiang Hu grabbed Grandpa Jiang. Get lost. Jiang Chun kicked Jiang Hu away. Taking him along? No way. It seemed better to let him be eaten by his own family. Or maybe it was too late. He had already been bitten by a zombie. Jiang Hu lay on the ground, spitting blood, trembling with rage as he glared at Jiang Chen. How could this brat leave him behind? Did he want him to die here? Then they should all die together. But what should we do? Jiang Hu's restless eyes darted around, thinking about how to get close to Jiang Chen. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, there was a change. Due to prolonged exposure to high temperatures, Old Master Jiang's asthma suddenly flared up. Jiang Chen quickly set the old man down and turned to find his asthma medication. Just as he reached for it on the bedside table, Jiang Hu lunged at him again. Jiang Chen sensed his intention and stepped on him. Jiang Chen's heavy step broke 2 of Jiang Hu's ribs.
Ah!
Jiang Hu cried out in pain, but Jiang Chen ignored him and quickly sprayed the medicine into the old man's mouth. He had to leave immediately. His time was frozen for only 2 minutes. However, this time, the old man did not improve after taking the medication. Jiang Chun felt anxious and was about to try another method when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Jiang, who was trying to bite his foot. How infuriating. This time, Jiang Chun showed no mercy and stomped down hard, ending Jiang Hu's threat. He then gave old Master Jiang 2 heart-saving pills, and the old man finally woke up. Glancing at the freed zombies, Jiang Chun ignored them and jumped from the second floor with the old man on his back. Fortunately, this body had become much stronger after gaining special abilities. With the car window open, the little cat saw Jiang Chun coming down but did not react with joy. Instead, it meowed anxiously, as if warning him of danger. On the mountain road at dawn, an off-road vehicle sped along. Jiang Chun was driving, while Old Master Jiang held the little cat in the passenger seat. Old Master Jiang looked worriedly at the injury on Jiang Chun's arm. "Xiao Chun, are you really okay?" That monster had scratched him, causing a lot of black blood to flow. Jiang Chun shook his head.
I'm fine, grandpa.
"We need to hurry. I must get you there before the sun rises." Hearing something off in his words, Old Master Jiang felt a jolt of alarm.
Get me there?
"What about you?" Jiang Chun felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't go with him. That zombie was stronger than he had imagined, and he had brought too many subordinates this time. He worried about the little cat and his grandfather, especially after being scratched. Although he ultimately defeated the monster and took its core, he could no longer accompany his grandfather.
I need to go to another place, Grandpa.
"The place I'm taking you has a wonderful person named Lin Ran. I want to ask her to take care of you for a while. I built a really nice house there, originally planning to live in seclusion with you, but I can't go for now. She is a very good girl. I brought her many gifts, and she will definitely take good care of you." Jiang Chen's words sounded too much like a farewell, filling Old Master Jiang with sorrow. "Xiao Chen, where are you going?" "Grandpa wants to be with you. You were just scratched by that monster. I'll bandage you up and you'll be fine." Jiang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Being scratched by a zombie had no cure. A sad atmosphere filled the car, and the little cat in Old Master Jiang's arms seemed to sense something. It climbed up to Jiang Chen's arm and began to lick his wound. The gentle touch of the cat's tongue made Jiang Chen turn his head. He saw the black wound being licked by the little creature and quickly grabbed the cat, tossing it onto his grandfather. "Meow, meow, meow," the little cat struggled, wanting to come back. "Grandpa, hold it tight. It can't come over. My wound is poisonous." That little one was too brave. It shouldn't be licking his wound. Jiang Chen glanced at the kitten with worry, unsure if the poison from his wound would infect it. He hoped it wouldn't. As they got closer to their destination, Jiang Chen's head felt worse. It felt like something else had invaded his body, making it hard for him to breathe. His life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Is this how it ends? He looked ahead, and uncontrollably, the beautiful girl appeared in his mind again. "Hello, my name is Lin Ran." This was their first meeting. He couldn't help but think of her, wanting to see her again, but it seemed like there wasn't enough time. He had planned to be her neighbor, taking the initiative to build a house near hers, wanting to bring his grandfather to see her. Now he was here, but he had become like this. His body felt terrible. Was he going to turn into a zombie, that terrifying monster? But Grandpa couldn't die with him. "Lin Rand, you will help me, right?" Jiang Chen looked at the prayer beads on his wrist, believing she would help him. As dawn broke, everyone at the Lin family farm was sleeping soundly. The cat lay beside Lin Ran, sleeping on its back, occasionally snoring softly, its round belly exposed to the cool air from the air conditioner, looking very comfortable. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide, its green pupils darting around quickly. Then, Lin Ran was awakened by a paw. "Meow, wake up, someone is coming." Lin Ran opened her sleepy eyes and quickly sensed something was wrong. She pulled back the curtains and immediately saw the problem. In the yard, the trap they had repaired was destroyed again. Who dared to intrude into their home again? "Let's go, Moon Shadow, let's check it out together." As Lin Ran went downstairs, she called Lin Zay, and Lin Dad and Lin Mom, hearing the noise, got up to follow. Lin Mom, disturbed from her beauty sleep, was very angry. "I want to see who the careless one is that came back." Lin Dad, Exactly, let's deal with them. Lindsay, no need to make it complicated. My invincible iron needle probably already turned them into a mess. Big Yellow. Woof, woof, woof.
The owner is right.
Moonshadow, proud, did not speak. It was more interested in another creature outside, seemingly a fellow cat. Standing by the trap, Lin Ran looked at the deep hole and gasped. Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen's face was pale. To protect the elderly man in his arms, he had several wounds from iron spikes, and blood was oozing out. President Jiang. Lin Dad recognized Jiang Chen. Lin Mom was taken aback and asked, boyfriend. Jiang Chen managed a weak smile. Miss Lin, I didn't expect it to be so hard to find you. Lin Ran quickly extended her hand. Jiang Chen, give me your hand. I'll pull you up. Jiang Chen shook his head. First, save my grandfather. The elderly man had been frightened all the way and, upon stepping into the trap, fainted again. Lin Ran hurriedly pulled the elderly man up first and took out a bottle of spring water for Lin Mom to give him to drink. Jiang Chen, don't be afraid. I'll have Xiao Zhe remove the iron spikes from you, then pull you up. Jiang Chen looked very unwell. Lin Ran didn't have time to ask how he found this place. She just wanted to save him quickly. But Jiang Chen shook his head. Don't worry about me. Just get this little one up. Lin Ran then noticed that Jiang Chen was holding a small kitten. The little one cried out in distress when Jiang Chen tried to let it go. Lin Ran didn't have time to calm the kitten and quickly took it up, then had Lin Zhe remove the iron spikes from Jiang Chen's body. When they were about to pull Jiang Chen up, he refused again. Cough, 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 no need to make it so complicated. What's wrong? Lin Ran was surprised. Jiang Chen looked deeply at Lin Ran, and that gaze made her feel as if she had been burned. Jiang Chen seemed off. Why was he looking at her like that? His eyes held endless sadness and regret. No, it's fine. Cough, cough, cough. I was scratched by a zombie, and I'm about to turn into one.
What?
Jiang Chen smiled sadly. Miss Lin, I'm sorry you had to see me like this. Lin Ran was shaken. Jiang Chen was really going to become a zombie. After killing Lu Yu, could he not escape this fate? Jiang Chen took out a bag from his space. Miss Lin, here's a gift for you. I think you'll like it. He even prepared a gift for her. Lin Ran opened it and found it contained crystal cores, both white and red. Where did you get these? Jiang Chen smiled. I got them from zombies. I thought you would like them. Lin Ran nodded in surprise. Thank you, I really like them. Lin Ma watched this scene and suddenly felt emotional. What a touching love story, even more heart-wrenching than the dramas she watched. According to the plot, this boyfriend was about to die. Oh no, he was such a good young man. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lin Ma was feeling sad, the old man in her arms woke up. He saw Jiang Chen still trapped and looked at Lin Ma with despair, pleading, please, save my grandson. I beg you, Grandpa, it's too late. I'm about to become a monster like the Jiang family.
No, how can that be?
Miss Lin, can I ask you for a favor? Jiang Chen interrupted the old man, feeling that his time was running out. What favor? Lin Ran squatted down, her eyes filled with concern. Just tell me, I will help you with anything I can, even revenge. Who turned you into this? I will kill them. Seeing Lin Ran so worried for him, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. No need, I've already killed him. One of the crystal cores I gave you is his. Miss Lin, I want you to take care of my grandfather. After I'm gone, please give him food and drink and look after him. Lin Ran felt a pang in her heart as she looked at Jiang Chen's darkening arm and solemnly promised, no problem, I will take good care of him. Thank you, I knew you would agree. I built a farm similar to yours not far from here. I think you might know about it. Lin Ran was slightly shocked. That? You built that? Yes, I originally wanted to be your neighbor, but now I'm giving this to you. There are many supplies in the basement. You can take them as food for my grandfather. No, I have plenty here. Lin Ran quickly refused, as she had more than enough for the elderly man. Jiang Chen insisted. Besides this, I have a gift for you. He took the beads from his wrist and handed them to Lin Ran. This string of beads has a space inside. containing supplies worth 20 billion. I'm giving it to you, hoping you can survive well in the apocalypse. Lin Ran was taken aback. It turned out Jiang Chen also had a space. He already gave her a house, and now he wanted to give her this too. Lin's father, standing nearby, was close to tears. Jiang Chen truly cared for their daughter, giving her so many valuable things, but sadly, he was going to become a zombie. Why do good people have such short lives? What should they do? Oh dear. Why was the universe treating his son-in-law this way? Lin's father didn't even realize he had already considered Jiang Chen as a son-in-law. You don't have to. Lin Ran shook her head firmly, refusing to accept it. Take it, I won't need it anymore. Jiang Chen said with a sad smile. You know I want to give it to you. Lin Ran felt a surge of emotion. Listen to me, you'll be fine. Jiang Chen smiled gratefully at Lin Ran. She was so kind, still comforting him. But that was unlikely. He turned to the weeping grandfather and said, Grandpa, you must take care of yourself. Miss Lin and her family are very good people. You'll be fine here. No, Xiao Chun, you should die with me. The grandfather cried, overwhelmed with sorrow. His dear Xiao Chun, his beloved treasure. How could he leave him like this? Jiang Chen replied, that can't happen. If you die, then my sacrifice would be in vain. Promise me, Grandpa, you must live well for my sake. The grandfather cried even harder, thinking about why Jiang Chen was becoming a zombie. If it weren't for protecting him, Xiao Chen wouldn't have been hurt. The grandfather felt immense despair, but seeing his grandson's eager gaze, he nodded. Let Xiao Chen go with peace of mind. Jiang Chen saw this and finally let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze shifted to the little cat in Lin Zai's arms and said, And you little kitty, please live well and keep Grandpa company for me, okay? Meow meow meow. The little cat seemed to understand that Jiang Chen was saying goodbye, and big tears flowed from its eyes. Everything has a spirit, and seeing this made Lin Zai want to cry too. What a gentle man, so kind to little animals. Being his brother-in-law wouldn't be a bad thing. Oh no! Why did fate have to turn him into a zombie? What will happen to his sister? Jiang Chen's face grew even paler as he looked at Lin Ran with reluctance. Miss Lin, I really can't hold on much longer. Cough, cough, please do me one last favor. End my life. Lin Ran.
End
his life. Lin Ran asked with difficulty, why? I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want you to see me in a state that's neither human nor ghost. I don't want to drag on like a walking corpse in this world. Cough, cough, please, just end it for me. Lin Ran carefully observed Jiang Chen's expression. He was about to turn into a zombie. But she wouldn't be able to do it. The future zombie king, who would be the most humane, couldn't die here. Lin Ran shook her head. I don't want to kill you. Maybe there's a chance to cure you? Perhaps you could be a unique zombie with a soul? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. How could that be possible? Lin Ran stepped closer and said, I believe anything is possible. Anything is possible? Lin Ran's words struck deep into Jiang Chen's heart. He wanted to believe in that possibility. There was still so much he didn't want to leave behind in this world. But did such a possibility really exist? Lin Ran looked at the darkening wound on Jiang Chen's arm and suddenly remembered her spring water, her heart racing with excitement. Maybe her spring water could be effective against the zombie virus? Although she hadn't heard of any medicine that could stop zombification in her past life, what if her spring water worked? Lin Ran hurriedly took out a bottle of spring water and poured it on Jiang Chen's arm. Then she poured it on the wound he got from the trap. She handed him another bottle and urged him to drink. Miss Lin, what is this? This is a potion I made. It helps wounds heal. You should try it and see if it works against the zombie virus. Lin Ran's expression was so serious that Jiang Chen didn't want to question her. He obediently drank the entire bottle. Lin Ran took out a bottle of spring water and vigorously washed the black wound on his arm, trying to stop the spread of the poison. As time passed, all of Jiang Chen's wounds miraculously healed. Unfortunately, the black poison showed no signs of slowing down and continued to deepen. Lin Ran did not give up. She kept giving him spring water to drink and wash his wounds. However, Jiang Chen's expression grew more painful, and he felt like another version of himself was emerging in his mind. That was not him. That was a monster that wanted to harm others. With his last bit of sanity, Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran in despair and pleaded, "Miss Lin, thank you for trying so hard to save me, but I can't hold on much longer. I feel like I'm about to turn into a zombie. Please, end my suffering." Lin's mother, "Oh no, it's getting intense." Lin's father, "This is bad, he's really going to die." Lindsay, "This is terrible." Jiang Chen wanted to say more, but suddenly he coughed up large amounts of black blood until he fainted. In front of everyone, his eyes turned gray, and his nails began to grow rapidly. Lin Ran knew he was about to turn into a zombie. The spring water was useless against the zombie virus. Lin Ran stood up and pointed to the iron spikes in the trap, saying, "Xiaozhe, quickly, use these iron spikes to make a cage above the trap." Lin Zhe activated his metal powers, and soon a sturdy iron cage was built above Jiang Chen's trap. The spikes dug deep into the ground, creating a strong prison. Old Mr. Jiang watched for a moment, incredulous, and said, "Miss Lin, you're not going to kill Xiao Chen." Lin Ran sighed and replied seriously, "Grandpa Jiang, I won't kill him. Jiang Chen can't die. I believe he'll get better." Lin Ran's determination reassured old Mr. Jiang, who had thought he wouldn't want to live if Xiao Chen died. Now, it seemed there was hope for survival. Old Mr. Jiang wiped away his tears and said, "That's great. Xiao Chen will get better. Thank you, Miss Lin. Your words give me peace." At over 70 years old, the leader of the Jiang family's top corporation for 40 years had shed all his tears today. As long as Xiao Chen was safe, he could continue living. The sun had risen, and the outside temperature was about to reach 70 degrees. If it weren't for Lin's mother using her ice powers to cool them down, they would have been unable to bear it. Lin Ran was worried that staying outside might cause trouble, so she called Lin Dad and Lin Mom to take Grandpa Jiang home first. She wanted to make a sunshade for Jiang Chen's cage. Jiang Chen had such delicate skin, and before he turned into a zombie king, she didn't want him to get sunburned. After finishing the sunshade, Lin Ran suddenly wondered if zombies could get thirsty, so she left 2 bottles of spring water for Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, remember to drink if you're thirsty. I'll go inside first and come back to see you at night." When the temperature reached 65 degrees, Lin Ran finally got home. As she entered the room, Lin Mom handed her a bottle of herbal medicine and poured her a big bottle of water.
Drink up.
You don't want to get heat stroke. Indeed. If she had come in any later, Lin Ran felt like she would have turned into a dried-up person. While she was drinking water, Lindsay suddenly shouted, "Oh no! The little cat is missing." How could the little cat be missing? Where did it go? "Yu Ying De Huang, have you seen the little cat?" De Huang shook his head innocently. Woof, no, they hadn't seen it. Yu Ying stretched lazily and then pointed with its tiny paw toward the window. Lin Ran gasped. "Yu Ying, are you saying the little cat is still outside?" Yu Ying turned its head and lazily replied, "Meow, yes. It must have foolishly stayed outside and was probably suffering right now." Lin Ran couldn't believe she made such a mistake by not bringing the little cat inside. Jiang Chen had specifically asked her to take care of it. What should she do now? Lin Zhe anxiously explained, "Sister, I definitely brought it in and put it with De Huang, but I don't know how it slipped out again." Lin Ran knew Lin Zhe wouldn't lie. She looked deeply at the cage and sighed. Everything has a spirit. It probably wants to stay by his side.
Yes.
It must be worried about Jiang Chen too. But she wondered if being close to the newly turned zombie Jiang Chen would put it in danger. The outside temperature was too high, and no one could go out in such conditions, so they could only pray that the little cat was lucky. Yu Ying lay on the sofa and softly meowed in response. "Dear master, don't worry. Don't underestimate that little cat. It's actually quite strong. It's just too weak right now, but once it recovers, even Da Huang won't be its match." Unfortunately, Lin Ran had no idea about her chubby cat's true abilities. Because there is one more person in the family, Lin Ma prepared a very generous breakfast. There were steamed buns, dumplings, soy milk, fried dough sticks, cold noodles, pancakes, fried eggs, toast, milk, coffee, and steak. The table was full. Linma didn't know what Mr. Jiang liked, so she made a mix of Chinese and Western dishes, hoping he would find something he enjoyed. Mr. Jiang was feeling very low because he hadn't spoken a word since arriving, but when he saw the abundant spread, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too generous. Thank you all for your hospitality." Linma smiled and said, "You're welcome. I didn't know what you liked, so I just made a little bit of everything. From now on, consider this your home. Just call me Anshin." Anshin is such a nice name. Mr. Jiang smiled gratefully at the kind Linma. Lin Dad added, "Yes, you can stay here comfortably. We promised Jiang Chen that we would take good care of you. My name is Lin Yinan, just call me Yinan." After introducing himself, Lin Dad introduced his children. "This boy is Lin Zhe, you can call him Xiao Zhe. This is my daughter, Ran Ran. It's not easy to meet in this world, but now that you are here, we are family." Lin Dad's thoughts were simple. Since Jiang Chen had given so many treasures to his daughter, they were definitely family. Even though he didn't know what Jiang Chen had become, he was still part of their family. After all, he was still in their yard. Since they were family, Mr. Jiang was family too, and they would treat him well. Mr. Jiang gratefully took Lin Dad's hand. "Thank you, Yinan. As an old man, I actually don't want to live anymore, and I don't want to be a burden to anyone. But I worry about my little Chen." Mr. Jiang looked at Lin Ran and asked Lin family girl, "Ran, do you really think our little Chen can be saved?" Lin Ran handed him a cup of soy milk. "Of course it's true. Jiang Chen is different from those mindless creatures. He will definitely wake up." Mr. Jiang's eyes filled with tears. Ran, are you really telling the truth?" Lin Zhe placed a peeled egg in Mr. Jiang's hand and said, "Of course it's true, Grandpa Jiang. You should know that what my sister says will come true. Just eat well and take care of yourself and wait patiently for Brother Jiang to get better." Will what Lin Ran said really come true? Old Master Jiang looked closely at the Lin family, their eyes filled with determination, as if they completely believed their daughter's words. He took a sip of the soy milk he was holding and then ate a big bite of a soft-boiled egg. Little Chen had also mentioned that this girl was remarkable, and he believed her words were true. He wanted to eat well and be in the best condition to wait for little Chen's good day. Seeing old Master Jiang like this, the family exchanged smiles, knowing he had come to terms with things. The 11th floor had a layout of 4 rooms and 2 living areas. Lin Ma and Lin Ran prepared a spare room for old Master Jiang. However, old Master Jiang was weak and had difficulty moving, clearly someone who had been bedridden for a long time. Fortunately, Lin Ran had everything she needed in her space. She found an electric wheelchair and 2 crutches for him, making things much easier for him. But Lin Zhe thought they could make it even more convenient for the elderly man. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, Lin Zhe pushed old Master Jiang to the bathroom. He pointed to a folding bathtub on the floor and said, "Grandpa Jiang, this is a special medicinal bath prepared by my sister. Soaking in it can strengthen your body, and I believe it will help you. Why not give it a try?" Old Master Jiang just wanted to improve his health. His weak body felt like a burden. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, he had no reason to refuse. With Lin Zhe's help, he got into the bath. Once old Master Jiang was soaking, Lin Zhe stepped outside. "Xiao Zhe, did Grandpa Jiang go to the bathroom?" Lin Ran asked. "No, I sent him to soak in the medicinal water. I saw he was so weak, so I thought the water would help him regain his strength," Lin Zhe replied. Lin Ran nodded in agreement, accepting his decision. Although her brother seemed rough around the edges, he was actually very thoughtful and always eager to help, often thinking more than others. Lin Ma placed the dishes in the dishwasher and walked out of the kitchen, waving them over.
"Come in and help me."
Lin Ran and Lin Zhe exchanged glances, wondering what kind of work there could be in the kitchen. When they entered, they found Lin Dad there as well. Seeing this, Lin Zhe immediately realized, "Are we having a big discussion?" The kitchen was the farthest from the bathroom, and clearly, they had gathered everyone for a secret family meeting. Lin Dad tapped Lin Zhe on the head and said, "You're a clever one. I called you here because we have something to discuss." After speaking, Dad Lin looked at Lin Ran intensely. Ran, the lettuce and pea sprouts we planted earlier have turned green and healthy. According to our plan, we should go to your space soon to harvest. What do you think we should do now? Mom Lin added, yes, everyone is living under the same roof. If we suddenly disappear, how will we explain it to Grandpa Jiang? Lindsay was taken aback by this. Should they tell Grandpa Jiang about the space? Their family had decided not to share this secret with outsiders. Dad Lin focused on Lin Ran and asked, what do you think, Ran? Lin Ran glanced at everyone's expressions and said, since we all live together now, I think we shouldn't hide this anymore. Even if we tried, Grandpa Jiang would eventually find out about my space. Dad Lin agreed. That's true. After all, his grandson Jiang Chun gave you a space worth 20 billion in resources. Grandpa Jiang must be familiar with such things. Lin Ran thought. A space worth 20 billion? That string of prayer beads? If Dad knew the truth, he would probably be very disappointed. Mom Lin pondered and shared her thoughts. We can't keep it a secret. Since we've decided to live together and made promises, we should be honest. What do you think, Xiao Zhe? Lindsay, who was called upon, replied, it's fine with me. I'll go along with whatever you all decide. Since his sister and parents agreed, he felt comfortable with the decision. Living under the same roof while hiding secrets would be pointless. However, Grandpa Jiang was not in good spirits today. After taking a bath, he could barely keep his eyes open. With a flushed face, Grandpa Jiang apologized to Lindsay, who helped him, saying, sorry, Xiao Zhe. I'm so tired I can't keep my eyes open. I want to rest now, so please tidy up here. Lindsay covered his nose, struggling with the awful smell, thinking, you're not just tired. You're too smelly to keep your eyes open. How many toxins are in this body? This bathroom is too foul. Grandpa Jiang leaned on his cane and hurriedly escaped to his bedroom. He didn't look like someone who had been ill for a long time at all. Lindsay put on 3 masks before rushing into the bathroom to clean.
Oh my.
This smell was much worse than what he had experienced before. It seems that the spring water is indeed helpful for improving his health. With this thought, he found it easier to clean up. Seeing that old Master Jiang had fallen asleep, Lin Ran and the others didn't disturb him. A few of them took the 2 little ones into the space to work. Let's talk about the space later. The lettuce and pea shoots in Lin Ran's space were the first to mature. The lettuce leaves were large and green, and the pea shoots were incredibly tender. At this time, if you pinch off the tips of the pea shoots, you get the favorite vegetable for hot pot in Sichuan and Chongqing. Mom, the lettuce is growing so well. Let's have barbecue for dinner tonight. Lin Mom joyfully cut off a fresh lettuce head and agreed with Lin Zay's suggestion. Great, we'll make barbecue tonight. The marbled pork belly paired with this fresh lettuce will be amazing. Hearing this, Lin Dad felt his mouth watering. Right, and let's add some sweet and spicy dipping sauce and tangy side dishes. Lin Ran smiled and said, how can we have barbecue without beer? Dad, I'll have a drink with you tonight. Lin Zay immediately raised his hand. I want some too. Smack. Lin Zay felt a sharp pain on the back of his head. Lin Dad said, no way, you're still a minor under 18.
Lin Zay sighed, fine.
Disappointed, Lin Zay pinched the pea shoots, thinking he would wait until he turned 18, and then no one could call him a minor. In the evening, when old Master Jiang came out of the bedroom, the Lin family almost thought he was a different person. In the morning, he looked worn out and gray, like an old man in his 70s. Now, he looked radiant and seemed to have become at least 10 years younger, like someone in their 60s. Inan, that herbal bath Xiao Zhe helped me with at noon was really great. After I took it and had a nap, I felt so much lighter all over. Ran is amazing. I don't know where she learned to make herbal baths. It's really useful. Ran, you're a great healer. Hearing praises for his daughter, Lin Dad smiled and said, that's just a child's play. Haha, as long as it helps you, that's what matters. It's really useful. You didn't see me just now. I walked out by myself without a cane. I haven't walked on my own for over a year. That's incredible, truly amazing. No wonder Xiao Chen wanted to bring me here. That was such a good decision. Old Master Jiang couldn't stop praising, feeling grateful for coming here. He is now very sure that this family is not ordinary. They are the Lin family. He had never heard of such a family in Yunda before. Perhaps they are reclusive experts. He firmly believes that if anyone can keep Xiao Zhe safe, it must be them. Although he has always stayed with the Jiang family, he knows what the outside world is like now. People are living in dire conditions, and even the Jiang family cannot maintain their usual lifestyle. However, this family seems unaffected. Just look at their rich breakfast this morning, and now they are enjoying barbecued meat. Their life appears so comfortable. The marbled pork is sizzling on the grill, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Dad Lin skillfully flips the meat and says, "Uncle Jiang, do you like barbecued meat? If not, Wanruan's mom made braised ribs and pig trotter soup for you." Grandpa Jiang feels touched. This family truly treats others well, unlike his own ungrateful descendants, who have all met their ends. Grandpa Jiang replies, "I can eat anything. You don't need to go out of your way for me." Dad Lin smiles slightly. "All right, next time we'll all eat the same." Dinner is delicious, with barbecued meat wrapped in lettuce grown in their garden, which seems even tastier. Even Grandpa Jiang, who usually avoids eating raw vegetables due to his poor digestion, can't help but enjoy several bites of the meat. The pig trotter and pea shoots are also favorites at the table. The trotter is tender, and the pea shoots have a unique flavor. The meal is fragrant, and even De Huang and Yuing are eagerly sniffing around the table. Thankfully, Mom Lin had prepared well, giving De Huang a large meaty beef bone and serving Yuing a plate of delicious grilled yellow fish. After the meal, the temperature gradually drops, but most people still can't handle the heat. Lin Ran, worried about Jiang Chen, takes Yuing to the yard, relying on her good physical condition. Jiang Chen's skin has turned gray and lifeless. Lin Ran knows he has completely turned into a zombie. He lies in a deep pit, as if he is dead. Lin Ran crouches down to observe him closely. Just as she gets near, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly snap open, and he lunges at her like a wild animal. Hey everyone, today is officially my debut. Please leave lots of comments, follow for updates, and send some small gifts. Love you all. Jiang Chen's eyes were a dull gray, and his frantic scratching looked just like the zombies outside. He clawed at the walls of the pit, trying to climb out. Lin Ran looked at the deep pit and the sturdy iron cage, not worried at all about what Jiang Chen might do to her. She was only pondering one question. Why didn't Jiang Chen harm the little kitten beside him? Yes, the missing little kitten had indeed been by Jiang Chen's side all along. It hid in a corner, meowing as if it didn't know how to calm its agitated owner. As a zombie, Jiang Chen craved living things. Seeking fresh meat and blood was instinctual for them. But why didn't he go after the little kitten? And how did this little kitten survive the intense heat outside during the day? Lin Ran searched the ground and found that the bottle she had left for Jiang Chen, filled with spring water, was broken. She didn't know if Jiang Chen or the kitten had drunk from it. But even with water, most animals couldn't handle such extreme heat. There were too many mysteries surrounding this little kitten. Come here, little kitty. Lin Ran took out some dried fish from her space to lure the kitten over, not noticing the gaze of the Moonshadow Blade person behind her. Meow, you fickle person. Yesterday I was still your little kitty. Today you're using my dried fish to tease another cat. Humph, I hate you for 3 seconds. Unfortunately, the kitten at the bottom of the pit showed no interest in the food in Lin Ran's hand. Its attention was entirely on Jiang Chen, and this protective behavior surprised Lin Ran. Cats are proud animals. They rarely get close to anyone. Even the Moonshadow had only warmed up to her after being fed for a long time. But this little kitten was incredibly loyal. Lin Ran couldn't help but sigh. What a good cat. Much better than some people. Here, little kitty, you can have this. Seeing the kitten not coming up, Lin ran through the dried fish in its direction, hoping that some food would make it feel better. Then an unexpected scene unfolded. Jiang Chen lunged towards the little kitten, picked up the dried fish from the ground, and put it in his mouth. Lin ran. A zombie eating dried fish? This was a first for her. Indeed, a man who could become a zombie king was truly unique. Lin Ran thought for a moment and took out a thick Russian sausage from her space. After peeling off the skin, She tossed it to Jiang Chun. This time, the sausage didn't hit the ground. Jiang Chun caught it in his hands. Then, to Lin Ran's surprise, he started munching on it. When he got to the last small piece, he stopped eating. Lin Ran thought he was full, but then she saw him toss the remaining sausage to the little calico cat. Lin Ran exclaimed. He actually knew to feed the little calico cat. Oh my, what a remarkable bond he has with his pet. Even in this state, he still thinks of feeding his pet. Lin Ran excitedly said, Jiang Chun, you still have some humanity left, right? Jiang Chun heard her voice, looked up in her direction, as if trying to understand her words. Suddenly, he grinned, showing his teeth as if he wanted to eat Lin Ran. But Lin Ran was not disappointed at all. Instead, she was very sure that Jiang Chun was different. Jiang Chun, don't worry, I will help you regain your humanity. To become a zombie king, certain conditions must be met, which means leveling up. Jiang Chun was currently just a low-level zombie. He could only develop intelligence and awaken his humanity after leveling up. Jiang Chun, I will find crystal cores for you so you can become a true zombie king. After feeding Jiang Chun 2 more sausages, Lin Ran returned to the house. She briefly explained Jiang Chun's situation to Grandpa Jiang and reminded them that if they wanted to see Jiang Chun, they should only go out after midnight when the temperature drops. Then she took Lin Zhe back inside. Sis, you said we should go out tonight to hunt. Lin Zhe's words were filled with barely contained excitement. Yes, let's go explore. The situation outside is complicated. Not only are there superpowered individuals, but there are also zombies. If we keep hiding here without leveling up, we might be powerless if a big boss comes looking for us. Lin Zhe clenched his fists and said, All right, let's go gather more crystal cores and level up. This outing came sooner than Lin Ran expected. The outside world was changing so quickly that she had to adjust. This time, besides finding crystal cores for Jiang Chun to level up, they also needed to adapt to this world and become stronger. Her parents' powers were still only at level 1. Lin Zhe's were a bit higher, at level 2. Her space ability was at level 6, but her lightning ability started at level 1 and had barely reached level 3 after some time of leveling up. Ranyan, your dad and I can go with you too, Lin's mom said to Lin's dad before they left. Lin Ranyan patiently explained, This time, Xiaoza and I mainly want to explore the outside situation. Don't worry, we won't act recklessly. You and your dad should practice shooting at home. Next time we go out, we will definitely bring you along, she added. After hearing their daughter's explanation, Lin's mom and dad didn't say anything more, but they felt a bit uneasy. Ranyan and Xiaoza were more powerful than they were, and the kids were actually going out to protect them. The couple exchanged glances, both determined to improve their shooting skills so they wouldn't hold their children back when they went out. Since the extremely hot weather arrived, the moon at night has always been very bright. Walking in the woods, Lin Ranyan felt deeply moved watching the big yellow dog running ahead to scout and the agile moon shadow jumping from branch to branch. She had initially planned to go out just with Lin Zhe, but at the moment she opened the door, the 2 little ones followed her out. Their determination to stick with them made it hard for Lin Ranyan to send them back. The big yellow dog now weighed over 100 pounds. It was large, but had no excess fat. Lin Ranyan could tell it was not an ordinary dog. As for Moonshadow, it thrived in the wild. Although it was a bit chubby, it moved gracefully while jumping in the trees. Surviving in the apocalypse was a challenge for both humans and animals. Since they wanted to come along, she decided to take them. After all, she could protect them. Their destination was the town, and if there was a place with the most zombies and danger, it had to be Qing Shui Town. As soon as they entered the town, the big yellow dog stopped moving. Moonshadow's fur bristled as it hid in the shadows. Lin Ranyan took out 2 tang knives from her space, handed one to Lin Zhe, and gave him a gun with a silencer. Be careful, there are zombies ahead, she warned. Lin Zhe felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Zombies? They were going to encounter zombies so soon? Roar! A beast-like roar echoed nearby. The zombies were coming. 3 oddly walking zombies approached them, one of which was chewing on fresh meat, with a rabbit's corpse lying on the ground. Perhaps as a result of being supernatural beings, the taste of blood and flesh was even more enticing to them. They swayed unsteadily, abandoning their prey, and lunged toward Lin Ranyen and Lin Zhe. Oh no! Lin Zhe was startled and swung his knife vigorously at the nearest zombie. Inside, he felt anxious, but with his sister beside him, he couldn't let her down. Da Huang saw its owner fighting hard and wanted to help. It rushed in and bit the zombie's leg, making it easier for Lin Zhe to attack. Lin Ran watched Lin Zhe and decided to strike one of the zombies. With a swift motion, she chopped off its head. Another zombie had already been defeated by Yu Ying's claws. Yu Ying pulled out the zombie's crystal core and glanced at Lin Ran, signaling her to take it. Good job, Yu Ying. I'll reward you with some fish treats. Lin Ran adored her proud little cat. She handed over the fish treats before picking up the 2 white crystal cores from the ground.
These were the weakest zombies.
Lin Ran turned to Lin Zhe and saw him still swinging his knife, unaware that the zombie he was attacking was already dead. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, she called out, Xiao Zhe, you can stop now. Hearing his sister's voice, Lin Zhe finally realized. He tightly gripped his knife, glanced at the fallen zombie, and walked over to collect the scattered crystal cores.
Sis, ay mayawazuma.
Lin Zhe smiled shyly and proudly, handing the crystal cores to Lin Ran, looking just like a little kid wanting candy after doing something good. Lin Ran patted Lin Zhe's head. You did great. Xiao Zhe can protect his sister now. Lin Zhe beamed with joy. Yes, even though fighting zombies was tough, he had succeeded. He would continue to improve. One day, he would grow into a true man who could protect his sister and family. The town was eerily quiet, possibly due to a power outage or because no one lived there anymore. As they neared the edge of the town, they encountered only the 3 zombies they had seen at the start. Lin Ran remained alert, sensing something was off. Logically, if there were superpowered individuals in such a populated town, there should have been someone capable of fighting the zombies. If everyone had turned into zombies, where had they all gone? Xiao Zhe, be careful. Sis, don't worry, I'm here. With their first battle won, Lin Zhe felt confident in himself. Lin Ran didn't discourage him. Boys need some confidence. He just hoped that when they left the town, he could still be this confident. The moonlight was bright. The large moon made the streets look pale, and Lin Zhe felt a bit uneasy looking at the bright road. He couldn't help but turn to his sister, who was examining the buildings by the street. When they reached the tallest building, Lin Ran suddenly stopped and tightened her grip on the tang knife. The shadow that had been closely following them jumped onto a nearby utility pole. Da Huang, realizing what was happening, bared its teeth and quietly growled into the darkness. Lin Zhe sniffled, feeling lost. Why didn't he sense anything? Was he the only useless one in the group? What was going on here? Xiao Zhe, be careful and take care of yourself. As Lin Ran spoke, a burst of purple energy shot from her hand, filling the air with the smell of burnt flesh. Roar! A decaying zombie charged out of the darkness. Then came the second and third. Lin Zhe finally realized they were surrounded by a group of zombies. Had they evolved to have intelligence? As the zombies moved, the Shadow and Da Huang joined the fight. Lin Zhe didn't dare relax. He gripped the tang knife and attacked the zombies. With his second strike, he felt much steadier. With Da Huang's help, he swiftly beheaded a zombie. He grew more courageous, using his metal powers to turn nearby metal into sharp blades, creating a rain of blades for the surrounding zombies. Lin Ran was the most active, unleashing purple energy on the zombie horde. Zzz. The smell of burnt flesh filled the street, making the Shadow very unhappy. Meow, stinky zombies, be gone. The little cat unleashed a sharp soundwave attack, immobilizing 4 nearby zombies. Swish, 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 swish. 4 silver flashes passed, and the 4 zombies lost their heads. Lin Zhe, catching the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, Yu Ying, awesome. The Shadow proudly flicked its tail. Meow, feel inferior.
Beakumans.
Lin Zhe, not understanding cat language, said, Yu Ying, cool, cool, cool. De Huang. Woof, woof, woof. Silly master, wake up, it's insulting you. In less than 5 minutes, the zombie squad was defeated by Lin Ran and the others. Lin Zhe happily picked up the crystals from the ground. Sister, these zombies are really weak. I was scared when they first surrounded us. Hee, who knew they were so weak? Lin Ran looked up towards the rooftop. Hurry up and collect them. It's not safe here. Lin Zhe followed Lin Ran's gaze to the rooftop, but saw nothing. Not safe. How could it be unsafe? They had cleared out all the zombies. Lin Ran was sure that a high-level zombie was hiding in this building. For some reason, it hadn't come out today and had sent these weaker ones to test them. On the first day out, Lin Ran didn't want to face such a tough opponent. Since it didn't want to show itself, that was for the best. After collecting the crystals, Lin Ran called Lin Zhe, and they quickly left. On the way back, they didn't encounter any danger, but they did come across something strange. They found several mutated animals that had their crystals removed. Lin Ran examined their bodies and noticed claw marks on their necks. The shape of the claws made Lin Ran think that if it weren't for Yu Ying being with them, he would have suspected Yu Ying was responsible. It seemed there was another terrifying mutated creature besides Yu Ying nearby. Thinking of this, Lin Ran worriedly said to the two little ones, Da Huang, Yu Ying, it looks like there's a scary mutated creature around here. Besides staying with us, you must not go out on your own. Look, it's specifically looking for mutated animal crystals to eat. Be careful with your heads. Da Huang. Woof, so scary, understood, Master Ran. Yu Ying turned its head away proudly. A scary mutated creature? Hee. Who else could claim that title besides it? Don't let it encounter one, otherwise, it would tear it apart. Dear friends, today is the second day of our debut. Thank you all for your support. I've seen your updates, gifts, and comments. Thank you. Love you all. When they got home, it was already 3 a.m. The yard was quiet, and there were many footprints near Jiang Chen's cage, indicating that Grandpa Jiang had finished checking on him and had gone back. Lin Ran asked Lin Zhe to take the two little ones inside first while she went to check on Jiang Chen, feeling uneasy. Jiang Chen looked much more energetic than during the day. When he saw her coming, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Hiss! He quickly stuffed something into his mouth and then started to hiss at Lin Ran. Jiang Chen, what were you eating just now? Why were you being so sneaky? He looked much more alert than he did during the day. He didn't eat the crystal core either, yet suddenly it seems like he has gained intelligence. Lin Ran carefully observed Jiang Chen, feeling that he seemed a bit strange. Meow. A cat's meow caught Lin Ran's attention. She looked towards the corner where the little tabby had been hiding during the day and saw the little creature crouching there, watching her warily. Lin Ran thought it looked different from earlier. Its originally white and gray fur was now covered in dirt. Little kitty, did you go steal some fish? Why are you so dirty? Lin Ran was touched by its protective behavior and tossed it some fish treats. This time, Jiang Chen didn't try to take the tabby's fish treats. Lin Ran pulled out a bucket of chicken from her space. Here, you can have this. The delicious chicken wings and drumsticks landed in front of Jiang Chen, but he didn't seem as excited as when he ate the sausage. After eating a few drumsticks with little enthusiasm, he stopped, as if he was full. Lin Ran wondered, can zombies really not eat much? In contrast, the little tabby looked starved. It not only finished all the fish treats, but also devoured the leftover chicken bucket. Lin Ran poured a big bowl of cat food for it and gave it 2 5-pound grass carp before it finally stopped eating. Looking at the tabby's round belly, Lin Ran realized it was quite impressive. This little creature could eat so much. It was also a mutated beast. She just didn't know how strong it was now. Little one, take good care of your owner. I will make sure he gets better. As if understanding Lin Ran's words, the tabby meowed softly with wet eyes. Lin Ran took out 2 white crystal cores from her space and tossed one to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, eat this. It will help you level up. Jiang Chen looked at the crystal core on the ground, almost burping from fullness. He glanced at the tabby, wondering why it was this again when he had just eaten so much. Eating too much made the taste less enjoyable. The food from the bucket was much tastier. But since it was given to him, he pretended to eat a little. He didn't want her to stop feeding him delicious food in the future. He still understood the concept of being full. Under Lin Ran's eager gaze, Jiang Chen picked up a crystal core and started to eat. After finishing one and seeing she wasn't leaving, he reluctantly ate the second one. It was so painful. This tasteless white thing was awful. Why did his body feel so hot and uncomfortable, like it was going to burst?
He wouldn't eat it again next time.
Lin Ran watched Jiang Chen eat the crystal core and left them a few bottles of spirit spring water and some food before going back inside the house. Today, she collected a total of 22 crystal cores and planned to share them with everyone to help them level up. She had only given Jiang Chen 2 cores because she was afraid of letting him upgrade too quickly. She wasn't sure when Jiang Chen would become a zombie king, and only then could he regain his memory and humanity. Until then, he would be a very powerful advanced zombie. Thinking about the legend of the all-powerful zombie king from her past life, Lin Rand didn't want to take that risk. She was worried she couldn't control Jiang Chen if he lost his humanity. It was safer to upgrade herself to a stronger level first, especially since her whole family and Grandpa Jiang were depending on her. What Lin Rand didn't realize was that she had forgotten about a loyal little cat outside, who didn't care whether its owner was human or zombie, as long as it was him. The lights on the 11th floor were still on. Lin Dad and Lin Mom were waiting for them to return, while Grandpa Jiang couldn't wait any longer and went to sleep. Dad, this is for you 3 crystal cores. Mom, this is for you 2 3 cores. Xiao Zhe, your crystal core. This one is for you Ying. You did the best today, 3 crystal cores for you. And this is for De Huang. You were a big help today. Good boy, open your mouth and eat it. De Huang obediently ate the crystal core, and then felt a wave of heat. To everyone's surprise, De Huang grew a bit larger. He actually leveled up. Yu Ying's green eyes flashed with disdain. Humph, a low-level mutated creature can level up just by eating 3 white crystals. No matter how much it levels up, it can't compare to me. You still need me to protect you, little pup. Ran, you shared with all of us. Lin Mom said, holding the crystal cores. Yes. Lin Ran had given each family member 3 cores, including Yu Ying and De Huang, leaving only 2 for herself. I still have some left. You all need to strengthen your abilities more than I do right now. We have to go out together tomorrow, and if you can level up before then, I'll feel much better. Lin Mom understood her daughter's intentions and didn't say anything more. After Lin Ran explained how to use the crystal cores, she returned to her room. Animals and zombies digest crystal cores much more simply. They just need to eat them. Humans, however, need to crush the cores to let the energy flow slowly into their bodies. This process can take anywhere from a few minutes to a couple of days. How much power one can absorb depends on personal talent. I hope everyone gains something today. Lin Ran took out the crystal core that Jiang Chen gave her, sat on the bed, and began to absorb its energy. Jiang Chen, I will work hard to become strong and help you return to normal soon. In the morning, Lin Ran opened her eyes again, stretched her stiff limbs from meditating, and sighed as she looked out the window. Jiang Chen, my lightning ability is already at level 4. Just wait a bit longer, and I will become even stronger. She opened the door to find the living room empty. Only De Huang wagged its tail excitedly to greet her, while Yu Ying followed Lin Ran out and nudged the little cat food bowl on the floor with its head. It was hungry. Lin Ran noticed and said, Yu Ying, do you want to try a different flavor today? Hearing this, Yu Ying shook off its usual pride and eagerly nodded its head. Yes. I love trying new flavors. Lin Ran suddenly remembered that she had countless seafood in her space and decided it was time to share it with everyone. A king crab larger than Yu Ying's food bowl appeared in front of Yu Ying. Here's a delicious treat from the sea. Give it a try. Yu Ying sniffed it and meowed, its tail waving like a little fan. So fragrant. My owner is the best. Meow. Lin Ran knew everyone was still absorbing the crystal cores, and Grandpa Jiang needed rest. After feeding Yu Ying and De Huang, she reminded them to be quiet and gently entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She took out a large king crab and found a big lobster from her space. After extracting the meat, She started cooking seafood porridge. Remembering that she also had shrimp dumplings in her space, she took out 5 portions and heated them up. These dumplings were from the best restaurant, each filled with a whole large shrimp, chewy and delicious. Never boring to eat. Once the seafood porridge was ready, everyone began to come out of their bedrooms. Lin Ran saw her parents looking refreshed and quickly asked, "Mom and Dad, how are you feeling?" Mom shook her head. "I didn't level up." Lin Ran comforted her. "It's okay, Mom. It seems we just need more crystal cores. Let's take down a few more zombies today so you can level up." Seeing that Lin Ran truly believed it, Mom playfully replied, "Hee hee, Ran. Even though I didn't level up, it seems I can control plants now." Lin's mother had a green light in her palm, and suddenly the vines of the hanging plant on the TV stand began to stretch wildly. Old Mr. Jiang, who was the last to leave the room, was startled by this sight.
What?
"What is this? Come here quickly. There's a ghost in the house." The old man was frightened and waved his hand for Lin Ran and the others to hide behind him. Seeing that she had scared the old man, Lin's mother quickly retracted her ability. "Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry for scaring you. This isn't a ghost. It's my special ability," she explained awkwardly. Old Mr. Jiang replied, "What? This is also a special ability?" Yesterday, he had witnessed Lin's mother's ice ability, which could create ice and help cool him down. He didn't expect there were abilities that could control plants as well. He realized he had been out of touch with the world for too long and knew too little about new things. Old Mr. Jiang sighed and shook his head. "I guess I'm just not used to seeing these things. I'm so outdated now, I don't know anything." Lin Zhe quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Grandpa Jiang, it's clear you don't read online literature, so this world is still very new to you. My parents were just like you at first. Online literature? What's that?" Lin Zhe opened his phone and said, "It's online novels.
There's so much knowledge in them.
I'll send you a few of these stories, and after reading them, you'll understand this world better." "Such a thing exists?" Old Mr. Jiang quickly opened his phone and asked Lin Zhe to help him navigate it. After the family finished breakfast, Lin Ran learned about everyone else's situation. Lin Zhe hadn't changed much, but had reached the peak of level 2 in his metal ability and would soon break through to level 3. Lin's father had become even stronger. He was now not only at level 2 in fire abilities but had also awakened to strength ability. "Come here, Ran and Xiaozhe, and you too, kids' mom," Lin's father called, opening his arms to gather the family. "Dad, what are you doing?" Lin Ran asked. Lin's father laughed heartily. "I'm going to perform a show for Grandpa Jiang." "What kind of show?" Once the whole family gathered, Lin Ran finally understood what her father was going to do. He was showing off his strength. He wrapped his arms around the family and lifted them all up effortlessly. Okay. We know you're strong now," Lin's mother exclaimed, startled as she was lifted the highest. Hee hee, dear, I can lift you even higher." Enough, I said that's enough. "Be careful, or I'll get you. Yuing and a Huang, come here. I can lift you both together." "Woof woof woof, sounds fun." "Meow, no way." In the end, Lin's mom struggled so much that Lin's dad had to let go. He really is strong, but he hasn't shown it yet. It's not enough. Seeing the happy family, Grandpa Jiang felt both happy and envious. If only little Chen were here. He stood up, pulled back the blackout curtains, and looked at Jiang Chen's spot in the yard. "Little Chen, Grandpa will study hard and exercise well, waiting for your return." That night, Lin Ran was the first to go down to feed Jiang Chen as soon as the temperature dropped a bit. Unlike yesterday, today Jiang Chen lay on the ground like a lifeless body, completely still. The things she left for him were untouched except for a bottle of water that had been opened. The food on the ground was still there. The little cat worriedly lay on Jiang Chen, occasionally licking his face, looking scared and trembling slightly. Jiang Chen? Lin Ran called out a few times and took out his favorite Russian sausage from her space, but he didn't wake up. Is he really gone?" Lin Zhe, who followed her out, asked cautiously. Lin Ran replied, "How could a zombie be gone?" Lin Zhe scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Yes, a zombie is already dead. How could it be gone again? Then what's wrong with him? Do zombies sleep? Zombies shouldn't sleep, right? During the days they were locked in the lab together, he never slept. What happened to Jiang Chun? Lin Ran, who didn't know much about zombies, couldn't explain why. They could only wait. Let's call Mom and Dad out. Don't mention Jiang Chen's situation yet. Just tell Grandpa Jiang that we are not safe outside and to stay indoors until we return. Lindsay also knew they shouldn't tell Grandpa Jiang that Jiang Chen seemed lifeless, to avoid scaring him. Once Lin Ran's message was relayed, equipped and ready, Lin's mom and dad, along with Yuing and a Huang, came out with Lindsay. Ran, can we set off now? Lin's dad excitedly said, waving a long sword. He couldn't wait to show off his abilities. Yes, let's go. Today's Qingshui town was even quieter than yesterday, so smooth that Lin's dad found it a bit dull. Ran, did you guys fight the little zombies here yesterday? Why is there nothing today? Dad is so anxious. Where are the little cuties? Seeing her dad's anxious expression, Lin Ran calmly took out a Bluetooth speaker from her bag. Dad, don't worry, I'll call the little cuties out right away. Lin Ran connected her phone to the speaker, and soon the song Little Apple began to play on the quiet street. You are my little apple, just like the most beautiful cloud in the sky, everyone. Sis, that's loud. Lin Mom. Ran, is this really okay? What if? She had heard that zombies are very sensitive to sound. Lin Dad confidently smiled. What's there to fear? I'll take down one if it comes, and two if they come together. Seeing her dad so confident, Lin Ran laughed. Dad, don't worry, the little cuties are coming. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and 5 zombies, with barely any good flesh on them, rushed over. Lin Dad. Oh no, these things are too ugly. They don't seem that cute after all. What to do? Lin Mom saw the zombies charging and, frightened, hid behind Lin Dad, trembling as she said, Honey, they're coming, hurry. Lin Dad.
Dear, go.
Lin Dad. I really can't move. Lin Enan, they're coming for Ran. Lin Dad. Honey, help, my legs are weak. Lin Mom. Dear, go. Those are your little cuties. Lin Dad, I was wrong, okay? They're not little cuties. They're ugly monsters. At this moment, Lin Ran had already taken the lead and chopped off one zombie's head. Seeing her brave daughter, Lin Mom felt a surge of determination. She grabbed the sword in her hand and rushed out from behind Lin Dad, recklessly swinging it at the second zombie charging at Lin Ran. I'll take you down, monster. Lin Mom's sword was covered in frost as she unleashed a flurry of strikes on the zombie. Unfortunately, she was too weak, and the sword got stuck after only cutting halfway through its head. The zombie didn't feel pain. It only got excited by the scent of humans. Seeing Lin Mom so close and ready to pounce, she panicked and began throwing ice shards at the zombie's head without hesitation. Ran said that the zombie's head is the weakest point, so she aimed there. Clang, clang. Lin Mom smashed a large ice block directly onto the zombie's head, causing it to burst open. This isn't all. The fallen zombie was tangled with countless green vines, preventing it from even twitching. Only when the zombie lay still did Lin Ma, still shaken, look at Lin Ran, who had been guarding her. Ran, I did it.
Yeah, you did it, Mom.
You're amazing. Lin Ma wiped away her tears and walked over to pull out the dagger stuck in the zombie's head. She turned around gracefully and huffed at Lin Ba, who looked scared and weak. Did you see that? This is how to deal with the little cuties. From now on, I'll protect you, little brother. Little brother? Lin Ba could hardly stand such humiliation. I'm not your little brother. I'm the head of the family. Just wait, I'll go kill a zombie to show you. Lin Zhe was currently facing 2 zombies. Fortunately, with Da Huang helping him, it was easy for him. Yuing had already taken care of one and was now lounging nearby, watching the scene unfold.
Sigh.
The master's dad is a bit weak. If he asks for help, I might generously assist him. Lin Ba nervously swallowed as he glanced at the zombies struggling with Lin Zhe, feeling unsteady with the sword in his hand. Lin Ran shook her head helplessly and walked over, coolly saying, Dad, Last time when the zombies came, you hesitated and missed the best chance, which is why you got eaten by one. Ugh, I think this time it's a bit dangerous too. Lin Ba felt as if he had been struck by lightning.
What?
He died like that last time? Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength and raised the dagger, striking the zombie with a strength-type ability user strike is not something an ordinary zombie can withstand, especially one fueled by anger like Lin Ba. Half of the zombie's body was cleaved in two. But that wasn't all. Lin Ba then unleashed a torrent of flames, giving the zombie a fiery farewell. A complete funeral service. The unpleasant stench filled the entire street. After dealing with the zombie, Lindsay hurried over to Lin Ran and covered his nose, complaining, "Mom, can you talk to Dad? He's too old to be playing with fire like this. The smell is overwhelming." Lin Ma, her lips twitching, replied, "Xiaoze, your dad is a bit too fired up today. Don't worry, he'll be fine from now on." Lin Ba looked at the fallen zombie with a sense of accomplishment and winked at Lin Ma, saying, "Ha, so easy. From now on, I'll protect you." Lin's mom shot Lin's dad a glance and said, "Humph, I won't talk to you in front of the kids." Have you forgotten who was shaking in fear just a moment ago? Picking up the crystal core, the family continued on their way. Along the way, Lin Ran used a small apple to summon about 10 zombies that wanted to dance in the square, and they were all defeated together. When they reached the tall building they passed yesterday, Lin Ran looked up at the rooftop. She was sure something was watching her from there. Even from such a distance, it gave her a strong sense of pressure that was not typical for an ordinary zombie. She squeezed the tang knife in her hand, glanced at her family beside her, and ultimately held back her urge to act. That being was not weak. Capturing it would greatly help her abilities. But since it was Lin Dad and Lin Mom's first outing today, and they had finally found their confidence, she didn't want to scare them. "Hey, sis, what are you looking at? Is something off up there?" Lindsay asked curiously, having noticed his sister's interest in this place yesterday. Lin Ran shook her head. "Let's go. There are fewer zombies today. Let's head to the outskirts and meet some mutated animals." The family walked toward the edge of town, unaware that a pair of red eyes was following them in the darkness. Lin Ran led everyone to hunt a group of mutated rabbits. Rabbits are classified as low-level mutated beasts. With just one, De Huang could easily overpower a mutated rabbit, and Lin Dad and Lin Mom, being dual ability users, found them easy to handle. After collecting more crystal cores, Lin Ran decided it was time to go home. Lin Mom looked at the plump rabbits on the ground and asked, Ran, can we eat these rabbits?" "Of course," Lin Ran replied. In the later stages of the apocalypse, food was scarce, and these non-toxic mutated animals were the best source of food for people. "Then let's take 2 home, and I'll make you cold rabbit," Lin Mom said. Lin Mom's cold rabbit dish was truly exceptional. With a wave of her hand, Lin Ran stored several rabbits in her space. Suddenly, she remembered that besides them, others might also like these rabbits. So she stored all the rabbits they had defeated today in her space. When they got home, Jiang Chun was still asleep. The little cat was curled up on his chest, meowing sadly. Its eyes were wet, as if it had been crying for a long time. What a loyal little creature. "Don't worry, little cat. Your owner is a zombie. He will be fine." The little cat continued to meow and worry, making Lin Ran's heart ache. Lin Ran took out the fish and cat food that it loved, but it refused to eat. She didn't know how to comfort it, so she left the food behind, hoping it would eat something when it got hungry. Old Mr. Jiang heard them return and quickly came out of the house. "You're back. Can I go see Xiao Chen now?" Looking at the old man's hopeful expression, Lin Ran had to make something up. "Sorry, Grandpa Jiang. We came back late. Who knew it would be so hot outside at 3:30? Your body can't handle such high temperatures." "Xiao Chen is fine, don't worry. We will definitely take you to see him tomorrow." Hearing this, although old Mr. Jiang was disappointed not to see his grandson today, he understood not to trouble Lin Ran and the others. "All right, we'll go tomorrow. Has Xiao Chen eaten?" "Yes, he ate. He finished the big ham we left for him." "Good. That's great. Lin Ran helped old Mr. Jung back inside and gave everyone 4 crystal cores before they each went to their rooms to rest. Ying didn't seem very interested in the white crystal cores. It ate 2 and gave the rest to De Huang, who happily bowed in gratitude. Lin Ran realized that Ying was the leader of the 2 little ones, while De Huang was the loyal little brother. Of course, Ying was also willing to spoil De Huang. Whenever there was any danger outside, Ying casually took care of it. With the 2 little ones getting along well, Lin Ran felt at ease. In the bedroom, Ying lay on Lin Ran's feet, sleeping on its back. Lin Ran decided not to absorb the crystal cores at night and told her parents not to do so either. After all, they had enough time during the day, so why sacrifice their precious sleep at night? Covering herself with a blanket and accompanied by Ying's soft purring, Lin Ran soon fell asleep. Suddenly, after the family had fallen into a deep sleep, the quiet yard was disturbed by the sound of dried leaves being crushed underfoot. Ying's purring abruptly stopped, and its green eyes glowed like little lights in the dark. It jumped onto the windowsill and pulled back the curtain.
Meow.
The sharp cry of the cat echoed eerily in the bedroom, jolting Lin Ran awake. Oh no, someone has entered. Lin Ran rushed to Ying's side and was met with a terrifying sight. Dozens of zombies had appeared in the yard, and their numbers were steadily increasing. They moved through the yard as if it were flat ground, completely unaffected by the traps, which were covered by thick mud. A large hole had been dug in the tall, sturdy wall, and the zombies entered through there. Lin Ran stared seriously at the movements below, feeling uneasy. These zombies were well prepared. There was definitely at least one high-level zombie, level 3 or above, among them. Ying, quickly wake everyone up. A sharp, piercing cat cry came from the living room, startling even Grandpa Jiang awake. What's wrong, sis? Lin Zhe, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, was the first to rush out of his room. We're surrounded by zombies. What should we do? Will they break in? Lin Zhe glanced deeply at the traps covered in mud and said, yes, because there is a soil-type ability zombie among them.
What?
An ability zombie has found our doorstep? Lin's parents, who came out behind, were startled. Did this zombie know about revenge because they had killed its little brother? Lin Ran focused on the zombies appearing in the yard, moving closer to the small building. She took out 3 AKs and a pile of bullets from her space. Mom, Dad, and Xiaoza, each take a gun. It's time to test your training. Go upstairs and shoot. We must protect the small building and not let the zombies get close. Lin's mom worriedly asked, what about you, Ran Ran? Lin Ran held her tang knife and said, I will go down to confront that high-level zombie. Sis, I'll go with you, Lin Zhe said. Lin Ran shook her head. The enemy is a high-level soil-type zombie. It's very dangerous. I can't let it get close to the small building. Do you see that wall? If it gets in, our house will be finished. Her words stunned everyone. Yes, the reason they could live so comfortably in the apocalypse was because of this house. If it was destroyed, they would be doomed when the sun rose an hour later. Soil-type ability users have a strong destructive power against buildings. Lin Ran stopped talking. After roughly locating where the high-level zombie was, she went downstairs. Ying and Da Huang wanted to follow her, but Lin Ran couldn't let them take the risk and locked them inside. As Lin Ran stepped out of the small building, the zombies became even more excited. They seemed to have caught the scent of a delicious breakfast and rushed toward her.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 gunshots rang out, and 2 zombies that tried to approach Lin Ran fell to the ground. Not bad for accuracy. It seemed that Mom, Dad, and Xiaoza's practice had paid off. Several zombies were shaking Jiang Chen's cage, trying to get to the little cat inside. How ridiculous. They wouldn't even spare such a small kitten. Lin Ran's eyes flashed with cold light as she raised her tang knife and swung it at the zombies. Just as she approached the cage, the ground beneath her suddenly shook violently. Was it an earthquake? No, it was an earth-based ability. Lin Ran quickly jumped to another spot, and as she left, a large pit opened up where she had just stood. The enemy didn't want her to get close to the cage. Lin Ran's gaze sharpened as she continued to attack the zombies outside the cage. This was bad. Just as Lin Ran was about to strike a zombie, the ground cracked open again beneath her feet. She quickly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Lin Ran scanned her surroundings, trying to locate the zombie with the ability. If their target was the cage, she knew what to do. Meow, meow, meow. The little cat inside the cage cried out in distress. Gunfire continued from upstairs, and zombies kept falling, but few approached the small building. Did this zombie want the kitten? Or Jiang Chun? No matter who it was, Lin Ran wouldn't let them succeed. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual energy wave behind the wall. Lin Ran raised her right hand, and a massive bolt of lightning struck there. Crackle! After the purple lightning, the ground was scorched, but the expected zombie bodies didn't appear. The ground trembled again, creating huge cracks. Lin Ran quickly jumped aside, but this seemed to follow her. Couldn't escape? Then she would fight back. Lin Ran swung her tang knife down at and it indeed stopped widening, but the tremors grew stronger. Lin Ran lost her balance and fell to the ground, while the cage holding Jiang Chun was pushed by a pile of zombies. The kitten's heartbreaking screams shattered Lin Ran's heart. She summoned a powerful bolt of purple lightning and struck the pile of zombies. Yet, the kitten's cries didn't lessen. When the lightning faded, Lin Ran saw a red-eyed zombie grabbing the kitten, trying to shove it into its mouth. Was this thing after the little cat? You monster, stop. The purple lightning reappeared in her palm as she prepared to strike the zombie, but suddenly, a huge vine wrapped around her foot and lifted her into the air.
Wow.
As Lin Ran soared, she couldn't help but curse. What kind of treasure was this little cat that it attracted two high-level zombies? Lin Zhe was stunned when he saw this scene upstairs. Oh no, his sister was thrown into the air. Humph. They think no one is home, because we aren't acting. A flash of golden light appeared in Lin Zhe's hand, and countless flying knives shot into the air, cutting the ropes that bound Lin Ran. Boom! A burst of flame shot from Lin Dad's palm towards the zombie that had ambushed Lin Ran. Unfortunately, it was too far away and the flames didn't reach that zombie. This won't work. I can't use my powers here, Lin Dad said anxiously. Lin Mom said, honey, let's go down. Lin Dad nodded, okay, let's go. Where's Xiao Zhe? Lin Zhe hoisted up his AK. I've wanted to go down for a while. Dealing with two high-level zombies was extremely dangerous. Both were level 4, and Lin Ran felt it was quite tricky. Fortunately, they weren't targeting her for now, allowing her to adjust her strategy. Their common goal was this little tabby cat. The Earth-type zombie was trying to run away with the cat, while the Wood-type zombie was holding it back, leaving the poor little cat meowing in fear. Jiang Chen's trap had collapsed under the weight of the low-level zombies, and he lay in the pit, half buried under the charred zombie and dirt, making Lin Ran feel uneasy. She wondered if the zombies buried in the ground would die, after a long time. Worried, Lin Ran jumped into the pit and pulled Jiang Chen out. Once she emerged, she saw two zombies fighting, while the other low-level zombies were tangled up with her parents and brother. How did they all come down? Lin Ran felt a headache. Today was really chaotic. Ran, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here to save you. Lin Dad's fire attack was quite effective, and another zombie was burned to death. Lin Zhe skillfully wielded his metal-enhanced tang knife, taking down a small zombie. Lin Mom was also relentless, her vines and ice blades never stopping. Hey, where's Yuing? Lin Ran searched for Yuing and saw a plump figure leap through the air, charging towards the two high-level zombies. When it landed again, the little tabby cat was in its mouth. Yuing, great job, Lin Ran said with admiration in her eyes. Dad, let's use fire against them together.
Okay.
Lin Ran set Jiang Chen down and, along with Lin Dad, unleashed their powers against the two high-level zombies. She didn't notice that Jiang Chen's fingers moved slightly the moment she left. The purple light and blazing flames struck the two zombies directly. When the flames faded, both zombies had a hole shot through them. Roar, roar, roar. High-level zombies are not so easy to kill, especially since they are at such a high level. One zombie, seemingly enraged, had even redder eyes and charged quickly toward Lin Dad. Oh no! The opponent was a speed-type zombie. Lin Ran hurried over and pulled Lin Dad into a safe space to hide. These intelligent zombies have a strong desire for revenge. Lin Dad had just burned it, and now it wanted to kill him. Seeing its target vanish because of the woman in front of it, the high-level zombie directed its anger at her. Huge vines emerged from the ground, trying to entangle Lin Ran. Lin Ran ran quickly on the ground, trying to escape the vines, but another vengeful high-level zombie retaliated, causing the ground in front of her to inch by inch. She couldn't handle two crazy level 4 high-level zombies at once. Her lightning ability was only level 4. Dealing with one was manageable, but facing both together was too difficult. What was so special about that little cat that made these two high-level zombies act together? Lin Ran glanced at her family's location, wanting to hide in the safe space but worried about them. Just then, Jiang Chun, lying in the yard as if he were dead, suddenly opened his eyes. If anyone noticed, they would see that his eyes were a blood-red color. Jiang Chun felt a cloud of dust pass by, and when he stood up, he saw two lowly zombies chasing the woman who had given him food. Unforgivable. How dare they attack the woman who fed him delicious food? They were truly ignorant and despicable. Stillness. Jiang Chun silently chanted in his heart, and then the air became still. Lin Ran suddenly found herself unable to move. It was over. Was she going to die here today? She tried to enter the safe space. Oh no, she couldn't even enter the safe space. Thinking she was doomed, she noticed that her big yellow dog and Lindsay, who were trying to come over, were also unable to move. Was this a time ability? Lin Ran was startled. Could there be a third zombie that could control time here? Then, she locked eyes with a pair of blood-red eyes. These eyes had appeared in her memory countless times. They were so beautiful, like the finest agate, making it hard to look away. Even after 2 lifetimes, Lin Ran couldn't help but be fascinated by those eyes. Jiang Chun had leveled up. Was he the one who activated the time ability? Before Lin Ran could figure it out, the 2 zombies behind her were swept away by the flood released by Jiang Chun, turning them into mere shells, and then his massive flames reduced them to ashes. 2 red crystal cores fell to the ground, and he casually walked over to pick them up, then returned to stand in front of Lin Ran. Danger. Jiang Chun in front of her was very dangerous. How did he go from an ordinary zombie to something more powerful than a level 4 advanced zombie in just 2 days? Seeing Jiang Chun again made Lin Ran feel a huge threat emanating from him. It seemed like just a moment had passed, and Lin Ran could move again. But she didn't dare to move. She didn't even know how to react. Lin Zhe and A Huang, who rushed over, stood frozen, staring at the scene, unsure of what to do. Time seemed to freeze again, until a soft meow startled everyone. Meow the little kitten climbed up Jiang Chun's leg, happy that its owner was awake again. The little creature clung to Jiang Chun's pants, and Lin Ran noticed he didn't mind. In fact, when the kitten almost fell, he kindly placed it on his shoulder. Following the little kitten, Yuing crouched behind Lin Ran, its green eyes fixed on Jiang Chun, with its back fur slightly raised. Sis, is Jiang okay? Lin Ran stood there, confused, unsure how to answer. Sis, come here, I'm scared. Lin Zhe's voice trembled, fearing for Lin Ran's safety. Lin Ma was still fighting the remaining 2 zombies and hadn't noticed this side, but Lin Zhe saw everything clearly. This Jiang Chun, this zombie, was much stronger than the last 2. What kind of monster is he? Would he eat his sister? Jiang Chun stood in front of Lin Ran, and she didn't dare to move. She could only remain still, and if absolutely necessary, she would desperately pull Lin Zhe and the others into the space to hide. Just as Lin Ran was filled with uncertainty, 2 red crystals suddenly appeared before her. Looking over, she saw Jiang Chun with his palm up, holding 2 beautifully red crystal cores. This is for her? Lin Ran gazed deeply at Jiang Chun, her mind momentarily blank. You want to give me the crystal cores? Jiang Chun blinked, and his eyes showed more emotions. Lin Ran realized that this was the intelligence typical of advanced zombies. He reached out to Lin Ran again, lifting his head high as if trying to please her. Lin Ran felt overwhelmed. Why did this scene remind her so much of a dog bringing its favorite bone to impress her? Although Jiang Chun was strong now, he was not as fierce as he would be in the later stages of the apocalypse. He hadn't become a zombie king and wouldn't remember his past. But why did he want to please her? Lin Ran couldn't understand, but if he wanted to give her the red crystal, should she accept it? She raised her hand and cautiously took it, and smoothly, 2 red crystals landed in her palm. Lin Zhe, watching from the side, felt like he was suffocating. He instinctively knew he shouldn't move or cause trouble. The situation was beyond his control, and not something his sister could handle either. Seeing Lin Ran safely receive the crystal, Lin Zhe let out a big sigh of relief. However, halfway through, that breath got stuck in his throat. Jiang Chun had given Lin Ran the red crystals, but his hand didn't pull back. What was he doing? Did he have some strange habit of wanting back what he gave away? Oh no, that's odd. Lin Ran was confused too. What did Jiang Chun mean? She tentatively offered the crystal back to him, but he shook his head. He didn't want the crystal, so what did he want? Lin Ran couldn't figure it out until suddenly, she had a thought. She pulled out a Russian sausage from her space and said, "Jiang Chun, do you want this?" A glimmer of joy appeared in Jiang Chun's eyes as he nodded at Lin Ran. She quickly handed him the sausage, but he still didn't pull his hand back.
All right.
It seemed one wasn't enough. Lin Ran took out another one. He took it and she offered again. So she kept taking more and more. Jiang Chun had a pile in his arms, yet his hand was still reaching out, and his eyes looked increasingly pitiful. What was going on? Lin Ran was about to lose it. Lin Zhe watched in shock, realizing this zombie is a foodie. As long as he was a foodie, that was fine. As long as he doesn't eat people, he will find dragon meat for him. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chun's aggrieved expression and felt extremely guilty. How could she not guess what he wanted? Oh right. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as she took out a bucket of chicken from her space. Besides the big sausage, she had only fed Jiang Chun this before. Sure enough, when Jiang Chun saw the bucket in Lin Ran's hands, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. This time, he took the bucket from Lin Ran without reaching out for more. Then, Jiang Chun, holding a pile of sausages and the bucket, went to eat on the side while Lin Ran and Lin Zhe watched. Once Jiang Chun left, Lin Ran let out a big sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She had finally made it through. Lin Zhe looked at Lin Ran, nearly in tears. That was really too dangerous. Luckily, his sister was clever and bribed the terrifying Jiang Chun zombie with food. Ugh, sister.
Mum.
Why did you hit me? Before Lin Zhe could start crying, his mother gave him a hard knock on the head. Lin Mom marched over angrily, pulling Lin Zhe's ear and scolding him. Do you know how hard it is for me to fight off a bunch of zombies alone? I called you so many times to come help me. Were you deaf? What were you just standing there for? Don't you know you should come down and fight the zombies?
Huh.
Do you know you almost lost your beloved mother? You ungrateful child, I could just knock you out. Mom, let me explain. No, I won't listen, I won't listen. I'm being wronged. Lin Ran watched the scene with a dark expression. She knew very well why Lin Zhe didn't help earlier. He was terrified. In a highly tense situation, people instinctively ignore other sounds around them. Lin Ran hurriedly walked over to apologize and stopped her mother. Mom, let's talk about this later. The sun is about to come up. We need to finish collecting the crystal cores and head back. Lin Mom paused her scolding when her daughter intervened. We'll deal with you when we get back. There were many crystal cores in the yard, and with the help of Moon Shadow and Huang, everyone managed to finish collecting them before the sun rose. The battlefield and the bodies would have to be cleaned up at night. Everyone hurried towards the small building. Suddenly, Lin Zhe said, Sister, Jiang Chun is following us. Lin Mom realized what was happening. How did Jiang Chun come out? Wasn't he a zombie? Seeing Jiang Chun closely following them made Lin Mom extremely nervous. Hey, what's going on with Jiang Chun? Why do his eyes look like those scary zombies? What does he want by following us? Lin Ran was also nervous. She didn't understand why Jiang Chen was following them. Hadn't she given him food? As she saw Jiang Chen getting closer, she urged, "Hurry up, don't let him in." Unfortunately, when Lin Ran was about to go home, Jiang Chen grabbed her clothes.
What do you want?
Lin Ran mustered her courage and asked. Jiang Chen looked at her with innocent big eyes and blinked in front of her. It seemed like he was saying, "Don't you know what I want? I want to go home with you." Lin Ran's mouth twitched. "Do you really want to come in?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he nodded. Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. How could she dare to let him in? He was a powerful advanced zombie, and no one in the house could match him. Jiang Chen held onto her clothes tightly, and the little cat on her shoulder meowed at her. Suddenly, she felt relieved and sighed. "If you come in, you have to listen to me." Listen? If he could follow her instructions, it didn't seem like a bad idea. Jiang Chen blinked his beautiful eyes and gently nodded. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Here's an update. Please leave comments and keep following. Looking at Jiang Chen standing in the elevator with her, Lin Ran didn't know how she had agreed to let him in. Maybe it was because of his overwhelming strength. If she didn't let him, would he still come in? Or perhaps it was his kindness. If he hadn't helped, they could have been in danger today. Or maybe it was his pitiful look, like a little puppy about to be abandoned, making it hard for her to be harsh. In the elevator, the dog and cat sensed the strange, overwhelming aura from Jiang Chen and tried to stay as far away from him as possible, sticking close to Lin Ran. Lin's mom and Lin Zhe kept giving Lin Ran disapproving looks. Lin Ran didn't dare to look at anyone. What could she do? Now that he was here, she might as well accept it. When they reached the 11th floor, Lin Ran heard a series of thuds. What was that? Lin Zhe slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot about Grandpa Jiang. He insisted on coming with us to fight zombies, and no matter how I tried to convince him, I ended up locking him in the bedroom. After explaining, Lin Zhe hurried to unlock the bedroom door. When the door opened, Lin Zhe felt a gust of wind. Grandpa Jiang's legs seemed to have gotten much better. Xiao Chun, you finally came back. Grandpa Jiang couldn't go outside, so he watched from the window. He saw Jiang Chen defeat the two troublesome zombies and return with everyone else. At that moment, Grandpa was filled with joy, thinking his beloved grandson was back. He wanted to pick him up and spin around in the living room. Unfortunately, just as he was about to hug his grandson, he was startled by the redness in his eyes. Xiao Chun, what happened to your eyes? Why are they so red? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look. As Grandpa Jiang reached out to check, he suddenly saw Jiang Chen open his mouth wide. No, it was a huge, gaping mouth. Grandpa Jiang was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Ran's eyes widened, and she quickly said, Jiang Chen, no. The attack stopped instantly, and Jiang Chen returned to normal, looking at Lin Ran with a confused expression in his big, innocent eyes. He was rude to me. Can I scare him a little? Lin Ran was also startled, but relieved that he still listened to her. She hadn't stopped Grandpa Jiang earlier because she wanted to see if he had regained any memories, but it seemed she was overthinking it. Lin Ran looked seriously into Jiang Chen's eyes and said, Jiang Chen, remember, you cannot hurt anyone here. They are my family, the people I care about the most. They were also once very important to you. Grandpa Jiang is your beloved grandpa. Even if you don't remember him now, you will regret it if you hurt him. Can you promise me to stay in this house and not harm anyone? Jiang Chen blinked and glanced at the people around him, as if trying to understand Lin Ran's words. These people are the ones she cares about the most? Are they stronger than him? Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy for some reason. He lowered his head, not wanting to agree, but then he caught a glimpse of the worry in her beautiful big eyes. Lin Ran was always watching Jiang Chen. She didn't know what was going on with this zombie. He seemed different from all the advanced zombies she had encountered before. Those zombies, although intelligent, were driven by an instinctual thirst for blood and flesh. They were all bloodthirsty and violent, with the sole goal of survival being to keep feeding. Jiang Chen's behavior in the yard showed Lin Ran how different this original zombie king was, which made it hard for her to be harsh with him. Lin Ran looked deeply at Jiang Chen, hoping he wouldn't disappoint her. Finally, when everyone's nerves were about to snap, Jiang Chen nodded at Lin Ran. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly relaxed, and old Master Jiang stammered, Ran, is Xiao Chen still not well? Lin Ran gently nodded. Yes, he's still not well. Xiao Zhe, go explain today's situation to Grandpa Jiang. Got it, sister. Worried that old Master Jiang might do something extreme and angered Jiang Chen, Lin Zhe quickly helped him to the bedroom. Once they left, half of the living room felt empty. Lin Ma stood beside Lin Ran in a protective stance, tense and ready for anything. Lin Ran, concerned that her mother's constant tension might wear her out, said, Mom, you're dirty. Go wash up. Lin Ma was taken aback. Dirty? Where? Is it the blood from those nasty things? No wonder I smell so bad. Yes, it's zombie blood. Lin Ma grimaced but held back her discomfort. Fine. I'll wash later when Xiao Zhe comes back. Lin Ran knew her mother was worried about her being alone with Jiang Chen, so she smiled and said, Mom, I heard zombie blood is toxic and bad for the skin. You should wash up quickly. Bad for the skin? Lin Ma was startled. She had worked hard to keep her skin as smooth as an eggshell. Then I'll go wash.
Can you be alone?
Lin Ran nodded seriously. I can. Don't worry, Mom. Once Lin Ma left, only Jiang Chen and Lin Ran remained in the living room. Yu Ying and A Huang, though wary of Jiang Chen, loyally lay nearby, watching them, which made Lin Ran feel grateful. I didn't raise you for nothing. I'll give you extra meat later. But what should she do now? Should she just stand here staring at Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was really just staring at her, standing still without any sign of tiring. Right? Zombies don't get tired. But she did. She wasn't going to stand the whole time when there was a nice leather sofa. Lin Ran glanced at Jiang Chen and sat down on the sofa. Curiously, Jiang Chen looked at the sofa and copied her, sitting down as well. Now that they were both seated, what should they do next? Lin Ran glanced at Jiang Chen beside her, unsure how zombies pass the time when they are not chasing people. It wasn't her fault. In her past life, her only encounters with zombies involved them either chasing her to eat her or her trying to chop them down. Her limited experience offered no guidance. Jiang Chen had just eaten a lot, so he probably didn't want to eat her, and she didn't want to chop him either, mainly because she couldn't. So, what should they do? She couldn't just have awkward small talk with a zombie. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, Lin Ran finally figured out how to interact with a zombie correctly. On the TV in front of the sofa was a historical drama Lin Ran had downloaded in advance, Empresses in the Palace. On the table were 2 bottles of cola, and she and Jiang Chen each had a handful of sunflower seeds to snack on. At first, Jiang Chen didn't know how to eat sunflower seeds. He just grabbed a handful and put them in his mouth, which tasted terrible to him. Eventually, Lin Ran showed him how to eat them. By moving his upper and lower teeth, he could the seeds open and enjoy the tasty insides. Delicious. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. It was definitely a good idea to follow her in. Look at all the tasty food and the refreshing drink. It felt great in his mouth. Peeking through the door, Grandpa Jiang and Lin Zhe were stunned by the scene. Xiao Zhe, didn't you say Xiao Chen is still a soulless zombie? Why is he watching TV and eating sunflower seeds with Ran? Lin Zhe shook his head in confusion. I don't know either. His limited knowledge couldn't explain Jiang Chen's behavior. He could even drink ice-cold cola, which was nothing like the zombies in novels and TV shows. Grandpa Jiang's eyes kept darting between the TV and Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but say, Xiao Zhe, why don't we go out too? I think this drama looks pretty good. Look, Zhan Huan is about to enter the palace.
Lin Zhe swallowed hard.
He wasn't really interested in the drama, but he was a bit thirsty and wanted some ice-cold cola. He glanced at Lin Ran on the sofa and mustered his courage. Okay, let's go together, but you need to control your emotions and not move or talk too much. I know, you still don't trust me. I've navigated the business world for decades. I know how to keep my composure. All right, let's go. So, The living room arrangement changed to Lin Ran and Jiang Chen sitting on one side of the sofa, watching TV and snacking on sunflower seeds, while Lin Zhe and Grandpa Jiang sat on the other side, drinking cola and watching TV. The little tabby cat snuggled comfortably on Jiang Chen's lap, occasionally receiving sunflower seeds from him. Jiang Chen even peeled the seeds for the cat, while Yuing, who was watching closely from the side, felt envious and wanted some too. So Lin Ran ended up with a very chubby companion on her lap. "Yuing, you're heavy." Yuing replied, "Meow. I want sunflower seeds and cuddles too." Lin Ran thought her little cat was quite spoiled. Didn't realize how heavy it was. Yuing sat still on her lap like a rock, and after pushing it a couple of times, Lin Ran gave in. Well, her cat's son needed her love, and even if he was a bit chubby, that was okay. She resigned herself to peeling sunflower seeds for Yuing. Lin Zhe, who had been watching them, was surprised by how harmonious everything seemed. Before he could figure it out, he heard a dog bark, and suddenly, a large dog weighing over 100 pounds jumped onto his lap. "Woof, Big Yellow, I want cuddles and sunflower seeds too." Linma had just finished her shower in the bathroom and was startled to see everyone sitting together watching TV. Wasn't Jiang Chen supposed to be a zombie? How was he eating sunflower seeds, watching TV, and drinking soda? This scene was too peaceful. She had just stepped away for a moment. What had happened? She didn't understand. The world felt so crazy. But then again, it was the end of the world, so wasn't it supposed to be wild? As long as Jiang Chen didn't bite anyone, she could just think of him as another family member. Linma adjusted her mindset and went to the kitchen to prepare a plate of sweet watermelon for everyone watching TV in the living room, along with a large bowl of mangoes and lychees. These were all grown in Lin Ran's space and tasted amazing. Lin Ran noticed that Jiang Chen was a quick learner. At first, he didn't know how to eat watermelon and tried to eat the rind too. But after seeing Lin Ran leave the green part behind, he learned that only the red part was edible. He also figured out that lychees shouldn't be eaten with the skin or the pit. Thinking about how the family hadn't slept much the night before, Lin Ma made a hearty brunch so everyone could eat well and take a good nap. Uncle Jiang, Ran, Xiaozhe, come eat. The TV was showing a scene where Zhan Huan was being crowned, and Grandpa Jiang was a bit reluctant to leave, but he eventually stood up. Jiang Chen seemed very absorbed in the TV, staring at it without moving. Lin Ran wasn't sure if he understood it, but as long as the TV kept him entertained, she felt relieved. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up, everyone around her seemed to spring up like they had been triggered by a switch. Linma looked at the extra zombie sitting at the dining table and asked uncertainly, Ran, does he want to eat with us too? Seeing Jiang Chen staring eagerly at the food on the table, Lin Ran sighed and took out a pair of chopsticks from her space. Let's just eat together. Well, it was confirmed. He was a foodie zombie. But eating was better than eating people, so Lin Ran was happy to feed him. All right then, Lin Ma nodded, glancing habitually at Lin Ba's seat, suddenly realizing she hadn't seen her husband for a long time. Xiaozhe, did your dad go to the bedroom to rest? Why haven't I seen him? No, he seems to be still in sister's space, Lin Zhe said weakly, looking at Lin Ran. Lin Ran felt like she had been struck by lightning. Oh no! She had forgotten her dad in the space. In an instant, Lin Ran disappeared, leaving behind a group of confused people and a zombie with increasingly red eyes. Lin Ba was going crazy. In the most critical moment, Ran had pulled him into the space. But what about her? If he left, wouldn't the zombies be even harder to deal with? At first, he thought Ran and the others would come in soon, since she had said her secret weapon was to run away if she couldn't win, and she would pull everyone into the space to hide from strong enemies. But he waited, and no one came in. He was all alone in this cold, empty space. Had something happened to them? Don't worry, Ran, Xiaozhe, it's all Dad's fault. Dad will avenge you. Dad will come find you after avenging you. Lin Ba howled, crying his heart out. When Lin Ran entered and saw this scene, she felt like a heartless little cotton-padded jacket for putting her dad in such a situation. Dad, stop crying. Ah, Ran, you died. So tragically. Dad, I'm not dead. Everyone is fine.
Ah, what? Not dead?
Everyone is okay? Lin Ba suddenly looked up at Lin Ran, his face filled with joy. Ran, you're alive. That's wonderful. Lin Ran hugged Lin Ba, wishing she could slap herself. Sigh. It was all Jiang Chen's fault for making them so anxious that she forgot her dear dad. Lin Ran explained everything to Lin Ba about what had happened and Jiang Chen, then took her dad, who was secretly wiping his tears, out of the space. As soon as they appeared again, the atmosphere in the restaurant fell off. Lin Ma, Lin Zhe, and Grandpa Jiang were nervously huddled together, while Jiang Chen across from them looked furious. His eyes turned a deep, blood red, and two flames appeared above his head, as if he was ready to destroy everything around him.
He was angry. Why?
Sister, you finally came back. When Lin Zhe saw Lin Ran return, his face lit up with joy, as if he had seen a savior. The tense atmosphere in the living room seemed to vanish with her arrival. The moment Jiang Chen turned to look at Lin Ran, the blood red in his eyes faded, replaced by a deep sense of grievance. Lin Ran felt overwhelmed. She had never expected to see that expression on Jiang Chen's face again. It was like a sad puppy abandoned by its owner. Jiang Chen quickly moved to Lin Ran's side, carefully examining her from head to toe, as if asking where she had gone, why she had disappeared, and if she was okay. Feeling a bit lost, Lin Ran looked at her family and friends. Did something happen while I was gone? Lin Zhe shrugged helplessly. After you disappeared, he went wild, looking like he wanted to eat someone. It scared us to death. Thankfully, Mom explained that you went into a space and were safe, which calmed him down. Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. Why did it seem like Jiang Chen was becoming a bit too attached to her? At least he still seemed somewhat rational and wasn't acting violently. Lin Ran decided that from now on, she should keep this unpredictable factor close by wherever she went. She thought for a moment and seriously explained to Jiang Chen, I just went to a space for a bit, so I disappeared. They're all my family, and you are safe with them. Jiang Chen, promise me that if something like this happens again, you mustn't get angry. Just wait for me to come back. This time, Jiang Chen refused to nod easily. He turned his head, pretending not to look at Lin Ran. Lin Ran was surprised. He was actually upset. How do you calm down a zombie when it's angry? This was really challenging for her. Why did it always have to be so difficult? Suddenly, Lin Ran noticed a table full of untouched delicious food, and her eyes brightened. She had an idea. She walked to the dining table, playing with the delicious dishes made by Mom Lin with her chopsticks, and said, Hey, if you don't agree, then this fragrant spicy chicken, saltwater duck, braised pig trotters, steamed fish, twice-cooked pork, braised lion's head, and chicken stew with mushrooms might not be available for some zombies later. Jiang Chen heard Lin Ran listing the dishes, and his ears perked up. He slowly turned his head and looked eagerly at the delicious food on the table. With a smile in her eyes, Lin Ran continued, Our family doesn't want anyone who doesn't listen, especially not disobedient zombies. What should we do? What a shame it would be if you can't eat such tasty food in the future. Jiang Chen, do you want to eat? This braised pig trotter is incredibly delicious. Lin Zhe, the braised pig trotter is good, but will it really work? Mom Lin, don't zombies prefer human flesh? Can this trick really work? Grandpa Lin, Xiao Chun, hurry and agree. You used to love pig trotters. Eating pig trotters is good, not human flesh. Dad Lin hesitated, gripping the sword in his hand tighter. Using human food to bribe a zombie is not scientific. It seems this family still needs his protection. Sure enough, not long after Lin Ran finished speaking, Jiang Chen slowly walked over to her amidst everyone's shocked gazes. He obediently sat down in the chair, picked up the chopsticks just like Lin Ran, and nodded heavily at her. Everyone. They were stunned. He agreed just like that. This trick really works. The dining table was a bit quiet today. Everyone ate in silence without talking. Lin Ran watched Jiang Chen, who was eating elegantly but quickly piling food into his bowl, and glanced at Yue Ying, Da Huang, and the little cat on the floor, deeply feeling like she had raised a zombie. And this zombie might become the future zombie king. Thinking about it, it didn't seem so bad. If he kept being obedient, taking care of him wouldn't be a problem. After all, the food in her space could last for generations. However, she needed to work harder to level up. This feeling of not being in control of life was really terrible. If it weren't for Jiangchen today, they might have been in big trouble. After dinner, Lin Ran turned on the TV, planning to let Jiangchen watch it. Since zombies don't need rest or sleep, she might as well keep him entertained. Unfortunately, the moment Lin Ran opened the bedroom door, Jiangchen followed her again. Jiangchen, boys and girls shouldn't be too close. You can't go into my sister's room. Jiangchen ignored Lin Zhe, unable to understand him. Jiangchen couldn't forget how Lin Ran had just disappeared right in front of him. He felt he needed to stay close to the person in front of him for reassurance. Lin Ran, feeling helpless, had no choice but to let Jiangchen in. Fortunately, her bedroom was spacious enough, so she took out a sofa and coffee table for Jiangchen and charged her tablet to let him watch TV. To avoid disturbing each other, she kindly gave Jiangchen a pair of headphones. Jiangchen, I need to absorb the crystal core to level up. You stay here and watch TV without bothering me, okay? Jiangchen blinked and nodded obediently. As long as you don't disappear, I won't disturb you. Seeing Jiangchen being so well-behaved, Lin Ran reminded Yuing, and then sat on the bed to meditate and absorb the crystal core. After 3 hours of absorbing energy, Lin Ran was so exhausted that she fell asleep on the bed. She woke up again when something icy cold touched her. Opening her eyes, she saw Jiangchen's face close to hers. He was poking her cheek with his cold fingers. What are you doing? Didn't you say not to disturb me? Lin Ran exclaimed, startled. Jiangchen's beautiful eyes dimmed as he pointed to the tablet in his hand. It turned out the TV was gone. Jiangchen must have accidentally touched something and made it disappear. Lin Ran realized this and helplessly turned the TV back on for Jiangchen. Wow, he was already on episode 10. You can't touch the screen while watching, understand? Seeming to know he had made a mistake, Jiangchen nodded like a good student. All right, go sit on the sofa and continue watching. Once Jiangchen was settled on the sofa, Lin Ran checked her own energy levels. The crystal cores from the 2 level 4 mutated zombies were indeed different. Her lightning ability had now reached mid-level 5. She chose not to upgrade her spatial ability because, compared to that, she needed a stronger offensive ability right now. She had to become powerful quickly. After absorbing the energy, Lin Ran was sweaty and glanced at the bathroom, then at Jiangchen. She wanted to take a shower. But what about this little shadow? Indeed, Jiangchen insisted on following Lin Ran into the bathroom. Wherever she went, he wanted to go too. Lin Ran was going crazy. How could this be allowed? Did she have no privacy left? Finally, Lin Ran bought some snacks, a bucket of fried chicken, a bucket of popcorn, 2 large sausages, and 3 boxes of luncheon meat, for a bit of private bathing time with Jiangchen. Thankfully, this trick worked. As she entered the bathroom, Lin Ran glanced sadly at the moon shadow. The chubby cat was sleeping comfortably on the footstool, completely unconcerned about her leaving. You're so good, not clingy at all. If only Jiangchen could be like you, that would be perfect. Worried that Jiangchen might cause trouble again, she took a quick shower. Even so, when she came out, Jiangchen was already waiting at the door, having even set aside his favorite TV show. Jiangchen caught a whiff of the fresh scent from Lin Ran's recent shower, and his throat subtly moved. It smelled so good. Jiangchen, didn't I tell you to watch TV on the sofa? What are you doing here? Is there really no sense of boundaries? Lin Ran glared at Jiangchen. She needed to have a serious talk with him today. What if he barged in next time? Angry Lin Ran looked even more lively. The rosy glow on her fair skin left Jiangchen in a daze, and his throat moved even more noticeably. Lin Ran approached Jiangchen with determination and said in her sternest voice, Jiangchen, if you move around while I'm showering, I'll make you stay outside, do you understand? The girl in front of him was stunningly beautiful, and Jiangchen couldn't help but touch his left chest, feeling empty, as if something was missing. Seeing Jiang Chen's dazed expression made Lin Ran even angrier, and she repeated, Jiang Chen, did you hear me?
She was really upset.
She looked beautiful when she was angry, but anger meant she was unhappy. Jiang Chen knew how to make her happy, so he nodded. Seeing him nod, Lin Ran's anger eased a bit. I don't know if you're really foolish, Lin Ran said, rubbing her forehead in frustration. When Lin Ran opened the bedroom door again, Grandpa Jiang was standing by the TV, watching a show while lifting weights. To be honest, Grandpa Jiang looked much younger these days, and his lifting form was impressive. Ran, Xiao Chen, are you two awake? Grandpa Jiang greeted them warmly, but Lin Ran found his words a bit strange. It felt as if Jiang Chen and she had been sleeping together in the same room. Lin Ran shook her head to dismiss the odd thought and replied, Grandpa Jiang, are you working out? Yes, I feel much better now, and just want to exercise a bit. This is what Xiao Zhe taught me about lifting weights. He said it's for strength training. Do you think my form is correct? Very correct. Jiang Chen saw that the old man was watching the same show as him, so he sat down on the sofa to watch as well. The little cat jumped onto Jiang Chen's lap, and Lin Ran thought of a saying that was quite true. The longer you keep a pet, the more they resemble their owner. Look at this little guy, so clingy. Just like Jiang Chen. Lin Zhe heard Lin Ran's voice and ran out of the room. Sis, guess what level my superpower is now? Seeing Lin Zhe's excited expression, Lin Ran held up 3 fingers. Could it be that you've reached level 3? Yes. Lin Zhe happily bounced in place. Sis, that's not all. I've developed a new move, look. A metallic orb appeared at Lin Zhe's fingertips, and then it shot out like a bullet. Bang! An apple on the dining table was smashed to pieces. Sis, how about my metal gun? Lin Ran sincerely praised, not bad, keep practicing. Right now, you're launching a small orb, but in the future, it can be as big as a volleyball or even larger, which will increase its power. As Lin Ran described it, Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Yes.
Once he becomes more skilled with his powers, a single metal shot could take out a whole horde of zombies. He wants to defeat zombies, collect crystal cores, and become stronger. Lin Dad and Lin Mom came out just in time for dinner. Their powers had also grown, with Lin Mom's ice abilities reaching level 2. Lin Dad's fire abilities had peaked at level 2. Lin Ran felt a bit more at ease. It was good that everyone's strength was increasing. The pace of the apocalypse was faster than she had known, and she needed to take action tonight. Once the temperature cooled down a bit, the family went out to clean up the battlefield from today. The yard was a mess. The walls were damaged, the traps were broken, and there were zombie bodies everywhere. They placed the zombie bodies in an open area outside the walls, and Lin Dad set them on fire to clean them up completely. Watching the flames, Lin Dad remarked, "It's better to die cleanly than to become a zombie. This is my way of giving you a cremation. I hope you have a better next life."
Yes.
Complete death might be a good thing in the apocalypse. So many zombies who died, without peace, were once living people. If given a choice, they would rather completely disappear. Lin Ran found a pile of scrap metal from the space and asked Lin Zhe to use his metal powers to repair the broken wall and reinforce it again. As for the traps, they didn't have time to fix them tonight. Xiao Zhe, I'll set off once the equipment check is clear. Lin Ran planned to take Lin Zhe on a big mission today. Lin Dad pleaded, Ran, can't you take Dad with you? Lin Mom added, Ran, I want to go too. Today's task was dangerous, and she didn't dare to bring them along. Lin Ran comforted them, Mom and Dad, just rest at home and take care of Grandpa Jiang. I'm worried that if we leave, zombies might come at night. We won't set traps today. You can continue absorbing the crystal cores I left for you and develop new abilities. After saying that, Lin Ran took Lin Zhe and left, followed by Jiang Chen, the little cat, and a Huang. Sis, we're leaving. Do you think Mom and Dad can handle it if more zombies come? Glancing at the little cat on Jiang Chen's shoulder, Lin Ran shook her head. The zombies shouldn't go there for now. As long as that strange little creature wasn't home, their house was safe. The night walk felt particularly easy. They didn't encounter a single zombie or mutated animal until they reached Qing Shui Town. Except for the occasional disappearance of Yu Ying and the little cat, everything went too smoothly. Sis, do you think all the zombies went to our place and we killed them all? Otherwise, how come we haven't seen anything on the way? Lindsay was getting anxious. He couldn't wait to try out his new abilities. What went wrong? Where did all the cute little zombies go? While Lindsay diligently searched for the cute little zombies, Lin Ran was also busy. Sure enough, after their persistent search, Lin Ran spotted two low-level zombies with their insides hanging out, moving towards them quickly, drawn by the scent of human flesh. Lin Ran held back and kindly told Lindsay, "Look, zombies are coming." "Xiao Zhe, it's your turn." Wow, they really came. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. Lindsay quickly gathered his powers in his right hand, ready to shoot metal projectiles. 20 meters. 18 meters. He chuckled, "Just a little closer, and I'll take you down." As the two zombies walked a few steps towards them, they suddenly turned and ran away as if they had seen something terrifying. Their awkward, backward-running posture was quite amusing. Seeing the zombies about to escape, Lindsay quickly chased after them and shot a few rounds, preventing the loss of the crystal cores. While picking up the cores from the ground, he asked in confusion, "Sister, this is the first time I've seen zombies run away from us. What's going on?" Lin Ran glanced at Jiang Chen, who was standing beside her. This zombie didn't seem to know its own level. Those lower-level zombies must have seen him and were too scared to approach. In the apocalypse, low-level ability users cannot sense the levels of those stronger than themselves. This rule also applies to zombies. You can feel their strength, but you can't know their true power unless you are a strong mental control ability user. Right now, she only knew that Jiang Chen's level was higher than she had imagined. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran arrived again at the base of the tall building at the end of Qingshui town. She looked up at the roof of the building, feeling once more like she was being watched by a fierce beast. Their target today was this place, the hospital in Qingshui town, a 7-story building and one of the few tall structures in the area. After the heat wave hit, this hospital had treated many patients suffering from heat stroke, leading to a strain on medical resources. During that time, the most discussed topic in the Qingshui town community group was the difficulty of getting medical care here. Additionally, many families who hadn't prepared a basement with them chose to come to the hospital parking lot to escape the heat. After all, it was spacious and one of the few places in town with an underground parking lot. However, now there was not a single person around, not even a few zombies, which was quite strange. What could be up there? Lin Ran tightened her grip on the tang knife and entered the hospital. No matter what the creature upstairs was, she had to confront it today. The hospital was pitch black, with no light source except for the green emergency exit signs on the walls. It was so dark that she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Luckily, when they entered, Lin Ran had given everyone miners' helmets equipped with flashlights. This preparation was originally for the polar night, but it was perfect for now. It seemed no one had been there for a long time, as a thick layer of dust covered the floor. They passed through the first-floor lobby, and not a single sound was heard until they reached the second floor. "Sis, why does it feel like there's nothing here?" Lindsay asked quietly. Lin Ran didn't respond. She looked at the doctor's consultation rooms in front of her. From ophthalmology to respiratory medicine, every door was open. But there were no zombies, not even any bodies. Only large pools of blood on the floor, which stretched from the consultation rooms all the way down the hallway. Lindsay noticed this too. Look at all this blood on the floor. There must have been a zombie attack. But where did the zombies go? Yes, where did the zombies go? Or rather, where did the bodies go? Sis, do you think other superpowered people have already cleaned this place up? Lin Ran recalled the strange feeling of being watched by a beast earlier and thought that it would be nice if superpowered individuals had indeed cleaned up. "Xiao Zhe, this place is strange. No matter what happens, remember not to leave my side."
Got it, sis.
This hospital was indeed odd. There were no people on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floors, and even the rooftop, which had been worrying Lin Ran, was empty. But the most frightening part was the rooftop, where the large platform was covered in blood. Unlike downstairs, the blood here was a brighter red. It was clear that someone had died here not long ago. But where did the attacker go? Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a fierce barking caught everyone's attention. Da Huang, did you find something? Da Huang growled into the darkness, its fur standing on end. Lin Zhe tightened his grip on the knife and bent down, spotting a pair of red eyes. His heart raced, and he hurried over, but the eyes disappeared. Xiao Zhe, did you see something? Lin Ran rushed over too. Lin Zhe shook his head. I just saw a pair of red eyes, but when I got closer, they were gone. I can't tell if I imagined it. Lin Ran took out a powerful flashlight from her bag and turned it on, illuminating the darkness. When she saw what was on the ground, she gasped. Xiao Zhe, your eyes weren't playing tricks. There was definitely something there. Lin Zhe saw it too. Several fingers that hadn't been fully eaten lay on the ground. Something had been here, feeding. Lin Ran handed Lin Zhe another flashlight. Xiao Zhe, check the rooftop. As the flashlight moved, Lin Ran noticed many scattered body parts on the floor, and they were truly in pieces. What kind of creature eats like this, breaking the meat into such tiny bits? While Lin Ran was checking the rooftop, Jiang Chen stayed close behind her, looking tense, as if he was on guard. Suddenly, Lin Ran noticed that the little cat that had been clinging to Jiang Chen's shoulder was gone, and so was Yuing. Big Yellow, where did Yuing and the little cat go? Lin Ran's question made Big Yellow pause, as it didn't know. Did it need to report where Yuing went? But Yuing had said that his matters were not for his little brother to worry about. Seeing Big Yellow's clueless expression, Lin Ran realized it was pointless to ask him. Just as she was about to call Yuing out, she heard a sharp cat's cry nearby. Meow. The sound was as if something had stepped on Yu Ying's tail.
Yuing.
The empty building showed no sign of the cat. Lin Zhe suddenly narrowed his eyes and pointed to the exhaust pipe on the rooftop, saying, Sister, the cat's cry came from here. Yes, it was indeed from the exhaust pipe, as Lin Ran could see. Yu Ying and the little cat suddenly burst out from the pipe, followed by a long line of red eyes. When Lin Ran realized what those pairs of red eyes were, goosebumps covered her body. Oh no, it was terrifying mutated rats. Xiao Zhe, run. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mutated rats that came out of the ventilation pipe were each as big as piglets. These creatures were so fat. Who knows how many people they had eaten. No wonder there was not a single person in the entire hospital, nor were there any zombies. They had all been devoured by these creatures. In the apocalypse, animals were also mutating to adapt to extreme environments. Mutated rats were the most terrifying and disgusting of all mutated animals. They were simply too numerous and everywhere. The astonishing reproductive ability and destructive power of mutated rats made them the second biggest enemy of survivor bases, just after zombie hordes. Moreover, they were absolutely social animals. If you disturbed one, you disturbed their entire group. And their groups were so large that ordinary people would not easily provoke them. But today, she was going to provoke these creatures. So many mutated rats meant a lot of shiny crystal cores. Xiao Zhe, come over here. Big Yellow, you come too, and you must not bite the rats. Lin Zhe was too close to the ventilation pipe, and a swarm of mutated rats was about to overwhelm him. Lin Ran shot a bolt of purple lightning, scorching the front line of the mutated rats. Lin Zhe and Da Huang quickly retreated to Lin Ran's side. Xiao Zhe, can you keep firing metal pellets? Yes, sister. Lin Ran pulled out a large box of steel for shooting practice from her space. Use these to shoot. Today we're going to deal with the rats. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up at the sight of so many steel. With these, taking down the rats would be easy. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Zhe had great aim, hitting each mutated rat right in the head with every steel ball he fired. Lin Ran held a gun in her right hand and shot electricity with her left, causing the mutated rats to squeal in distress. After regaining her composure, Yuing also found her pride as a cat. She extended her front paws and charged at the mutated rats, using her claws to take them down one by one. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang was Yu Ying's most loyal sidekick, cheering her on from behind. Yuing told him to stay put and not to join in, saying the rats were toxic. Suddenly, Da Huang barked, and a fireball unexpectedly burst from his mouth. Whoosh! With his bark, the fireball scorched the nearest group of mutated rats. Lin Ran's eyes brightened at the sight. Good job, De Huang. You're amazing. You've awakened your powers. Keep it up, and I'll treat you to chicken legs when we get back. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang wagged his tail happily, breathing out more fireballs. Lin Ran was surprised that De Huang had awakened his powers just when they needed it most. Jiang Chun, holding a small kitten, felt a mix of emotions as he looked at the girl beside him, smiling brightly, and then at the silly dog proudly puffing out fire. He thought to himself that Lin Ran probably didn't understand what real flames were. The mutated rats kept multiplying, and they couldn't seem to finish them off. Lin Ran couldn't believe how many were hiding in this building. They couldn't keep using their powers like this. If there was a rat king here, they would be in serious danger if they ran out of energy. Thinking of the heavy weapons in her space, Lin Ran was about to pull out a handheld flame gun when she saw Jiang Chun move. He stepped closer and gently raised his hand, creating a towering wall of flames in front of Lin Ran. Sizzle, sizzle. A large number of mutated rats were burned to a crisp. The mutated rats that kept trying to rush forward were stopped by Jiang Chun's firewall. His powerful ability was impressive. Lin Ran was silently cheering for Jiang Chun when she saw him turn and wink at her, his proud little expression resembling that of a big yellow dog seeking praise. What was that? Lin Ran tried to shake off the strange feeling. Jiang Chun was not a big yellow dog. He was handsome, but he had the cool demeanor of a future zombie king. Lin Ran didn't know why she felt this way today, but she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Great job, really great. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with even more pride at her compliment. He casually glanced at the silly dog on the ground that was still trying to spit out little fireballs, unable to hide his sense of superiority. Silly dog, pay attention. This is true fire ability. Suddenly, the firewall that had been standing in front seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. Boom! The flames spread, surrounding the entire platform. All the mutated rats on the platform were burned to a crisp. Brother Jiang, you are my hero. Lin Zhe, holding a steel ball, stared at the scene in awe, completely impressed by Jiang Chun. But Jiang Chun didn't look at Lin Zhe. Instead, he fixed his beautiful gaze on Lin Ran. Lin Zhe shook his head in amazement. What a great brother-in-law, but he's just a zombie.
Sigh.
Lin Ran smiled at Jiang Chun and sincerely praised, Jiang Chun, thank you, you're amazing. Really amazing. Jiang Chun looked up at the sky and said, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Jiang Chun was so proud yet adorable. Xiao Zhe, Yuing, Big Yellow, collect the crystal cores. We had a good harvest today. These mutated rats must have eaten a lot of human flesh, not only getting fat, but also evolving crystal cores in their brains. The large rooftop platform was covered in shiny crystal cores. Although they were low-level white crystal cores, there were so many. Bringing this many back would keep them busy for a long time. Lin Ran quickly gathered a bunch, but just as she was about to finish, she suddenly felt the entire building shake. Even Lin Zhe nearly stumbled to the ground from the tremors. The shaking felt like the building was about to tear apart. Lin Zhe looked at the shaking ground and shouted, Sister, run. An earthquake is coming. Lin Ran looked toward the area shaking the most and took out a handheld Gatling gun from her space. We don't have time, Xiao Zhe. Get ready to fight. As Lin Ran finished speaking, a nearly 300-pound monster with a rat's head and a human body burst through the rooftop, lunging at their position with its sharp claws. Boom! Lin Ran's Gatling gun fired just in time, creating a large hole in the monster's chest.
Eek!
The injured monster screamed in pain. Its body was covered in rolls of excess fat, and seeing the hole in its body, it clawed off a piece of fat to plug the wound. Strangely, as it did this, the wound began to heal. Wow, this thing might be even tougher than those 2 level 4 zombies. Xiao Zhe, De Huang, run. There was no time to take the stairs. Lin Ran pulled out a safety rope from her space, tied it to the ventilation duct on the rooftop, and grabbed Lin Zhe, urging him to hold onto De Huang while they jumped down with the rope. Jiang Chun, Yuing, we need to go too. Lin ran anxiously, pulled Jiang Chen to tie another rope. Halfway through, she suddenly noticed that the little cat in Jiang Chen's arms was missing. Lin Ran's heart sank. Jiang Chen, where's the little cat? Meow, the soft meow reached Lin Ran's ears, and she looked toward the sound, nearly losing her mind. The little cat was tightly wrapped by the monster's vines, being pulled toward its dark mouth. This thing has wood-based powers. The target is the little cat again. Is it some kind of delicacy that everyone wants to eat? Lin Ran gathered her lightning powers and aimed a lightning ball at the monster's mouth. The monster felt the pain but didn't loosen its grip on the little cat. Seeing someone interrupt its meal, it turned to flee with the little cat. Lin Zhe had already taken Da Huang down with the rope, so Lin Ran released the rope around her waist and pulled Jiang Chen to chase after the monster. Jiang Chen, hurry and save the little cat. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, a massive fireball shot down toward the monster. However, before it could hit, the monster vanished from the rooftop. Unexpectedly, despite its large size, the monster's fat seemed to flow like liquid as it slipped down the ventilation duct with the little cat.
Meow.
Seeing the little cat disappear, Ewing followed closely like a shadow. We're going too. Lin Ran took out another rope, tying one end to the ventilation duct and the other end to herself and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, hold on tight. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran's soft body and suddenly didn't know where to place his hands. Lin Ran saw Jiang Chen standing still and thought he didn't know how to hold her tight, so she quickly took his hand and placed it on her waist. Hold on tight, we're going down. As Lin Ran fell freely, Jiang Chen's arms wrapped tightly around her waist. It felt so slim and soft, as if he could easily break it with a little pressure. As time went on, the look in his eyes grew deeper. His left chest started to feel tight again, and he felt uncomfortable. Why was this happening? What was missing? He wanted to find it again. Lin Ran had no idea how rich the feelings of the zombie beside her were. The ventilation duct was very complicated. Sometimes they had to crawl sideways, and other times they had to slide down. Fortunately, there weren't many forks in the path, and they quickly reached the end of the duct. It led to the hospital's basement, which was also the morgue. But instead of bodies, there were piles of mutated rats that were twice the size of those above. These creatures had become quite fat, and instead of going upstairs, they had hidden here. Judging by their size, they were quite dangerous, yet now they lay there. Who did this? And where did that monster with a human body and a rat head go? Moon Shadow. Lin Ran called out tentatively, and soon a cat's meow responded. Jiang Chen, it's this way. Lin Ran pulled Jiang Chen toward the sound of the meow, passing by the bodies of the fat mutated rats. She noticed one rat had its head smashed in, revealing a red crystal core inside. This meant these mutated rats had reached level 2. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The ground shook violently, accompanied by the sounds of rats and cats, making Lin Ran anxious. Moon Shadow, little cat, we're here. Lin Ran hoisted a Gatling gun over her shoulder and ran forward with Jiang Chen. But when she reached the scene, she was stunned by what she saw. The once weak little cat had somehow escaped from the monster's grasp. It stood bravely in front of the monster, raising its tiny pink paws, ready to fight. Lin Ran thought, this little one is quite brave. Just as she was about to fire at the monster's head, the little cat made the first move. It jumped surprisingly high, and the monster, seeing its desired prey leap towards it, opened its mouth in excitement. Unfortunately, the good things imagined did not come true. As it approached the monster, the little cat spat out a huge glowing ball and accurately aimed it into the monster's mouth. Boom! The glowing ball caused a massive explosion, blowing the monster's head away. Nearby, Yuang held down 2 fat mice with its paws. Seeing this, its tail began to wag involuntarily. This little guy has recovered. The little cat walked slowly and placed a yellow crystal the size of a ping-pong ball in front of Jiang Chen. Meow, the little cat wagged its tail, looking eagerly at Jiang Chen as if it was faithfully delivering equipment to its master. Lin Ran understood that this little cat was pretending to be weak, but who knew it was so powerful? It had such a small body, but contained so much energy. It actually had light-based abilities. That was impressive. Light abilities are very rare in the apocalypse, so how many surprises does this little cat hold? So many zombies and monsters want it. Its secrets must be more than just this. Fortunately, it can protect itself now. Jiang Chun held the little cat in his arms. It nuzzled against his chest and then curled up in his embrace, behaving exceptionally well. There was no trace left of its earlier fierceness. Earlier, the monster had grabbed it, but it had intentionally let itself be caught, probably for the large crystal core in Jiang Chen's hand. It seems the little cat not only has strong abilities, but also good intelligence. Lin Ran couldn't help but pet the little cat's head. Sensing a different scent approaching, the little cat suddenly opened its eyes wide. That gaze was sharp, but when it saw Lin Ran, it quickly changed to a cute expression. Meow, the little cat looked up and even rubbed against Lin Ran's hand. This little guy has two faces. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile at the adorable little cat and suddenly remembered another legend about Jiang Chen. One of the reasons he rose so quickly in the apocalypse was that he had his own army of mutated beasts, a unique force in this world. Before Jiang Chen appeared, no one could tame mutated beasts. At the head of his army was a mutated beast called Breaking Wave, said to be ghostly and rarely seen in its true form. Some say it is as large and powerful as a leopard, while others say it is the size of a mouse, but incredibly fast and fierce. Anyone targeted by it ultimately meets a grim fate. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's mutant beast army was completely wiped out in the third year of the apocalypse. Some say they died in a zombie tide, while others believe they accidentally fell into a huge trap. No one could clearly explain what kind of trap it was. Later, she entered an underground research facility, where she saw countless other ability users and mutant beasts like her, and she began to guess what kind of trap it might be. Lin Ran looked at the little cat, her eyes slightly curved. "Little kitty, don't act on your own anymore. You can call me and Jiang Chun. We will protect you." Yes, she would protect everyone. In this lifetime, she was determined to uncover the forces behind the research institute and take them down.
Sister.
Lin Zay's voice echoed outside, reminding Lin Ran that she still had her brother waiting. She quickly called for Yu Ying to bring Lin Zay in to help clean up the battlefield. The ground was covered in crystal cores, and today they had truly struck it rich. The body of the big rat in the basement must have been taken down by the little cat and Yu Ying. These were all red crystals. Plus, with so many white crystals on the top floor, their family would surely level up once they got home. Once Lin Zay came in, Lin Ran happily joined him in picking up the crystal cores. Seeing Jiang Chen standing by with a little cat watching him, Lin Ran called out, "Jiang Chen, don't just stand there. Come help us collect the crystal cores." Jiang Chen thought, "Can I pretend I don't understand?" Searching through these filthy rat's brains seemed a bit gross. But since it was Lin Ran asking him, he placed the little cat on his shoulder and bent down to join the team collecting the crystal cores. Fine, if he picked up a bit more, Lin Ran could pick up a bit less. He might as well do the dirty work. After collecting the crystal cores, Lin Ran took out a bucket of purified water she had stored and cleaned them thoroughly before putting them away. Once all the crystal cores were gathered, Jiang Chen took out a yellow crystal core from his pocket and handed it to her. Lin Ran stared at the large crystal core, paused for a second, and then accepted it. Jiang Chen must have wanted her to help store it. As they exited the hospital building, the cold moonlight illuminated the ground, creating a stark contrast with the dark underground. However, something seemed off about the moon tonight. As they walked halfway, Lin Zay suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, look. Why has the moon turned red?" The moon has turned a bright red, hanging in the sky and causing an unsettling fear, like an ominous sign. Lin Ran said, "This is a blood moon. The weather is about to change again." Change again? What comes after that? Heavy rain, endless heavy rain. People think it's a relief after the heat, but they don't know this rain will keep pouring. After hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Zay was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "It's really hard for humans to survive in the apocalypse. I can't imagine what life would be like without you. I can't even think about the many terrifying disasters to come. Sis, you must have had a tough time in your past life. Lin Rand's heart suddenly softened. She reached out to pat Lin Zay's head and said, "It wasn't tough." Yes, this life isn't tough at all. As long as the family is together, it won't be hard. With the blood moon appearing, it will start to rain tomorrow. Lin Rand glanced at Jiang Chen, who was holding a kitten and looked like he stepped out of a comic. She suddenly remembered the farm stay he wanted to keep for himself. That farm stay only has 6 floors. Would it be destroyed if a flood comes? Maybe she should store it in her space for him. It would be a shame to lose such a beautifully built little house. But if she goes there today, there might not be enough time, so she'll go tomorrow instead. On the first day, the rain won't be too heavy. When they got home, Lin Dad and Lin Mom were still awake, waiting for them. Even Grandpa Jiang was awake, sitting in the living room, propping his eyes open while watching TV to fight off sleepiness. "Didn't we tell you not to wait for us?" Seeing everyone looking so tired, Lin Rand felt a pang of guilt. Mom was just worried about you, and also wanted to absorb some crystal cores. While explaining, Lin Mom fed Lin Rand some chilled watermelon that had been in the fridge for half the night. "You must be exhausted fighting zombies. Come eat some watermelon. Next time, remember to bring me along. I can help you fight." Lin Dad rubbed a towel and wiped the sweat from Lin Rand's face. "Let me wipe my little Rand's face. Next time, bring Dad along. I can help you fight and even make things shiny." Grandpa Jiang opened his mouth to say something but thought about his own health and wisely chose to stay quiet. Lin Zay thought, "Where's my watermelon? Where's my towel? Am I just here for the free stuff?" Fortunately, Lin Mom soon brought watermelon for him and Jiang Chen, which made Lin Zay feel a bit better. It's okay. His mom still remembers him. In the living room, Lin Rand took out today's haul, with white and red crystal cores piled high on the coffee table, leaving Lin's mom in shock. Ran, you really hit the jackpot today. Did you take down a zombie nest?" Lin Ran laughed and said, "Not zombies, but mutated rats. We got all these from them." "Mutated rats? How many of them did you encounter to get this many crystal cores?" Lin Ran held her mom's hand and said seriously, "A lot, really a lot of mutated rats. The world is evolving faster than I imagined. Mom and Dad, we need to upgrade quickly during this time. The outside world is about to change again."
Yes.
After every disaster, the bodies of mutated beasts strengthen to adapt to extreme environments. Those who cannot adapt will find it even harder to survive. Lin Ran distributed the crystal cores to everyone, except for Grandpa Jiang, who had no powers. Jiang Chen and the little cat both received some. Now, Lin Ran considered them part of her team. Since they all worked together to fight the mutated rats, it was only fair they received the crystal cores. Lin Ran has always been fair. However, Jiang Chen seemed uninterested in the crystal core he held. Seeing that Lin Ran liked it, he kept trying to give it to her. Lin Ran shook her head and firmly returned it to Jiang Chen. "This is yours. Besides, Jiang Chen, I really want to see what you look like after you upgrade. Maybe then, you will remember me and Grandpa Jiang." Jiang Chen looked into Lin Ran's sparkling eyes, and his outstretched hand gently retracted. "Upgrading? That's not difficult at all. If she wants to see it, he will definitely make it happen." Lin Ran felt flustered under Jiang Chen's deep gaze and quickly put the headphones in his ears. Despite him being a zombie, she couldn't understand why she could read so many of his emotions. "Just sit here and keep watching TV. I'm going to take a shower. Remember, don't get up and go to the bathroom door again." Seeing Jiang Chen nod, Lin Ran hurried to the bathroom to shower. After defeating so many mutated rats, she felt she needed to wash off the unpleasant smell. Plus, she always felt a bit unsettled around Jiang Chen. Sigh, why did this man have to be so incredibly handsome? Even as a pale-skinned zombie with red eyes, he was still so charming, especially when he looked at her like that. After taking a bath with the spring water, Lin Ran felt completely refreshed, and all her fatigue disappeared. Using her exhausted powers had taken a toll, but this spring water really worked wonders. It could cleanse and strengthen the body and even help with minor ailments.
Such a great thing.
I wonder if it works on zombies? Never mind, as Lindsay said, you can't lose by trying. Lin Ran thought that if it was useful, she could let Jiangchen come in and test it out. She took a new bathtub from her space and filled it with spring water, then hurried out to bring Jiangchen in. When she opened the door, Jiangchen was indeed sitting on the sofa, just like when she had entered, not even changing his position. Lin Ran was very pleased with this. However, she noticed that he was staring at her intently, and after a while, she realized his gaze was a bit strange. He actually shyly looked down.
Why is he shy?
Why is he looking down? Lin Ran then remembered that she had only wrapped herself in a towel before coming out. She felt embarrassed and quickly ran back to the bathroom to change into a modest bare pajama set before coming out again. When Jiang Chun saw her change, he looked a bit disappointed for some reason. To her surprise, Lin Ran understood that disappointment. What a strange expression of disappointment. Shaking off her odd thoughts, Lin Ran approached Jiang Chun and said, Jiang Chun, you should take a bath too. A bath?
What is that?
Jiang Chen's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Lin Ran felt she was getting better at understanding the meanings in Jiang Chen's eyes. It seemed he had forgotten these basic life skills, so she would have to teach him. Lin Ran patiently led Jiang Chen to the bathroom, explaining how to use the bathtub, how to use shampoo, how to wash his hair, and how to take a bath. Once she finished explaining the process and saw Jiang Chen nod, she felt relieved. The little cat was inseparable from Jiang Chen, which was quite different from Yuing. Seeing it wanted to follow, Lin Ran didn't mind and walked out by herself. Once outside, Lin Ran suddenly remembered she forgot to teach Jiang Chen how to take off his clothes. Would he not know how to do that? Looking at the closed bathroom door and hearing the sound of water inside, she felt too shy to go in. He should know that you need to take off your clothes to take a bath, right? Sitting on the sofa drying her hair, Lin Ran gently rubbed the little cat's belly, which was round and full, probably from eating too many fish treats. He is still quite picky. Besides eating a few red crystals, he gave the rest of the crystals to De Huang, which made De Huang very happy. Lin Ran knows that Yuing is very powerful, and for the white crystals, he might not need them anymore. Just like her, the effect of white crystals on her abilities has become very weak. She needs to work harder to find more red and yellow crystals. After drying her hair, Lin Ran took good care of her skin. She hadn't been in the sun for a while and had been taking baths in the spirit spring every day, so her skin was in great condition. Looking at her smooth, fair skin in the mirror, she couldn't help but want to pinch her cheeks. Once she was ready, Jiang Chun came out of the bathroom. Seeing him walk out made Lin Ran catch her breath. He looked like a little prince who had escaped from a castle, radiating pure charm. He knew how to take off his clothes and even learned from Lin Ran, wearing only a towel around him. However, the towel was too short, and his tall figure couldn't hide his well-defined abs and perfect physique. Lin Ran's face turned red without her realizing it, and she even touched her nose, worried it might bleed. Ahem, Jiang Chun, you should get dressed, she said. And you need to dry your hair too, otherwise. She didn't finish her sentence, suddenly remembering that zombies probably wouldn't catch a cold. Thinking about how Jiang Chen needed a change of clothes, Lin Ran carefully picked out a set for him from her space, a white t-shirt and jeans. She handed him the clothes and said, please change into these. It's not good to wear just a towel. Jiang Chen blinked, seeming to understand, and then he started to take off the towel right there. Oh my! This scene was too shocking. Lin Ran had never seen a real man undress before. She quickly covered her eyes with her fingers and said, not here. Jiang Chun, you can't just undress in front of others. Go to the bathroom to change. Jiang Chun thought, but you're not just anyone. Why can't I undress in front of you? Would that make you unhappy? If you were in front of me, I would be very happy. He thought this but decided to listen to Lin Ran and took the clothes into the bathroom. When Jiang Chun came out again, he looked completely different. The outfit made him look like a sunny boy, which was really nice. Seeing his wet hair, Lin Ran couldn't help but say, "Jiang Chun, let me help you dry your hair." Jiang Chun didn't know what it meant to dry hair, but he would agree to anything she wanted to do. When the girl's soft fingers ran through his hair and touched his skin, Jiang Chun decided that the best thing in the world was blowing hair. Lin Ran's hand accidentally brushed against the skin on Jiang Chen's neck, and she was surprised to find that it seemed to have some elasticity. Maybe it was just the late-night haze, but she thought Jiang Chen's skin looked less pale than usual, even a bit rosy. During the first wash, Lin Ran didn't expect any changes in Jiang Chen, but she decided that she would let him take more baths whenever she had the chance. It would be great if one day his skin could regain its vitality and glow.
Soon, Jiang Chen's hair was dry.
Just as he was enjoying the moment, he noticed Lin Ran had started to dry the little kitten's fur. The little cat had also taken a bath with Jiang Chen and was quite dirty. It found the water so comfortable that it felt like meowing. Soaking in the water felt as cozy as lying in its owner's arms. After cleaning up Jiang Chen and the little cat, Lin Ran opened the curtains to check the sky. The blood-red moon was slowly losing its shine. Soon, the sun would rise again on the horizon, but this time it would set quickly after appearing. Lin Ran lay on the bed, stretched, and told Jiang Chen to watch TV quietly without making noise. Then she turned over and fell asleep. Sleep well. There wouldn't be many more quiet moments like this for a long time.